Good morning, chat. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you guys are doing super well. I'm just getting just a couple things set up. Good morning. Let's see. Turned off until this time. This is gonna hurt my eyeballs. Okay, hold on, chat. There we go. Yes, sir. All right, guys. Well, welcome to the stream. Thank you, everyone, for joining today. Like I said, good morning. Hopefully you guys are ready for today. It's gonna be one crazy day today. I'm very excited. I believe Call of Duty Mobile just started their brand new stream. The very first game that they're gonna be sharing is gonna be Stamina Esports versus Omega. So that's gonna be the very first game that they're going to be filming. Unfortunately, because there's 16 teams in today's group stage, today's going to be one of the heaviest days where they're just going to be showing content. So we're expecting it to be some type of 6 to 8 hour day. So it's going to be very long. So hang tight with us. I'm going to show you the cool rewards that we can be getting today. I'm also going to be showing you guys how to obtain your rewards as well. Because some of you guys would love to go ahead and get all this kind of information, and some of you guys, you know, want to go ahead and grind, of course, you know, the watch time, all that good stuff. Okay, so should be fun. You guys are more than welcome to sit in the chat. You guys are more than welcome to go ahead and spam your favorite team. Today, let's see. There's no such thing as banning people. We're just gonna go ahead and keep it nice and smooth. So go ahead and cheer for your teams in here. I'm gonna be getting together with my organization. They're called Team Mobility, or AKA Founder. Founder is the founder of Team Mobility. So it'll be pretty cool because we're going to be streaming together. We're going to getting each other's opinions, go back and forth. Obviously, watch the gameplay. And then, you know, we'll talk about teams. We'll talk about the prizes we're going to be winning. We're also going to be hosting giveaways as well. So if you guys are watching, like I said, would love to have all you guys be a part of it. We're going to be doing 2 premium Battle Pass giveaways. And we'll also be giving out a free Call of Duty Mobile t-shirt. So there's tons of cool stuff, and hopefully you guys will just hang out with us, stay tuned, and I'll show you guys like what to do and how to do it, how to log in, all that good stuff. Cool. Good morning. Ames, what's up, Ames? What's that, Anthony? Yogesh, India. Let's go, baby. Proud of you, proud of Jake for doing this so early. Yeah, I'm usually not an early person. I usually like to do, what's it called? Late streams, but there's always times I'm like, dude, I just want to go full out and, you know, do morning streams. Like, I like mornings. I wish I was more of a morning person. I'm not, though, but I love mornings. I love waking up, getting your coffee, getting breakfast, all that good stuff, but yeah. Jake, I can see anything on the screen. What do you mean? You can't see anything on the screen? Are you lagging, broski? Everything's working on my end. I'm not too sure what you're talking about, Joker. Joker. Alright, let's see. All right, so who do you guys got so far? Who do you guys got so far? Do you guys have anyone specific? What's up, Simp? What's up, Gavin? Welcome. Everything's working for you? Thank you, Dark. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think everything's working for me too. And all right, so let's see. Okay, so while we wait for founder, I'm gonna go ahead and create this stream thing going on here. Let's see. Squad stream. Oh, did he change his name on Trovo? What? Maybe he did. That's crazy. What is this? Okay, cool. 6 a.m. Yeah, 6 a.m. What's up, Melee Bot? 6 a.m. is nothing. Wake up. I don't wake up. I know, I'm kind of used to it because I get up at 4 a.m. for work. So that's why I'm like, broski, I'm chilling. I usually wake up at 1 to 3. Dude, I can never wake up past like 12. I don't know how you guys do it though. That's just insane if you guys could do that. All right. I think I got everything up and running. They're still talking about their games and all that right now, so. Okay, so let's talk about in-game rewards real quick. Like I said, while we wait, so let's do this. All right, cool. So in-game rewards. So if you guys have no idea what you guys are entering, what you guys want, what you guys want to learn, all you have to do is go on the Call of Duty website. Call of Duty website, they give you everything. Watch now, schedule, meet the team, score, rewards, shop, all this crazy stuff. Let's see, let's put you guys over here. There you go. What's up, Wayne? Good morning. I'm always up. Yes, sir. Let's go, baby. What's up, Cliptic? Okay. So Call of Duty website, obviously, schedule for today. Today is group stage. So what that means today is each team, or I should say, there's 16 teams. All the teams are divided into 4 groups, so it's 4, 4, 4, 4. Group stage means it's going to be like a mobile Mayhem type of bracket. So what will happen is with the 4 teams, they'll all play each other. All 4 teams will play within each other, okay? The 2 top teams out of those 4 will move on to the semifinals, okay? So I'm going to show you guys what that will look like. Obviously, Friday is the Call of Duty Bowl. It's called the CODE Bowl. There won't be anything on Friday. Thursday will be the elimination bracket, so it's double elimination. So out of those 4 teams, the 2 will move on, and then if the 2 battle and one of them loses, they go to the elimination bracket, okay? So from there, we'll have elimination day. We'll have champs, which will be, you know, of course, them playing up to the final round. And then, of course, Sunday will be the finals. If you guys are looking for specific team members and you guys want to know, because some of these guys are ridiculous and you're going to see some cracked plays, all you have to do is click on the top. You got North America, Latin America, India, all these other ones right here. And you can see all the different teams here. So that's what's pretty cool about all this, is that you can see every single team. Now, these are the groups here. We have Group A, which is Godlike, Mayhem, Stamina, and Omega, and I believe I said that they might be having Omega versus Godlike first. I could be wrong, So it's one of the two. Of course, we got Group B, Group C, Group D. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch every single game. So as Call of Duty Mobile is watching one game, all these other games are going to be playing as well, or all the other teams will be playing. So while we're watching one, Q9 could be playing against Tribe over here. Scars, will be playing against Influence or whatever. So that's how it works. So this is the bracket. So right now, there's nobody here. Nobody has won the quarterfinals. So the quarterfinals is the top 2 teams per group. So let's say, for an example, let's just take Group C. We have Group C. We have Scars, Influence, Tribe, and Q. Okay. So let's just say Tribe Gaming and Q were the top 2 teams. They're going to be going to the next round. So what will happen is, out of that group, they will be placed here. So Tribe and Q9. Group D, Almighty and Skate. Let's say they were the top 2 teams. They will go right here. They'll all go right here. And then what will happen is they'll play each other. But there's not going to be any type of quarterfinals today. Today is just the stage. So that means everyone's going to play each other, but they're going to stop right here. So on Saturday, these 2 teams will play against each other, because Saturday, it says right here, champs and elimination bracket. So right here is where they'll play quarterfinals. They'll play here, and of course, if they lose, they'll be going to the elimination round to have another chance to play the champion. Okay. Last but not least, these are your in-game rewards. These in-game rewards are according to what day you guys will be watching. So as of right now, we will be getting some COD credit points. So you just have to watch for 5 minutes. If you watch for an hour, you get a weapon. You get the M13 Wild Style. I think this is Avatar. Yep, Avatar Meow Muncher. Watch for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes. Which one's this one? Calling Card, Alley Cat. Watch 15 minutes during this. Okay. So it looks like 5 minutes, you get some credits. 15 minutes, you'll get this cat calling card. You'll get the avatar for 30 minutes. And then you guys get a new Wild Style weapon as well for that. So this is just for today. This is December 15th. Tomorrow, if you guys watch, I mean, tomorrow, because tomorrow's the bowl. You'll get the same thing, CBR, maybe a charm. The 17th looks like you'll get like a spray, another calling card, some more COD credits, and then last but not least, this is the final. Oh, these are both sprays. Oh wait, character Kruger against the system. Oh wait, is this a character skin? Watch for 1 point. Oh, this might be a character skin. Yeah, that's a big W to Saturday. This one's a spray. Yeah, Graffiti Queen. But it says character, so maybe it is an actual character. That's pretty crazy. Okay, so anyway, that's what that is. This is the giveaway that I was telling you guys about. You got the championship that we're going to be giving away. We're going to be giving away one of these t-shirts, so it's going to be a lot of fun. And then, of course, these are their sponsorships right here. They're sponsored by this gaming phone, Republic of Gamers. So, other than that, that's basically it. And I think they're just about, yep, looks like they just jumped into the first game. So yeah, this is going to be Stamina versus Esports here. And then I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way so we can watch. And, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so this is going to be the very first game. And then I'm going to go ahead and try to get in a call with my boy here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What's up, Swedes? What's up, Choo Choo? How does the rewards thing work? Oh, so I'll show you that in just a second. So hold on tight, because I will help all you guys out on how to redeem your rewards. So when you guys want to go ahead and redeem your rewards, you guys are gonna have to open up your game, your video game, and then you should have gotten some type of mail that says Call of Duty here going live, and you should be able to click on that and it'll take you straight to the game. So you actually have to watch from the actual app itself to go ahead and retain and get what you need to do. Okay. Get this one. I'll put that over here. And shake. All right. So let's see if we can create let's see if we can create a team here. Let's see. I need to invite founder. Okay. Okay, let's see. Here we have that. Hold on, let's see. We gotta get my boy out here. Okay. Yeah, still waiting on them. Let's see. Let me ask him real quick, cause they're talking about jet lag and all that. That's pretty funny. Yeah, we're still waiting on this. Next year, there will be some SA team in stage 5 now that we have our own servers. Dude, you're right. Thanks, precious information. Yeah, so I don't want you guys to miss out on any of your stuff. So, like I said, please get your rewards. This is some cool stuff. And these are like limited edition stuff as well, you know? Wait a second. I'm kind of confused. I feel like I'm watching this on my iPad, but I don't know what they're doing here. Now they're changing the stuff. Inco Gaming versus Team Vitality? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Let's see what Ferg and all them are watching. Because they should be watching the same thing that I am. Let's see. What about Johnny? Let's see what he's looking at. Okay, so he's watching the championship right now? Okay, what is going on? Is my thing like behind? Harley stream, Call of Duty Mobile Championship. This is the mobile esports channel. Is this it? Did they finally get it up? Okay, cool. They did get it up. I'm like, what is going on here? I'm like, I see people watching it, but it's not even up on my screen. Okay, here we go. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think they're this is just gameplay, right? Yeah, this is just the gameplay. Oh, look at, they got different streams. They got Bravo, Delta, Charlie. Dang, that's crazy. So they got all sorts of ones. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that they were streaming it from like 4 different channels. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this one off for now. There we go. Got it. We good.
So many points already that Strut was able to just solidify in that particular hill. And not just that though, looking like they want to go in for that solid rotation going into.
So Strut versus Wolves right now, it looks like.
Wolves actually only has that, so it's very possible that Strut is going to easily go inside, especially knowing very well that they do have the util to go in there for the break.
He talked about one of the bigger factors for Strut being the fact that Afer is going to play. He's not even here. You got your X Factor, and he's not even in the lineup, and they are still taking it to Wolves right now. Early rotations here, but it looks like Strut's going to get the break from the opposite side. Zai going to be able to hold down boxes right here, gets taken down. Utility going out to slow down the push. They're waiting on the reinforcements right now. They got to make it in quick, and obviously a couple of those additional
China, yeah, China.
Equation, no Goliaths in the Stage 5 championships.
Do they not have multiple streams going as well? Yeah, they do. So it looks like it's just gameplay. Well, it's gameplay per section, and then they also have, you know, the one that Bobby is talking and all that.
When you're greeted by 3 players of Wolves, 212 and 177, still very close when it comes to the points here.
Yeah, Wolves are.
And now the rotation going.
It's a pretty tight game.
Essential, and it looks like a full 60 going in from Wolves here in P4.
You can really see the gun skill shining from Wolves as they're trying to mount this comeback right now. And one thing I will say that the Chinese teams are really good about is the pre-fire around those crucial corners, especially when you're on land. That's going to be a huge advantage to get that extra little bit of edge in a gunfight. But it is Strut. Early rotation here on P1. Wolves shut him down.
Wow.
Rasmo goes big. He's able to find 2. Zai trades back. The MVP of the most recent China Masters season. He's going big, but Boots got something to say. Right now, Strut only 15 seconds away from closing out their map 1.
Boots giving them the
Is that loud enough, guys? Do you want me to turn it up a little bit more? Or does it sound good?
Not just that, Rasmo with a 41 has been an absolute slayer, but his Sokka getting so many kills already, flushing down one of the players.
Dude, it's crazy. You can hear the crowd in the background.
With how many seconds left? 5 points left.
5 points.
For a Strut win, having a very early win here coming in from Strut, just impressing everyone. But the contest goes through, but it doesn't really matter. Our first win of the day. Strut,
let's go.
gets that first dub.
Dude, they got their merch on. That's cool.
I don't know. Shout out to those guys. First matchup of the Stage 5 World Championship, and they're already impressing us right now. I'm even more excited to watch the rest of this tournament.
What?
Can you guys imagine playing over here, playing at this event, being at this event?
So impressive to see that Strut was actually leading by a huge margin. But for me, honestly, one of the plays that we really have to look at is Rasmo. 43 with the SKS.
Wow.
That's the reason why that we love to see this gun, especially in a map like this where you can definitely take that
what's that, Keaton?
Yeah,
Sounded great. Okay, cool.
We
pop
saw him try to 1v3 with the Annihilator. We're like, what is he doing? Well, he's got 43 kills. He's been top in the charts. He's like, oh, I'll get that back real easy. No problem, no problem. And as you said earlier, the gun skill, the pre-fire coming out of Zai, coming out of Nian earlier from Wolves, it was there. It was impressive. But once the point was being taken by Strut, it really felt like it was kind of very difficult for Wolves to break. Not a lot of breaks for them.
Hardpoint, no question on the weekend, is going to be the worst game mode for these Chinese teams because they've been playing on a different rule set. They've been playing with persistence, which completely changes the way that the game is played. So a lot of times they just play it like one big TDM. Requires a lot less teamwork, and that's been the biggest difficulty that I've seen for a lot of these teams is adjusting to that. The game mode you got to watch out for them in, search and destroy. 60+% of their games are search and destroy. Some of the best snipers in the world. I think game 2 might look a little bit different.
China teams are the best in the world in search and destroy, and I'm very confident in that fact. Q9 Wolves, they definitely have that in the bag. So people say that S&Ds wins you championships, but like we saw over there, we do have control and hardpoint to really take care of. So hopefully we get to see a lot of these teams know that fact. But again, we're going back to the topic of Wolves trying to adjust into the new rule set that they're not really that used to.
Right.
I think that was a huge point when it comes to that hardpoint matchup against them.
And one of the beautiful things about having a LAN, bringing East and West together to see these types of things. Yes, you can say S&D, very great, but look how susceptible it is. That's China #1 against Europe #3, and still it was a massive lead when we started. Wolves found a way back in the middle, but then again, not used to it as much as an S&D, I'd say, here, Bob.
Yeah, you can't gun skill your way through a hardpoint, which is different from what most people think that hardpoint is. But it's so teamwork oriented. Whenever you get to this level of the competition, it completely changes the way the game is played. And I think seeing that, I think Control is absolutely going to be the swing mode for a lot of these matchups, because even though Control is not a game that's played in China for their championships, these teams have been scrimming it off stream for a long time. They've got a lot of experience, and they've impressed even against some of the best teams like Almighty.
Oh, definitely. And it just depends on how you're going to start off the matchup, because you'd always want to be starting off at the defense, because you already know if it does reach a game #5, you're also going to end up in the defense, because being in the attack is so difficult because you have to worry about your lives and also the objective at hand.
Right. All right. Well, I love the fact that we kicked things off with something that was unexpected. The upset's not done yet, and you could see on the face of the Wolves players earlier, they still seemed in control. You know, again, this is a team that was pushed. They did get #1 in China, one of the most competitive regions in the world, so there's going to be some grit, there's going to be some composure as well. But we do want to celebrate how impressive that was for Strut based off of what we were expecting right off the top here, Bobby.
Oh yeah, you can see the joy on their faces. I think proving a lot of people, including myself, wrong. Obviously, like we said, the matchup's not over. They've still got a long way to go, but that's a phenomenal way to start your weekend. And that momentum can carry a lot of weight as well.
And speaking of momentum, this is where we get to see these teams take a little bit of a break once we slow things down in search and destroy, where we already mentioned that Wolves and China teams actually have a little bit of an upper hand because how much they actually played in their region. So let's see what Strut actually has to offer when it comes to that breakdown.
Right, and how much the carryover of just being up 1-0. There's something to be said about punching up and playing pretty pressure-free, right? But now you've got the win in the bag already, and you're like, okay, we can trade games from here on out, and we're totally fine here.
Yep, no question about it. I think showing the amount of gun skill that they have combined with the teamwork, I think the teamwork is going to be the biggest factor for a lot of these teams when it comes to the hard point, because I think one thing we saw a lot from
Founders
the
on the
Chinese
T-Mobility
teams,
streaming.
Wolves, there's just a lot
yeah,
of
I don't know what's going on. Hold on.
Yep.
He's messaging me now some stuff.
You might get one kill on the way in, but you're never going to be able to find a break that way.
Oh, one thing that I'm really impressed with China teams actually is the fact that they know their lineup so well, because they do have the trophy system banned back in their
Oh, I don't have psychotic comp going again. I would have to get all my teams back together, man. Unfortunately.
Last thing I wanted to bring up from that last match was the SKS. And compared to Stage 4, it felt like everyone's using the same gun. Here, SKS is popping off like early on, and then, okay, cool. Like, how do we feel about the gun meta that we're going to have here in Stage #5?
I personally like the SKS. I was talking to a lot of the players last night, and especially in the North American region, they don't love it quite as much. They're not looking forward to it.
Go talk to Rasmo.
Well, I was talking, the Q9 guys were talking to the Tribe guys, and they were trying to agree on a GA where they just didn't use the SKS at all. But it's no question the best long-range gun in the game by a mile, and especially for the regions that have really mastered it. I think you look at LATAM. That is one of their biggest strengths. Multiple SKS players on every single team.
Yep.
That's going to create a lot of issues for some of the more aggressive teams in that eastern region.
All right. Well, we had ourselves a heck of an upset to kick things off, but to get into our alpha stream, let's send it on over to our casters, Shift and Proper.
My goodness. feels like we're just out here watching you guys have all the fun. We want to have some fun too. Yes, I'm Ship. This is Proper. How you doing, brother?
I'm great, man. It feels fantastic to be back on land. COD Mobile, 3 years in the making. We are here in Raleigh.
I wonder what team's gonna be playing next.
Excited for this weekend, man.
And hey, if that first map is any indication of what we're going to get maybe in this entire first slot, or maybe this entire tournament at large, we're in for 3 incredible days for the COD Mobile.
I don't know if any of this music is even copywritten, no?
So wonderfully. This Godlike team has a lot kind of riding on their shoulders. India, very proud region. And to be fair, the Stage 4 championships for the region were really tight. So who knows? Maybe these guys do have the opportunity to provide a little bit of upset, because as we kind of see on the other side of the stage, a lot of shaky things from Stage 4 of NYSLM.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just take that upset that we had, and to echo what Bobby said, I mean, all predictions are just basically almost out the window at this point. You know, we gone through meta changes, events, time zone changes. So much has just completely fallen off the wayside that, hey, this might honestly be Godlike's best chance to really put their region on the map.
100%. And it's a really interesting matchup just stylistically between both of these two teams, because like they were talking on the desk about Vitality, Sam's was obviously a player that really stood out to us. You look through what we have kind of in the mix on this map set, this is what I was wondering about. All of the NA players have kind of said, we don't like playing Hacienda. So the fact that it got through and we're seeing it for map number 1, there's an opportunity for Godlike to set the tone.
It could honestly be the difference maker in between how scrims might have felt for NYSL Mayhem, that they didn't want to get the summit all the way through, and well, Godlike aren't necessarily feeling too nostalgic. They got rid of Raid. So yeah, Hacienda map 1 is going to be interesting, especially, I mean, for everything that we've already seen so far, even in that opening matchup with Wolves, is that, you know, with the SKS coming into play as well, keeping everybody at an arm's reach across from Lambo all the way across the water, it could be very, very potent.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the overall series,
Ooh, Godlike's playing against NYSLM.
5 here if we do see all 5 maps, because Search and Destroy was where
Crazy.
they really looked the sloppiest during Stage 4, and wouldn't you know it, Godlike was undefeated in their Search and Destroys through all of their regional qualifiers. So I anticipate that this India squad of Godlike Esports is going to have a lot of favor in map 2, map 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you and I, we had the absolute pleasure to watch Godlike in their finals for their region of Stage 4. And every single time that they were on for Search and Destroy, I just felt like that we were just finding another just to talk about, whether it was snipers, whether it was AR.
Imagine seeing our father Jake sitting in one of those chairs competing. I would fly to see this. Imagine, that'd be crazy, bro.
For NYSL Mayhem, you gotta be able to show up and show out whatever is possible on Search and Destroy, because you know Godlike are gonna deliver the goods.
Yeah, I'm glad that you didn't say do or die yet, because this could be a long group stage for one of these two teams. You don't want to fall down to the lower side of these GSL-style groups too soon, especially considering the weight of this Group A. And at the desk, again, they did a really nice job of framing it up. I know a lot of us are looking at Group A as maybe being the most well-rounded from top to bottom.
My Streamlabs isn't capturing everything.
Yeah, this is one of those that you come out with a dub, and you're going to feel pretty solid about your chances.
Jake is the best player in mobility.
Setting yourself up for Saturday.
Mobility ain't even playing today.
Map number 1, and both teams are still all
right.
I would say players to watch.
I'm a biased person, so I'm gonna be going with NYSLM on this one.
Has been the most electric player for NYSLM, if not maybe in North America over the course of the last
because I like North America. I'm in North America, so I hope NY wins. It started on Bravo stream. Okay, cool.
To the phones backstage for this exact moment versus one of India's best teams in Godlike. And if you cannot perform here in your opening match and in a group with both Stamina and Omega, it might not look too good for you.
No, not at all. And I think the other thing about this, you know, we talk about NYSLM, you know, they've gone through so many roster changes now, it feels like, from last year to this year. Last year was disappointing, I think, in terms of their overall finish in the Western Finals. Stage 4 was worse. I mean, you talk about do or don't in the group. Is this kind of like a do or die for Mayhem if they don't show up for this event?
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of riding on their shoulders, right? You go back-to-back third places, especially after an unfortunate ending to their 2020.
You can see little B's like, he's bobbing his head. He's confident.
Tried switching out some different parts of the puzzle, just whatever can work, because as a former competitor myself,
those are nice jerseys. Elgato, NYSL, Mayhem.
Ride the bronze train for that long.
Yeah.
it really just it takes a toll on your mental.
100%. On the other side, though, don't want to make sure we glaze over this Godlike esports team because they're also kind of in this period that we call, you know, hey,
trying to get everybody figured out here.
Kind of carry a very proud region.
Probably having a hard time getting connected or whatnot.
But there's also this sense of redemption for them because India at large last year in the Eastern Finals.
I don't understand, like, if we're waiting on a team, they should, like, you know, maybe pan to somebody else, but Godlike. I think Godlike's from India. I'm gonna be right back.
We've been talking to some of the players, the coaches. India is not exactly taken seriously.
Sure.
And so for Godlike to really come out and show out here in their opening match, I think would just be a statement on so many different levels.
And I think just, you know, again, talking players to watch on the Godlike side, Burns was just so damn good at stage 4, man. I think there's a lot of expectation that he could be that kind of catalyst to match up against the power that Little B brings on any map and mode combo. And I think that's the guy that you're hoping, if you're an India fan, continues to perform at a high level going into this matchup in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's not going to be Burns, you know, you can also lean on Trunks, but
Sure,
you're thinking about it, you're more or less talking about the front to back line pressure that Godlike does exhibit and exemplify when we were watching them in their regional finals. All of that needs to be the finer piece of the puzzle. Even watching them through their scrims yesterday, vibes seem pretty high. It seems like they're getting on pretty well through this patch.
Speaking of India, though, again, both teams that are representing the region are actually playing right now. You see Team Vitality is already locked in and ready to go. They are mid-map at the moment against Inco Stalwart, who has a lot of high expectation when it comes down to what Latin America will bring to the mix, Brazil in particular. That was a lot of the team from last year that was the biggest kind of Cinderella and upset kind of giver, if you want to call it that. And we jump right into the mix. Map number 1. We do find ourselves on Slums. Pretty tight affair for now, but there is a little bit of an advantage for Inco, not just in the overall scoreboard, but even on the minimap as we take a look going back over to our next rotation to Hills.
Yeah, I mean, just slightly pulling ahead. This could just be the overall nature for Slums, right? You're trading 30s. You just got to be able to break and get on in for the money hills, which actually does start to happen. I mean, you ended up having the spawns if you are Vitality, and then Inco just completely roll through the middle of the map and flip it out. Yeah,
one of those players, again, Bobby was talking about on the desk, SKS carriers that this Latin American region loves to pull. Keep your eye on Lucasen. This kid is unbelievable. Already has 23 kills at the SKS, has his highest streak at the moment as well. And, well, Vitality, it may have looked close as we jumped into it, but that significant advantage we saw coming through for Inco on the last hard point at Garage leads into the first about 30 seconds here on Statue. Good break attempt though for Vitality, but there's more to do here. It's not just getting into the hill. They also need to flip the spawns around.
Yeah, you really desperately need to flip the spawns, and someone needs to desperately continuously trade Lucas, considering the fact that you just saw their score line just somewhere near about 5 times positive, just things you absolutely don't like to see if you are a fan of Vitality, as you're starting to see them maneuver across the bottom side of the mini-map, and all of Inco are just set up. It's so well scouted. They're winning all the gunfights. They're fighting the trades. They're going to get themselves pretty comfortably set up for new.
Rafa holding over towards the barrel. The rest of Inco just kind of bottled up. Playing goalkeeper in the backside of soccer. Oh, well done to the Predator missile. Just as soon as the break was about to come through, gets called in. Wells able to take down 2 with it, and all of a sudden Inco set up perfectly with a chance to read where this next hit from Vitality is coming from. Trades back and forth, but
it should do 1 game at a time. Yeah.
Still in for Inco. Bolt will be out in the mix.
Dude, Lucas is a beast when it comes to stuff like this, but
hey, how about this? Vitality is actually holding on pretty decently considering the break.
I mean, easier said than done trying to hold this hard point.
I don't think they have enough time to wait till every game. Yeah, they don't. But what I'm saying is, like if a team's having trouble like setting stuff up and all that, they should definitely, like, you know, pan to something like this, which they did, thank God, you know. That way we're just not like waiting and talking about some random stuff.
As they will get their lead to right around 90 points as we rotate over towards the trash hardpoint B3. Vitality is your first, but the requirement is you have to be able to hold this, and Croza nearly just breaks open the cemetery as an opportunity to try to get a setup going for an early break attempt. Hardpoint will open.
I don't know the calls in this one. The cemetery.
Through Garage that they're setting up for. They're looking for spawns here, not necessarily the hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't think that they were fully aware that random did spawn behind. They actually get a couple shots, whiz right past their head, and yet some immediate garage control coming through for Inco. It is desperation now coming through for Vitality. You have to hold inside the hardpoint. They know they're all essentially in the backside of the garage right now, but you just have to stay alive in the hill.
Well done. Gravity Vortex gun will kind of put a pause to this hit for Inco, but now that they have expired it, The hit is on the way.
Do you have any plans later? I don't think so. A lot of CBR and Craig. Yeah.
The next thing popped out. Dad able to kind of take down a couple in the hill, but not able to get in himself. Still waiting to find the next set of kills. And how about that for some patience? Back and forth, the kill feed goes. Spawns will flip once again, but it's Inco who found the successful break.
Yeah, I mean, also just look at Inco's setup off of that break as well. They never gave up.
So I think in the rules here, let me see if I can get in the rules here.
With the purifier, just cooking it up quite nicely. A solid medium rare, I would say, as Inco completely break back inside the hard point, and the rotation from 3 to 4 out, you know it's not a long one. And guess who's there? Inco is.
Yeah, this is looking really solid for Inco. Nearly 100 points to the good. Kill's still looking okay for Vitality, but it's one of those moments that you start to talk about. You have to have it now, or you're not going to have it at all. And, well, hey, how about it? Opportunity to get in with numbers, but, of course, naturally, we call it in, and Crozen's able to single-handedly break back through into Garage. Yes, Inco Gaming can win here, and I think they're starting to feel that. Couple operators pulled, trying to put this one over the finish line for a comfortable map 1 win, but the shutdowns are still pretty solid. Vitality, one last try to get in, and, of course, it's Lucas in with the SKS. An early double for him, really establishing some long-range dominance.
And Jokos was holding that back garage area for such a long time that they didn't end up reading where the spawns were coming from initially, coming across that north lane. So Inco will have reinforcements here, but it is currently Vitality with at least one player inside the hard point. Just no reinforcements, no help. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Inco break again.
I don't know if they can get $2 right now out of the banks. Looking good. Inco very clean. And this is what we're, really looking forward to. I know that Beef Mommy in particular is very excited to see this Latin American region. In fact, I think she's even gone as far to say like this.
Let me see something. I'm trying to find the rules.
And well, I'll say that is a very clean map number 1 for Inco. Just need to put some piggy toes on this statue for the final second. You expect it to be pretty clean, pretty comfortable. But Vitality just trying to extend as long as possible. Just, get the fingers warmed up here. Not the greatest first map overall. And Inco's going to let them know about it. Goodness, get loud on stage already.
Yeah.
Inco.
Gotta show up. Match number 1 on stream, on link.
CBR, Craig 6.
Bison
Switchblade, these weapons maybe stay meta.
Just completely manipulating.
Yeah, they haven't done anything.
Of slums was absolutely sublime. They were getting the closer spawns. They were getting themselves in a better position so that way they can get reinforcements out, and they were really playing Vitality like a fiddle. It almost felt like that Vitality had no idea where anybody from Inco was spawning at any given point in time.
Dude, look at Lucas at 41 and 13.
Cash.
Welcome to land, brother. Are you kidding me? That's with an SKS on slums. Someone put a leash on this guy. He has the opportunity, I would say, to possibly be tourney MVP.
So Inco won.
I know it's like that's way
that was kind of a big win too.
Inco team throughout the rest of today, and you would assume
250 to 141.
Going right now, that they would have the best chance to get in towards Saturday in the playoff bracket. That is definitely my player to watch from Latin America, if not maybe in the entirety of the world at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, Inco in Group B, obviously you're seeing them do quite well versus Vitality. Now, you still have Strut and Wolves, obviously, to be worried about, but, I mean, at the end of the day...
let's watch NYSLM.
In the green room, we were talking
let's watch some of these American teams.
Narratives for our 16 teams. Specifically for this Inco squad, you want to be able to come out and make an absolute statement. If Lucasen continues to play like that in an SKS meta, we're in
Lucas is a crazy person, dude.
All over the place from Lucasen. But you got to keep in mind, and you had brought this up, and we saw pieces of it. Strut Wolves, that was a surprising map number 1.
Yes,
I'm kind of seeing it on the Delta stream. I think that Strut is falling right now in the search and destroy. It was pretty convincing at that. But our main focus is still going to stick with this Godlike Esports and NYSL M matchup. That's a Group A opener. And like we just kind of framed up, if you're joining us here late, this Group A, it really feels like it's anyone's to take. And we're going to learn a lot about what this group's overall power is going to look like based on what these 2 teams bring out here in their first matchup.
Yeah, again, for Group A as a whole, I want to say that it's a toss-up, who's going to be able to really walk away with second place. This very much so could be the difference maker for either NYSL Mayhem on their redemption run from the end of the previous stage, or the same could be said for Godlike to really show the chops that they are bringing to LAN, to represent their region as a whole. It almost didn't even make it here. It would be a Herculean effort, I would say the least, but still nonetheless, if you come out and completely beat NYSL Mayhem, your chances of making it out from the group stage become that much better.
I'll say, just because it needs to be mentioned, look, everyone was talking about, the Eastern teams and the extreme travel that they've gone through here in the last couple of hours, but Dude, Godlike looks comfortable. They got pillows, they got fans up there. They probably feel like they're still playing at home as they are about to lock in. I mean, that is a setup right there. These guys look comfy.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think I might have to take a page out of how they're set up on the desk. Like, I'm just, when I get back home, if I don't have at least like 2 fans just blowing on my hands while I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, then it might just be chalk.
I love it.
You got to feel whatever sort of comfort you possibly can, right? Because I mean, look, first time on LAN, 3 years in the making. You want to feel as comfortable as possible.
100%. Here we go. Group A matchup, NYSL.
All right, this is what I wanted to see.
Again, just to
Ooh, hard point.
North America has very vocally said how
I want to like do a poll in the chat for all you guys, but
you kind of expect to see
I'm like,
coming through over the course of the weekend. We're going to get early. 11 opening points for Godlike.
What's it called? Yeah, I want to do like a poll, but I think by the time I do a poll,
yeah, it's all about just trying to break. If you are NYSL Mayhem, Godlike did start off on the favorite side. That's that P2 side. It's probably we're going to see a lot of time being generated, but controlling these upper halls just about means everything. As Trunks trying to drop back down low, just trying to keep the hard point as neutral as possible. We'll maintain the spawns ahead of New.
Little rotation.
Little B part of NYSLM. Yeah, he is. He used to be, I think he actually used to be part of Tribe. But Tribe picked up Vague. I don't know if that was last year or this year. Yeah, Trunks got a good hold on right here.
Still trying to threaten the front doors. The rest of the team goes on the backside. Godlike are not
aware. Ooh, nice. Everyone's going through mid.
Turn around to find the response, but it's too little, too late. And NYSLM.
Oh, Jan's actually playing. I wonder who Jan. I wonder who took the place of Jan. Jan actually used to play for Team Mobility. Fun fact: he got picked up by NYSLM.
This very one-dimensional hit that Godlike we're starting to put together, but luckily enough, they do have a couple players spawn all the way out on the northwest side of the minimap.
Trunks gonna have a few teammates spawn with him. NYSLM recognizing that they're not in the favorite spawn at the moment, are trying to get over, but the smoke allowed Trunks to get in.
Rooting for GL. I think I'm rooting for NY just because Jan's on there, and Jan played for Team Mobility. Ooh, nice shot. Marlo's like walking. They're already rotating. That's a good rotation there.
Trying to make a very quick and annoying rotation. It comes up with absolutely nothing, but it allows space to get back here with the SKS in this top position.
Mobility rooting for GL. Yeah, some people change. Yeah, like Jesus can save you. He got picked up by Luminosity. And then Jan from Team Mobility got picked up by NYSLM. Yeah, Jan for Team Mobility was nuts. If you see like the snipes he got, ridiculous. Yeah, this is Jan right here. You can hear the crowd just saying, "Let's effing go, bro." That's hilarious. Can you imagine like being in the crowd and like cheering for these guys? They're literally like standing in front of you.
This is all working out pretty solid for NYSLM, but they are spending a lot. 2 pred missiles in towards this hard point. 2 bolts were also spent, but the last 15 seconds is actually.
And then these guys are playing on like 5 ping. I don't know. Wish I was at the event. Yeah, next time, man. Next time. We're definitely gonna be saving up to go next time for sure. The CBR skin is a pay-to-win skin for sure. There we go. Yep. Oh, he lost that one. I think if I were any of these teams, I would be using a CBR. And a Krig 6, honestly. But for Space Dude, holding it down with the SKS is cool. Little B carrying right now, 19 kills. Godlike and God Trunks with 12 kills. Yeah, GL getting smashed out already, map 1. Yeah. Good, that was a smart play. Way to hold it. Yeah. They're gonna just go next.
Finally get yourself past 20 points or so as we go back towards another set of hard points.
Not bad at all from Godlike. key.
Nice. Two. Yeah, double. That's huge right there. That's 3. Man, this Trunks is holding it now. He knows where they're spawning from. Oh, nice Robalo. This point is one of the hardest points. It's just smack in the middle, wide open, you know?
Yeah, it's almost what exactly went wrong when P1 was active in the first set of hard points. Yeah. Godlike were just keeping NYSL Mayhem at an arm's reach and getting that hallway control continuously. But trades are still good for Godlike. They just have to maintain that hallway control and keep all NYSL Mayhem off of the hard point itself. But
NYSLM is playing it really smart. They have control, and they'll send like one person to jump in the point. And then they'll send one person, like if someone dies, they'll send another one in the point. So you can just get those extra points. So if you look, like Jan's the only one in point right now. Jan's still in point. Now it's contested, but everyone's going to start rotating.
Keep an eye on that left side of the map because Godlike just had a couple of spawners on the right side, so all of a sudden NYSLM, the game was starting to get a little bit
nice, Nero.
Out of reach once more. Good rotation on the way as Lambo will open up, and there are more numbers here for Mayhem than Godlike could really deal with at the moment.
Trunks just try to attempt to break the hard point 1v3, pulling out an operator as well. But because they stayed alive and maintained that space, they actually ensue a north to south spawn all the way on the left side of the map. Big fight inside the hard point itself. Space is trying to spam all the way through the Lambo.
I know, Space, you gotta land those shots. Oh, what? The car behind was blown up? That's crazy.
That's a big kill. Trying to keep this still a 50-50 battle. On the way forward comes
they got it. Nice 3-piece.
As NYSLM are keeping this scrappy, keeping it mixy. Not as convincing as you like from either team, but Godlike with the
yeah, Godlike is putting up a good fight here.
Something to say about it. A double on the interior, and with 13 seconds,
they've been fighting for this point.
This and rotate over to new.
Much better than what we saw on the first set of hard points. Just taking a look at some of the stats.
Rotate.
Been really showing up. Burns is not having a good time at all. Remember, he had a 1.62 KD at the end of his regional stage 4 finals. Little B on the opposite side, 27 and 16. It's a tail of the tape to see if Godlike can start getting a little bit more assistance for Trunks.
Nice shot.
Doing a fantastic job at just poking and prodding and finding these nice little areas to try to get in the behind of NYSL Mayhem.
Little B, I think, has been to stage 5 before, if I'm not mistaken. So he's probably got a lot of confidence right now. But man, this Purifier just took out the whole team here. That's huge for Godlike.
I like the play. Sit here in 10. Make sure no one comes around the backside of the flank. Trust that your teammates can hold the front, but maybe not the case at all. Nero Space locking things down through the stone wall. That's going to be enough for them to get a break attempt.
This is very, very difficult. I mean, if there's one consistency so far for Godlike, when they do have control of a hard point out, they always have one player that pushes up just a little bit too far forward.
Nice. That's a big 3-piece for NYSL right here.
Up with a coordinated pinch, and the break continuously comes through. You can absolutely play this game if you're NYSL Mayhem. You just have to break. You can trade these 20 seconds as you have the leader's advantage.
Yeah, this is feeling like something major needs to occur right here, right now if you're Godlike. And it's a hard point to do it. Two hard points in a row to do that. Going from rock to new on first would be not exactly what you would expect to be the wealthiest of hill combos. But Godlike do open up the hard point to their name. Numbers starting to come through the hallways. Split spawn situation as well. So a little bit of chaos just outside the hill itself. Mayhem able to utilize that as a chance to get in for a time. Space trying to lock things up with the SKS. A lot of opponents in front of him. He gets the read and says, not interested. We'll wait for a little bit of help, but Godlike are on the way.
Learn was pushed all the way up, essentially inside
that
of the office, just trying to maybe get behind
some
enemy
damage.
lines, but found themselves in a very, very tough corner. Gravity Vortex gun also being burned here for Burns, just trying to get themselves some space. Will be successful. Now you just have to be able to hold these 25 seconds while also thinking about the rotation.
Yeah, we need to see Burns pop up right here, right now. Tagged. Working with Trunks. Here comes NYSL. Good view of this as the break is coming heavy-handedly, and Burns gets absolutely shut down. Mayhem off the break. 10 seconds of scrap time's not going to feel necessarily like a win condition, but for Godlike, they're not liking the look of it. Still full committing to make sure they get everyone and every second they possibly can through all.
Nice 2-piece.
Vegas able to light things up, and boy, what a time for it. Godlike still down big, but a chance to extend as now Streaks and Operators are earned once again.
Predator missile, not exactly what you see, but it also
that's a waste.
Maybe a little bit of a damaging situation should you be able to get those two. Going back towards the third set of hard points.
40 points.
Just about a 90
40 points.
That Godlike have to claw other way back from. Casual as it may
Ooh,
be.
nice
Again,
shot by
everything
Space. That was
goes
a
completely neutral.
headshot.
Godlike on the favorite side of the map. This time though, when P1 becomes active, NYSL Mayhem hot off the presses. Get hallway control.
And it's just, this setup is so good for Mayhem. Continually putting a ton of focus up towards the top windows, lock down the lanes, then take your focus to the OBJ. And it's worked out absolutely beautifully. Kilfi just continues to just flesh out in that lovely
15
shade of
points.
NYSLM looking good to possibly even put it away right here.
Little
And
B's
for
in
Godlike,
point.
I think
Yeah,
the
I think
said,
that's
because
gonna
look
be.
at the
Oh,
tally.
he's out.
Burns, we said he was the guy to watch out for, and I don't even know if he fully loaded it. 15 total
They're all
kills.
screaming, get in the
Getting
point.
outmatched by
Yep, there it
Spider-Man in
is.
the lobby
5
right now. Not
seconds.
great
They
news
got
for
it.
Godlike.
Little B is definitely
They got it.
here on land and Raleigh. 41 kills, casual stuff. 250 scoreline has been
Dude,
reached.
that's
And NYSL
crazy.
Mayhem are definitely feeling quite good off of themselves. They started off on the unfavored side of the map, Allen, and they just ran away with it. It took them all of about 10
Wow.
seconds when P2 became active to fully break it.
It's crazy. They get so crazy when it comes to
The
this.
interesting thing about
That's so
it, we
much
talk
fun.
about this a lot actually between ourselves. It's like,
Little B,
how is it
41
that the NA
points.
teams just have not preferred to play Hacienda, considering the fact that we saw it in
Let's go, Little
2019
B.
during Black Ops 4. It was played almost probably
Y'all
more
did
than
pretty
any other
good.
hardpoint map during the Black Ops 4 year, and the setups were really easy to read in 5v5 because all
Good
the
job,
maps
guys.
that are here in COD Mobile are mostly
That's-
built off of legacy
that's
maps.
one.
that used
One
before
down.
before. Not Hacienda. This is a 5v5 map, and I will say,
Didn't they have a
for
widget that
NYSLM,
shows player
it's
info
early,
like
but
name,
those are the
weapon
adjustments and
perks?
corrections that we
They
need
do.
to
I'm
see if
blocking
they
it
wanna
with my
become possibly
screen
tournament
though.
favorites.
Here, I'll show you.
It's the
So if I move
cohesion that
this,
really does it for me, Alan.
It shows on the bottom here, but I'm just covering it with my thing. I'm like trying to find the best place. I don't want to put it on the top so you can see the players. And then I'm like, should I put it on the left? But then you're covering the map. But yeah.
It's almost what you expect to happen here from
The kill effect with the CBR is funny because you're literally getting kicked when you die. That messes with my head. I'm surprised someone was rocking with the M16 though. Yeah. Honestly, like I said, the CBR is gonna be big. That's meta right now. Craig 6. I see a couple of Bisons.
You have to feel like if he's been able to hear that, it's only going to make him better and better as the tournament goes on.
Did they tell him you can't have that on there?
Before we hopped into map number 1, NYSL Mayhem have gone through roster changes. They've gone through a clean house almost. They've done so many different directions that this is really it. And to be able to see
Godlike's
such
nervous,
cohesion and
man. You can
comfort
see it.
across those 5 players on a map. Again,
I wonder who
what
was
they were
using the
telling us that
M16.
was going to be a
Now that
hard
you said
veto.
that.
I think they're going to start looking pretty good for them.
Why not? Why not? Why not? And now we take a look over towards map number 2. Search and Destroy. This has to be where Godlike shows their overall prowess because they were flawless in stage 4 in the India regional qualifiers. Didn't drop a single Search and Destroy map. And that's where we're looking at these guys to really have the opportunity.
I don't get why they told him to take off his flag.
Yeah, again, you know,
You have to understand when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile and all that, there's a lot of rules that go into it for all these tournaments and stuff like that. I mean, it goes from like you know, you can't have this showing, you can't wear this, you can't, you know, I can't be going into this and have, you know, promote my Jake YT channel. You know, you can't go in, even though you got like a YouTube and whatever, you can't promote your own stuff. That's all. So that's like the difference. But you have to like represent your own team. You know, I don't even know if you could represent your own country. There's so many rules, like I said. It doesn't represent the team. Yeah, because COD Mobile likes to keep it nice and clean, you know. So if you look at this picture right here. You got Godlike, Call of Duty Champions, NYSL. You know, all these guys are wearing jerseys, so it looks really good and really clean on them. You know, they're not wearing any type of hats. Like, look at Space. Space is not even allowed to wear a hat. Because usually Space likes to wear hats or beanies and stuff like that. Like, he can't wear any of that. So, like I said, they're very strict because you're going to be on, you know, you're on the YouTube channel. You're on national TV. I mean, you're not technically on TV, but you know what I'm saying.
Sitting here just talking about it, that you know, there's so many different groups that could be the group of death, but honestly, it all could be up for grabs as we are setting ourselves up for map number 2. If you're just now joining us, 251-21.
All right, map number 2 standoff. Oh, so it tells you on the bottom right here. Godlike banned Raid Map and Sparrow, and then Mobile Mayhem banned Summit and Annihilator. I'm covering it, but you can see it on the map here.
If I remember correctly, it was in almost every single series that they played, and more often than not, it was search and destroy.
Best out of 5, it looks like, so that's good.
We've talked about it, we've set it up, but I think we could go ahead and just make the bold claim. This is a must-win map for Godlike at this point. It's your bread and butter. It has to be one of your main focused modes, and it's on one of your most comfortable maps. So if we're going to get a true look at Godlike, and maybe now you have to use that as a way to umbrella statement the entire region of India, I think right now you have to see a convincing result from the side of Godlike, especially considering the fact that like we mentioned, like Mayhem was really sloppy in their search and destroy in stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and if some narratives might hold true for us, Alan, I think that just might be it. But again, you know, it's going to be really
all right.
You know, even again,
want me to rewind stream to see who's using the M16? Nah, it's okay. They might use it again. But this one, I think they're playing S&D now. It goes Hardpoint, S&D. I want to say Control is map 3. I think it's Control, and then it's another Search and Destroy, and then another Hardpoint. Oh wow, Wolves and Strut.
First and foremost, Strut with the surprising map number 1 win, but if I saw it correctly, I think Wolves is really convincing in the Search and Destroy. So a swing map right there on the Control. And they're playing that on Slums, as mentioned, which, again, I still like.
S&D, there's going to be SKS, TLQ for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know about an SKS, but Space is really good with his sniper and all the different wall bangs. So a lot of people are saying that they're actually, like, they interviewed all the different teams, and they're saying that they're scared of Space because he knows so many wallbang spots that you're going to probably see some crazy wallbangs from Space today. So hopefully they'll spectate Space a lot. I'm hoping that they'll hit at like a nice shot or something here.
And maybe more than that, what is the bar going to be set to for both of these two squads? A lot on the line for an opening matchup, which feels weird to say, but we don't want to make it sound under-embellished because this is a key one. You do not want to go in these groups and lose 0-1 because then you're facing elimination immediately. So we'll see how things go.
All right, here we go.
It's going to be Godlike on the starting defense. And how about this for NYSLM? Quick hit through Hotel towards B. They're trying to isolate over Delhi, but Vegas has gotten the read. He says, I'm not interested. Let me back up.
Pretty standardized setup when you're thinking defensively here for Godlike, making sure that you have back alley control, making sure that nobody can get behind enemy lines too easily as they're just
God got little B.
By the AS&D, making sure that nobody can get past statue.
And Neutrino from Tank. Able to find the first blood by way of the sniper rifle. That's going to force NYSL
see if Space could get anything.
They don't really have much information.
Just peeking at
A.
boxes.
Nades are going to go. This is just to sit there and say, hey, look at us. We're coming towards A. But not the case. And Trunks starts to feel a little frisky. Moving up close towards Fridge.
Yeah, they get that first pick off a little bit. He's huge.
Hey, how about it? This is good trust from Godlike to not sway their defense at all.
What is that gun? A right tech? This man's using a right tech?
Don't know where that sniper might be anymore.
Ooh, nice Nero.
One for one corner will lose the initial gunfight to Nero, and yeah, that's going to be the immediate callback. You saw Vegas have to go all the way back past Grandma just to make sure that the angle gets held. 50 seconds remaining in the round, and it looks like the bomb is starting to rotate past the bakery. Might be thinking about A.
NYSLM, when it comes to
hasn't seen the soul.
Search and Destroy, they play very slow.
Still considering Hotel. This is be a very dangerous cross.
Hotel.
Like you mentioned, sniping
This man calls it Hotel. We call it Grannies.
You also have help from Burns and Neutrino on the cross.
Yeah, they're playing very slow.
The only defender at B, or pardon me, at A is going to be number 3 and Learn. He's going to have to find one if they do commit.
Planning? Yep, they're planning.
Did they see Nero?
They didn't even see Nero.
He's going to plant this bomb for free and Godlike. They have to be wondering, wait, how did that happen?
They're all rotating now.
Timing of the cross. And now the ball is quite literally in NYSL Mayhem's court.
Yeah.
Look at the immediate rotation. 30 seconds
They're
on the
waiting
clock,
for them.
And the majority
Good.
of Godlike are trying to rotate back behind Grandma's.
Jan's just watching the jump. Checking to see if anyone's going to cross through him. First
nice. Nice.
Nice quick scope comes out. Learn will fall. Long flank on the backside. Neutrino trying to force something.
Oh, they got the camera switched. They have Jan's camera on Space's camera.
And that just comes down to the simple fact they didn't see the cross.
Yeah.
Wow, nice first play.
Trunks
First round, beautiful.
He gets straight in.
Yeah, Nero just snuck in that bomb plant real quick. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
Completely throws off the initial setup for Godlike, as you ended up having at least Vegas just like rotate all the way towards the back, just trying to at least watch that very long cross on the back of Grandma's. And NYSL Mayhem just found quite literally the freest timing I'm pretty sure I have ever seen on the standoff search and destroy. They get the bomb down for free at B and then completely concede the space, and Godlike just couldn't deliver.
That's going to play mind games with Godlike's defense. I know it's 1 round in, you're probably saying, Chip, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. But
you're getting a lot
of I'm telling you, when you've got 2 sniper rifles watching the crosses
something
over
happened
towards that B side, that's your entire defensive setup, and you still let the bomb get planted, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get aggressive this round.
Why are they putting music on?
Trying to get forward at B here just because of that misstep.
Oh, okay. I was like, play the game.
How about it? They're just going to dive right under the gas station and say, you can't plant for free here anymore.
Surprised he didn't hear or see him. Nope.
Has allowed free vacancy at A. Bomb's already being planted.
1 round in.
Yeah, bombs already. They rushed A real hard. Nice space. Look at wall bang right there. Got him wall bang.
But Trunks is hot on the flank. He's able to find first blood.
All about bunkering down now after NYSLM. No chance to get back over towards this bakery side. Trunks through the smoke. Trying to get around the back. Trades from the front side of this has allowed an opportunity for Trunks.
Nice, but good switch. 2v1.
It's just out of Raballo. Stuck behind Tractor. Weakened up and Burns will get on the board. Finish things off. 1v2.
Nice.
Ties up at 1.
It's exactly what you need to see coming out from Godlike, specifically in the retake. You don't want to be trying to play that very slow, methodical style. You already had Trunks just very, very quickly going past the gas station, and that sets up a nice coordinated pinch. You know at that point, if Trunks isn't being gunned, that all of NYSL Mayhem are just set up around the A bomb site, inside of Q. So you really lean on Trunks to be able to get that initial kill for the retake, and then everybody else pinches from behind.
They keep someone spectating and they keep pausing the game. You see it on little B screen right there. So I don't know why they keep pausing it like that. It says like the host is pausing the game because it's a private match. So I wonder if something's happening to where they had to do that.
Firing range search and destroy. Smart Omega up 1-0 in that series. Lots of COD Mobile action, baby. I love these days. Group days are my favorite days because everywhere you look, you're watching gameplay. And getting in back into the search and destroy. Trophy, smokes, nades, and getting in back into the search
hard
and
rush again by NY.
Smokes, nades, all over the top.
Yeah, plan it.
Burst their way in towards A. Neutrino, the only defensive effort is by way of scope deep, and well, he's not going to be able to do too much to deny this plan.
Biggest difference was that space was left behind to watch that back alleyway, but will get blooded because Trunks took a completely different route through the hotel.
3v3.
But it might not matter.
Oh, no, they got him. Good job.
Looking good. That's some G gameplay for Godlike. Definitely waking up. Nero stuck in cubby. Not much you can do there. Yeah, I love that from Godlike. Yeah. I mean, you see what NYSLM is trying to do. Like, okay, if you're going to hit us on the flank, we're going to way overwhelm this A site and then push through it. But, hey, for Godlike, defensive setup is working, and now all of a sudden you can start to kind of settle into the search a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very respectable what Godlike were able to suggest right there, especially coming from round number 2. When NYSL Mayhem quite literally did almost the same thing of what we just saw. But the retake that much better.
Still looking for his first kill. Nice Raballo, nice Nero.
This is a repeat of round 1's break-off from NYSLM.
3v5 still.
Space
That's great.
just watches with an SKS over the A side. Everyone else full floods towards gas station, and Godlike's adjustment after round number 1 does get countered this time. That's an unfortunate timing on the stun. He had a free look at Yawn, but misses his chance, and we go 4v2. Big advantage for Mayhem as they rotate the bomb for a free A site.
2v4 for the retake. I love this call again. I mean, you have to be aware of it. NYSL Mayhem always worried about the flank. Gonna end up leaving Yawn behind, but if you're Learn in Vegas, you really need to double up together. Learn's got 2 players in front of him to try to deal with.
First one.
Ooh, he could have had that. Godlike didn't keep going. There you go.
It was not double chow. That leads to a free elimination for Godlike. Trying to get this back to a level 2v2.
Nice tag glitch.
Yeah. He's just dancing with the devil up top.
Yeah, he's just teasing them.
And you cannot sit here and wait for this gunfight to come your way for Godlike. You have to force something. And Vegas is going to run right into Yawn. Pistol out, shut
Good
down.
job, Yawn.
In the same moment, Raballo shut down Learn to the other side.
2v2.
NYSLM, big advantage in conversations. You can see very avidly starting to happen on screen for Godlike trying to fix things up.
You know, the immediate conversation shifts to if you take down Trunks, your flank is more or less going to be secured. Great post plant setup there for NYSL Mayhem once they were able to get the bomb down over at A. it's that statue position, right? Yeah. If you're not getting flanked entirely, that head glitch is just absolutely gnarly to take back.
Once again, similar setup coming out of NYSLM. Godlike able to get in towards gas station. Did they see? Oh, I was going to say Trunks is kind of in a different position, holding his life a little bit more wisely this time. Help from Vegas on the cross, but hey, a 1-for-1 trade would be fine for Trunks.
Oh,
Even
you got
better if you can get a
two.
second and get away with your life. He's a magic man. He's out of there.
Yeah,
he's
adaptations
out.
coming through from Trunks, just in an initial gameplay for their rollouts, round to round, has been an absolute thorn in the side. And now he's inside.
Nice, Little B.
Little B, though,
I think that's Little B's first kill too, right? Yeah.
So 3v4 numbers
I feel he'll feel good after that. Build some momentum.
Keep in mind that Burns is also pushed up this time around. Neutrino helping out on the cross once again. Good on towards space. And yeah, you just don't predict Burns to be here.
Yeah.
This is an aggressive game of Surge. Like, I know it feels a little labored at times, but both of these two teams are really slapping at one another right off the rip, and Burns will even push it a step further. What a set of map control that is to respond for Godlike.
I think it's respectable for Godlike as well. You know, they're actually meeting the pace from NYSL Mayhem off of their very quick 2 hits over towards A. Trunks
a very close game. 3-2.
Allow me to meet that pace, and so long as the information is coming through, it allows players like Burns to then take a forward position over by the bakery. Big round coming through here for either of these two teams. It's a hotel rush for the B site.
Ooh, yeah, it's a B site.
Once again, Vegas.
Scouts
things out, backs up. Trunks is there for the assistance. One more in the
Oh,
interior.
no.
Well played by Trunks.
He was
He
stunned.
continues to finesse this backside of B. Snipe connects onto Nero as well. Huge advantage.
Wow.
And we can be looking at a flawless round here.
Nice Little B.
Okay,
All right,
still alive.
here we go.
Why would I say
1v5. Ace right here.
This would be a highlight reel and a half.
He's done it before.
I know.
Yeah, he has done it before.
Say it because you've already spoken at least one thing into existence.
There's one.
Didn't want another one, but Little B is still searching. We'll take down, learn. 1v3.
I'm not going to lie to you. This feels almost exactly the same as what he did to Tribe last year.
Yeah, this guy's
Finds everybody
insane,
in
bro.
Corners, quick scopes everyone.
See.
Still tons of time left.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a whole minute.
The bomb is down.
Of course.
This would be a little bit more hard pressed than what we saw last year, but you're absolutely right. This is absolutely a highlight reel in the making.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, you missed him.
One player in top grandmas.
He's so sneaky.
I mean, they have no.
He just walks around this whole map.
What's also coming through Burns. Just doubling up together.
Good try, man.
Trunks' deli. He is the deli man. We'll end up getting that final kill.
Man. The mobile gamer, what's up, man? How are you? Welcome to the stream, man. We're watching the Call of Duty Championships right now.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like for a second there we were seeing into the future. But not bad.
Of coffee. I'm not clairvoyant though.
That's I will say, you know.
Okay,
again,
it's 4-2 now. Godlike.
4-2. That's a great first half from Godlike. Just to not back down, keep playing your game, and that's what we need to see if Godlike are going to come out of here and continue to be dominant in the search and destroy.
It's again, you know, one of those things that
I think they're trying to
recognize just in their regional
get their
finals.
stuff planned together.
So they do a great job at meeting pace on the search and destroy.
Agreed.
All good. Thank you, bro. Hope you're well. Yeah, doing great, man. Enjoying the championship right now. Appreciate it, though.
Defensive setup for NYSL.
How they do to throw a trophy at such a distance?
Rabalo's opening nade does connect. That is
Oh, like throw a trophy that far?
And NYSLM are looking to maybe possibly
You just have to hold it, and then the higher you tilt it up, the farther you could toss your trophy.
Nero says no need. As Neutrino nearly gets a pick, but Nero escapes with his life, and we stay 5v4.
He's like, I'm just gonna lay down right here.
Losing first blood. Burns with the bomb itself is pushed all the way up to statue because Vegas, well, he needs to be able to watch this cross somehow to be able to answer things back.
The
Flank was also
space.
given up. See players.
Little B, good pick.
Blue Neutrino Trunks just trying to work through the courtyard. Don't lose Neutrino along the way.
And this is what NYSL do so well. They just pick apart at you.
Yeah.
Burns. Pretty much left good help
behind.
though. Trunks opens up an opportunity. Maybe he goes over
Nice
the
yawn. Nice Little B.
And it's just down
2v1. Vegas is good though.
Working coming out 1v3. Not required, but
how many
nice
Vegas has
if
got?
Stay hot here with scope.
Oh, never mind. He's got 3. Who's the other one? Trunks is the one that was good. He got 10 kills already.
Gotta prove it. Anything Little B can do, you can do better, right, Vegas?
Yeah.
Bad here, man. I've been trying to watch it, but I couldn't seem to find one in English. It's actually on the Call of Duty Mobile Esports YouTube channel if you want to watch it. Nice.
Swifts the sniper and
1v2.
Good prediction though. Has the right feeling. Toggles, makes the sound cue come out. Little B's on the rotation through mid. But they're waiting, looking to possibly just pitch this up as soon as the bomb gets planted, which it does.
Yep.
1v2. Which tool is best for the job if you're Vegas? Little B, snipe over the top, misses. But the information is there. Now Nero on the mix. Vegas. This is the second shot. The pitch is successful.
Good pinch.
NYSLM success on the retake.
Yeah, maybe you are seeing into the future, especially being able to read that pinch effect.
Looks like you found one now.
It's just one of those things, again,
For me,
that,
I'm just
for
kidding.
NYSL Mayhem,
So many
this
people
is
are
why
streaming
they're
it, but
very
it's
highly
different
regarded
languages.
as
Yeah,
individuals
it's
and
because
players.
it's
just
this
what
is the
you're
world
supposed to do.
champion. So
And
you got
I think
India,
that Vegas has a
you know, you
sniper,
got Europe
wanna end
and
up just isolating
USA,
yourself
you
out
got
easily. Although Little B really gave it his
what's
best
it
effort to
called?
be able to take that
You know,
chow.
all these
Retake
foreign
it, get
countries
yourself
that are
back within one.
streaming it.
10 kills for Trunks.
I don't
He
follow
was great on the
YouTube.
defensive
I've
side.
not
You need him
I've
here on
not
the
long
offensive
started
end.
my
Good
YouTube
question.
journey. Oh, for sure, man.
Bomb lingering through mid. Forward position on
Yeah,
court
if you
straight
want to
here
watch
for
it,
the side of Godlike, and there really isn't
it's
anyone to respond to this if you're
this one says
NYSL. They're
English
kind of
too.
playing
Call of
this
Duty
map on the
Mobile World
outside.
Championship,
Yeah, how about the
Stage
play?
1,
Trunks have the gun
English.
right down the middle, looking for a second. It's a little bit at range, and you got to be careful on how you
But
take
it's
that
on the Call of Duty
1v1.
Mobile Esports
But Trunks just continues to
YouTube
be on
channel.
the move, finds Nero for free, but the problem
Trunks
with all
is
this
ridiculous,
yeah,
bro.
the
He
kills are
just
great,
knows
but your
where
bomb
to go.
carriers dropped on the other side of the map.
Yeah. But you're going to be able to do this all the way from the grandma side of the house. So how about the reposition from Little B upstairs?
Yeah, good job.
In the bedroom. We'll be able to take down a flanking Trucks now.
Oh,
Just one more player
I
left
thought he was gonna get the
alive.
double piece.
Neutrino in a
But they know the
1v2.
information now, so they know he's
Got
back
plenty of time
alley.
to try to work the map.
Catches
Yeah.
Yon on the cross. Tough gunfight here.
Yeah, Yanni gonna peek that.
Backs away. Plenty of time if he wants to try to maybe work back through his spawn to get this bomb. But oh, look at NYSLM. They're like, nope. We'll make the proactive play.
Yeah, they're just gonna back up and keep the bomb right there and chill.
NYSLM on the defense.
Smart.
Can just wait for the bomb to be planted. And
Yep.
this is all about just killing the clock and staying together. Do not get picked apart one by one.
I feel like
Yep.
we've almost seen this before. A whole round to go.
Very smart.
Neutrino's gonna have some
Thanks for the
space
intro.
clearing
Yeah,
out
man, of
Q.
course.
Probably very confused. We'll see Yon at
And if you're
range.
playing Call of Duty
Gunfight will
Mobile,
not be favorable.
make sure you
Back-to-back
collect your
rounds of the
in-game
defense.
rewards.
NYSL Mayhem tied
So
things
if you
up
go
for these.
into the Call of Duty Mobile app,
You'll
get a letter in the mail saying, "Oh, watch live." So click that live, and you can earn all your in-game rewards.
Losing their bomb carrier too soon. So how are we coordinating these aggressive little hits coming out of Trunks with what bomb site we actually want to get to? NYSLM looking to get aggressive over through Hotel, opening trade.
Nice space.
SAS and Nades doesn't really give away too much information, but I mean this position on Raballo and Nero is going to be difficult for Godlike to deal with outside of Brown. Or maybe not.
Yes, trade will come through. And I like that from Neutrino. Good discipline. Will not push through over towards the B site because that's exactly where Nero was located at. But they will double up together. This is what you want to see coming
4-4.
through from Godlike. Get yourself in a tradable position.
Nice, Nero.
Good bait and switches coming out. Just good help across the map for NYSLM. That's the bomb carrier down once again. 3v3.
Yeah.
And honestly, how do you even make the call here for Godlike? Yeah, who's going to
nice.
make the first play? And Trunks has no information on what's over towards Granny's. And well, as he does, yeah, the
Nice,
long
Little
position
B.
from Little B works out. Neutrino last one left.
Ooh.
He's stuck. Space feeling good about the gunfight.
Dang. Yeah, he went for it, but couldn't get it.
Seconds on the clock.
1v3 with Little B still alive on the map. And you can just see how all of NYSL Mayhem are just...
Yeah, Little B had 0 kills the first like 3 rounds. Now he's picking up the pace. Feeling confident.
NYSL Mayhem for their defense.
Yeah, flawless so far in the defense. Okay, Godlike, what's the call?
Never knew that. I'll log in right now. Yeah, man, do it. I'll show you the rewards that you can win after this game.
The first blood efficiency is not bad. Maybe just force something. Force the gunfight
Nice,
in one
Little
direction.
B.
Well, maybe not towards
Gosh,
Little B's
dang,
direction.
man, he's just so good.
Cross, he's able to find one. Learn still in though. Raballo,
Oh.
shut down by Learn.
Needs one more. Okay, good job, Jan got him.
Successfully.
2v2.
But Nero trying to cut things off to the middle of the map,
Choke
wins the
that
gunfight.
shot.
On to Neutrino. Vegas stuck in the back. Once again, the bomb is down in a very precarious position. And NYSLM
Okay,
just down
1v2.
the Little B after the trades come out. 1v2 for him.
Trunks on 12 kills.
Yeah, he's
Cheers,
It's
bro.
very
Yeah, man, of course.
individualistic,
You too,
though,
man.
or Godlike, but you have numbers 2v1. Who is it on the other side? It's Little B, very much so alive on the map. 2 weapons to work with as well. Bomb being planted over at A.
I would go up on top.
The high ground.
Oh. What? He got him. Great shot.
Just down to where is Trunks. Little B's got time to play with. Trunks with the SMG over the top. Jump peek not going to scout him out initially. And as we get closer and closer, smaller advantages for Trunks.
Yeah.
No,
No, good try. I think he jumped to see if he could get some information, and then as he jumped, he saw him.
Right there. You needed to stop the bleeding if you are Godlike, and really it's all off the back end of just one player just going absolutely rogue, just trying to get themselves further space over by the A bomb. They find two. And Trunks on the opposite side is able to at least clean up yet another, keeping numbers intact. For an offense, it's going to be more aggression this time, much more together for Godlike.
Nero able to help out for the opening trade. Trunks already.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
It's like you swap over to him and he's already in the defensive spawn.
Yeah, Trunks is nutty.
But all things said and done, a very quick opening leads us to a very early 2v2. Nero, Rabala working together.
Oh, he hears them. No way. He hears them. No way. Wow.
Double for Learn as Godlike put themselves
beautiful play.
Gosh
dang.
It's to 7 and you have to win by 2. So overtime is still a possibility here for NYSL.
How important would it really be for Godlike just to be able to close it out 7-5 here? And they're going back to that opening round offensive setup. Again, you just bomb carrier of Learn all the way by their lonesome just outside of the bakery while the rest of their teammates are trying to clear Brown.
Onus on towards Trunks again. Can he get forward? But you have to keep in mind that Little B has sniped from the defensive spawn on this cross. You have to be very mindful how far forward you're going to go. Patience echoes across standoff from both sides. I mean, no one wants to take a peek. Just spam shots and nades at the moment. But the onus is on towards Godlike, and they are going to try to get in.
To be fair, I would have jumped too. Yeah, just to get that information.
Seeing if he can force the defender to move. Flashes
you need information.
Fine, but NYSL are staying disciplined. In fact, they even kicked down a nade from Vegas deep towards boxes. That is a late set nade to connect.
Yeah, it's a good resource to hold on to this late in the round. So now you will even have yourself a slight numbers advantage, and this is respectable coming through from NYSL Mayhem. They know that the retakes work quite
Trunks
well.
is so sneaky, bro. Just sitting right here.
More than aware where Trunks might be lurking at.
Yeah, super sneaky.
Have to make a move. If they force this towards B, I just don't know how you get the bomb down successfully. Look at the NYSL setup. They've got so many players that can watch this. Learn.
He doesn't even have a...
Hoping. Anything, nothing for sale. And that's going to be enough for them. Maybe they have to back away.
He doesn't even have a suppressor in his gun. What's up, Freddy? What's going on, baby? Alright, you got 20 seconds. They're going to have to make... Oh, Trunks.
He's able to at least find one, but Little B, again, in the position to be able to get that trade.
He's planning a B.
And time will now be reset up towards 45 seconds. You ask how can they get the bomb down? Well, you got to get Little B out of the previous position.
That's actually a nice little spot.
Deep towards Bakery. Yeah, what a rotation that is with the scope. He can watch over the top of this bomb deep. It takes out a key component for NYSLM's retake. Rabala working back alley. Yawn actually able to find a kill on the Learn. They're going to try to force out this position from Neutrino. They actually have already done that. 18 seconds on the clock. Numbers advantage for Mayhem. But can they sniff out where the rest of Godlike are? SKS not going to land. Neutrino with the pistol gets it done. Trade there for Yawn. Can they force the OT?
Bravalo.
And enough time.
Did they get it? They got it. Wow.
Just enough time.
Great job.
When you're just watching all of that go down, I don't
it's the best out of 8. I thought it was the best out of 7.
Completely going underneath the half.
So remember, if either team don't win by 2, they go into overtime. So what will happen is, let's say it's tied like 7-7, then it'll be 7-8, and then 7-9, or you know, if they go back and forth.
This is a huge curveball. They hadn't even done this in their opening 6 rounds of defense, but at the same rate, NYSLM have gotten aggressive on towards A. Nero waiting for the call to get the plant off. And so it will be. But Burns is already deep in towards the offensive spawn. Trunks scouted out mid-map, but that's all fine. Neutrino from the front just waiting for a chance, trying to get spams through. Someone has to make a move here for Godlike, and they're waiting. They don't want
Burns to make the first move here. Interesting choice.
So it's going to be Trunks through statue. Here comes the play. Little B shuts down the opener. Burns reveals himself. Time ticking, 23 seconds. More trades across. Neutrino's time to get activated.
4v3.
NYSLM have shut down
4v2.
Largely on Neutrino. Pistol lands for the
One
first.
more.
The second, on the back.
Oh, bring around. Oh, you got him, but Little B saved him. Good job, Little B. Okay, so NYSLM have to win this next round. If not, then it's going to be going to overtime.
I don't know what sounds less comfortable. Pocket full of hay.
Oh shoot, I think the baby's up.
I mean, the immediate A offense just working out quite nicely for NYSL Mayhem, and Godlike trying to
Might have to go
find
get
their
the baby.
strides. Now we're going back to a position where they're trying to at least answer back with a little bit more of a poke prod effect, with the loose trunks along the way.
Oh, that wall bang! Did you see that? I told you, Space with the wall bang. He knows all those spots.
Not great news.
That was crazy.
5v3 situation. Mayhem
I told you, Space knows all those wall bangs, bro. You cannot mess with Space. He's nasty.
Godlike just going to try to hope they can find a pick from somewhere. And I don't even know who you look at. I mean, Neutrino's, you think the best player to try to get a pick, but...
Which one is Little B again?
Really
His name is Little B.
Against the hard
He's on NYSL.
at the same time.
I mean, Little B has 16 kills.
Yeah, 5v3. They got to plant too, so NY just needs to chill, let him plant.
Again, you could see NYSL Mayhem. They're playing that very annoying retake possibility. They have the numbers. Burns needs to go big here.
He needs to get this double.
Nice, Jan.
Jan shuts it down. Neutrino gets in, finds at least one trade. 2v4 now. Still plenty of time, 50 seconds. And with the double stack towards A, you have to kind of force this towards the B site, which is not going to feel comfortable. Neutrino Vegas trying to work together, and Neutrino's gotten into a position to at least take away some of this back alley. It's still not going to feel good, though.
No. Double snipers, watching these long crosses. And the moment that Neutrino tries to make a play, because they
I never seen my own guy. I've never seen his face. Oh, he's nice. He won. Little B's the Asian, the guy that's putting his hands up right now. Yeah. Good job. I'll be right back.
Yep. Other update, by the way, as well. How about Inco gaining 3-0 in their opener versus Vitality? They 3-0'd the Control. They 3-0'd the series. You have an overtime match on Delta right now with Stamina and Smart Omega. And Wolves, after their shaky start, are 20 points away from finishing off Strut in 3-1 form as they're continuing on Charlie in a Summit hardpoint. Action all over the place, but for Mayhem, look, I don't want to give them, you know, the weight of the world right now, but much better than Stage 4.
Yeah.
So much better.
And maybe Bobby should be a little biased for NYSL Mayhem because, I mean, they're looking very good. Their composure throughout the entirety of that search and destroy, because they were being dealt a very tough hand by name of Trunks, who even through that first half was already up to double-digit kills.
Yeah.
And was finding so much value in their isolated plays, but it's legitimately just that. Those isolated plays that just constantly put Trunks out on their own and left Burns on the opposite side by themselves. And it was just too easy to be able to pick apart. And NYSL Mayhem just leaned back towards those fundamentals. You give up the space, you play for the retake, double snipers, standoff, baby. It works.
The one thing we always look for as well is kind of who's winning in like the mental chess that starts to come through. And as much as I can praise Godlike for not changing their ways quickly, I do have to still say the proactiveness of NYSLM kind of did win out the majority of those rounds. I mean, that defensive half was pretty much polished from start to finish for NYSLM. So 2-0 now in the series, and the road becomes very difficult to start to lead up the conversation of a Godlike reverse sweep. And a lot of it, I think, as much as I hate to say it, kind of resolves to the fact that we wanted to see Burns be the pop-off star player for this squad. He was empty in the first hardpoint, and he was outshined by Trunks in the Surge. So, you know, you look back over this overall search and destroy, and you wonder, were there missed opportunities somewhere here for Godlike, who found so much success off of the unexpected player in Trunks, so to speak?
Yeah, I started hinting at it, especially for Godlike. You know, if Trunks is constantly being that guy to try to make these solo plays happen, someone needs to be on a quick rotation to come help them out, because if you just get that one extra trade, when Trunks finds that first blood, you constantly have numbers advantage. But the difference is that Godlike, at least they were able to adapt to the very aggressive offense of NYSL Mayhem when they were constantly hitting over towards A. But they never adjusted to how slow they played on their defense, just giving up all the space and just letting your double snipers go to work.
Yeah. It's one of the things, man, everyone kind of came to know it through Stage 4. And heck, we even kind of saw it last year with the different roster for NYSLM. A lot of reliance on what Little B can do with the scope. With Space now working with him, I mean, they are a deadly duo at range, and even though Neutrino was able to put together some sort of response, it was not nearly enough. So we step away from standoff and head on in towards Slums Control, firing range hardpoint, and then takeoff search. Those are the three maps that Godlike would have to take to get the reverse sweep. Try to find some way to tell me how they do it.
I mean, you need Burns. You just need Burns to be able to have some productivity in these respawns. Without Burns helping out what we at least got to see from Trunks throughout that map number 1, I just don't really feel like there's going to be a way for Godlike to comfortably work their way back into this series.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think the key word there is comfortably.
Yeah.
But
they got pillows over there, so
I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable.
That's cozy.
But looks can only go so far.
Fair.
True. This stage is dope, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. I mean, like,
so cool.
There's so many different teams and just facing off against each other, not to mention just all the different languages that you're also hearing just throughout all the different communications. It's just really, really cool. You know, we waited 3 years for this exact event to come through, Alan, and oh man, let me tell you, this is just feeling very, very right for this momentous occasion.
So results are starting to come through, as mentioned earlier. Inco 3-0s in their opening matchup. 3-1 for Wolves. Good bounce back after the shaky first map.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, this is why we can't say that one instance of something is going to give us an indication of how the day is going to go. But coming up on the following up streams, you've got Luminosity and Nova setting up on Bravo, and then Team Almighty and Skade starting up on Charlie. Don't sleep on that Skade team. They're pretty solid.
I just feel like, you know, you can't sleep on any team. Because again, from what the VOD might suggest through all the different regional tournaments that were suggesting itself, it's a completely different game. You know, you're playing on a completely different device. Everything can honestly change. Not to mention your comfort as a whole back on LAN. And hey, that could honestly be where some of these teams really come through and shine. 3 years since the last time we've had such an occasion like this. Some teams might get upset, and you can't be surprised.
Okay. Group A, starting to see, I mean, well, I'll say, I think it's a 2-0 for Smart Omega right now, which is the other matchup in this group. They're, I think, getting ready for the control, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, I guess, you know, while we're waiting to get into this control, again, we've seen one hard point, one surge, so it's hard for us to say for sure. I'm impressed with what Mayhem's brought to the table, just comparing videos from what they did in Stage 4.
Put the baby back to bed.
Now.
Don't want her to wake up.
Enough for them to be possibly group favorites for you at the moment?
No.
Okay.
I need more. I need more sample sizes. It's not enough. I've gotten all but a single drip of.
Okay. While we wait for these guys,
look like, right? You know, again, you know.
I'm gonna turn this down just for a sec. Oops, wrong one. I'm like this one. Okay, this one. So if you guys are watching, I want to know what we are earning. Let's go. Little B. Okay, so these are all the rewards that we should be earning / winning. So we got COD credits, an M13 gun game, an avatar, and then after an hour you can get this gun and then some type of thing. Okay. So hopefully you guys are all watching also on your phone or your iPad through the game. So you guys can definitely get all the cool stuff, all right? So let me see. Yeah. Yeah. You got your rewards already? Oh, show. How do I? Okay, I'm watching on my iPad. Where can you collect those? Or where do you pick them up at? I've been watching over for an hour to get all the rewards. Can you guys help a brother out? Or while we wait, maybe you guys can help me out. Okay, so I'm over here right now. You just click on this, right? Live now, champs 20, whatever. Or do I have to log into my YouTube channel? Is that what you have to do? In the little box at the right, click and claim them. Close it and go back to game. It should be inbox. Oh, I gotta close it out. I was like, I don't see anything in here. Maybe you're right. Let's try it. Good morning to you, Smacks. Maybe you're right. Unless I have to log into my YouTube channel or something. Maybe that's why it doesn't count. So, Inco beat Vitality 3-0. So they're moving to the next round. Wolves beat Strut 3-1. So they're moving on to the next round already. That's crazy. Yeah, see, I haven't gotten any of my rewards. Watch. Do you guys have to log into your YouTube? Or how did you guys get your reward? Because I've had this open for an hour, but I didn't get anything. Does anybody know? I think you have to claim it first in the stream live in the game to get them. Claim it in game? How do you do that? Anniversary sale. I don't know how to do it. Guys, help me. Alright. Whatever. I guess I don't get rewards. I wonder how you guys collected them all. Okay, looks like they're showing a different game now. This is Delta's stream, so while they're waiting for NYSL to get ready. So this is Smart Omega versus Stamina. Or no, is it Stamina or it says Delta? I thought it was Stamina Delta. So have you guys ever watched Ferg's tournament? You got Marvel, Gothila. They both were part of Ferg's tournament the other day. It was a multiplayer 5v5, so much fun. They were all like team captains.
Holy, Marvel, Narc, Strari, all long range. But how do you contest when someone just rushes on for an easy plant? That's the real situation at the moment. Grizz looking to come back through trailer. It's double stacked.
Oh, he just peeked and that was it.
But again, how do you retake this with 3 scopes? And Hydra's gonna say, well, you don't.
For the tournament, I'm struggling with those GFX. I don't have any editing software to do it on, so I'm stuck with the free poster designer. That's okay, Ames. Honestly, if you could just try to like come up with something, like I'll definitely take it. That's all it is, man. You know, just put my face on something, have a nice like background or whatever. Wow, nice. At top before your 78,000 credit points, you'll see a little button. Click it. Watch there and claim your rewards. Oh, here? Oh. Bet I will carry on. Yeah, man, that's all. Oh. That's deceiving. Because, you know, they promote it, but you just click on the ad thinking you got it. That's crazy. Yeah, let me show you guys. So you guys all know, because I'm not collecting anything. Okay, so thank you so much, Cal. So I'm going to show you this so you guys know. So even though you're going to get that ad when you restart your game saying, oh, claim your rewards, don't do that. Don't click on that ad. So up here next to your COD points, there's this little, maybe you could look on my face cam. It's right here in the middle, this little button. So you click this button to watch the game, hit play. And then on the right,
no chance, Kendi.
Sorry, it's gonna be super loud, but on the right you could see the timer. The timer is over here, saying I'm watching it for 30 seconds now. That's terrible, bro. Why is it like that? I had to unplug it because it was gonna play the sound and all that. Well, thank you, Cal. I was like, I thought I was watching it the whole time. Very interesting. It doesn't even take you to that link. If you don't watch there, no reward. If you don't claim in your inbox time watching, no reward. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, again on firing range especially, it's just you lose that first bullet. You start to lose your players that don't have sniper rifles, and then you have to somehow piece things together with a pistol, which, hey, you can probably get away with.
I wonder how
doing,
Tribe's doing.
When it comes down to overall control.
Oh, Tribe hasn't played yet. Oh, okay, so they're just doing Group A and Group B right now. Right? Or no? Oh, no, maybe it's just Group B.
With that matchup, you can do so by heading over to the Delta stream, but
yeah, just B right now.
Goes right back over towards our main highlighted match, NYSLM. This is how they've gotten to their 2-0 status.
Yeah, they only need one more map, and that's it. NYSL will be moving on.
The standoff search did lead towards overtime.
All right.
NYSLM were able to take pretty swift.
I'm gonna make a video on that, Cal. Thank you so much. Because this is definitely a troll or definitely not right for them to do that.
You gotta learn today.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to have the slums control. I mean, through so many different times that we have seen Godlike just play in this map mode combination itself.
NYSLM. What do you guys think? NYSLM? Or do you think Godlike's gonna take this one?
I think that you have to be looking at a player of Trunks' caliber to be able to continuously find some space. But as you were saying, off that map number 1, NYSL Mayhem, their slaying capabilities was at an all-time high.
Things to look for here on this slums control, bricks control, statue control. Kind of have to have it on the offensive side if you want to get any opportunity of winning an offensive half on this. Very difficult map mode combo. And here comes the push forward. Good kills.
All right, here we go.
In the middle of the map completely. That's very well done. Space is a little.
All right, I'll put a poll in the chat so you guys can vote. Ooh, nice wall bang. Nice double.
Space for a double shuts down both Godlike members, and it was a really lopsided approach because it was kind of a hit towards B, but you've got Godlike members also.
Nice.
You kind of need to pick a zone here, boys.
You're welcome. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people know that, so I'm gonna make a video on that. People are gonna be looking for that right now.
We'll be able to shut down that B zone attempt even before that first segment does come through. Very close to be able to get that next segment, but it was Trunks again, all isolated once more. NYSL Mayhem just have every single angle covered. 27 seconds remaining.
Follow right back into the middle of the map, and you can see why this position is so coveted. A double as he goes from right to left. Now reinforcements for Mayhem. 17 seconds of the clock.
Hey, imagine watching for 3 hours already and you don't even get any of the rewards.
Focus towards the middle of the map. Learn once again another double. That at least creates some opportunity for this hit from the front to have some good focus.
This whole time I was like, oh, I thought I got all the rewards already. That's so funny. You switching watching groups? Right now I'm watching NYSLM and Godlike because it's been a good game, and because I'm a North American person. But if NYSL wins this run, then it's over with. Yep.
Space feeling good about it. Fist bumps out there in the camera. And here's the thing, you know, we're going to talk a lot about this throughout the entirety of all of this tournament on Control. If you start in your opening defense,
Yon and Space both have score streaks. I want to know what their score streaks are.
When it comes to streaks and specialists,
but I know, I think Inco 1-3-1, and I forgot the other team. We just saw the scores real quick.
So if you're NYSLM, you're taking this time in between rounds to sit here and say, how are we going to use this to get a zone quick?
They have 4 games playing at once on the channel. They have 4 streams live per group. Yeah. So this one's the main one, and then the other ones, yeah, you're right. It's just like gameplay, but they're also playing too.
Specifically in that map number 1, things don't get hairy too often for them. Their ability to be able to adapt and be able to get them immediate help even through gunfights alone is just shutting down Godlike at the door.
Okay. See what's going on. I love the fact that we're hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the cool thing. I don't know if you guys have really been able to see it from home, but all 4 matches are going on simultaneously on the same stage. Like, there is an opportunity where we could be hearing pop-offs in 7 different languages at the same time.
Well, that's got to just be overwhelming for some.
Who's this team not matching with jerseys? Dang, I don't know.
Backing towards this one, though. Gonna be, you guessed it, statue bricks control.
They did pan over to, is it Delta? And another team. I forgot the other team. Maybe that was them.
You do have some space. Yon will be traded, so no garage immediately.
I low-key like NYSLM's jerseys though.
Over the top of the
Like
head,
the nice
he wants
blue and all that.
Pressured, he
So
even finds
nice.
a second. Very well done. Little B mid-map, trying to keep this play alive. And
I think it's because
Elise
my
takes
favorite
2
color
with
is
him.
blue.
But is it enough? Answer quickly comes to us as
Trunks got
Godlike
2.
reswarms
Nice.
right back,
Dang,
not
Trunks
just
is
into
going
it, through the
crazy.
beast. Like goodness, Trunks on another
Yeah.
multi spree as he gets 5. Bolt is out, really looking to put the hurt on to Mayhem. But as he pulls it out, he gets shut down. And even though Mayhem are down in lives, they at least deal with what was very forward pressure from Godlike.
Yeah, and again, it's all really on the back end of Trunks, who again has been having himself the best game out of everybody from Godlike. Up to 10
another
kills,
claw.
push through the B zone. He is more or less the main defender down over by
Wow.
B, and it allows Burns
NYSL is
to
just
get
getting
activated on the other side
smoked
of
this
the
round.
map itself. He's going to continue to play this very annoying angle. Look, if you can continuously find trades, you'll hold on to that 5-life lead.
Yeah. Kills coming out. 15 seconds on the clock. And
They look bad.
Clean kill feed, but they have to deal with Vegas at
Default
bridge. Well
design on
Mid-map control goes back
Raven.gg.
towards Mayhem.
Oh, really?
Stop as they
For
get
NY?
into the B zone. Looking towards what Godlike can do for the retake. Very slow and labored to get over towards this electronic shop. That's going to be the first ticks locked in without any contest. Second tick is going to come through for free as well. Rivalo's just putting on pressure by the Bolt. Where is Godlike?
I think it kind of
They're just gonna
matches
give
with
up
their
this
symbol,
B
because
zone?
their symbol
You've got
has
one
that
player
like
trying to contest, it's Learn.
staggering,
He needs to work his way
or
in,
their
though. He
logo, I
doesn't have
should
any
say.
help,
It
and
has
they're
like
gonna
that
give away a
staggered
60
thing.
seconds as NYSL right back into the live.
Hey, you remember when I said
God,
that they
like
had a
India
5-life
teams are
lead,
really
you just had
good.
to be able to play the
I mean,
trades.
they are
Now that
good.
has got to
They just can't keep up with
Fire
NY.
missile's also going to be called in by Yon. It's going to keep players at a distance. We'll find Neutrino.
no.
Space is being found.
Rivalo trying to take down Learn, nades to assist. But
Yeah,
Yon does
he
find the
should have wallbanged
elimination.
that.
8v8, 45 seconds on the clock. Little B's created an opportunity to get to the front
Nice.
door garage.
What a
How was
good
this
comeback
happening?
from
Godlike
like
had
20 to
every advantage you
12.
could possibly
Yeah.
want. And now it's a 7v5. Kills keep
Yeah.
going the way of NYSLM. Godlike
Wow.
feeling the pain over through what is the third
They have him in
hardpoint
the spawn
normally.
trap, that's why.
And as Little B gets over towards Van, you can pull out the
There you
opportunity
go.
to start spamming it towards garage.
Nice.
Now a 6v4.
Nice.
On towards the site. Clock
Do
stops
more.
at 25 seconds. And NYSL
Wow.
put together a flawless offense. What happened there?
Great job,
Right,
Rivalo.
it just mostly just comes down to
That was
core
huge
positioning
to
and
be like
awareness coming
20
from Godlike, even
20
when
people
you
on their
started
team
to
to 12
see the clock
or
dwindle
20
down
because
past
you get
about
30 lives
27
total.
seconds or so. They didn't see anybody over by B.
That's
Why?
crazy.
Because NYSL Mayhem were waiting for the respawns to fully
Yeah.
get back to the
Tried
middle of
match
the
not
map,
on.
and Godlike
No,
didn't
not
really have
yet.
the read, but they
I
were
think
all
they're
going
only
through the brick side.
doing Group
Incorrect.
B right
They thought
now,
they were gonna attempt
or
something
it's like
at that
Group
last
A
second
and
to stop
B,
the clock
and
over by
then it'll
B,
be Group
or
C
over
and
by
D.
excuse me, and
So
they
they'll
just
play later
all
today.
go in for B, and as you were saying, Learn had to somehow
That's gonna
get
be
into
fun.
a
I want to
contest.
see
Even
Q9
when you had a
versus
5-life
Tribe. I
lead,
hope they
you could have
stream
at
that
least tried to
one.
contest it, buy some time for your teammates to come back and help things out. What should have been a
Yeah,
pretty
the
clear-cut
stream
defensive
didn't
round
work.
for
I think
Godlike.
we're just having
Now gives NYSLM that matchup.
internet problems.
Almost
That's all.
a situation where I had to double check to see if they were like waiting on their delegates to come out of the laundry because they were all huddled up waiting for the dryer today. And it looked like
Yeah, most anticipated
There we
matchup
go.
all day. Yeah.
now we like
It's
to
very
call
interesting
full
they
reverse
match
sweep.
those
Give the
two
mini
up, but I'm
reverse
kind of
sweep
glad
control
because
while also
maybe
reverse
I'll
sweeping in the series.
kick Tribe out, you know,
Difficult
so they
situation,
don't
to
win
say the
again.
least. Burns shut down by Rivalo. NYSLM putting a lot of focus towards this brick side, and as they find kills at arches, once again, difficult situation for Neutrino to try to work through. He's just essentially on an island by himself. And yeah, clean opening here for Mayhem.
It's just like what we got to see from their
Dang,
opening defense as
people
well.
get those
Space
claw
is
operators
absolutely having
so
a field
fast.
day.
Like
18 and
after
6 for Yon will finally be traded
so
out,
many
but
like
all
kills.
this immediate mid-map control for Little B just means that he can be everywhere.
And
that he
NY's
needs to be
got
once
really
he gets
good
the
control
information
right
from his
now.
teammates to collect more kills and hold on to that life lead.
Red Missile doesn't really find too much, just Neutrino. Not the biggest punish in the world, 6 lives, but Nero able to take down a double, just shutting things from the front door here at Blue.
Just spamming.
Neutrino hoping for some counter spam, but it's all
Wow.
positioning favored towards NYSLM. Need to see something happen right here. Someone's
Godlike
gonna be
just
hero
seems
for
like they've
Godlike.
never
25
practiced.
seconds on the clock. Nero still not done. Space there to
They
assist
never
on the
practiced
inside.
controlled. Maybe they
It's looking pretty clean, pretty comfortable. Not
maybe
any
they
space at
just
all for Godlike.
never thought they were gonna
You
play
feel it.
control.
Spade's gonna pull out the bolt, saying, "Let's do it. Let's put this one
Either
to bed."
that or they
Let's
never
get
played
back to our
control
winners
on
for
this
our
map,
Red Missile
slums
behind
for
as well.
sure, because this
Moment
is
right there, just all the resources, 7 seconds remaining,
Nice
not
space.
a whole lot left you can do. Not like you have the lights to
Dude.
be able to do it either. NYSL Mayhem
Yeah.
comfortably just pushing that
20
line of
to
scrimmage forward.
7.
Time will be exhausted.
wow.
NYSL Mayhem will win their opening match.
They
comfortably, I
won.
would say, Alan, barring that necessary force of
Dang,
overtime in
GG's.
match number 2, 3-0.
Needed to see it if you're an NYSLM fan. Had to have it. I mean,
Yeah.
there were really kind of a lot of questions going into this matchup. How good was India going to be this year? Especially considering not only the fact that Godlike Vitality and 7 affair.
Crazy.
The bounce came through, and
they get custom in-game character skins like with CDL champs. Ooh, that would be fun.
A region to deal with, it'd be kind of a threat. Or are we going to see NYSLM fix the problems that they had, find the remedies they need?
Where's the volume at? Oops.
Throughout the entirety of it, I mean, they were just everywhere, and it was mostly just all off of their opening breaks, just completely spacing out the map and just waiting to see.
All right. Then they play with those, and oh, you imagine that would be so much fun. So each person gets their own character skin. Have to use their own character skin in here. Imagine that would be nutty. That's crazy, bro. I hold shift. I don't think I've ever listened to proper cast before. I'm off to school. I'll try to join again when I can. All right, Smex, have a good one. Enjoy your school. Enjoy life. All right, let's see. Yeah. 3-0. Not each person, but each team, so like a phase themed. Oh, okay, gotcha. That'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Man, I wish Team Mobility was in here playing this. That would be so much fun. That would be so much fun. I think you asked who's Little B. I'm gonna show you who Little B is right here. Ames. Right here. This is Little B. That's what he looks like. So Carlin's also here, but I guess he didn't play. They decided to put Jan in because Jan was their recruit. They got Jan, Spacer, Bala, Nero, so all these guys played. Yeah, Carlin didn't play today, so he must be like a sub or something. Bobbert. Where did Mobility make it to? So they were stage 4, and they lost to NYSL. But for North America, they only took the top 3 teams, and Mobility came in 4th place. So they missed it by just 1 place. It was only the top 3 in NA to go. If they said like top 4 in NA, they would have automatically made it. But yeah, it's tough. Let me see. I might cast the spell rocket so I can be on the front page for Trovo. I only have 1 person watching so far, so let's see. How much do I need? Like 20,000? 30,000. 28,000 total. Let's see, how much is that? Okay, I need 17,000 now.
Coming off of that search and destroy, we're going into that control slumps where it was a different story, and NYSL just absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, here in the second round, you're thinking like, okay, cool, like they're gonna get closed out here. But as I think Shiv said, all of a sudden the cap was open. You got the more time, and
Okay.
the kill lead dwindled down to 2, which dwindled down to the deficit, and Godlike
I need 7,000. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Operators ready to go. Godlike was using all of theirs for the entirety of the round, so you've got this big life lead, but you can't see all the
Yeah, let's do that.
on the opposite side. You give
Ooh.
away a complete capture, uncontested. You don't require any
There we go.
rounds out of them, and after that, it just fell apart.
We'll cast a spell rocket here.
we wanted to see good NYSL Mayhem, not bad NYSL Mayhem, and that's what we got. A 3-0 in the North American squad, now sitting on top of the group here as we take a look at the group results from Group A and B. What jumps out at you?
Oh, so it's really heartbreaking for me to see that Godlike and Vitality, both from India, just having a scoreline of 0-1 that really just brings them down into that low.
There we go. I'll use a spell rocket.
Ooh, really close games though for Smart Omega and Stamina, but you still have to see.
Who was in the team? Man, if I can remember, Jan,
Really close in firing rate.
Awaken, I think. Who else was there? Man, it's such a long time ago. It was a couple months ago. Yeah, Jan, Awaken.
I believe the Inco stalwart match against Vitality, that was the one that wrapped up first.
I mean, you gotta regain. You gotta not think about the loss.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look at it again.
You want to start out, but that's the beauty of this format is regardless of where you are, you can always bounce back. And even starting off the first day, you just have as much chance as any other team to
Jan, Awaken. Oh yeah, Bright, Ingenic, Rayhan. Yeah, you're right.
outgunned, and this stage of the competition, there's not a ton that you can do about that. But I know this is a resilient.
Looking for royalty
You think of the for Vitality, they're going up against Strut, able to take that match against Wolves, and it's like that was a good start. Again, Wolves did go 3 more in a row after that. But
What's up, Goose? Welcome to the stream, Brisket.
where do you find the beacon of hope?
Okay, while we wait, maybe we could find another game. So
They knew that they could slay out to Wolves, but obviously in that search and destroy, China teams again and again, we keep saying they're so good at that S&D.
so can players jump teams during champs?
Swing mode that we really like.
During certain stages they can. So I know after stage 3 you technically can like draft players, and I think it's after stage 4 you can like draft players too. There's a couple rules to it, but yeah,
But next up, we got Group C and Group D, and a prelude.
they only could change roster with stage 4 regional teams. Yeah, exactly, with only your region. But yeah, ooh, Tribe. Okay, are they gonna be playing Tribe? Tribe's coming up next. I was gonna see if maybe they'll show us, but I guess not. Oh, it is Tribe against. Who is that? Is that Q? Are they playing against Q? Yo, that might be Q9 at 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. What time is it? Right now it is 8 o'clock my time. Is that right? But they said game number 2 though. Wait, what time is it right now? If it's 8 o'clock for me, it's 11 over there, no? Why does it say 10:30? Maybe they mean 11:30? I'm not too sure. Okay, so we got English. What other ones you guys want to watch? We got gameplay only, Delta, Charlie, and Bravo. Dang, they got like 10 of them. Okay, so these are all 4. So we were watching this one. What about this one? Let's watch Delta. So this is just gameplay only. Okay, so this is Omega versus Delta. Or no, this is Delta. This is Stamina. Stamina versus Omega. I think, let me turn the volume up. I think this is what this is. This is just gameplay though. I don't think anyone's hosting it. But right now, it looks like Omega's beating him 2-0.
We're capturing Alpha.
Check the main another game is playing. Like another aim that you can only, okay. That's gonna say on their main page. They got like the in-game stuff going on too.
Enemy taking B.
Is that clear for you guys? Am I at 1080?
Enemy taking Bravo.
Oh yeah, I guess so. 2020?
Friendly hunter killer drone.
So it looks like we're watching another game, but what's this? Somebody has like control to change the cameras and all that. Wow.
Lost that round, but it's not over
That's
yet.
crazy.
Ready
So Omega just 3-0 Delta. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, see, this is Delta stream gameplay only. Okay, so Omega just won 3-0. So we just watched Delta gameplay. This is Charlie? Let's see. Oh, this game's not even. So Scar is just playing against Influence now. Gameplay only. Bravo team.
Friendly predator missile.
Oh, this is Luminosity against Nova. Okay, let's watch these guys. This is the very first game it looks like. So.
Flashbang. Flash out.
And so far, it looks like freaking Luminosity is just absolutely destroying Nova Esports. So they have 4 streams, but one is the main stage, and then the other one, it looks like they're just getting gameplay of players. There's no other casters. It's very interesting.
Capture the objective.
I don't think I've ever seen something like this.
Hunter killer drone deployed. Hardpoint lost. Lost the lead.
Alright, well, while we watch these ones, we got Tribe versus Q9 up. So, and it's going to be starting in 1 minute. Oh, they fixed the time. They fixed it 10:30. No, they didn't fix the time. It's funny that they said 10:30 a.m. Eastern time, but technically it's going to be at 11.
Hardpoint lost.
Nice blur.
Hardpoint is ours. Capture the objective.
Go Luminosity, I know. Are you going for NA teams too, Cal? I'm going for all the NA teams till the finals. Yeah, they'd be at 177 and they're only at 50 is crazy. Wow, Envy's ridiculous.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Nova is EU? Yes, that's correct. But Nova's still like a pretty good team too. At least I thought, but maybe not.
Hardpoint contested. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Blur's at 30. Band's at 27. And they're already got... No, they don't have point yet. Oh, imagine taking out your purifier right at that second. That's the worst. And you just get killed. Don't even get any kills. I'm a Luminosity and AMT fan. Oh, nice, dude. I'm watching the other one on my iPad, so that way we know. So Scars against Influence, and then Tribe Gaming is gonna be going up against Q9. What's up, Lil Mamas? Lil Mamas, welcome to the stream.
Hunter killer drone deployed. Hardpoint contested. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed.
Wow, it just got obliterated. That's crazy, broski. Well, good job to Luminosity.
Straw, stand down.
I'm gonna type in the room code right here so that way I can jump into the game. Just kidding. Imagine typing in the room ID. Okay, let's go back. See what they're doing here.
That cools the CPU not only from
Oh,
the
they're talking about their
internal structure design,
phone or whatever.
but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Gets a thumbs up there, right from Proper. Thank you very much to our friends over at ROG. Now let's dive back into the Group C and talk about these teams. Let's start with Tribe. Now, resetting the stage for those that don't know, Tribe, obviously synonymous with mobile gaming excellence, but specifically here in COD Mobile, best of the West.
Without question, and the most undoubtable team out of the Western Hemisphere.
This is going to be a good
maybe
game.
Regionally overall over the course of every year we've seen out of COD Mobile. And the cool thing about this Tribe team is, even though it's largely an unchanged roster, a lot of excitement about Jez, the rookie that's up, just turned 18,
Jez is
can compete, and
ridiculous.
he looked really good in Stage 4.
Casual 1.82 coming out of Stage 4. I mean, you look at the pedigree for this Tribe roster as a whole. First in Western Finals, first in Stage 3, first in Stage 4. They have a somewhat of a target on their back. I know that there's a majority of teams back there.
All right,
I
guys.
just want to see how they do stand up against this #1 team out of North America.
What do you guys
This
got?
is a mixture of new players and vets that have returned from last year's West Championship. What is that combination got to be like? Like, what are you expecting from someone who's been there before and now the young gun that's being shepherded in?
Confidence. That's the one word that you have to assume is going to be the case. And I will say, talking with these Tribe guys, they will let you know how confident they're feeling when they're on stage. So that's another part of it. You know, is that kind of NA wildness going to maybe overwhelm just the mental game coming into this? Because if they can beat you in mental warfare,
who you guys got? Tribe or Q9?
They also dominate you on the gameplay as well.
I think it's also really nice as well for Jez to be able to be surrounded by all these veterans.
Nova faced Luminosity.
History has always been,
yeah, Nova just got destroyed by Lou. Lou won like I think it was 250 to 60. We just watched that game right now.
Voice behind them, targeting where they should be on the map.
Yeah, and so far in Groups A and B, it felt like the Western teams were the ones that had not only the pop-offs on stage, but the pop-off squads here. So
mobility versus Tribe, LOL.
As well that have making noise throughout.
Yeah.
Asian teams haven't quite done that.
Yeah, this is a mobility versus Tribe here.
At the flip side, their
these are all the highlights of Tribe. That's why.
From China.
That was Yan. See, Yan's against them. That's Ingenic. TMGG.
But what should we expect from them as we look at this matchup head-to-head?
I think the biggest thing is, you know, they came up short in their region, which feels bad. But at the same point, even during the Fall Invitational,
these guys just look scary, bro. You know when you look at a team and you're just like, dude, these guys, you just know these guys are good. That's what I'm doing right now. I look at this team and I go, oh man.
And you have a chance to steal that spotlight that Proper was talking about by taking.
They have our logo, LOL. Yeah, they honestly do.
And again, coming from the region that they do, especially in Q9, I will say this much: that the Search and Destroy will have a magnifying glass over top of it.
Let's pause here.
to be able to force the.
I have that tabbed, so that way we can do that. Maybe I should just open a tab in all of these, huh? So we can just go back and forth. So let's do that. Okay, so we'll have the main one. This is Delta. We'll do Bravo for this one. Hopefully, I'm gonna have sound for all these. Okay, so there's nothing happening there. And then, so Bravo, Delta, and Charlie. Any Charlie. Okay. So Scars versus Influence will be here, just the gameplay. And then Tribe and Q9 will be playing on the main stage. And then this is a Luminosity against Nova. And then it looks like Omega's playing Stamina, but it's 2-0 now. So Omega's up 2-0. Luminosity up 2-1. Okay. See how they keep pausing the match? I don't know why they keep pausing the match like this. Do you guys want to watch this, or do you guys want to watch what's it called? Maybe there's like a 30-second in between games or something like that, so the teams can kind of recuperate and talk. Do you guys want to watch this one, or do you guys just want to watch the main one?
Drop the bomb.
I'm cool with either or. I was confused. Recap? Yeah, it's the recap. It's the highlights of Tribe, because they're talking about how good Tribe is and all that. I really wish Discord didn't screw us on this watch party. I wanted to chat with Jake live. Bro, my guy. I'm super down. I'm still down for it. We have to watch Tribe? Okay, we'll pan over to Tribe once they start. I have it opened on my iPad here, but they're still talking. They're starting at 10:30 Eastern time, but that's wrong. Actually, no, it should be 11:30. We still got like 15 more minutes, I think. Can we watch Tribe and LG both? Oh yeah. Yeah, they're both. We could definitely do that. Yeah, I have it on my iPad because I'm getting all the rewards right now, so I'll have it open so we can watch them. But right now it's still the casters. I hold shift proper, and I think his name is Degon. He's also the caster too. One of these days, guys, I'm gonna be at Champs 22 finals right here. Oh, look at they're watching LG. They're actually watching LG.
Bomb acquired.
Okay, let's watch it. I'm glad they do something. Oh shoot, this is mine. No, I don't have the other one open. That one's mine. What are these pauses? There must be some type of new rule that they have here. Okay, they're watching Luminosity, so let's watch them. That way we can hear them commentate at least.
With a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
S&D best out of 8 games, Luminosity winning 3-0. Or it says 7. Why does it say 7?
Obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity.
I wonder if that was a mistake or not.
Against Nova, another one of
no, go back.
Great mobile.
No, I went back to here thinking that they would watch the game. We don't want to hear you guys talk. Let's watch these games.
Play out early on, obviously. Maybe not where they wanted to be. North America surprising others,
right.
And then Europe.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why. Okay, what are we watching? You're gonna watch Luminosity. Hey, type in the room code. Type in the room code. You guys could join. I'm just kidding. Wait, where's the games at? Oh, oh yeah, they just left. I think they realized something was wrong. Because like I said before, I think it's the round. It should be best out of 8. When I was reading the rules, it should be the best out of 8. They put the best out of 7. So, I think they're gonna have to reset this game, the Luminosity game. Imagine. When the people that are hosting it, they don't know the rules. I was like, I just literally watched Space NYSL and Godlike, and they just had they played 8 rounds, The whole chat's like mad, bro. I'm gonna put, I think they had the rounds messed up. Should be 8 rounds, not 7. So I don't know what they're gonna do here. Ugh. Or 8 rounds, sorry. I put 9 rounds? Dude, I hate the slow mode that they have on here. It's kind of annoying. It's like a 30-second slow mode. People are all mad, dude. It's so funny. Okay, let's watch a different game. Okay, Almighty's playing. Dude, all these games are saying starting soon. Okay, whatever. We'll just watch the main one, I guess. They should be playing in like 15 minutes, so.
Something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, you know, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself. Be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent
How
free
good
in
is
my head
Q9?
right now, brother.
They're
You have to come in and play your own game. You know, what was your
pretty
strengths coming out
ridiculous.
from
They're
your
like,
region as a
honestly,
whole?
I
We
think
talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I
they're
were
probably going to be
casting.
the only
It
one
was
to
the
give
Search and
Tribe
Destroy, and they did look very
trouble.
good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily
So as we're looking
but
at
for Scars, you have to just be able to come
the
in and
next
just lean
people,
on the strengths,
this is
lean on
Tribe
your
right here.
vetoes
We
and
got
whatever
Bolu,
is comfortable for
Jez.
you to be
Jez
able
is the
to
rookie.
take as many maps as
Amazing player though. Marshy's a goofball. They do have Slothy. They picked up Slothy, Tectonic, and Vague. So I think it's gonna be Bolu, Marshy, Tectonic, Vague.
Right now,
and I think Slothy's gonna be backup. I think they're gonna play Jez, because Jez is like super good.
5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups
Q9 like QQ9
for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
And then Q9's from China. Yeah, so here's Q9. His name's Dichen. Yeah, I can't even say these names. Is it Nilo, Island, Ruan, and Tang? So look at, so they only got 2 teams actually here from China, and then you got like North America. It's got 3. Latin America 3. Oh, India's only got 2 as well. These guys are funny. Oh yeah, so you can see Vague better be toxic. Honestly, I think Vague will probably be shooting bodies, honestly. No games starting yet? Oh man, none of these games are starting yet. Okay, well. Jake should have live streamed it at the event. It should be at the event right now. Yeah, I did get tickets, but just the airfare. Airfare is a little expensive right before Christmas. But yeah. Jake, you missed it. The 3 are talking and showed the event behind them. What do you mean showed the event? Like the... Like what's going on back here? Yeah.
The respawns were not necessarily
like all this back here.
You have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes and whatever is.
Imagine just sitting there, dude, just watching all these teams play. That would be so much fun.
Expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Anyway, use a 250 from Ferg BBG. A 250 would get me 2 tanks of gas, bro. An airplane ticket from from here to North Carolina, it's gonna be like $1,000, man. That's crazy. So many empty seats. I know. Honestly, there's a lot of empty seats. My only thought process too is it's Thursday. So, you know, this is just the stage. People are just setting up, people are gonna play, but no one's gonna be at the event. You know, I think people are gonna start showing up Saturday and Sunday where it's the semifinals and finals. I think that's when like I said, it's gonna go down. It's gonna be right here. So, but anyway, that's just my opinion. I think all this music is copywritten, so fortunately. Oh no, I just canceled out of everything. That was my bad. All right. Well, while we wait, let's see what we could do. We got teams here. So we saw NYSL play Godlike, just 3-0 them easy. Omega and Stamina. Omega is gonna 3-0 Stamina, honestly. So it's gonna be NYSL versus Omega, it looks like, probably. Strut beat Wolves, like 3-1, I think. For what? No, I didn't take your car. I took my car. And I drove my car to lessons yesterday. Are they in there or no? Inco beat Vitality. So now we're gonna go to Group C. So we're gonna see Scars versus Chem, and then Tri versus Q. Almighty versus Gade, Nova versus Lou. So, and so far Luminosity's probably gonna destroy these guys, but we'll see. You find him? Okay. Bye, have a good day. Okay, Luminosity's back on, it looks like. Okay, let's watch Luminosity. Omega is what region? Let me see. I think they're Europe? Oh, they're not.
Destroy the objective. We got the bomb.
Maybe they're Asia. Yeah, they are Asia. Southeast Asia. Yeah, Omega's Southeast Asia. What's up, Mickey? Good to see you, broski. Major 1 at CDL challenges, bowl, and championship. Yep. You forgot to tell Selena you love her? Yeah, we tell each other we love each other all the time. Luminosity has my boy Jesus Can Save You. Yeah, I love Jesus Can Save You. He's such a nice guy. Super chill. Let me turn the volume up for you guys so you can hear. Names. She's going to work, but she's only working like she's only going to work for like an hour, so she's gonna be back. It's not a full day today. She's a hairstylist, so she only has one appointment. That should be good. Looks like Tribe's setting up right now, so we're gonna have to pan over to Tribe pretty soon. Probably after this round, I believe, because they're just about ready. Okay, yeah, let's pan over to Tribe. And then we'll come back to these guys.
Come down to control. That's my expectation, because we've talked about that being the swing mode for basically the entirety of the event. And I think so
Tribe Gaming versus Q9 map 1 raid. Sparrow and Annihilator are both banned. So Tribe banned Summit and banned the Sparrow. and then Q9 ban, Takeoff, and the Annihilator.
Q9 Search and Destroy is definitely their favorite, but for me,
seems NA is going to dominate,
I feel like that's gonna be really interesting for Tribe.
Yeah, watching NYSL M,
I'm really hoping
that first game was amazing.
Really
so they did a really good job.
Against Luminosity, won that 7-4. So that was the last time
Tribe against Q9. This is going to probably be the best game of today. I sure hope it's the best game. I don't want to be coming in here and then Tribe just like 3-0 Q9. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the only team that can give Tribe a run for their money. So this is what I'm hoping for.
Not a lot of players love Raid Hardpoint. I know that North America doesn't like Hacienda, and we're playing that for control as well. But I think Tribe taking a little bit of advantage for themselves. We got a slum search and destroy. I think if it does go to a game 5,
we might be a little bit behind, yeah, because they just started.
Okay,
there we go.
For Tribe, we have Jez, Bolu, Tectonic, Vague, and Marshy. Let's see who's gonna start things up. Jez getting that beautiful kill. Let's see if he can finally get one more. Oling's gonna be in a little bit of a pickle up here in top laundry. Gonna be proning just a tiny bit, slowing things down, but Tribe still has a solid hold here in P1.
Nice, Marshy.
Wow. Guys talking yesterday about whether they were just gonna agree.
These guys are literally dominating.
Does look like they have done
also see all their avatars. You know, Vague doesn't have his thing, or Tectonic doesn't have his logo and YouTube channel. You have to take it all out. You have to use Call of Duty stuff.
4 early kills, and I've heard a lot of players from a lot of different regions talk about his dominance and how difficult he is.
Blue chat.
We'll see what type of impact he has.
Yeah, pump for this. Yeah.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things down yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point where player number 1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point
immediately.
They're
going to hold that one.
Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to...
They're going to go around.
Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights.
Nice.
That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island.
Got a good hold.
And able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point.
Good job. Good to break it.
Capitalizing on what they've got right now. But they break back in. It definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds.
Yeah, get those last 20 seconds and start rotating. But Q9's already rotating in the garage. They're already ready. They said forget that point.
Q9, that was planned to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Damn trying to go in there.
That's a good spot right there by Damn.
That allows Tribe to get them
nice way. Dude, that's such a nice skin Tectonic's got. They got the kilo with that blue crystal.
Two only inside of the hard point, as we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling it through into the backside.
And right now the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from Driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just
stay right there. Stay right there, Marshy.
They don't want to contest.
Nice. They broke it. Good job, Tribe. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, Marshy gonna hold that with that purifier.
Some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile. Especially come that
he knows the spawns. Just hide right there, Marsh. Just hide right there. Nice tech.
But Tribe,
get each other's...
expected, the dominant hardpoint team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America.
Q9 said, F that point. They're rotating already. Wow. Early rotation. Early rotation.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of,
100
let
points.
it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into
Q9 has really good early rotation, but they cannot play defense. They can't hold it.
Player number 2 up in spiral. That's going to be Bolu.
Jez, you got to get out of there.
And not just that, secures it just for a moment, but player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Damn. Tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here.
Tectonic with 14 kills. Wow.
Think about Raid Hardpoint, especially when it comes to
he is just dominating right now.
You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to
nice.
do so.
Oh, he should have ADS right there.
Contend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Players
Come on, Marcy.
directly in front. D-Gen. Unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marcy doing everything he can to stay alive.
He was trying to hold it. I think they broke it.
For the time being,
that's perfect. Let Q9 have it. Rotate, Tribe. Rotate, rotate, rotate.
That rotation up to P5.
Rotate, rotate, rotate.
Not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said, that
Tonic's going to be playing this.
Tries to get
Kitchen.
whatever scraps they have because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far
Bacon
away.
point.
And now finding the rotation also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them is that the early rotation, but Jez having the pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe
game.
You look
big
board,
tag. Jez is top fragging, 17 kills. You have to understand, Jez is the rookie in this. Jez is the baby. I know, he's at 18 kills.
And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu going to pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back.
Okay, they just broke the point, but
a lot
dude,
of work to do if they're going to have a chance at getting back into this.
Yeah, Tribe's already rotating next point. They forgot. They just said, forget it. Let them have their 10 seconds. We'll set up next.
They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name. It
23
seems like
kills for Jez now.
Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah.
To be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition had 0 chance. Dueling from the top side, going to be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip an opportunity. And
now Q's in point, which is good.
Right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly
5.
that.
Nice.
Staying alive,
He's got his hunter killer.
He's almost on a pred missile.
Wow.
They're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like
Tribe
the
just
momentum's
said,
starting
rotate.
to swing a little bit. We'll see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes and still a lifeline coming from Q9 if they get a solid
the stun. That's stun.
Right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one on the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there is no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the
nice. Broke it. They broke it.
The cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw
Jez is such an amazing player, dude. Holy crap.
And now no
He's just
contest
tearing it
whatsoever.
up.
Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago. And now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can as Tang gets 2. That's going to be really big for them.
Oh, the vortex.
Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill
He
it.
just pulled out his purifier too.
Availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation.
Nice.
Just like that, Tribe's gonna break
it.
The only one there to defend.
Yep, there it is. 3-piece.
And if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe so clean on the brakes. The holds have been untouchable.
Yeah.
Got a freaking EMP system, but this late in the game
it's like
not
using an EMP.
And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points
They're just
left.
trying to throw their bodies in there at this point.
Wow. There you go, Tribe Gaming.
Holy frig, bro.
First win here in Hardpoint Ray.
Yo,
Tech.
Tech.
What a beautiful win.
Oh my gosh, this team is gonna be crazy.
Every single lane
Tribe is
covered,
ridiculous.
especially in garage where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break.
Big and Jez, bro.
Yeah,
Jez did amazing. The rookie, man.
Tribe was in
31.
control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming.
Cal, I know you said Q9 Island MVP, but man, he went 12 and 30. He's the bottom frag here.
If you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style.
Remember last stage 5 where Tectonic pulled out the GKS and wiped out everybody? Yeah, that's right. That's how he got famous, man. He was famous for his He was famous for his GKS. Yeah, this is gonna be a really good team. One thing that I think about Tribe, I don't think they have any snipers. I think they're just all crazy aggressive players, you know? Like if I don't think I see Jez snipe, maybe Bolu snipe. I don't think Marshy ever snipes. I don't think Vague snipes. I think Bolu might be their sniper when it comes to this kind of stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say China is really good with sniping, so they probably will maybe take game 2. Because I'm trying to think, I don't think any of these guys are good at snipers for Tribe. You never see them use a sniper, you know? They don't have a sniper main, if I should say that. That was intense. Yeah, it was good. Good. Mickey talking to bots or what? Tribe are fishy, but seeing them in LAN will prove if they have skills or not. Really? You think Tribe is fishy? I mean, they've won the past 3 of these things, man, so I don't think they're fishy. I think they're just stacked.
When it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it, that can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
See, offensive, defensive side. We already
Tectonic's like taking charge right now.
Struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But
man, I wish I was here, bro. I wish I was here, dude. Come on. Come on. Put the audio up. Oh, I turned it down because they're just talking. I'll turn it up if you want it up, though.
Taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team because they deliver every single time on every single game.
Is it Kai only? Is that how you say your name?
Other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 1 or number
Thanks for the raid, dude. I
coming
appreciate
out of
it.
North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova, with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check
raid.
that out on the other
Raid
stream.
incoming.
We also have Scars and
Thank you so much. I appreciate the raid, dude.
Right now with Scars in the lead early on.
Well, welcome guys, welcome raiders. It doesn't say how many people came over, but that's okay.
Nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but
we're just watching the Call of Duty Mobile Championships. So if you guys want to grab your breakfast, you know, grab your blanket, all that.
We'll see if that
all right, here we go. Round 2, search and destroy here.
Not a great start.
You know what? We're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all. But again, very passive. This is very surprising to me because, like, what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip. And now, let's see it. But then gun carrier, that's going to be really hard as Bay gets that first blood. As Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well. And now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's
nice.
going to drop
yes,
well.
I was going to say, I think Bolu's the sniper.
I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1.
Wish we went, yeah. Next year, man. Yo, what's up, Shaw? What's going on, baby? I'm doing good, Kai. How are you?
Don't play a ton of firing range, search and destroy. And it's showing right now.
Oh, the double nade.
Round number 1.
Damn.
A little bit
They both
lopsided
got
right
2 grenade kills. That's
We
nasty.
saw Bolu cooking out that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end.
See,
really
the host like pauses it for like 30 seconds or something.
Still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of the really good
That's good,
start.
man. I'm chilling too, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
mean,
watching
they had
this
solid
beautiful game
map
going
control.
on.
We had Island push all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard, because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Jez is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again.
There we go.
Sniper
Another
in
nade
hand.
kill.
He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that you got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang. And he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. He's gonna be able to find
nice pinch by
Veg.
Veg.
Turn on to Veg, and back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as you said, that it has to be Oling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes, and not just that, the
Island's
information
using a
for them.
sniper, and so is it Nilo?
Right here, Jez is going to get way pushed up on the inside of the trailer.
Way up in here.
More than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over.
Vega got double.
2 with the Krieg in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here. Trying to stay alive, but they only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster. And Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now. 2 players on each side. Now, what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature. I like this discipline coming in from this team,
I like
because
this
they're not pushing whatsoever.
Tectonic is peeking, and then whenever Tectonic says he's there,
right now
he'll tell Veg, hey, jump up.
Waiting for him on this.
He'll say, Veg, jump.
Probably heard the slide right here. He's gonna see the feed. Able to take down
I'm surprised Tech didn't see that.
Smoke gonna go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not, and he's gonna get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how
he
Tech
just looked away,
but it's only a matter of time, it seems, at this point. They're closing in.
I was gonna say.
He's gonna pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, rated down to a 2v1, but again, it's just really hard in the high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0. Here at round number 4, let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just try to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMGs cross-map. When they've got snipers, it looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore, because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is
caught in royalty for a reason. Q9 is not over yet. Yeah, not yet.
Man, oh man, these Q9 players
Bobby's
struggling to find kills.
Saying it
Speaking
might be over.
Damn, and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that. And Oling with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, Vic having that 6, that is just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is going to be going down, but damn, signs of life for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marshy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Jazz wins those. And now Tribe
That would have
Gaming.
been a nice like
Huge
1v3
opportunity
piece.
to swing the momentum right there, and once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. And man, oh man, 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Yeah, Jez just likes that
Sam's just
trailer.
He's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out.
Just using
Bolo
a
goes
knife.
down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation.
This might be it. 2v2?
All across the box,
2v3.
then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with Jez doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find one onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's two nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, in some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize, because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe, definitely really impressive.
They know the nade spots.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. You still got a Tectonic in the backside they gotta deal with, but that's just a trophy.
Wow,
gonna
nice
drop
push.
right there, and now the
they just
aggression
destroyed
starting
Tribe.
to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop. And it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Uling finally finds a big snipe on Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. That trophy gonna disappear. Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Uling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Uling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to bait him in, but he's not gonna peek around quite yet. Uling playing the waiting game. Will the timing go his way?
He got it.
Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming. And the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back. And then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time, and now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finally the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one on Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable.
That's all right. That's all right.
Drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again,
Q9 still
a
alive.
lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit, looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe, needs to find a way to answer back, and now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually gonna be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A. Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank. Couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Vague right there. The angles are too clean, and right now Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. Dechen and Dam shut it down.
Wow, amazing
and
defense.
Definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in Bathroom where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of Bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Vague peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are 1 round away from closing out this second map.
1 round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9 is probably going to give it away for a retake. And now
I assume they keep the phones. I believe so because it's all sponsored by this phone company.
A little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site. You know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9 is going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener on the
pushing.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trades coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Oling, and player number 5, it's Island.
Uling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. He just says, I want to chow. Uling makes him pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously, and a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information
they are giving Tribe a run for their money.
That's a crucial role, and right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets one, Ken goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now
oh
it's just Q9
my
across
gosh!
the board. 2v4
they
situation.
Just killed 3 of them.
They're going to be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, just... It's going to be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are going to stop things
6 and 5.
We're going to restart it really quick. We're
I think his game is not happening.
Kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know, we're just going to wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds,
it's like, dude, my phone's this, my phone's that, can't do anything.
Which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the 3rd time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but that's mainly
don't like their game
Milos
style.
got shut down immediately. So
Yeah.
I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back and
Look how close they hold their phones to their face. Yeah, well, they're playing on a phone, dude. They can't even see where the characters are at. You know, the opponents are at.
Influence
You have to. It's not an iPad where you can see like the whole map, you know.
Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run.
6-0.
But obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor.
That's
and now
crazy.
for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in this search and destroy.
For Scars to have one
to
game
evening
in.
things up with the score line of Scars. And now we see that's going to be
this is
Scars again with
Influence.
a bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence. Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again this time
goodness.
from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and that first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know that's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. And now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen. 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive.
Crazy.
Because going in here, going
really
into
good.
this, they had a 22% win rate in S&D. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. Look at it, it's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe no, I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo's a player for Scars that completely dominated all of stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him, and consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty, so that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out. But wow, it's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Kemen 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skade versus Almighty.
There's a theory about that. When they play with
like
75
Almighty's having
FOV
a
or
little
something
bit
like
of
that,
trouble
they
here in
like to
firing
put
range.
it close to see better.
It's been certainly unpredictable. To
I
say
play
the
it on
least so
80
far,
FOV,
off to a
so maybe
great
you're right.
Start for stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money, a lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first LAN that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making, so a lot of teams I think got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map count, Smart
Inco.
Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as
Luminosity.
somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
And
Definitely.
they paused the
I'm
whole
looking
Tribe
forward to
Gaming
this one,
match,
actually.
bro,
Out of
because of
every
this
single
phone.
one of
I wonder if the
matches here in
phone
Group
broke
A,
or something.
NYSL Mayhem versus Omega.
That's
I feel like it's
crazy.
going to be so interesting because both of these teams kind of scrappy, but also gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so, again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, Inco, Stalwart, and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has a donut for today. And now for Group C, no one yet so far having a definite win, but for Group D, look at that. Luminosity and Nova Esports. I did not expect that to end so fast.
That was really, I mean, based on how quickly that ended, I feel like that has got to be a 3-0.
Yeah,
not a
3-0
surprising
Nova.
outcome. This is a Luminosity team that not a lot of people have been talking about just because of how good Tribe is, but they are incredibly well-rounded.
Yeah,
Phenomenal team.
they're the only other team that put Tribe up for their
that's
money.
Another team that I think, if they reach their full potential, could potentially be top 3. They could take the whole thing, but it's all going to come down to consistency.
That phone
and the
costs like
mentality that you
30K
have.
over there, or
Strong
over
start
here.
for them,
Imagine
though,
it
and
failing in a
pretty
championship
competitive
like
group,
that.
especially if Skade's playing that well against Almighty.
Yeah, that's what I keep
Imagine
saying.
Musket.
LATAM is a really competitive region because
the,
going into stage 4, they had so many game 5s,
called?
so many close calls. The points were really close. So I'm not going to count them
yeah,
out
it's probably
just
at least
yet. And now for Luminosity,
$500
like
phone
like
here,
people
maybe
always count them
$1,000
out
phone
because
here.
of the fact that Tribe is just so strong, and they've always been under the shadow of Tribe in these past few years. But looking like they're making their mark here today in day number 1 is no joke to actually pull off that 3-0 up against Nova Esports. But if you are wondering what is happening right now, Tribe Gaming in Q9, we're going to be having that reset. The scoreline is going to be 6-3 once we do come back in just a tiny bit as we fix things for you guys watching. But yeah, great day so far. I feel like here in this particular group,
Yeah, it looks like
their
their phone must have broke, so they stopped the whole game.
It's definitely been developing quickly. I'm excited to see all the stat lines once we get everything figured out right here. But it's the rookies have come to play. That's one thing that I have definitely noticed. You look especially at Tribe Gaming, and you've got Vague and Jez, both rookies, both stepping their game up.
Yeah, Vague and Jez. This is the first time Jez is with Tribe.
There's a reason that even coming off of a world championship, you decide to drop 2 players and pick up these guys instead. Obviously, you got Tectonic, who is very well respected in the North American competitive scene as well. Adding all of that together with 2 real anchor players in Marshy and Bolu, it's just tough to beat. So if we're going back to 6-3, like if there's connectivity issues, maybe we don't feel quite as good about Q9's ability to close that gap, because if you got Tribe players disconnecting, that changes the equation pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's always the thing in our minds, is that we're finally here in LAN, and let's see how well put together these teams go at the face of adversity. And now, speaking of adversity, before we actually hop into the matchup, I just want to say that Skade and Almighty that game, Skade won that hardpoint matchup. But let's take our attention to our match here, Search and Destroy, where Tribe has the upper hand. One more round for them, and they win this, bringing them into a 2-0.
Yep, score is 6-3 right now, but Q9 getting aggressive on the defense right here. You got 3 Tribe players trapped on the inside of bathrooms. I don't see any way they pull this off. Obviously, Jens finds a big kill right there, but Tang gets pushed up. It's still a 1v2, but Vague trying to do the impossible right here. Uling's the only one left to counter, and he's just not in a position to trade at all. He's all the way over in the inside of trailer. He's going to back up and play A. Vague reads it properly, and he's going to make his way all the way over to the B site. So now an opportunity for him, maybe to get the bomb down. I don't think Uling's going to have time to make that read, and oh my gosh, a cheeky plant spot out of Vague right here to be unspottable. He's going to go ahead and reposition right here and see if Uling has the IQ to make the read.
I love that plant. It's such an open plan, and now he's going to be so far away. He knows
Yeah.
that Olin's
He's going all the way around. He's so smart.
Long and passive player, but Oling gets that information. 1v1 as Vague spots him, but then Oling spots him as well. Oling gets that 1 kill, has enough time to go in there for the defuse as well. That was a valiant effort coming in from Babe. I understood what he was trying to do, right? Because you wouldn't expect a player to be so far away, wrapping around all the way 4v through mid, but I feel like it was the...
Yeah, that was a smart play by Vague, but
going for the shots.
I think because he only hit markered him, it gave that information away. And it hurt him jump up on the 10.
Maybe a little bit overconfident right there. He was just stomping around the map.
Yeah, he was stomping on top of 10, giving stuff away.
A little mini SKS, so they're going to be able to capitalize. Jez finds the opener onto Dam. Advantage goes to Tribe Gaming once again. They only need one round to close this one out. It looks like the aggressive A push is going to be the move for them once again. Ooling on the inside of American. Not going to be able to get any information. Tanked by
oh my god. He got 3 kills.
All of a sudden, Q9 in the driver's seat.
Wow.
The bomb has been taken down. Jez on the backside is not going to be able to connect. Tectonic trying to find a kill right here, but it is the lone man, and
gosh, that 3-piece was nutty.
Just like that, we move into 6-5 territory.
Wow.
And we might have overtime on our hands.
Oh my goodness.
It's at 6-6 now?
Spaghetti, please don't do that. Now we're trying to go in there for a question. Q9, having that restart. I feel like that restarted their minds just a tiny bit. They had such an amazing run here so far. But then obviously, Tribe still has the advantage. And now again, very aggressive going in there, Tribe.
Oh, Q got 2.
Going down one by one as a 3v3 situation ensues. Number 1 coming in from Q9. That's going to be Dam going in there for one player. Really good with the flank.
Dam doesn't know how to go anywhere but forward. He is just non-stop
he
running
just goes
ahead.
forward.
Every opportunity that he has, he's going to back up. He knows there's a couple players, but he hits the beam
nice
anyway.
trade.
Marshy going to be there for the trade, but Island knows his location right here. A 2v2 as the Tribe players can be backed up into their spawn once again, and the bomb is down. That is a must retrieve, and looks like Tech's going to be in a position to pick that up. So now the decision, do you want to make the rat back toward B or just kind of sit here and try to bait an aggressive push? But Tech's going to get spotted. I thought he saw Ooling, but apparently not.
Bomb down.
It's now down to a 1v2 for Marshy. We'll see if he can do Marshy things. It's not meant to be, and just like that,
6-6?
we're heading to OT.
Or 7, no, it's 7-7.
Coming in from Q9, and that
Yeah,
really
Q9 won like 3 or 4 in a
minds.
row.
That's going to be really impressive for them, and now as Tribe kind of struggles to go in there for the attack. Let's see for Q9, being aggressive, that's what they're good at, and now it seems like they're finally getting their footing. And now, speaking of aggression, going there very aggressively, that's going to be
very aggressive again. Wow.
Push, trade after trade, Tech gets one, but Dam getting that beautiful double. It's going to be a 4v3 situation where the bomb carrier is going to be right in mid.
It's just a battle of the wall bangs. Who can land the most shots through the wall? It's going to be Q9 coming out on top in that one. The man advantage going to force Tribe back once again, and we see them taking the passive approach.
3v4, my bad.
Players looks like making the read.
Nice, Big got a nice nade kill.
We see both Tang and Island making their way through. Oh, the whole team. They're looking to hit the flank right here. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to read it. Bolu seems to have an inkling, but they've got a head glitch to work with, and Bolu gets torn to pieces. Vague's going to push up. I don't think he realizes Island's pushed up into this treehouse. And they're forced back once again, but we got a player on the pinch once again. Vague trying to get out of it. It looks like he's going to be able to make his way into trailer. But they got to make a move right now. They have been scrambling for the last 45 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing for them. Time is on their side. 50 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time to play with. But what a beautiful
Tech needs
counter
to wrap
coming
around
from
the
Q9.
A.
Amazing read, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be in for that Bravo rotation. And now for them, numbers advantage. But if you're going to be left with the 2 players, Tectonic and Vague, that is the 2 people that you can definitely rely on. And now 1v1 is going to ensue here in mid. That's going to be 1 player. Tectonic wins those. 2v1 though, as Tang finishes through. And may I remind you, it is going to be OT 6-6, but now going to be a 7-6.
7-6.
Tribe had the upper hand the entire time. And it looks like Q9, they're so
taking
close,
the lead.
1 round away from shutting down Tribe from this S&D.
7.
Just the look that Ooling gave the camera, you can tell there is ice in his veins right now. Trying to pull off the comeback over Tribe Gaming to equalize the series, and that's 4 rounds in a row. Q9 making the right reads everywhere they go, and what do you know?
Dang, Big just got mated.
Once again.
Kobe.
Tribe scrambling. They're just trying to find some information somewhere. Have not been able to get a read on this Q9 team ever since the reset. And right now, they're going to make the wrap back toward A, but there's not really been much sniper presence. No snipers in play for them.
No snipers.
And you got to think that allows for Q9 to take a huge amount of map control, because you can dominate those long lanes as much as you want to.
3-1-2 split. 2 players from Q9 at both bomb sites and 1 through mid.
7-6, right?
That's
So
been an
I
absolutely
think
key
if
place where
Q9 wins, then that's
shutting
it,
people
right?
down. And now for Tectonic goes in for the pre-fire off the smoke. Doesn't quite get any information whatsoever. Oling's gonna be right there, especially with the snipe. They're taking their sweet time because obviously number is not in their advantage. And as Oling tries to go in there, that is the information that they need. Tectonic's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Tang gets 1, 2v2, no, 2v4 rather, as the bomb goes down. It's gonna be troublesome for Bo to go in there, especially with 1 down. And there you go, Q9. Tries to go in there for the comeback, and Tribe drops the
comeback.
spaghetti and loses this search and destroy, where they could have had a
1-1.
comfortable win.
I'm telling you, Q9's the only one that could give Tribe a run for their money, man.
That tactical usage was unreal, perfectly calculated by every player on Q9.
Yeah.
Seemed to know every angle where a Tribe player was going to be. And that's how you bounce back. You look very, very slow off the start of the S&D, but once they flipped on over
I
the
also
defensive
think
side,
because
Tribe did not have an
Tectonic was having difficulty with his phone
that
for like
is
the past
definitely
2 or 3 rounds.
One for the books. I mean, a pretty unorthodox way to end the search and destroy, but again, it just took a reset for Q9 to just, you know what, let's breathe a little bit.
It's okay.
And that kind of went in their favor. And now for Tribe,
I was gonna say, I
what are
don't
you gonna do in
think
this
Tribe
control?
could win
This
these
is a swing around that we
S&Ds.
keep
'Cause
on
these
saying
these
that they need
S&Ds
to
are
go and
crazy.
perform. A
But when
1-1
it
is the
comes
scoreline
down to
for
like
today in this matchup in our alpha stream, and if you guys are at home,
these respawns and stuff like that, dude, Tribe is dominant when it comes to respawns. So yeah, we're gonna see something happens.
Yeah, right now, Skate and Almighty going at it. They had a reset, and it is guys very, very busy right now, but heading into our swing mode, the control.
All right, let's see.
Kind of a big question mark in this
So
matchup.
AMT and
Obviously,
Delta.
we didn't expect that to be a super strong mode for the Chinese teams because it wasn't a primary mode that they played throughout the entire.
Okay, we'll keep this one on until they're ready for the next round. AMT looks like they're winning though. 176 to 150. This is the first game on as well.
Got what it takes. You got to think the momentum carrying with them as well. The one big thing going to be that slaying ability that we've seen in the respawns for Tribe. Hacienda control though, not one that I would imagine either of these teams has spent a ton of time on, and really could result in a toss-up. Sometimes we give the advantage to the defensive side, but I've seen a lot of scenarios where offense is actually even better on Hacienda.
Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. It just, when you're trying to go end a matchup, it's just way easier in the defense, but it depends on the map. When you have a huge map like Hacienda being played in control, a lot of these teams actually try to not play Hasi here because of how huge it is, and it's so hard to be on that objective. But hey, this is
they're doing really good.
Favor Q9 because of how well they can do all the sniper fights. And
Locking down these hard points.
That loss in search and destroy. Hopefully, their hopes aren't too down, and just forget about that. Have a memory of a goldfish and move on into winning that control.
Yeah, and Tribe has looked very strong in control throughout all of Stage 4, all of the smaller tournaments that they've played in as well. They've had no issues, so they absolutely have an opportunity to get this control win. I think if they get the win, the odds of Q9 taking another hard point is just very, very low. But we've also seen their ability to flip a switch and all of a sudden dominate a map. So I think all of it is going to come down to confidence for them. They didn't look super confident through those first few rounds, but once they got on a hot streak, there was no stopping them.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, as we try to move on into control, well, it just seems like we're going to have a little bit of a replay situation here where we're finding Tribe and Q9 still vying for that S&D.
AMT takes game 1 against Skade.
We have over here, and looks like the Battle of the Giants is not over yet when it comes to firing range. We keep seeing firing range all across the board for today. 6 and sticks is still going to be our scoreboard, so we're not going to remember that game a while ago from Q9 and Tribe. We're going to erase that from our memories and do another restart here. Whew, Bobby, I feel like we cast a curse this our situation. We were like, hey, this game looking like it's going to be really fast, but nope, this is the second restart that we have.
Damn.
Yeah, obviously the difference being pretty big is that whenever you're playing regular search and destroy, no OT, one side has 6 straight rounds on the offense and the other side then moves to offense, has 6 straight rounds. it's supposed to be varying back and forth, and obviously with how strong both of these teams looked on the defensive side, it makes sense that you would want to have that switching back and forth. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like Almighty and Skade still going at it right now, so I'm excited to see the outcome of that one, but oh, maybe it's already over. I don't know.
Well, taking a look at what we had over there. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be Almighty getting that win up against Skade, where if you guys didn't know, we also had a rematch for these two teams, and now Almighty actually got the upper hand in that first matchup. But as we wait for our S&D Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at what we've had in the scoreline so far here. So if you missed out when we had Group A versus Group B, that was going to be a really interesting look into how we're going to start off the day, where Godlike Esports went up against NYSL Mayhem, where an unexpected 3-0 actually happened. And now for Inco Stalwart versus Team Vitality, another 3-0. Now this one's a little bit more expected, don't you think?
Yeah, we expected that group was going to be pretty straightforward. It ended up being exactly that. Obviously, caught us off guard in that map number 1, but
why they keep restarting? I don't know if you saw during that S&D game, but Tectonic is having phone issues. He called a timeout, and then the guys came over to look at his phone and like unplugged it and all that. I don't know if they had to get a new phone or what. But yeah, something happened with Tectonic's phone, and I honestly think that also might be why Tribe lost too. Maybe they're having phone issues or something. Why does Tribe have to verse Q9? Because they're part of the group. Yeah, see Group C.
Influence coming having that one as well, and now for Tribe Gaming Q9, obviously that's going to be a 1-round win coming in from Tribe in that hardpoint matchup in Q9.
Yeah, so what will happen is
can secure this S&D again, or can Tribe Gaming go from under them and pull the rug?
Yep, it's definitely going to be a spicy overtime, because I feel like both of these teams are like, oh, we should have had it, we should have had it.
What was I gonna say?
Deciding factor, because there's no momentum, and it all comes down.
Yeah, but like I said, it's like Mobile Mayhem. There's 4 teams in here, and they all are gonna play each other. And then the top 2 teams that do the best will move on to the semifinals. Is it semifinals or no? No, it's quarterfinals. Upper qualifier, yeah. And then there's a lower qualifier.
It looks like we are going to be playing that S&D as well, so potentially a different outcome.
Here we go, restarts all across the board, but hey, another chance of winning this again.
Well, that Holgers, that pay to win Iron Sight for sure.
That's going to be really big for them.
That's like the Deep Sea one, right?
And now for Influence Kevin, you have one more person left. That's going to be key.
What are we watching? Influence?
Looking like he doesn't know that there's going to be 2 players waiting for him in that Bravo
Group C.
site. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. And if you are curious as to what you're watching, this is the Charlie stream right now.
Scars versus Influence.
For our Alpha stream. And there you go. We get to see one more win. Okay, hey, if you're confused, don't worry. We're going to be catching you and filling you in later on as Scars gets that one win. But hey, we're finally going into our matchup. S&D Q9 versus Tribe. Hey, how you doing so far, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so confused, but I'm so excited for the matchups that we have ahead of us. We are going to be hopping into the overtime for Tribe versus Q9. This is the ultimate test, because you're back and forth. There's no real type of advantage on that one side as you're constantly flipping. So we'll see if the momentum carries for Q9, or if Tribe truly was the stronger S&D team in the first place, if they can come out on top.
6-6 is going to be our scoreline, and we're going to be going into game just right now. And it's
all right.
target to 2 because
let's turn it up.
Go into overtime, and now as Q9
now they're back. I think it's 6-6 because they're having so many phone issues. So 6-6.
Yep. Right now it's going to be big for Vague to find the trade right there, and not really much defense over here on the B site, so should be free if they can take down Vague there as well. They do exactly that. And with Island way pushed up on the outside of 10 right now, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Jez is going to have to make a read right here. The bomb goes down, and Jez can't do
he just
that.
hit right there.
Now down to Bolu and Tectonic. Long-time teammates. Tech's gonna find the first one, but the rest of Q9 content to play on the inside of that B site, and gonna be tough for Tech to sniff out everybody remaining. Bolu gonna make the play toward tires. Nobody gonna peek that. Likely a sniper in hand for him, and the longer the clock goes, the more pressure mounting for Tribe Gaming. Tech's gonna try to find that first, but the CBR just not gonna have the range. Bolu gonna drop there as well. Tech doing everything that he can. But who else but Uling there with the Deagle. And right now, an opportunity for Q9 to close it out.
Yeah.
Advantage to Q9 and out for Tribe.
About to close it out.
They tried to slow things down and try to make a pick, but unfortunately for them, the number is too much coming in from Q9, and now we get to see it. Exchanging, Tribe getting that bomb, being on the attack, being a little bit slow, trying to go in for the information first before going in for that bomb site in A. Bomb carrier gonna be Jez. No information whatsoever yet, but Vague gets that first opening pick. Not only that,
nice wall bang, Marshy.
Back and forth coming in from Tribe, and looks like they're having an advantage here. A 5v3 situation so early on.
So interesting that in the entirety of this series, the defensive team has dominated the entire time, and now off the start of overtime, both offensive teams winning. Uling waiting back here, you get some information, a nade connects.
Flashbang.
The flashbang gonna go over as well. Not sure if he was able to, but Marcy able to take down Tank. Trades left and right, Uling. Sniper in hand, the bomb is down. Trophy's gonna disappear, but he's still got 3 Tribe Gaming players to deal with.
Good job,
like he had the shot lined up,
7-7 now.
Take it, and we've got some more free COD mobile for you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play coming in from Q9, waiting for that particular
Tribe versus Q9 first epic game. I know Q9 is giving a run for their money. That's what I'm saying.
It actually went in for
glad
the
they finally are.
We get to see a 1-1. Race to 3 is a scoreline. Again, OT ensuing. This is the longest search and destroy game that we've actually had so far in this day. And now it looks like they're trying to go in very passively yet again, as Dam goes in there for the wall bang. Doesn't really quite get any information.
Yeah, he's just trying to get some type of information.
Tribe's gonna make the read right here. It is not gonna be easy at all to make your way into this B site, and I mean, right now with the head glitches you gotta go through, you gotta wonder, is it worth it for Q9 to make this push? Obviously, trying to hit the bank shot, but there's Trophy there, wasn't gonna connect anyways, and the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give Tribe to put on a pinch right here. It looks like they're content to sit back and play things passive. You got Bolu still holding down that A site for as long as he can.
Got information there.
Potentially a big gunfight over there, as it looks like Q9 gonna go ahead and make the wrap back. If Bolu can find the snipe right here, could be huge, and he does just that. Island's gonna drop. And now on the offensive side, Q9 not looking quite as confident.
Q9 took too long to go in there for the rotate. Player number 1 coming in from Tribe. That's going to be Jez going in for the back end, the backstab. He's going to be met by 2 players. Oling turns around, gets him down. As Bolu tries to go in for another pick, doesn't really quite get any. And now they're going to be on even playing field right now, with Bolu still having a really good sight line going in for the defense for Alpha. And now as the bomb is going to be ticking down to 30 seconds. We need to see some movement coming in from Tribe. And speaking of movement, Bolu gets 1. Essentially, can finally get that second. He's still alive.
Ooh, Tang with the hop up right there, able to take down Bolu. And now 2 Q9 players left to deal with Tectonic. 15 seconds doesn't look doable. All you got to do is play your life right here. Tang's going to go ahead and back up. And that should be another round going through for Q9.
Overtime.
Back and forth, keep in mind.
8 to 7 now?
Rules, you can go to 20 rounds of overtime.
Yeah.
So we may have a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
I mean, if it was the 2 teams that we thought that was going to go to overtime, it was going to be this one right
I think it's
here.
technically 8-7
honestly, I
if
thought
I'm
Q9
not
might have had an
wrong.
advantage a little bit, but looks like they're struggling just a tiny bit going up against the team like Tribe. And now we're going in there again. We're switching it up where Tribe has a hold of the bomb. And now the story of the game is, if you have the bomb, you're going to be having an easier time on the attack. Kind of like a situation that we saw a while ago, which was the opposite. Defending side was actually easier. And now let's see, very passive from both of these teams.
Yep.
And once again, Q9 throwing that look where they have no information over on A outside of Tang overlooking the bomb site from the inside of American. Not taking any risks. You don't want any stray nades catching you off guard for a first blood. And right now, Tribe playing the waiting game, starting to look a little bit more confident. Marshy, is he stuck? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Marshy trying to get out of that spot right now, and that makes the push a little bit more difficult. He finds himself free from the wood in the top side, and
What?
Now the push going through for Try, but you got to think him getting stuck might force them to second guess themselves a little bit. And now,
oh my gosh, the
Q9 tears them
2Ps.
apart. Tectonic trying to do something to stop the push,
He's gonna
but
defuse.
gonna be able to push on through, and it looks like the defuse
Wow.
going through for Q9. Nobody there to
Dang,
cover the
that's
bomb,
crazy.
And they finally
Get
take
the
the win
W.
in Search and Destroy.
Q9
Yeah, they won
woke
8-6.
up
You have to win by
those
2
last
in
few
overtime.
rounds. And yes, we had like restarts, multiple restarts, but
Wow.
even in the second restart that we had, they were still killing it. And now
1-1.
they just proved how well they can
What's up, Elmo?
defend and
Hey,
also
how
really
are
just
you? Did
handle themselves
EU
under pressure, even though they were
what?
down so
Did
much all throughout
EU
this
make it?
SND.
This
I
is
was honestly
the
very
World
convinced that we're gonna
Championship,
take
my
it
guy.
to round
So
20,
yeah,
Bobby.
there's all sorts of
I
EU,
had that feeling
China,
as well.
Latin America.
Little bit
There's all
glad
sorts
that
of
it
like
didn't happen because
countries
we're
that are playing right
still
now.
only 2 games
India.
into this matchup, and we still got a lot more combo to play today.
Wow,
We're not even
1v1.
in the second
All right.
round of things here in the group stages, so it's a lot.
Oh, whoops. Oh my gosh, why would you do this?
Started on the other channels. I
Okay,
believe
let's
all 3 of
see.
the other channels covering action
You guys want to
right
watch
now, so
Skade versus
Vitality off to a strong
AMT
start, maybe an opportunity
or
for one
Strut
of those Indian teams to make some noise.
versus
And,
Vitality,
the reset seeming to go in
or
favor of Scars is
this is
the
Scars
7-0
versus
has
Influence.
quickly
What
turned
do you guys want
around,
to
and
watch?
They're now up 5-1.
Yeah, the resets, man.
Yeah,
It's just
Scars are
changing the tides of the
5-1
games
right
of
now.
these teams as 5-1. Well, we're going to be changing that storyline, and Scars might actually just be up 2-0 up against Influence Kemin. And now for our first lower round 1 matchup, Strut versus Vitality. Vitality having that upper hand, 142 and 108. If you guys aren't in our other streams, open it up. You're at home. We're going to be seeing a lot of Call of Duty Mobile action. And if you have
Call of
multiple
Duty
monitors at your
Mobile.
home, just have each and one of them just over there. Alpha,
Chitches,
Bravo,
chitches.
Charlie, Delta, right in front of you. And now speaking of, we are going into one of our streams right now.
Who support Q9 too?
That's going to be
You know, I want
Strut,
Q9 to
Vitality.
just give
If you're at
Tribe
home,
for
this is a
their
Bravo
a run for
stream
their
in
money. I
YouTube
don't think
right
they're gonna
now.
make it,
And
but
you can see a very comfortable lead coming from
yeah.
Vitality. Not just that, having the gravity vortex.
You wanna watch
shutting
Influence?
everyone
Okay, this
down,
is
coming
Influence
through
and
Spawn.
Skade.
Yeah, right now.
Let me see if that's what they're
Vitality
watching.
seeming to have bounced back. The one thing to point out over on
No,
Strut,
they're not watching.
Rasmo has come
They're
to
watching Strut.
play.
Okay, this
He was
is
flying in that first matchup for them, and now sitting on 24
this
as
is
well. We have seen a
Scars versus
substitution.
Influence.
Afer back in play for Strut. That was a player that we thought was going to be a major player to watch. His absence could have played a big impact in that series up against Wolves.
Right now,
so
Scars is winning
we'll see if they can
6-1.
bounce back right here, but Vitality, teamwork on point, and I said, who did I say was the #1 player in India?
Sams.
Sams? Well, he's got 28 kills.
Well,
He is
28
flying
kills,
right now,
imagine.
single-handedly. Actually, the twins, Sams
yes,
and
the
Yoko,
twins, yes.
combining for 51 off the start of this one.
Wow,
Quick
51 kills for the
maths
other
over
team.
here, but obviously we have a similar response on the other side as well. Hisaka and Rasmo trying to go in there as well for the take. But obviously with Rasmo, you're already going to expect that he's really good with the SKS, but with a map as small as this, not going to be able to utilize it very much. And now you can see it. And now for Sam's getting that 29, almost getting that 30, Annihilator up in hand. The retake finally comes through from Vitality, widening the gap even more. 193 and 111, 26 seconds, no contest whatsoever coming in from side of Strut. And now one player though coming in from Strut. Oh, Sam's getting a beautiful kill.
They just
How is he still
dominated.
alive?
Oh my
Scars
gosh,
beat
he's
Influence here.
dumpstering everybody right now. Finally gets shut down, but he's got a pocket full of streaks.
All right, we'll watch
and,
Strut.
That's going to work
Strut
wonders
and
for
Vitality.
Is, to be honest, you kind of want to be right here. That gives you the early rotations off the late break, and that probably hurt Strut more than it helped them. Not a whole lot of time to be gained. Sam's playing a cheeky position. He's going to be able to find another
and your
double
player
kill.
name is Boot.
35
What's your player name? Boot.
kills on the board.
B-U-U or
This dude is
B-O-O-T?
an absolute madman.
Well, you can say that he has a pocket full of sunshine. That man is just absolutely insane. And now we actually saw one player from Strut. Speaking of, my gosh, I can't. It's just yellows all across the board, and Strut just having a difficult time with the gunfights right now. A different Vitality is actually going to be seen right now compared to their first matchup a while ago. Very impressive stuff. And not just that, the rotation was just absolutely key. Scrap points coming in from Strut.
Yep, this is a huge break for them. Sam's doing everything he can, but he gets shut down. Still got that streak to work with, but a big feed. I believe that's 5 in a row now for Strut. They got a lot of gap to close, but they seem to be confident. And I don't really think they're getting outslayed by that much, but they've just not been able to get any of these holds to stick. And Afer is just gonna kind of let the Hunter Killer go to waste right there. Slides on out. Finds a big kill, locking the rest of that scrap time, but
got the scrap time of it, yeah, but Vitality's going to start, yeah, they're going to start holding it down. There they are.
Only 20 points needed for them to close this one out.
Aver's Pred Missile does not find anyone at all, and for me, it's actually Vitality. When it comes to the
nice
skills,
3-piece by
equal,
Strut, wow.
More on the anchoring. And when
they
it comes
can break
to
that point right there.
You're basically dictating where your teammates are going to be spawning, and Vitality did that to perfection.
Yeah, they got it. They broke that point. Good job.
Where they had really good control.
Only 14 points left for Vitality.
Also, when it comes to the rotation going to P4, but now we finally get to see signs of life coming in from Strut. 30 seconds left. It looks like they're probably going to be having so many points here so far. 168.
And right there, we see the Annihilator go to waste for Vitality. This lead starting to dwindle right now. Only 60 points separating
what
the
a
two.
great hold right now by Strut.
And it looks pretty sure that they're going to pick up these last 10 seconds as well. That lead should be all the way down to 40 by the rotation back to P2, and it looks like Strut's got this set up. If you're Strut, you just can't afford to give up.
You gotta start rotating for P2.
Unnecessary right there for them to give up, what, 4 seconds, especially now that Vitality only
he pulled out that Annihilator, and that was terrible.
You see the Annihilator get shut down. The Gravity Vortex comes
Gravity
out,
did
and it
huge.
looks like Vitality going to be able to close this
5
one out.
points.
Yoko's going to be able to find 2. Sams pulls
2
out the
points.
Annihilator, and no comeback today.
Vitality won.
Sams goes big, and he's going to drop 44 off the start of this one.
Nice.
Beautiful
game number 1.
Here at Summit. Strut had a very hard time where I thought they might have a little bit of a comeback. Did not happen, as anchoring was just too good when it comes to Vitality. And the timing of their score streaks and their operator skills was just so good. But taking a look what we have on our screen.
Alright, so this looks like it's going to be the lower tier that's going on right now for Group B.
3-1 where Strut just surprised us with a very beautiful hardpoint game. Inco Stalwart 3-0 against Team Vitality. That's the reason why we're seeing him over here into lower round 1. And now for lower round 1, we just saw them a while ago. Team Vitality and Strut Esports. Vitality just...
So I don't know. I know they have upper qualifier and they have lower qualifiers, so I'm not too sure.
It felt like a must.
So I think Wolves plays Inco.
For the Indian region in general. Obviously, Godlike with a little bit of a disappointing start up against NYSL as well. But we got another very high octane matchup. It's going to be Almighty going up against Skade. Pretty tight in that first hard point and looking to be exactly the same. And Incendio, not been sniping for all that long, but he has had a huge impact for Almighty since he started.
Now he looks so comfortable when it comes to that sniper. The right tech definitely his best friend right now, and it looks like 4 players of Almighty is actually very proficient when it comes to the snipes. But it looks like it doesn't really matter as Skade still has that upper hand. SKS seeming like it's still very much strong when it comes to those engagements as Papzera gets 1. And now Leosin tries to look for the kills as Heaven's going to be really low on that HP. 1v1 situation. Now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie as Heaven doesn't really quite spot that one last player, Papzera. The defense is going to happen, but then Papzera hears it.
I thought he was going to do it.
Beautiful presence of mind coming from Pap.
That's a huge clutch for him right there. We are actually going to head on back to our main matchup, Tribe versus Q9, getting ready to hop into the control. Right now, the momentum kind of slipping away from Tribe, but we know they've got the gunny, especially whenever it comes to the respawns, and yeah, I think that's going to play a big factor in this map.
Oh, they won 9-7.
We talked previously, like domination is that third game mode in China Masters, so this is not one that the Q9 roster is going to be nearly as familiar with, but the fact that it's Hacienda control kind of equalizes a little bit.
Yeah,
you just gotta remember, Tribe is really good at respawns.
If we're going in through Slum Search and Destroy, if it does reach map number 5, I feel like Q9 has a little bit of an upper hand, but obviously when it comes to the hard point, it was no question whatsoever that Tribe just absolutely sent them home. And now it's going to be in standoff though, which is going to be a very interesting map to play on. But we do have a guaranteed game number 4 as Q9 just very closely won that S&D in firing range.
Like,
and now we're
hearing
finally
other
going
people like
through
scream and
Hacienda
yell.
where it's going to be really close because, again, control matchup, we're not quite sure. I feel like Tribe has a little bit of an upper hand, but the fact that the map is going to be Hacienda, that brings it a little bit more of mystery.
Well, you can see the Q9 team strategizing right now, getting ready to hop into the action. We've talked previously, especially for COD mobile control defensive side, typically being stronger, especially with there not being any way to flip for round number 5. So we'll see who has that advantage off the start, but with the experience that we've seen from Tribe when it comes to the respawns, you got to think, even if they are on the offensive side, which they are not, could go their way, and they're going to make their way up on the defensive side to start right here. Jez looking to take this top side control, and there is nobody here to counter for Q9, but they're going to be able to find 2 opening kills, and Tectonic, about as straight as they shoot, he's going to be able to take down 1. Bravo.
Now let's see what happens here as we can Q9 going to in there for the offense. And now, like what we said here, is actually going to be really big because when you're on the attack here, it's a little bit easier compared to other maps. And now for Dam, gets that beautiful kill, 26 and 25, with B having almost 2 ticks of progress, finally going through. But the cleanup pushes through, coming in from Tribe.
Wow, a cheeky spot for Dam, but Marshy sniffs him out right there. 23 lives apiece. Very patient right now as Uling pulls out that SKS as well. Looks like nobody opting to use it yet for Tribe Gaming. They're able to win a couple of big gunfights. That's going to give them the man advantage. Tectonic does not check all of his corners, but Dam
nice,
21-19. Or actually, D-Chen going to get traded out right there, and now Tribe starting to get a little bit of an edge. Looking like they're definitely comfortable over here on the defensive side, and right now, no map control for Q9. They have gotten pushed up a little bit on this opposite side.
We got
and maybe a chance for them to occupy some time here over on A.
Tang was in a very cheeky corner where he actually could have spawn trapped some players coming in from Tribe. And now
still
the
very close
through.
game, 16-15.
Is definitely going to be rewarding them as A. Finally some progress.
Yeah,
but
and
16
they haven't
seconds left
even
on the
capped
clock. That's
either
definitely
point.
going to be
They only
very
got 16
detrimental for them to
seconds.
go and capture. There you go. A and B, all good.
Okay, A and B are going in.
They're going to be split
as long as
up
someone's
just for
in
a
the
little
point,
bit. And now
the
for
time
gets that
stops.
1 essential kill, stopping that A push.
Almost
Bravo's still going to be contested just a tiny bit. No progress whatsoever in that Alpha flag, but as I said, that Bravo and Alpha going to be taken down. 16 seconds. That's going to be really big for Jez to win a lot of these gunfights.
Every time Tribe finds that life advantage, it seems like the Q9 players are able to find a way to trade. Nobody wants to peek Jez around this corner. You got to pay attention to the objectives, though.
They took over A, so whenever they get more 1 point, the time resets.
Marshy backing up right here, and you got to be very aware of the lives right now.
Yeah,
9
lives.
Especially
we
this
got 1 minute
topside control could work to the advantage of Q9. Bolu's trying to sniff him out, and I think Dam's wishing he hadn't gotten himself into this spot. Players for Tribe everywhere, but he's still able to win the gunfight. And if you're Tribe, you've got to get him clear.
Oh my gosh, he is destroying now.
Now a 2-life advantage.
Oh my gosh.
Q9, 7 lives, and it looks like they're
if they cap B, that's it, they win.
They do just that.
Wow.
They take the offensive round to start.
Great job. Usually the offense is the most difficult too.
To Q9. He was so good when it comes to the movement, knowing very well when to engage.
Great job.
And unfortunately for Tribe, there you go. First big opener for Q9. And now we're going to be switching things up when they're going on the defense. Let's see how well Tribe fares on the attack.
Yep. Definitely puts a lot of pressure on them, with most teams feeling more comfortable on the defensive side. You give up that early offensive round win, puts you in a tough spot. Uling's going to be able to take down Jez, and especially on a map like Hacienda, SKS is going to rain absolute terror onto everybody. And it seems like every angle that the Q9 players read, there's a Tribe player right around it, and they're ready to pick up the kills. Damn, maybe not optimal timing for pulling out that claw. He doesn't get a single bullet to land off of that one. Fortunately, his teammate Tang actually has a Pred and a Hunter Killer ready to go. Right now, Tribe with the 1 life advantage, putting the pressure onto Q9. And right now, they finally get somebody hopped on into A, and this is where we see the opportunity
Yeah,
for
playing very
Tribe to turn the
passive
tides.
here.
Oh, that was a good stun coming in from the teammate of Oling. That's going to be really big for him. Get that vital information down. But in player number 2, he's going to be spawned off all the way. Spawn trap is going to ensue. 2 players coming in from Q9. Unfortunately for them, both are being shut down. That was a very close call, and Tribe gets away with it.
Q9 trying really hard to spawn trap right there, and that's, you gotta think, gonna leave them questioning where the players are. Nearly finds 3. He's finally gonna get traded out, but Q9 now with a life advantage once again. That main issue for Tribe Gaming, you gotta get on these objectives, and the kills continue.
Yeah, you only got 10
through
seconds
for
that they need to get on.
The control play is absolutely there for them right now.
Just make sure they're not in point, and you're gonna win this one.
A little bit off the start of this matchup, but their reads are on point
there
right now. Tribe has no counters, shut down left and right. A dominant round for Q9, and now an opportunity for a surprising 3-0 in the control.
They're so good at the defense, so good
Yeah,
at the
they held that
offense,
D
and now for
really
Tribe,
well against
they were
Tribe.
almost spawn trap, but it just wasn't enough to try and break free from that. Looks like they need to find their footing here. Now for the offense, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They need to control 2F. It's just like they really need to, because the fact that they kind of lost that a while ago, especially with a player that Tang, that goes in there always at the very back, trying to go in there for that early spawn trap, that is going to be really essential. Now speaking of, we do have 3 players from Tribe going up against there.
The one thing you got to worry about if you're Tribe, Dam has snuck all the way through. And it doesn't seem like they know where he is, but Bolu's going to be able to sniff him out. That's going to be basically a full reset for the Q9 players. A couple trades do come through, and I think that is a full objective tick over on A. So that's put some pressure on. Uling seems that he just has spidey senses right now, knows where everybody's going to be. Marshy's going to make his way through right here. He doesn't get anything. Does get 1 kill off that Purifier, but you got to be able to find more value. And Dam makes the read. Claw comes out. He gets away with his life. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, though. He's going to get shut down, and that's a huge kill for Tribe.
That is going to be probably, if Q9 loses this round, that was the reason why. You had a really solid hold here in Bravo, and then overextends. And you could have had a really solid defense here, and now it seems like Tribe going in there for that defense. Really good when it comes to the numbers. 22 and 16 is going to be the life count here. 1 tick of progress coming in from Q9. There's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock. There needs to be some sort of progress on any of these hills.
Did you see that, Jake? Which one?
Still, it was waiting for him, but allows the teammate to get into position to trade, and Vig on the bottom side. Overchell's there as well, and now top side.
Only 19 seconds.
Dominant for Island, as his teammates going to be able to make their way on in.
And
now
they
the
need to get
out
out.
once again is Q9.
Gotta get him out of point.
We want to go ahead and end it right here if we can. 2 takes of progression over onto A, which
if they take A, they get a whole extra minute.
One to find. Vig gonna find a
they got him out.
To
Good.
Things off, and Tribe still has the lives advantage.
10
All you really have
left.
to do right here is keep A clear, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for Q9 to clutch this one up. Vig makes the read. He finds the kill right there. Still a 6 life advantage, and seeming like the ball is now in there.
He's in at 0 seconds.
0 seconds. Okay.
I was like, if he clutches A, he gets an extra minute.
More flashbacks when it comes to that. We've seen a very insane comeback happen. But there you go. Signs of life from Tribe.
Good job,
Tribe. Looks like they have finally found their footing. 30 and 30.
Tribe did not play any OBJ. That's why they lost the first one. So they need to get in point and start getting that extra time.
The thing for Tribe is Q9 still got a defensive round on their hands, and that's definitely where they look more comfortable between the two. They're going to come out on top in those gunfights. In the top side, Island and Uling picking apart Tribe. And they're going to be set to completely reset. No type of progression. Down 2 lives right here. Vague's going to get shredded as well. And now Dam working on some streaks as
these guys need
couple big trades come through for Tribe, but
they need to play OBJ. They're already at 45 seconds, and no one's getting an OBJ. You're an OBJ,
because they know they're not going to be winning
Marshy,
sit
in
in
OBJ.
that spiral staircase. So they're going
sit in OBJ, Marshy.
And so far, so good, especially here in Alpha.
Stop the time when you're an OBJ.
That's going to be Island waiting for reinforcement, but Bola goes in there, chosen for the trade. That's going to be ticks of progress going in from Alpha. That's going to be really good. I'm really liking this play coming from Tribe.
They're They're trying to go for the control.
Oh wow, he just got like turned on.
Got to win that gunfight. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And now the progression coming in on both sides.
Wow, A
for
and
Tribe
B
Gaming.
being
And there's
capped
no
at the
real
same
counter
time.
For Q9. They haven't gotten
B
any
is
kills
captured.
In the last 2 minutes it feels like, and we finally find a
Man,
couple.
if they
for
cap B,
Dechen
they're gonna
and
get a
Uling,
whole
but
another minute.
They've still got a lot to do in regards to protecting. It looks like they're basically just gonna give up B for free.
And they give up B.
With the claw, gonna be able to shut down another one. It was still a 7-life advantage for Tribe Gaming. Looks like a good chance for them to close this one out and push it to around 5.
Dam goes in there again for the spawn trap, gets a few lives, but not really anything to change the game up. Bolu spams that claw, doesn't really quite get anyone there, but knows very well that Island's gonna be right up, but then obviously having the upper hand
one more
of
part
the
of A.
second floor, he does win it. Alpha almost gonna be captured, 1 minute, a lot of time to play with, and now so many members coming in from Q9 funneling through, giving Tribe a hard time, but they're gonna clean things up, and 1 tick of progress, that's gonna be good. So 1 big push coming in from Tribe is gonna be essential.
Marshy, big jump shot from the water side right there. A 9-life advantage should afford Tribe the opportunity to just play TDM right here. You don't really need to get that ticket progression, but if you want to apply some pressure, you absolutely can, because you only need that 1 tick. Q9's going to get rid of the progress, and Jez has managed to sneak all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2, find a 3rd. Can he make it 4 right here? Finally going to get shut down, but he's got full streaks, which is going to be massive. Heading into that final round, only 1 more life right here for Q9.
Wow.
Through the smoke.
That's crazy.
Now Tribe looking for the reverse sweep in the control.
Now they gotta play D.
2 rounds in a row, and now when we thought that Q9 had a very huge lead, similar story, don't you think, from S&D? Something that, you know, feel like Q9 just dropped the ball. And now for Tribe,
Q9 is very good on capturing these points,
but
though.
let's see what kind of response Q9 can give us on the attack.
That's one thing about Tribe. They're incredibly resilient and showing that right here. Tang gonna go ahead and back up, but doesn't play it slow enough. Jez gonna find 1. Gets the information with the Hunter Killer as well. That's 2 kills on the board. Q9 has not gotten a single kill here in round 5.
Good try,
finally
Marcy.
gonna be able to open it up right there, but there's Hunter Killers up in the sky.
No, they're not even capturing. Okay, now they're in point.
If they can maybe stack this B point, might be able to get themselves a little bit more time. But it is costing them a lot of lives in the process.
They got to stack B right now.
They're
all in B,
but
so
unfortunately for them, did not win the gunfight. So far, Oling actually gets 2 really big opening kills, just providing that first tick of progress in B. And that's going to be for 1 player for Island to go and take it out for Jez. Spots 1.
Nice, Jez.
That's a really big kill because that gives him the claw. The claw. That's going to be really big for him if he actually saves it later on.
Now Tribe looking to set up the spawn trap right here. Bolu gets pushed all the way up into garage. The Tribe player is going to go ahead and flood through, and they're trying to spawn trap from both sides if they can. Island trying to force his way through. Uling going to find 1, but they can't.
30 seconds.
Bolu. He's working on streaks. Dechen finally going to be able to find the shutdown. But the lives are the bigger issue at hand for Q9. Have not been able to win the bulk of the gunfights.
They need a cap B
and now
at
an
least.
opportunity for Tribe to find 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Just
jump in
A, jump in something to stop the time.
Q9, they got to get that last tick of objective time over on B, but with a 12-life disadvantage, how much are you willing to afford to Tribe? Dam's gonna hop on, but the Purifier comes out for Marshy. Only 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot to work with if you're Q9. They hop on B. How long will it last?
22-2 with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have some kind of progress, but no, it is just not enough.
Run out of lives.
Goes in there for 3 rounds in a row.
Good
Secures
job.
1 more round for them. A 2-1 as we get to see Hardpoint in our next matchup.
That's crazy.
I just say how Tribe played that so well in that last matchup.
To be down 0-2
and Marshy having that crossfire and Bravo,
Q
that was
just gets
such good defense.
Yeah, it just
absolutely
it felt like a confidence
switched
swing
on.
more than everything. We saw the Q9 players first couple rounds, they're pre-firing everything, they're snapping, they're turning. They seem to have everything on lock, and I don't know if it was a lapse in communication, whatever it is, but last 3 rounds they get completely fried.
Yeah.
And my oh my, the rookie
Jez, man.
He's a North American MVP
He is
for
just
stage
carrying.
4, and he's bringing that same level of talent
Great
and
job.
gameplay here in stage 5 as he goes 36 and 15.
Big scores, really big scores. Bolo as well, 31 and 22. And on the other side, Damn,
Alright,
he
we're gonna
has
watch
been absolutely
Scars
great for his team
versus
too, trying to go in there for the
Influence.
spawn traps, but he's going to be the
Oh, I
only
wonder if
one that
Scars is
tries
gonna-
to do that most of the time.
might 3-0
it
Influence.
kind of slows down Tribe just a little bit, kind of gives them just a tiny bit of a delay going into the side, but obviously it didn't work out too well at the very end because for Tribe, they flipped the switch. They changed up and they adapted very well when it comes to going in there because there was one point actually in the matchup, I think it was their second win, where it was they couldn't fight mid. So they were like, okay, we can't fight mid. It was too strong. So they went into the outside lanes anyway and win a lot of those gunfights. And that is just really good plays right there.
That's the thing about Tribe. We saw it in stage 4. You see them get down at big deficits, whether it's in a round, whether it's in a series. And they are just such a difficult team to close out because of the way that they bounce back. They make adjustments mid-series, mid-game, whatever it is. And they're just tough to kill. That's just the way that they play, and that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of another really good team, one of the best in the world, Q9, struggling in that control, struggling to close it out. And as we saw, it's very back and forth when it comes to search and destroy and control, but the only lopsided game that we actually saw was Hardpoint. And guess what's next? It's going to be Hardpoint Standoff. Now, do or die for Q9. You do not want to be in that situation where you're at the lower round 1.
And standoff hardpoint is Tribe's home. That's where they want to be. That's where their SMGs are really going to be able to thrive, and they have a lot of SMG-oriented players. Obviously, you got Tech that's going to typically play in the long range, but everybody else has the opportunity to pull out the SMG and just fry on the inside of the hardpoint. So they're going to be tough to shut down. If you're Q9, you gotta, I'm not necessarily gonna call it a choke, but you gotta put that last game out of your mind. Definitely should have been able to close it out. You gotta give yourself a chance at the search and destroy, because if you do, you know you're able to beat Tribe in search and destroy.
Weapon comp for me is going to be the biggest question mark for Q9 because a while ago, when it was Raid, it was a 4-man AR, 4-man Krig, and 1 CBR for Q9. And now for Tribe, obviously a little bit more, adjustable when it comes to their gun selection.
Footmore. What's up,
Hopefully
Footmore?
we get to see
Welcome
Q9
to the stream,
play
Brisky.
a little bit too much
Jez,
because
good job, dude.
obviously
Jez
it didn't work
is
out for them. That was the most
the rookie of
lopsided
the team,
game in
but
this particular matchup in the series. And
did
so
wonders,
we
bro.
need to see adaptability coming in from Q9 because so far, struggles for that
They're gonna be getting ready for
matchup.
Hardpoint
And
again.
obviously, signs of life rather coming in from that search and destroy
just about
where
ready
they
to
were
get
able to pull it up.
done.
And now this is do or die.
We're watching
If not,
Scars.
Q9
Does
goes
anybody care
into
for
the
Scars
lower
or Influence or not?
It's a tough spot to be. I think the other big question, we talked earlier about how it seemed like the two teams have
Looks like
agreed
Scars is
on
gonna
a GA
3-0.
for the SKS, but then Q9
Influence.
starts losing a little bit, and they're like, you know what, maybe we'll use the SKS. Could potentially be
there we
something
go.
that we see come out, and actually, for the first time, at least from the games
Hardpoint.
we've seen, the R9 coming into play for Dem. A double shot shotgun, and it definitely has lethal ability in smaller maps like Standoff and Summit, but Marshy!
Oh my
Wow,
God.
Marcy got a triple nade.
Flying across the map.
Wow.
What a start for him.
I wish I saw where that nade was at. I was too busy looking at what was happening right in front of me, but oh my goodness, I want to see that in my
man.
highlights
Beautiful
later
nade,
on.
bro.
Going on a 4 spree. Early points coming in from Tribe. Very solid hold a while ago, but now Q9 gets the 25 seconds. But 2 players coming in from Tribe. Now all 4 actually goes in there for the defense. But
Wow,
Tang
Tanga,
get
nice
essential
2-piece.
kills, and they still get the scrap points.
Yeah, pretty even off the start, which is not really what it seemed like for that first hard point. So good signs for Q9. Tang frying off the start once again. He's been huge for them so far. And right now they're rotated pretty early over toward P2 as well, and that is the power of the R9 right there. Crazy, crazy range for a shotgun. And this is a solid early setup for Q9. Dam's going to be the biggest issue. If you're Tribe, you got to try to get to that opposite side and shut him down. Marshy just doing Marshy things, but he doesn't have a counter for the R9 on the inside of the
Wow.
Damn with the 4Ps right there.
Yeah.
He's going
The
crazy
R9,
with it.
man.
He's got full streaks off the start.
If Tribe has Marshy, Q9 has Dam, and now
Dude,
it looks like
Marshy
he's
is just
playing his angles
slaying
really
out.
well,
Holy
that
moly.
Close range engagements are what he's going to be winning, but scrap points going in for the side of Tribe. Contention not really quite pulling through as the rotation really early coming in from Q9.
Yeah, Q9
Again,
are already
in their
rotating.
first hard point, they're not actually going
They
in there for the
rotate
contest, just giving away all
so
the free points
early.
going to
They
Tribe.
rotate like almost 25 to 30 seconds
Have definitely put a big
versus
emphasis
like
on those early rotations.
15 seconds,
I will
you know?
say this
Usually
is,
it's 15.
This is a very early rotation.
Yeah.
Early rotations are a good thing, but when you're giving up this much time for the enemy to just get free scrap time, you're not contesting at all, and you're also opening a door for them to be able to rotate early as well. You got to question, is it worth it? So Tang on the bottom side, trying to make something happen. He's able to break through. Shots coming, I believe, through the wall right there. He's going to be able to make the one-man break. D-Chen finds one on the bottom side as well. Tang and Dam, not two players that have, from what I've seen, been big highlight players for Q9 in the past, but they have absolutely come to play today as they're already combining for 20.
But Tribe is just so good when it comes to the retake, and that's why when you're
Tribe's
Q9,
so good at
like,
breaking points, dude. I don't
do
know
an early
how
rotate,
good
it's
they
not
are
gonna work out for you. So now
at breaking these points.
30 seconds?
30 seconds! 23 on the clock right now, and still no contest whatsoever.
Yeah.
No
They're rotating the
next.
next.
Coming in from Q9, and now it looks
They're
like slowly
already-
but surely Tribe is actually gaining that lead, that momentum that they need. Early rotate coming in from Q9 as two players going there for the defense.
I mean, it's one thing if you're getting like rock solid defenses and you're basically untouchable on the inside of the hard point, but Tribe is able to get the majority of their breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds of each of these hard points, and the fact that Q9 is rotating so early is making it easier and easier for Tribe to do that. Obviously, Q9's still in this, absolutely. It's pretty much a tie game right here as Jez looking to get pushed out and take some control on this side of the map. He's trying with the switchblade in hand. And once again, 20 seconds in, Tribe already finds the break. If you're Q9, you got to find a way to contest a little bit more.
Patience from Tribe. 3 players actually in boxes and just waiting for that one last player coming in from Hay. That is so good. That's the reason why that they always do so well in the break. Bay almost gets another one, but information does gather for them. And now final contest finally comes through from Q9 as well, but not enough as only one player is actually going to be there. They're funneling in there one by one. That is the biggest difference between these two teams, is that, taking a look at that, who's going in there for the early respawn as well, the early rotate rather into Grannies. That's going to be Q9. 109 and 86 is the score line.
There's the R9 sitting in here.
If you're Q9, I think early rotations are good. I think the timing that they've had on these rotations need to be adjusted a little bit. We'll see if they can make that adjustment. Tectonic. Oh, the straightest shooter in the West. He's going to be able to drop down. Maybe going to hit the reload first real quick and see what he can do from the top side. But once again, 12 seconds until you get that break for Tribe. And if that's happening, like, why rotate early? You know, there's no need to rotate early. They're going to give you, what, 20, 30 seconds of free scrap time? You will take that every single time.
Oh, nice
Q9
nade.
finally going to be able to break back in, but they definitely seems like they need to make some adjustments. And I guess to a certain
very
degree,
close
the
game
rotation's
still.
paying off is they're getting outslayed pretty heavily and still at a tie game. Maybe if you're Tribe, think a little bit about not fighting as much for that scrap time and capitalizing more on the gun skill that you know you have.
Now, speaking of timing of the rotation, now this is a better time when it comes to Q9. As 126 and 113, the gap is a little bit close as Q9 gets majority of the points in P1. 3 players from Tribe going into gas station, but then they are going to be losing it. Just one more player out there tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Tang is going to be right there. Very slick guy. And now points, yet again, the timing is going to be really good for Q9 this round. Purifier is going to absolutely stop every single one, but then where did that person come from? Just that one essential player is actually going to be Jez, taking down one essential operator.
Maybe not the best position to pull out that Purifier. Obviously, you want to take gunfights on the inside, but if you're gonna peek, then don't pull out your operator.
Oh my
Tribe
God.
absolutely
Nice,
floods into the hard
Marthy.
point right here, and now the big question once again, does Q9 rotate already? One of the players has it. It's 25, 30
Yeah,
seconds.
usually
that
they
you're
start
giving away for
rotating.
free. Try
Yeah,
to make
one
a
player's already
four-man
rotated to
break
next
up against
point.
Tribe Gaming. It's just not gonna happen. So you want to
Yeah.
get the map control. You want that early rotation, but at some point I feel like you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it's allowing Tribe to just barely stay in the lead for the entirety of the matchup.
Q9 is just trying to go in for the break one by one, and they spawn so far away from the next hard point. They spawn
Thought
over
you were
break
playing in the
big.
tournament? Oh no, these are
And
pro
now there's
players,
only,
man.
what,
This is
3
like
players
world
that's gonna try to
championship.
go and defend that, where the rest of the
I
Tribe's
played in
actually
Freaks
there
tournament
for the
last
break.
week though.
Player
That was
number
fun.
5 and 3, that's gonna be Marshy and Tectonic patiently waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and break, and that absolutely pays off. Again, early rotation from Q9, but they always lose when it comes to the contest.
And this could be the nail in the coffin right here. Island, unfortunate timing on that spawn. That's a free kill for Jez. And if we don't see Q9 break back in here, I don't know that they have much of a chance of closing out this one. Could be sent to the lower bracket early on. Right now, Tribe unrelenting in these pushes. They just go ahead and hop out of the hard point. I guess wanted to get some more kills just for the lulz, but they hop back in and should be pretty close to a 50-point lead heading out of this.
Yeah, good hold for
Once again,
Tribe.
you see
50
the
more
free
points. That's
25
it.
seconds of uncontested scrap time for Tribe.
I rewinded and saw
I
body
understand
shooting. Oh
what
really?
Q9
I haven't
is
seen any
trying
body
to do.
shooting
I'm
yet.
just not sure about the timing of it.
I don't think you want to body
That
shoot
timing
Q9
was
because
really off. I feel like
Q9's
the
a really good
only
team.
really good rotation they had was P2 in this particular restart. But again, Tribe is just too strong when it comes to the retake. As 4-man push coming in from the back end from Blue, and now we get to see, Warehouse rather, where they're still waiting very patiently for the rest of their teammates to go and gather up, as player number 2 from Q9 is going to be outside in Statue, loses that gunfight, but finally a solid hold coming in from Q9. That's going to be really big for them. Again, another big push coming in from Tribe. Going in there, 3 and 2 split is going to ensue.
And the big question for Q9, can you actually get an early rotation to stick? The answer has been no every single time.
Oh my god.
And even though it's not quite as early as it was previously, still 30 seconds in, Tribe Gaming able to find the break. Oh, big purifier for DJ
Yeah,
though.
purifier coming in hot.
This is an opportunity for close to a full 60. I think probably that minimum 50 points for Q9 if they can get it to stick right here.
Wow.
Tribe just so clean
Wow.
on the gunny. It has been a back and forth hard point right here.
I thought he was gonna
Nobody
get that
able
one
to tell.
too.
And that's the thing, Q9, you've got the gun skill to break back in. You're just not really trusting your ability to do it. They don't rotate early off of this one, but they're in control of the hard point, and now they have an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Let's see if the change of pace of Q9 is going to help them out. Not rotating early enough and just finishing and getting the scrap points finally. And now getting the scrap points is going to be really big, as we already saw before in this second reset. They had majority of the points here in P1. Looks like they still have a very solid hold as well. 2v2 situation happening over here in Granny's. Really big gunfights being won. Tang going in there with the purifier, not really getting a lot of these kills. Still very heavily contested spot.
It is all Q9 in the feed right now, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Tribe. A big feed right there, and
Wow.
just as we get a 5 feed for
This
Q9,
is coming
all
to
of a
an
sudden
end.
There's a 5 feed for Tribe, and they're back in the driver's seat. The Purifier comes
Purifier
on out
coming
for
back for
He's got
Vague,
3 players
but
he
gets
can jump down, but he
destroyed.
isn't able to get either of them, fortunately for
Wow,
him.
beautiful 3D
Marcy
piece
is
for
there, and they're
Tribe.
gonna be able to get it all the way down to if I had to
leads
guess
10.
243 heading into the next one, and now
Marcy's
I think for
like
the first
screaming,
time
you
all
see that?
game, it's Tribe with the early rotation. They've got the setup right here and
Yep,
should
they got
be
it.
able
Behind
to
you,
close
Boulder.
this one out, assuming they play it
Nice.
correctly.
Yeah, they gave it up because they know they can finish things here in P2, and they're doing such an amazing job at clearing out every single one of the players from Q9 over here in gas station. There is
That's
just
it.
no way
One more
that they can go in
point.
here. 250 is the
Wow.
scoreline, and finally, after a grueling 4 rounds, we get to see
Damn.
Tribe finally comes out on top as Q9 moves
Wow.
down into lower round 1.
3-1, right?
That
3-1.
that was a tight one. That's one that I feel like could be a preview of our grand finals.
Wow.
Both of those teams
Very great
incredibly
job
talented.
by both
For
teams.
Q9, very, very winnable control, very close second hard point as well. And over on the Tribe side, the S&D was close too. So I don't feel like coming out of this, either of these teams can feel bad about their performance, but obviously Tribe asserting their dominance early on. That's a great sign for Tribe fans around the world.
Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have, and we're not done yet when it comes to the other teams that are performing here. If
Let's
you
go
guys are
Tribe.
at home,
I
you can
know,
definitely
this
check out
that
our
was
Bravo,
crazy.
Charlie,
They
and
destroyed
Delta
Q9,
streams.
bro.
You can see over here our Bravo stream gonna be
3-1.
Almighty
And the only
versus
reason
Skate,
why I
where
think Tribe
surprise,
lost
surprise,
that
Skate is gonna have that upper hand,
the second one in
and that's gonna be
S&D
really exciting once we see what is
is
going
because
to be that scoreline, but it looks like we had such an amazing
it's because
round number
Tectonic
one
was
here in
having
Alpha Stream, where number one,
phone
hard
issues,
point looks
so they
like
reset
Q9,
everything,
they're
went into
having a little bit of
overtime, then they had to
difficulty, but
reset
honestly,
again.
they improved
Like,
so
who's
much
this
here in
dude?
South.
Who's this dude in the back? You see this kid?
I think the early rotations they had
But,
were great. But
yeah,
if you
anyway,
look,
that's the only
maybe
reason
like
why.
10 seconds different of contest time rather than just giving it
I'm
to
back.
Tribe
Is
for
Tribe
free
winning?
in
Yeah,
that
they
hard
just
point.
won against
Could be a
Q9.
completely
Here's the
different
score.
story, especially given how close they were able to keep it in spite of some of those mistakes. So I'm excited to see how they fare up against some of the other regions. I don't think this is going to be the end of the road for Tribe. But, or for Q9,
Why is Beef Mommy still there if no one likes her? You know, I didn't like Beef Mommy in the beginning, but she was fairly new, that's why. But I think over the past 3 years, she has gotten a lot better as a commentator and as a lot better, you know, host, if I should say so. So she's starting to grow on me because she's actually knowing the game and figuring it out and all that good stuff.
And not only that,
So,
they occupy all of the entrances when it comes to a single hardpoint. That's why they're so good.
Because there's times where, like in the beginning, she would say something like,
yeah, I think their teamwork is the reason that they're able
I
to
don't
find
know.
those
Let's just say that guy name's
easily.
there's a guy name and his name's Water. Okay, she'll say stuff like, "Oh my gosh," and you know, this person just got rained on because his name's Water, and she'll try to do all these puns, which are just kind of like, okay, you know, but yeah, she's gotten a lot better now. So I think she's a really good host now. Same with Bobby. I'm glad Bobby's there.
Q9 getting that 1, and obviously Tribe getting that 3. Very
It won't let
close
me show you.
matches that we actually
Show me
had
what?
here so far. But
Okay, let's look at some of these other
before we actually
games.
go into,
So this is
whatever
Almighty
match
versus
that we have
Skade.
left, I'm pretty excited to see what Tribe
Almighty
actually has
is
to offer,
1
but I feel
1 to
like,
2 now.
I feel like he's going to
against
be having
Skade.
a little bit of an interview with one of the key players of Tribe Gaming. Vague, that's going to be
Let's
up
see,
next.
Vitality and Strut.
I'm excited to see that one. Vague always
Starting
has
soon.
very interesting things to say.
Okay.
Hello, all right. Thank you very much, y'all. Great cast. I'm here with Vague from Tribe.
There we
Yo,
go.
Give it up for Vague. Yeah.
This guy's a bot. Let's hear what he has to say.
Obviously, that was a long series. How did you guys work through the fact that it took a little while to get through?
Well, honestly, like it was a long series, especially after the S&D. It kind of threw us off guard. We had this 6-3 lead, and unfortunately, Tech did get disconnected, and it kind of threw us off guard. Going into the S&D, we ended up losing, but then we went to Hacienda, and being down 0-2, some of us might have lost hope, but I'm guessing we didn't because we ended up coming back, getting that 3-2 victory, going to the hard point, and then we won the entire series, which was a really good thing.
Q9 is one of the top squads in all of COD Mobile. You knew that this was going to be a hype match coming into it. You obviously being like best of the West. What did you think of Q9?
Oh, Q9 are definitely a great team for sure. We did do some VOD review on them, and they do have some good ideas, especially the fact that they are a team-based, I guess, team. Our team was mainly started out as like a gun skill thing. We would ego chow everything, and they were the reason why we started to like get the whole play style working together and stuff. And that was definitely one of the reasons why we did win that game today with this whole series. So I guess shout out to them for giving us that whole idea.
Well, with that victory now, you're on the upper side of the bracket. It feels like you had one of your toughest tests.
Yep.
What are you guys trying to prove here and work on as you continue to move through the tournament?
Well, what we're trying to prove is that we are definitely the best team in NA, and even today we show that with beating the #1 team, which is Q9, obviously. Really great team. And I'm just hoping we can keep the same energy throughout the entire tournament, because at the end of the day, KD doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does good or bad. Even if someone does good, if they lose, they won't remember it until the winner of the whole tournament.
Yeah.
They won't remember who did good. They'll they'll remember who won.
Well, you guys got the victory in your first match. Vade, congratulations, brother. You and Tribe moving on to the upper side of the bracket. Let's send it back to the casters to close out this series.
Thank you so much, Digon and Vague. Congratulations for your team moving into the next matchup. But before we actually move on into our next set of matches, let's take a look at the highlights that we actually had, because there were a ton. This is probably one of the closest matches that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
It was super, super tight all the way through. Obviously, the first
highlights.
point, not so much.
Dude, you should have seen Marshy. Marshy got a 3-piece grenade. Killed 3 people on 1 hard point. Hopefully they'll show that. That was the last round in standoff.
In some situations, but I think overall they put up a good fight. A lot of it is just the pure gun skill of Tribe, and also that team chemistry of playing together that long, having such a team-oriented play style. And like Vague said, it's not about KD for them. At the end of the day, they just want to get wins, and whoever has to get kills to do it, they're going to do exactly what they need to do. But across the board, no question, Tribe looking like the hardpoint team to beat in this tournament.
Definitely. We already expected that off the bat. But obviously, Search and Destroy is a different story here, where obviously the China teams, both Wolves and Q9, have the upper hand because their region is so heavy when it comes to playing this game mode. But surprisingly, actually Tribe did an amazing job and just really pulling off quite the shocker in this situation and making Q9 and its fans kind of shudder in fear just a tiny bit, because at some point, the points were so far away, as you can see over here. But obviously, up until our restart, where we saw Q9 just wake up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, we talk about how the control was very, very winnable for Q9. You could say the same about the Search and Destroy for Tribe. Like, I think a couple things changing the momentum in this one definitely had a huge impact.
All right, we'll keep this on.
And I think if
Let's
Tribe's
go
able to play
to
that first map all the way through,
the other streams, because there's like 4 of them. Almighty against Skade. Skade's still winning right now.
Tribe looking very, very strong, and definitely
Almighty is up 2-1.
Team by any stretch of the imagination.
And now, speaking of the highlights for our control game, where Q9 had the upper hand of those 2 points, defense and offense. But you know what, Tribe Sos, yep, we're going to be doing the same thing to you. And that just seals the deal for them. And now for Q9, I feel like they were just being predictable at the very end, where they just had to close it out just once. Like what you said, the same thing happening for Search and Destroy and Tribe. They could have just closed it out, but no. Same case over here for Q9, where they were just so predictable, and Tribe did so well at trying to be more adaptable to the play style of Q9, just not going in there for that mid push, knowing very well they're gonna lose it every single time. And so they went into the outside lanes and just
getting clapped by Jezen ranked in a couple of times. Him being the rookie, he's definitely top 3 in the team. Yeah. I'll tell you something about Jez. Jez is a wall banging like master. I know he's using a lot of CBR and SMGs right now because that's just what's meta. But you put some type of holger in his hand, or put some type of game in his, or a gun in his hand, he will wall bang everything. It's crazy. He knows all the wall bang spots. So
as we hop back on into that Tribe Q9 match, there was a lot of things that happened there.
Nice that they all get their own iPad here to watch the game, you know?
He slid it in there. He was like, you know, we were a gun skill team, but our utility usages, am I allowed to curse on the interview? I was like, don't curse on the interview, but we'll get to that if you want to. So things to optimize
Can I
there
curse?
for Tribe, but they still get the victory over Q9.
And I love that Vega's getting us a little headpiece of like what they're thinking through, because this is just one step. Yes, it's a major matchup when it comes down to you have a tough opponent in front of you.
Right.
But this is
making
just
a video because some people don't know about it.
So
yeah, some people don't know how to claim the rewards. And I was watching it on my
yeah, and that's definitely something that we want to do with Q9 as well.
I was watching it on my thing, on my iPad, and then I realized I wasn't getting any of the rewards. Maybe I should should I whip up a quick video real quick so people can check it out
That's how they get back into it after the reset.
while we're waiting for this? These are all highlights right now.
You'll see something as a swift decision ends up coming
Yeah,
through,
some
but
people
you're
are having
not
trouble
able to
with
keep
it.
the pace anymore versus
So I was like,
Tribe.
maybe I'll whip up a quick video.
They actually recognize just to give up so much space just outside of 10 and just play for the 5v5 retake, and hey, it worked.
It's great awareness a number of different times because it's the same setup once again for Tribe. Get on, get the quick plant, but look
They
how
did this
Q9 are stacked.
before a
They're
long
taking
time
away the
ago.
mid lane.
Oh, like
They
how
have the ability
to
to
get your
players in
rewards.
towards trailer, and then the retake is so darn swift. That's something that Tribe never faced at all during stage 4, and 100% was a catalyst.
I'll be back
for why
again.
Q9
All right,
was able to take
Smikes.
the surge.
Yeah, and again, showing the
If
power
it's not
of
over,
Q9,
nah,
why
you still
they're
got
one of the most
like.
successful teams in
What time
the
is it?
world,
10.
and why they win most of the
We
time.
still
on
got
S&D.
like 3 more
But
hours left.
They are not without their flaws, and
I
we
knew about
got
it when
a
it
couple
first
of tips here
happened.
to
Oh,
show,
okay.
that
I was just
prove it
thinking
in
maybe I
fact
could help
number
out. Maybe I'll be in the
map number 3
algorithm.
was a
Maybe
little
I'll be
bit
on
of
the
a head
top one.
start
You know.
here. This is the bad and somewhat of the ugly, right? You know, you do not adjust the screen at all. Yeah, that was a 2-0 lead.
So I don't mind making a quick video. I'll edit it on my phone and all that too.
And yeah, it has everything to do with that life deficit, plus the resources that Q9 had in their back pocket.
Maybe I should do
They were
it.
down at one point like 5 to 12, and they somehow decided just to pull out operators for some reason.
You're 2-0 up. You don't have to spend anything. You're guaranteed another defense somewhere. Why try to force operator usage when not only is it 2 to 10, but you have a safety
People
point
see
in
a
another
team
defensive round.
lost, they talk trash. That's how it always is, man.
That's a breakdown. Like, you
That's how it
cannot
always is.
have those mistakes happen coming out of a major region that is looking to pop. That is a massive mistake, and that's 100% what cost them the match.
Yeah, and again, it feels weird because that doesn't feel like necessarily.
Oh shoot, wrong one. Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick video real quick. Might as well, right? So that way we know what we're doing. That way the other people know what they're doing. Because we're on a commercial. They're gonna take a commercial break right now. So, yeah. Okay. Here we go. Alright, welcome back to another Call of Duty video. Guys, my name is Jake. I'm going to show you guys how you can collect your in-game rewards from the Call of Duty mobile champions that are going. So, as we all know, if we decided to go ahead and reset our game, you're going to get all these ads like normal, and it's going to tell you and redirect you to watch. And I'll even tell you also in the mail where to watch the game. Now, I'm going to show you the correct way on how to get the rewards, because the way that Call of Duty has it set up, you cannot get the rewards the way it's set up. So for an example, finals day, day 1, it'll tell you to watch. Click here. So when you click on this, oh, that's 2 of them. Okay. So whenever you get in your mail, you'll have this live champs go now. So if you click go now, it's going to take you directly to the YouTube video or the YouTube stream. So you're actually not going to be able to collect any of the rewards from here. So do not click on any type of the ads that they give you, or even in here, because you don't win anything. So if you want to collect your in-game rewards, you're going to have to go to this little, it kind of looks like a triangle arrow, like octagon right here next to your COD credits. You're going to click it at the very top, and that's how you're going to be able to get your rewards. You're going to have to hit play, obviously, on the YouTube video.
In the bracket, that is very, very exciting stuff.
And once you do so, you'll have this little timer on the right with the treasure box. And once you hit the certain amount of hours, you'll be able to claim your rewards. Now, each day of the championship, they will be different rewards. And the most time you have to watch it will just be 1.5 hours. So once you go ahead and do the time limit of you watching, you're going to go ahead and claim everything here. And if not, you can always claim all your stuff right here in the mail as well. So now I got all the good stuff. I'm going to show you the rewards as well of what you can collect in the next upcoming days. Alright, so on the Call of Duty mobile website for the championships, you can see all the teams playing, and then you can see the rewards December 15th through the 18th. So as of today, you'll be able to get some COD credits. You can get this M13, an avatar, and a calling card. Tomorrow, when they stream, you can get these rewards, which is again the credits, the CBR Charm, another calling card. December 17th, credits. This one looks like the Kruger skin, so you have to watch an hour and a half for the 17th. Another calling card, and then last but not least, you also will have the COD credits. You'll also have another character skin, and then of course the holger and the backpack. So these are all the rewards that you could win every single day by doing that secret tip. All right, hopefully you guys enjoyed today's video. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. All right, that's all I needed to do. Nice and easy. All right, so next match, I'm trying to see what's the next match here. Oh, group lower 1 round. Okay. So, but which group is the lower round though? Starting at 12 p.m. EST? They have the times all wrong for this. Selena went to work? Yeah. She only worked for like an hour, but she's getting some stuff at the store real quick, so she'll be home in like probably like 30 minutes or so. Okay. Guess we could do I think all these songs are like copywritten, but you know, it is what it is. I really like these songs here. Miss Call? Rock Hill, South Carolina? I don't know who would call me from that far away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. We've had 7 series wrap on up, and we're waiting for
That's a nice view. It's like a drone view right here.
For our first round of the group stages. Degon here with the Mommy and Bobby. Y'all, we were
Mommy and Bobby.
but round group stage match. It's Skade versus Almighty. This is one here where Almighty was favored. We weren't sure what to expect out of Skade, and Almighty getting pushed all the way to the brink here at 2-2.
Man, these LATAM teams are just so good, and that's why it's just like so
wow, 2-2.
PabZera gets that one big kill.
Going into the 5th game, that's crazy.
We're wondering, they're the only ones left here, and that's why we're getting a little bit of a spotlight from both of these teams. Really surprised that the scoreline is actually going to be 2-2, knowing very well that Almighty is the #1 in Garena and Skade is the #2 of LATAM.
PabZera is a player that we saw hitting some big snipes in Stage 5 last year, and he's looking to bring that this year as well. 4 kills on the board for him. There are only 2 rounds, and they're putting in the work, but Almighty is not a team to be scoffed at. They got 5 players still up here in Slum Search and Destroy. Once again, this is a very unorthodox search and destroy map. Very, very compact on those bomb sites, and if you can manage to get a bomb down, it's pretty easy to hold off the retake, but that's a very, very big if.
Winner taking on Luminosity, who defeated Nova. Obviously, that means Nova will then be the opponent for whoever loses here, Beef Mommy.
First game 5 of the day, and it's really exciting to see because this is one of the teams that could be OT yet again. PabZera gets that information. Doesn't really quite land the shots though, but he will reposition himself into arches and hopefully getting that information, but none goes to him so far.
Right now, it's definitely a waiting game. Skade doesn't want to force anything. Oh my gosh, but he gets caught off guard by Incendio. Only needed a sliver in that line of sight, and he absolutely shuts it down. That likely going to round out the round for Skade right here. The bomb is down and in a really tough spot to retrieve. Leo's in trying his best to get pushed up right here, but he's going to get spotted out. Does get the kill onto Jeff Pro, but there's Heaven. Trade at hand, and Mihawk left all alone. Going to be able to find Irfan J, but he's still got 2 Almighty players he's got to deal with. But he drops Incendio right there, and now into a 1v1. Heaven and Mihawk! It's a 1v3!
Wow.
What did I get to see?
A 1v3, and the camera guy didn't even change it.
Hopefully in the highlights later on, we do get to see that beautiful 1v3.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But oh my gosh, what a shift in momentum, and that is definitely needed by Skade. And
who's the camera guy? You're fired.
You had the upper hand there, and you just lost that 1v3. What can you do? Full rush comes through from Skade here into that alpha site. Bomb goes down very early.
It's just got to be confidence shaking for Almighty right there. That seemed like the most clutchable round. And you've got the bomb sitting right in front of you. They haven't even picked up the bomb. You don't need to challenge. Just sit back on a head glitch. Absolutely thrown away round, and Skade's going to find a couple to open right here as well. Jeff Pro able to find 1 trade, and the pressure's on, but Almighty is executing, but just like that, only 1 player remains. Incendio shut down, and who else? PabZera coming through with the snipes once again. A 3-1 round lead. This would absolutely be an upset, especially with right now the #1 seed in Garena being Almighty.
Skade doing really well when it comes to that aggressive push, but now it's going to be different. 3-2 split for them, trying to gather that information first, and now there's going to be 1 player going in for that Bravo site for Almighty. That's going to be Heaven. Getting that information down, and they're just going to slow things down just a tiny bit as they go in for the repositioning here through mid. That's a really good split. 3-2 split, and that is going to be able to stop Skade right at its tracks, but then the information finally comes through.
I think a little bit of information for Skade. You can hear the SKS bullets whizzing across. Incendio, that 3 times Rytech, which honestly we haven't seen a whole lot outside of Garena, but he's definitely been able to have a big impact with it so far. Heaven going to be able to find, I believe, deagle shots on the Leo right there. Trade will come through, and now the smokes across. Utility usage is going to be so crucial in this matchup. Down to a 2v2. If you're Almighty, you've got to find a way to close it out. Heaven's going to find 1. You still got a PabZera to deal with, and he's got the bomb in hand. It's going to go down over on the B site. The pressure now on is Almighty desperately trying to avoid another big clutch for Skade.
They got all the lanes covered as Heaven gets that beautiful, beautiful timing. That is COD timing at its finest, and unfortunately for Pab, he was at a pretty good spot, but numbers advantage going in from Almighty.
Yeah, and I like this one from Almighty because you stopped the push early by Skate. Skate just rushed A site in the round previously, and it felt like once Almighty gets a little bit more control, you get to see the class that made them the #1 squad in Garena.
Yep, no question about it. We'll see if they can do that again. Obviously, defending over here on the B site, not an easy thing to do, especially if you get that barrage of utility, but Skate gonna play this somewhat passive. One player floods through the midst of the statue area. Leo and Lynn's gonna find the openers right there. That's gonna put Almighty in a bad spot, but Incendio finds a double right there. He gets traded out anyway. Shut Up left all alone, and man, those remaining Almighty players got shut down real quick.
Leo's in, responded with a 2-piece of their own, and now for Almighty in a very tricky spot as Skade is slowly but surely gaining that momentum for their end, and now it really is going to be very difficult because Almighty getting that bomb carry down. It really looks like they're better when it comes to being passive, and it looks like for Skate, they're so good at being aggressive. Speaking of aggressively pushing in through that alpha, going to Broken, but then they do pay the price. Irfan J gets that beautiful 2 as Shut Up goes in there for the backup as well. They push back though for Skate, and now that's going to be really big kills coming in from Irfan J.
The one thing is going for Skate, they've got a lot of players in a lot of different spots. Shut Up reads that perfectly. He's able to find the trade onto Limbs. And
Skate
now
4-2 now.
Leo and Pabzera. We've seen some big clutches out of them so far. Looking to make the cross right here. Got players on each bomb site. Jeff just kind of waiting, letting his snipers do the majority of the work right now. And Pabzera not getting any angles to work with. Shut Up's going to be able to shut down Leo. And now a 1v4. We've seen the 1v3, 1v4, maybe not as feasible. Irfan J shuts it down. Now Almighty most certainly still in this one.
3K for Irfan J. That's going to be huge kills for his team and slowly closing the gap up against Skade. And now, like what I said, that Skade really does well when it comes to the aggression. They actually pay for that in that particular round. And now we're going in for a full defense going in for Bravo and a very aggressive push coming in from Almighty. It looks like they want to rush going into Bravo, but that's going to be 3 players that they have to worry about. And Leozetta gets 1, but then Almighty gets 2, gets 3, no, gets that 4K. And now all alone, that's going to be you. You have so much time, Leosin, but not the numbers to back yourself up.
And the mom's going to go ahead and go down, so Leosin's going to find the opener onto Irfan J, make it a 2-piece. And if you're Almighty, you're thinking back to that 1v3, you don't want it to happen again. This one would be a 1v4. And you got to think with the bomb down, it just hold hands. You know he's got to make a push through. You know what side of the map he's on, but still very, very split up right now. One's going to get spotted out. And now an opportunity for the 1v4. Leo doesn't have the information on that last player on the inside of Garage. He's going to go ahead and peek around. But right now, Shut Up, all you got to do is play the bomb. You planted it perfectly. He gets the information, but no time to work with. Shut Up's going to go ahead and peek through, but the last shot does not connect in time. Nearly another miracle for Skate, but just like that, Almighty ties things up.
That was beautiful. The way that the bomb was planted was so good for Shut Up in that post-plant situation, and he had all the time in the world to just stop the push, play with time, play with his food, and there was really nothing that Leo can actually do to stop that. And again, that was really clutch for him as well, getting that 1 kill off of Heaven. But yeah, really great post-plant situation coming in from Almighty. Now we're even things up with a 4 and 4.
I feel like some of these setups for Almighty are just a little bit questionable. They keep putting themselves in really difficult situations when they have big man advantages. It feels like the teamwork just not quite there for them right now, and they get a couple players picked off the start right here. And with Mihawk getting way pushed up in that mid-map area, there is no control, no information, no anything for Almighty right now, and just praying for one of their snipers to find a pick.
Now, speaking of one of their snipers, that's going to be Heaven with the monumental job to try to find someone there. But Shut Up yet again. One more sniper for them. Going to be going down for Skade. Still very doable for Almighty to go in there for the clutch as Heaven spots and knows very well that one person is there, but Jeffra goes in there for the kill. Leozera goes in there for the trade as well.
Nice spot right
Still
there.
doable 3v2 situation, but 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time to play with.
Ooh, and Heaven just not quite enough patience right there. I think he definitely could have found one person peeking over top of that head glitch, but now left guessing once again. Lynn's right outside the door. May have been an audio cue for Heaven right here, but once again playing the waiting game, and that's not where you're going to want to counter up against an SMG. Reads it like a book. Lynn's going to drop right there. Mihawk's able to take down Jeff Pro in that same breath. And what do you know? Mihawk doing all the dirty work for the squad. Skade retakes the lead.
That was the first round we got to see in a while
We're gonna
where
probably see some
everything
overtime from these
slowed
guys,
down. The last like 4 or 5 rounds have all been rushes and someone losing a ton of members and then a cleanup right afterwards. That one we finally got some breath and got to see the class by both squads.
So good. I mean, Mihawk is just really good at clutching up those situations, and now for them, they just need to stay put, because so far so good for them. And now very aggressive going in for Almighty into that Bravo site. Very well that they can go in re-affected. And now a very important gunfight being won right now into Arches. Mihawk yet again, he's the king of this place. He's been getting so many kills here. And Bob0 gets a triple
sniper
Skade,
kill.
1 more to go, and they will win this best of 5.
Our first game 5 of the day has definitely not disappointed. And maybe didn't talk enough about Pabzera coming into this event. Obviously, I remember him making some big plays. But
remember? The man, the myth, the legend.
He's definitely not disappointed one bit, especially against a team that we expected to be top 3. But just like that, the bounce back for Almighty, making Skade pay. Kind of forcing them into that aggressive push. And now with the bomb going down, they're exactly where they want to be. You still got Pabzera alive, you still got Leo alive. Anything's possible, but Heaven shuts down Leo. Now all down to Pabzera. He's gonna hit the quick scope to open things up right here. But a 1v5, 1v3, yeah. 1v5, just throw away the phone.
You're pushing it. You're pushing it right there. But hey, he definitely made at least 1 mark on the team, 1 dead. But 5 and 6. Whew, very close to an overtime, and Bobby, it looks like we have a caster curse of just extending all of the games that we actually cast right now. But hey, here we go. 1 more lifeline for Almighty to try and even things up, and Skade just needs to close this out for 1, but then Almighty getting 2, but then the trades from Skade is also gonna come through, but then a 1v3 situation. Hey, what are you gonna do, Shut Up?
Oof. Skade trying to shut things down before we get to OT right here. Leo's in, very comfortable on that bomb heady, and Shut Up gonna have to make a lot of consecutive reads right here to make things happen. You can see the cross look right here for Skade. Got all their angles covered, and Mihawk's gonna spot him. Hit markers! Oh, he shot him in the foot on accident right there, and that's likely gonna be the end of the round.
Wow.
Skade coming out on top, showing they 100% deserve to be on this stage, and what I would definitely consider to be our first upset of the day.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful round coming in.
I honestly thought that hit marker, that's why you use a DLQ or something else. No right click, man.
Effort though coming in from Almighty, taking into a game number 5, but obviously
that's
just
crazy.
could not rely on that search and destroy, could not respond to that aggression.
Well, the Norwegian organization with the full Brazilian roster coming up with the first definitive upset, not only in a map, but in a whole series, and push down the number 1 squad from Southeast Asia. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm very glad we waited for all of that to complete to watch that one finish on up.
Amazing.
Because it was an impressive, I guess, usage of grits and grinding that last map on out here, Bobby.
Yeah, there were so many difficult situations that could have very easily gone the way of Almighty, but just sticking with it, not giving up on those individual rounds when you got a 1v3, when you got a 2v4, executing to absolute perfection. Almighty didn't have a counter. I think the map pick probably playing a really big role right there as well, and Skade did everything they needed to.
I was about to say it was the map pick, the slums there. Almighty just struggles because you know them as a very passive team when it comes to search and destroy. They like to take their time, but obviously Skade abused that, knowing very well that being aggressive, they can very well do that as well. But then hey, Pab and also Mihawk did so well when it comes to gaining a lot of the points, but hey, it's going to be a difficult matchup for all of these teams today as we finally go into our losers round 1.
Yeah, perfect transition, as hopefully we'll be able to get the updated group stage graphic for you in just a second, because, man, we've had a lot of results that were kind of expected, maybe some of them closer in terms of maps than we thought, but generally it's gone the way that we had predicted, except the influence came in Scars. We weren't sure which way that one was necessarily going to go. But with this upset, I mean, again, it's showing that everyone belongs here, and based on the map, based on the game mode, you might be able to pull out an upset just like we saw.
Yeah, the Latin American region has really showed out so far. We saw a dominant win for Inco. Definitely not a dominant win, but it was a win against a really, really good team. And I'm very impressed by what Skate's been able to do. I actually asked a lot of these players who they felt like the toughest team that they scrimmed while they were in the hotel. A lot of them said Skate. So this might not just be a team that the group needs to watch out for, but maybe the entire tournament.
Honestly, when it comes to Skate, I feel like the number 1 and 2 in LATAM is a little bit blurred because during their stage 4 run, they had the most game 5s, very close calls when it comes to search and destroy, when it comes to control, and also hard points. So I'm not very surprised that this is going to be the scoreline that we actually had today in Skate, just bringing it on top against the number 1 of Garena. That is something that I never knew that was going to happen.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break so that Almighty have a little bit of time to prep for their lower bracket run, because when we come back, it's all on the line for the teams in the elimination side. They lose, they're out, they win, they continue on in their journey. Make sure you stick around. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna watch Almighty versus Nova next. Big W.
Target down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objective.
Johnny's in here. I want to play JHG, big fan from India. Let's see if he responds. I like their soundtrack, but I think it's all copywritten.
Enemy down.
How are you guys? Who's gonna win it all?
Nice work. Get ready for the next round. Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out.
Okay, so these are lower qualifiers. That this next game, I think it's lower qualifiers, right? Group upper qualifier, group lower qualifier, champion quarterfinals. Oh, there's gonna be a champion quarterfinals at 4:30. Dang, that's gonna be crazy. I'm ready for it. What's up, Ghoul? Ghoul Head? What's up, broski? How are you? I'm gonna put Johnny plays for Tribe. But Johnny plays for Tribe. He was the best one on the team. Let's see. And let's go on the level up on Creator Club. Well deserved. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. He said Jake. No, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm in the Content Creator Club, and we moved up in the company, which was great, and got a little promotion, so super cool. But thank you, man. I appreciate it. Jake the Snake, baby. People are like in chat, they're saying, when is Ferg playing? I'm gonna put at call. I'm gonna at Call of Duty here. See what they say. Match is good, but this production officiating is
for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships.
I think casters are doing good. Casters are doing a really good job. Players are fine. Yeah, either the production team or just the phones in general. You have to understand, these people donated their phones to these guys.
We saw how much Skade taking the victory over Almighty, but those aren't the only upsets we've had. Or those aren't the only
having like Tribe and Tectonic and having all these disconnect issues and stuff like that.
Just how talented all the different regions are. I think
it's just
there was
terrible,
a question
you know.
of, is East
And
gonna
I agree.
dominate? Is West gonna
They
dominate?
just need to fix it.
Hasn't really been
It's like,
there have
you
been
promote your phone,
crazy
you
good
give everyone
Eastern
your
teams
phone,
and
your
crazy
stuff
good
better
Western
work.
teams.
This is the
I think
championship,
still
you know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
question marks up in the air as to who's
But
going to qualify tomorrow. Obviously, pretty big
so I'm
edge for
like,
the
come
teams
on,
that
man.
have already made it through, but it's definitely not
Busted
locked
my
in by any
chops.
means.
Server disconnection players, observers not doing their jobs, ignoring teams, admins messing up lobby rules, countless redos. Yeah, well, the hosts and stuff like that, they have no control over anything. So if you look at Beef Mommy, Bobby Plays, you know, I Hold Shift, all these guys or whatever, all they're there is to watch the game, okay? And they're what we call an analysis. So when you watch, they have an iPad in front of them. See how they all have an iPad in front of them? They're doing what we're doing. You just have an iPad in front of you, and you just watch the game as you spectate, and you just commentate on the game. Oh, you know, that's a nice 3-piece right there. The score is blah 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 down by this. They can't pan the screen. They can't change the screen. They don't get to choose who to, you know, they don't get to choose who to spectate, who to commentate on. This is the production team. They're changing all the slides. They're doing everything that they're doing, or probably being told to do, you know. So, but yeah, and then of course the production team, meaning who's you know, having disconnect issues. You have to understand, it's all technology. Technology is you know, it's always a hit and miss. You can have an amazing day with technology, everything work out really well, and then there's days that technology just power is out, or your internet is out. You know, you can't control those things. Those things are just out of your hand. you know, but what you can do is at least try to provide the best experience possible. So, but yeah, so I don't know if there's like the production team is in charge of the rules and the making of the rooms or what's going on, but yeah, I agree. It's kind of it's a rough first day. You have to understand it's Thursday. It's the first day. You know, they just got all the new players. They're trying to set everything up. They're trying to figure out all the problems. Yeah, it's the first day. So, but by the time it's Sunday, when it's the finals, they'll have everything down. They'll be mastered. They'll be locked in. That's how it always is. As soon as everything is mastered and locked in, it's the last day, and it's like, well, time to tear everything down. So. But like tomorrow's going to be a different game because tomorrow's the COD E-Bowl, so that's going to be fun to watch all the veterans play and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting. So that might be a whole nother, you know, a whole nother mess, but we'll see. But yeah, man.
Let's talk through the top side, then we'll go to the bottom side here. Skate and Luminosity.
Ooh,
yeah, the observers come in, yeah, and production crew, yep. Yeah, they need help for sure.
Are their top two seeds in their respective regions, obviously for Luminosity.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as Western Final. Yeah, that's true. That was very interesting.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
What's up, Jezzy? How are you? CDL Major 1 live right now also? Yeah. I think they're live too. I'm not watching them. I've just been watching mobile because that's where I come into play. I'm part of the Call of Duty Mobile Content Creator Club, so that's why I'm streaming the clubs, you know. But yeah,
has talked a lot about how many different stationary players they have around the map, and that's part of the reason why their SKSs are able to have the impact that they're able to have. It's going to be a big question, I think, in regards to the utility in a lot of those matchups.
Now to the
485 days followed. Dang, that's over a year. It's been a while. I don't think I haven't seen you in a while. I'm good. How are y'all? I'm doing good. We making big moves. That's all I have to say. In the Call of Duty Mobile Content Creator Club. I played in Ferg's tournament last week with the Creator Club. I got 9th place. Won some money. Got promoted now. So things are going pretty well for me. But thank you. How are things with you, Jezzy? I'm about to post a new video right now because there's a lot of people asking me. I can't get my rewards, but so I'm gonna make a video on how to get the rewards kind of going. So hopefully that video will maybe catch some views here and there. I'm just making my thumbnail right now. Jake is getting more noticed. Yeah, I'm getting my foot in the door. That's for sure. The only thing that I think we're struggling with though is it's just keeping the community together. You know, I need the fans that are just like die-hard fans. You know what I'm saying? We have fans, we have moderators, we have, you know, the squad, but they're just not obsessed. You know, we gotta find that thing that makes everybody obsessed. You know. Once we do that, then we're in good shape.
We've seen them bounce back in
difficult
scenarios as well.
Oh, that was another thing. I got to play against the devs, and I nuked the devs. That was a lot of fun.
That is just intense matches through and through, and it's looking like it's going to be LATAM that's really good when it comes to those rounds. But also North America really just showing up, since you did bring up regions, right? And for Garena, didn't expect that Omega was going to be winning up against the #1 of EU so convincingly, giving them a 3-0, and that is going to be a huge win for that particular region. But obviously, we're taking a look at the players right now. Almighty versus Nova, where we were kind of expecting Nova to actually pull through in stage 4 and be that #1, and they were having such a good run up until where they were still Animus, actually. Did such an amazing run at the very end.
Yeah, let's do this.
This
reward is 60 minutes. Yeah, they'll get longer tomorrow. The rewards start out, I think it's 5 minutes they start out. Longest is going to be an hour and a half. So
I feel like
tomorrow
that's what I wanna really
will be a little bit longer. I
Difference
think they go
losing
for
a
like an
close
hour
series,
and a half or
3-2,
so.
Being like, man, that could have gone either way, and it's international performance. So you know, you do run into a team that's hot. You do run into a style that's different. Compared
You
to
know, I'm
losing
always
3-0
here.
where you get smacked,
And then
like,
when you're not here,
you know
you're
what?
there. You know
That
what I'm
one
saying?
doesn't even
I'm just
count,
kidding.
or, you know,
Been
rarely
working,
are you like,
so
wow,
that's why you haven't seen me around.
we've lost our
Nuking the
hands,
devs, big
we're
W.
panicking now.
Yeah,
Like,
I got to
wonder
do that.
how
It was
the teams are
fun.
gonna react as we take a look at Team Almighty right there.
So
I think the other thing is the
10K
fatigue
soon.
factor.
Yeah, we're
Like,
short of 10K. We're
Nova-
about
Nova finished a
340
while ago, and it was a 3-0, so they've had
subscribers
plenty of
away.
time to rest. We literally just finished casting Almighty. Those guys have got to be exhausted, especially after a grueling series like that where you've had multiple map
Yeah, we're
resets
super
as well.
close. Hopefully we'll
That's
get it
gonna
soon
take
though.
something out of you. Could also mean
It's
you're a
good to
little
see
bit
you,
more
Jezzy.
warmed up, but it's kind of the flip of a
Glad you're
coin
working.
as
Glad
to
you're
which
making
way
big
that
money.
swings.
You know what I'm saying?
The thing with Almighty is that
Big money is always a
you
fun
need
thing.
to show them that you're in charge. That's the one kind of kryptonite
I keep getting
that
these
this
like
team
lag
has.
things,
And
but
yes,
I
they
don't know
can
if it's
be
them
cool,
or if
calm,
it's
and
me.
collected, but once you kind of
Everything's running
cross
smooth
the
on my
line with them,
end.
that's
It
when they
shows
kind
no
of falter
lag,
when you
so
put
I
that
think it
pressure.
might
And
be
I
the
feel like
production.
that
They're
team
just
comp of
having
Skade,
a
knowing
lot
very
of
well
issues
how to
today.
push the buttons of Almighty, that was probably one of the biggest reasons why they actually won that. But for
Jake,
Nova,
since
can
when
you
they
be as
made a
aggressive? Can you
championship
really
bundle?
just assert that kind of dominance into a team like Almighty,
You're talking
where
about in
you
game,
know
right?
that they will be really gracious under pressure.
Yeah, you can see headphones already on for Nova. They're starting to warm
Let me
back up
see.
for the Almighty guys. Taking a second there, just gathering their thoughts as they just
See, that
completed
happened
the
again.
marathon, the longest series that we've had so far. So both squads just getting ready, preparing. And remember, one of them going home after all of this. Again,
I know. Can you
proud to
imagine?
be here, proud to
You're in
represent your
Riley,
region. You do leave with
and you
a
play
pretty good
2
chunk of
games,
change,
and you
15,
just get eliminated,
$16,000,
and then it's over with. You
for
know,
that 13th, 16th place spot.
that'd be terrible.
But you don't want to go right now, especially in front of this crowd and the lights and all that stuff. And
Yeah.
specifically Group C and D, this Group C and D losers who've lost 2 in a row, you got to be on stage for like 2 hours and then you're out, right? You didn't even get that break in between to process. That's a tough thing to battle.
Yeah, but what's cool is that they at least get to enjoy their vacation, you know, because this is all like a vacation. So if they're here and they're they get knocked out, you get the next 3 days just to chill, relax, meet new people, enjoy your life. You know what I'm saying?
Playing at that level of competition because you're constantly making split-second decisions that have a really big impact on the outcome of a really big tournament. So
I'm not gonna blur it.
hopefully
I'm
they'll
just
be
keep it
able to
like this.
regain right here and drink lots of water.
Yeah, and caught him.
It
Let me
absolutely
check it
needs a
out.
lot of
Let me
water.
see.
So, I mean, I feel like we just need to cut some
Let me
slack
open
when
up
it
my
comes to
iPad.
all of these teams because they've been
Trying to
playing
get
for so
my
long. And I feel like what you
thumbnail
mentioned before, the jet lag that
situated
a lot
here.
of these players actually have to go through is really important. But hey, I feel like this is the time to
But
really
yeah,
just
we
step it
gotta
up.
make the
And I
Jake
feel
community
like for us,
strong. We gotta
we
have
definitely need to drink some
everybody
water as
show
well, because
up.
we've been going at it for so long.
We gotta get
Yep.
everyone
They've been going for a
involved.
while, and you know they're not the only team. Again, we're highlighting the Alpha Stream, I guess lower bracket matchup, but we got 3 other ones: Godlike and Stamina
To
Esports.
get
Another one that I
free-
want to set up that storyline right there. Godlike, we've talked about how India 0-2 right now
free
with both their
rewards.
squads. Stamina had a very close battle in each one of the maps, although they did end up losing the series. They were very close against Smart Omega. Both these squads with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, I think Smart Omega is a team that whenever it comes to big
Mobile
moments, they know how to show up. It was interesting to me. I didn't expect Stamina to go out that way. And obviously, I predicted them to be the winner of the group. So I am interested to see what type of
2022.
adjustments that they make. Obviously, looking
And
especially
COD
at the
Mobile.
S&D, Marvel dropped 20. So if you can elevate the level of play of the rest of those players, you got to think they should be able to handle the S&D relatively easily.
How to
Then
get
it's
free
just a question
rewards
of
from
making
COD
those
Mobile
adjustments in the
Championships
response.
2022 and COD
Well,
Mobile.
to get us ready for
I think
our
that will
next
be the name of the
matchup, we're
game.
gonna set it on over to our casters to get us into the game.
NYSL
Proper. Go
versus
ahead, guys.
LAG is delayed because of the water leak
situation.
in the ceiling on the Call of Duty League side. Oh
The thing
my
about it
guys.
is all
Is
they
it
do sleeping
raining?
through their alarms, or are they finally
Is it
awake?
raining in
Because
North
it's like
Carolina?
everyone's been talking
Or
about
is
this.
it just
Literally
like
do
they
or
just
die
have
time.
It
problems?
really is. You know, we did do or don't. You know, first.
I could now say
but
do or die.
now we have made it.
What's
to
up,
do
Mars?
or
What's up,
die.
Zed?
Absolutely. You know, the entirety of
How are you
just
guys?
the Eastern groups are just absolutely down horrendous. It's just something that we honestly didn't think that was going to be
Imagine.
coming our way. But I mean, hey, you know, you played.
Hey,
Skate very
we gotta
closely,
fix
and,
the leak in the roof.
Unfortunately,
Call of
ending
Duty,
out
what
on
kind
that
of
slow
venue did
search
you
and
go
destroy just
after?
Didn't go their way.
Yeah, and here's the thing: it's like this happened last year in the Western Finals. Skade upset a ton of teams in the groups, nearly made it into the playoff bracket. maybe the same thing's going to be on hand for us for today. On the other side, though, okay, lots of expectations was built over towards this Team Almighty squad. Yeah, they're great. We have the results to back that all up. Not just inside the region, but as the desk had very vividly mentioned, also against China in the Fall Invitational. That's an incredible result, and yeah, outside of Tribe being a favorite, they came in as the Eastern favorite. But Nova, here's the question. They got smoked in the opening matchup versus Luminosity.
Yeah,
so now
Nova
it's really
just
kind
got
of this battle
obliterated
of, who's here to
3-0.
play today?
Yeah, I think especially for Nova, you're coming into this entire matchup, right, that you had a very tight EU finals at that, and then you come in and get absolutely worked by LG. Again, it was not pretty. That 3-0 control on Raid was just very, very quickly done and dusted. So you better hope that it started and stopped.
All right, my video is being uploaded right now. I'll let you know when it goes live.
Especially for both of these two teams.
I was confused when I saw the bundle. I was like, when did this come? Yeah, let's look at it right now.
And what's even more interesting as well is that Nova actually opting in to get rid of the Hacienda, where Almighty doesn't want to go to firing range.
Yeah, that's fair. And just kind of as far as Nova is concerned, the only map
so it's a bundle
that's going to make its way back into the series
Veggie Smuggler bundle, Woodsland bundle, 22 World Championship bundle. Ooh,
69, bro. I mean,
is this the Archangel?
Not even close. So I think if you're Nova, you have to be thinking,
oh, Death Angel. That's pretty fire, yo. Like all the tattoos and even the skin. That's pretty nice.
Necessarily expect that to happen.
They should give that as a reward for us.
Through our first set of group matches is to expect the unexpected.
No, absolutely, and that's almost what is very unexpected is that the simple fact that Nova actually allowed that slums to come all the way through. Clearly, they know something more than what was already offered in their matchup versus Luminosity, and again, it's just one of those things that we can then go back.
Oh, they brought the AK-47 Frostbite,
maybe it was just
or Frost brand. My bad.
A decent amount of time in between that match and now, but they're also going up against an Almighty roster that legitimately just got done playing against Skate. So it's you really do have to show up and absolutely play your heart out.
I think the biggest thing, though, kind of comparing these two squads and their opening results, Almighty, maybe it was decision making, because it didn't really seem like there was one player that was like, oh, he's just not here today. The team was playing fine. Yeah, Skate was just playing better. On the other front, though, you look at Nova, we've had this same conversation stage. What is Spy to do? Because he's kind of like the new guy in, and we kind of had this comparison between Spy and Jez, their first times playing in Europe and then North America respectfully. But, are we actually going to get the superstar that Nova expected to get from Spy?
Yeah, we need that playmaker to show
I like
up.
it.
If
It's
you are
fire.
a fan of Nova as a whole and you want to see this EU team really go far, because I mean, you can't just always just rely on just one player to be able to make all those plays happen. I mean, I felt like it was almost a broken record continuously going through the entirety of that slum search and destroy, where you blink and you're just down to just
Thank
one
you, my
more
boy.
player
I
left
appreciate
alive.
it.
It's just a lot of isolation
Thank you
that was coming
for the
through.
bless.
And, for Nova as a whole, I think that's something that you immediately need to rectify. And hey, maybe it could honestly be somebody like Inferno. You go all the way back for Inferno's entire year, an entire tenure rather in COD Mobile. Did have time on stamina, placed third in 2021. It's kind of the veteran leadership that you almost need, especially in a LAN experience.
He was a standout player as well all through last year. I mean, he was definitely the guy to watch out for. So, I don't know. There's a lot of missing pieces, I think, to what we kind of see result-wise on both fronts, just in different ways. Yeah. Team-wise, I think Almighty is like, okay, collectively, you even kind of saw a coach kind of going back and forth, like, hey, we got this, let's regain. You even heard the desk talking about it, like collective breaths, just let everything settle. Let's get into this one and just start our run right here. We're on the other side, Nova, you're coming off of an absolute smoke show. So you have to be able to essentially try to put your finger on what went wrong. Were we just not ready to play, or is there something that we're just missing in our planning? It's kind of a little more.
Did all you guys collect the in-game rewards already?
You have a lot of times watching Hogs?
I don't watch many Hogs.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just curious. But regardless, though, I mean, not to go back and use the same point, but I mean, Nova's match was a decent amount of time ago. To go back over those three maps specifically, just scrubbing back at the YouTube feed, is very possible. Sure. And I do honestly stand by this. No matter the Call of Duty, no matter the year, you can learn a lot from getting absolutely taken down the way that Nova did.
I'm gonna post
you go back and you take a look at the way that Luminosity was able to play throughout the entirety of those maps. That's what you want to be able to
11:10. Okay, new video dropping.
it's always so tough because it's like, would you
How
rather be
to
the team that just
collect
got 0-3 and
in-game
you're just like, oh, well,
rewards.
okay, that was just not our match, reset, or is it like a
We're at
what's going wrong? Right. On the other side, like, if you go this intense
9,667.
you start to nitpick on everything.
So we're
It's just
actually
like, oh, we're doing
exactly
this wrong. You
at
start to overthink it.
340 away
We'll
from.
see. It's gonna be one of those situations that it's all about regaining here throughout this
340 away from
entire
10K.
slot, as it is elimination
Big
round
W.
1. But we are just a minute away from being able to get in a game, and while we're waiting, we'll
What's
step
that,
away
Keaton?
for a little 5-minute break.
There you are, baby.
Round 1 graces our screens. Don't go anywhere.
I love Kata M. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick while we're taking a break. Got a 5-minute break. Yeah, all this music is copywritten. What is it? What is it? Oh, they gotta do one more phase? Oh, it's only 2 days though. Oh, that's not too bad though. I'll do the grilled cheese. Oh, 2 days. 19th and 20th is that? Is that Monday and Tuesday? Yeah, it is. Nice. I don't think any other teams are playing, right? Q9 against Influence. Strut against Vitality. And Godlike versus Damon. So these are all the losing brackets. So we're not going to be seeing any of the winning teams just yet. So maybe I could show you guys here. Yeah. Let's go over who won. Okay, so here's the bracket. Oh yeah, okay. These are the teams up here. So it's gonna be NYSL versus Omega, right? Yeah, because if we do this, these are all the losing teams. So Influence, yeah, okay. Yeah, stamina loss. Okay. Oop. Oop. This. Okay. So NYSL and Omega will be playing in the winning bracket. Next bracket we'll be having Inco versus Wolves. Okay, those are the winning teams of the two. Tribe will be playing against Scars in the winning bracket. And then Skada and Luminosity will be winning from this one. So we're going to be seeing all the losing brackets now. So the losing team is going to be yeah, everyone opposite of what I just said. So it'd be Godlike versus Stamina, Vitality versus Strut. We're looking at who we're looking at here. I wish I could like download this. Influence against Q9, and then Nova Esports against Almighty. So yeah, so we got all the loser brackets, and then after the loser bracket, then it's gonna be a winning bracket. So then we're gonna be seeing, you know, like NYSL versus Omega and stuff like that. We're gonna see the better teams play. Once we see them play, then we'll see another losing bracket, and then it'll be the finals to see who qualifies to go to the next round. I'm going to be posting a new video on how to claim your free rewards from COD Mobile Championships. So that way it might help everybody. Because I was having a hard time of learning how to get my rewards. All right. How much time we got left? I think we still got time, right? Yeah, we got a whole minute. Alright, it's about to go live. Whoa. That was an accident. Sorry. Alright, we'll keep this on pause because I thought they were going to be starting again, but I think they're still trying to get the teams ready. So, let's do this. Our video should go live. There we go. Welcome back to another Call of Duty video. My name is Jake. I'm going to show you guys how you can collect your in-game rewards from the Call of Duty Mobile Champions that are going. So as we all know, if we decided to go ahead and reset our game, you're going to get all these ads like normal, and it's going to tell you and redirect you to watch. And I'll even tell you also in the mail where to watch the game. Now, I'm going to show you the correct way on how to get the rewards, because the way that Call of Duty has it set up, you cannot get the rewards the way it's set up. So for an example, finals day, day 1, it'll tell you to watch. Click here. So when you click on this, it's going to take you directly to the YouTube video or the YouTube stream. So you're actually not going to be able to collect any of the rewards from here. So do not click on any type of the ads that they give you, or even in here, because you don't win anything. So if you want to collect your in-game rewards, you're going to have to go to this little, it kind of looks like a triangle arrow, like octagon right here next to your COD credits. You're going to click it at the very top, and that's how you're going to be able to get your rewards. You're going to have to hit play, obviously, on the YouTube video.
In the bracket, that is very, very exciting stuff.
And once you do so, you'll have this little timer on the right with the treasure box. And once you hit the certain amount of hours, you'll be able to claim your rewards. Now, each day of the championship, they will be different rewards, December 15th through the 18th. So as of today, you'll be able to get some Kata credits. You can get this M13, an avatar, and a calling card. Tomorrow, when they stream, you can get these rewards, which is again, the credits, the CBR charm, another calling card. December 17th, credits. This one looks like the Kruger skin, so you have to watch an hour and a half for the 17th. Another calling card, and then last but not least, you also will have the COD credits. You'll also have another character skin, and then of course the Holger and the backpack. So these are all the rewards that you could win every single day by doing that secret tip. All right, hopefully you guys enjoyed today's video. I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Fire. Worked out. All right, cool. That's all we needed to do. All right, we're still waiting. Still waiting. No worries.
Hello, you. It's us, and we're back, and we've got great news. Games are just about ready to go. Elimination round 1 is just about to get underway, pretty much across everything that's happening on the main stage. Our focus is going to stick, though, with a team that just got shocked on main. It's going to be Team Almighty taking on Nova Esports from EU. We already kind of did a lot of frame up, but here's the layout once more proper. Kind of take us through our headspace as far as where do you feel like the must-wins are for either team?
Well, I honestly think that it's all over the place, right? I mean, if you're looking from Almighty's perspective, I think that the hard point specifically on this raid might just be able to favor you. It's very, very difficult to gauge fully where Nova does stand, because if you're just now joining us and you haven't been watching all 4 streams, well, what have you been doing all day? Because you missed Nova getting absolutely slammed by LG in a 3-0 fashion. They lost that Slums hardpoint 250 to 69. That's not nice. No. So they have to come out of this raid hardpoint absolutely swinging to show why they belong here.
And here's the cool thing about this map is we're going to get a really good feel for both of these two teams to see, was it just an off first round for them, or are there actual core mechanical problems that are going wrong? This map is all about just valuing rotations, being able to set yourself up for success. So we dive on in. All the grenade trails right over the top. Neil will secure first blood, having able to at least win out the backside of Ring, and the color, well, I'll say the colors, they're going back and forth. A little bit of a pinstripe kill feed, but Heaven still involved. Yep, finds the last elimination, double for him, and it's Almighty in the hill.
the hill for now, but I gotta say, I really respect what I'm
Alright,
seeing.
we got Almighty and Nova.
Just the simple fact that they're at least waiting
I
for
think
respawns
Almighty will
before
take
they
this
even
one, but
think
we'll
about
see.
taking laundry control. But player number 5, Saturn's able to get up close and personal, able to hold the line and space provided. This is very big moments coming forward for Nova, so that way they can hold the spawns ahead of the kitchen rotation.
Kills coming out from Nova, all of it from laundry. They're able to take the rotation, start playing over towards P2. Creed flashed up, has a little bit of assistance though. They get to the money window just a touch late, and yeah, Shut Up able to find at least one elimination. The rotation coming out though from Nova, trying to scramble, get here, win this hard point, and more importantly, win the spawns in the back. But you take a look at the minimap, the flip is successful, and Nova all of a sudden in a chance to kind of have to fight back into this.
That was a really big moment for Almighty to immediately recognize the one simple fact that they had to end up trying to put themselves in a position to try to work down towards the south side of the map. Get past Tiki and then flip out the spawn so that way they can inevitably get in here for 2.
All right, jungle spawns in for the side of Almighty. Have to dig back in towards the cushion that was gained off the first hard point though. Nova looking good from the front, numbers and eliminations behind that. Heaven's able to get a double, but Jeff able to fall means that all of a sudden Almighty's bounced out of the hard point just as fast as they were set up. Still 35 seconds to fight for. Heaven on the way in. Already doing a lot of the legwork for his team, but it's just not quite enough to single-handedly get the break. Teammates are there to follow up though, and it will be Almighty hanging in towards the second hill.
Yeah, and also just look at Almighty just manipulating the map entirely. All of Nova essentially spawning into P4. Why is that? Because you have players being the route man, Heaven being that route guy, absolutely getting paid, pulling out operators to boot.
Heaven already in towards new, as you mentioned. Almighty looking to turn scrap into initial here, but Nova's very quickly just going to concede the old time and try to focus on the front here. But this is all in shambles. I mean, this is just one by one, a little piecemeal on this break attempt, and Almighty's going to reap the reward. Creed's the only one to really get into the hard point. Spawns are still all over the place, but Creed is locking things down single-handedly. A little hero moment for him, but it gets cut down, and with that, Almighty will win the rotation over to Garage.
Yeah, this string of scrap into initial from 2 to 3 isn't exactly an easy one, but Heaven on 11 kills is still zoning players in and out of Art. The bait and switch up through driveway inevitably gets traded, but
is bread still
reaping
good?
the benefits from all that work that has been put together. Now, you still have to deal with Saturns and Creed trying to push in through AC. There's 40 seconds left to fight for over here in Garage, and I'm not going to lie, I think that Nova desperately needs this break.
Yeah, 50-50 fights happening in and around the hard point at the moment. Heaven still trying to play through Fountain. Yeah, that works, even though he's flashed. He's able to deal with the next opponents coming forward. Now the next hit for Nova all has to come through Jim's side. Not exactly what you want, because you got to go through this small doorway. Inferno not going to predict the right, and well, it's not quite a full-on lineup, so Nova will get a bit of a break. That gets us to about a dead-even game, but we take our attention back to the minimap, bottom right side. Big battle for jungle spawns.
There's actually a 3-for-1 that's actually going down over there as well, as Jeffro will end up getting traded, but that's all just good information. Whose Heaven is going to be right there to try to clean things up. 16 kills, by the way. Now it's up to Neil down low here for Nova to try to zone away the pool. Can only come up with 1, and it's still Almighty setting themselves up for 4.
Love that. Let's get skin.
SKS has Heaven around the outside. Oh, not able to get the shots to land though, and the regen's good for Heaven, which means Almighty now have numbers. Nades starting to flood into the basketball hard point, but Almighty are pretty comfortable off this setup, and you can see it just off the kills alone. Purifier that was being held by Irfan, not really going to be used for much of anything, but still, I think you take a trend of the game right now, Almighty's on top when it comes to how proactive they're being on the map.
And it's literally just that. It's like I was talking about at the beginning of the day, some better hardpoint teams will be able to exemplify really good core fundamentals in the respawns, making sure that you're rotating ahead of time. That's been Heaven every single time, and he's reaping the benefits continuously. Has a streak to be using, already calls in a hunter-killer drone. He has 21 kills to his name, Alan.
Spy gonna pull out the gravity vortex, just look at the lockdown old time. Well, that's really well played. That's gonna provide at least a little bit of a cushion here, maybe even a bit of a dissuading of Almighty just saying, we don't want to deal with this hard point. Give him the old time, which once again, yeah, at the moment Almighty's doing better on the early sets of rotation, but Nova's scrap battles have been really efficient.
It's legitimately just that, right? Just making sure that you're annoying, making sure that you have players like Creed being able to find 2 off of exit, and it kind of sets the rest of Almighty off kilter. So they don't have the setup that they're constantly looking for, because you always have flanking members of Nova to deal with.
Heaven trying to lock things down from the bottom side of the double stairs. Nothing there, but his teammates pick him up. No worries. Hardpoint opens up towards Rocks, and it's all Almighty in the kill feed. We continue to see this trend of the first 30 favoring Almighty, the back 30 more so favoring Nova. Hard to say it convincingly, but that pretty much has been how it's gone. Neil shut down, but he's opened the door for his teammates to start to push through, but Almighty predict it. The shutdown is there once again, and this could be the first convincing hold we've seen from Almighty yet.
Still 30 seconds left here in P5 before we go in towards the second set of rotations. Now, if you're Nova, you really don't want to give all this up, but it's a double-edged sword, because you want to make sure that you maintain this side of the map ahead of the P1 and P2 rotation. But you can even just look at the mini-map here. It is all just completely covered in Almighty. You said big win because Spy.
Oh shoot, my chat's not working. What the heck?
Spawns coming out for Nova, trying to surround this first.
I was like, no one's chatting.
That's here for Almighty at the moment. Teammates are trying to frantically get
My
here
thing's
to assist
broken.
them, but honestly speaking, he's been fine. He's kind of got a little bit of cover, doing a lot of damage to Inferno up top, so that SKS is a good value. And as the old time once again expires, it's Almighty who's here first. And now with all of a sudden a pretty large cushion, we're looking at 150 to 94.
Last night you were speaking about giveaway in t-shirt and others. How is it? Yes. So I was supposed to do a giveaway with my organization and my leader and stuff like that. He wanted to do a battle pass, and then I'm gonna do a battle pass, and then he also wanted to do like a Call of Duty Mobile giveaway t-shirt, and he told me we could go half-seas on it to, you know, do it, but I don't think he is, because he ended up not streaming. He like canceled everything. So I mean, I don't mind doing a battle pass giveaway, not at all. But I don't think his battle pass giveaway ain't gonna happen, and I don't think the t-shirt will happen.
Have to have a huge hard point right here, right now in Kitchen if you're Nova.
Because we were supposed to do this whole thing on Trovo, and then he started without me, and he was like, "Oh no." He was like, "Oh, just cancel it all." I'm like, "Cancel it all?" I'm like, "We did so much to help you get the stream up yesterday."
The next one up, and he's the next one to fall. Goodness gracious, who else wants to come in?
What's up, Arthur?
I think says Heaven at now 33 total kills. First 15 seconds though are good for Nova. The thing is, you have to win a full 60 and you have to win rotation to new.
And that's a very, very tall ask. And you can see just with this leader's advantage, just diminishing down to 80 points. Almighty can pick and choose how they want to be able to break this hard point. Wait for the respawns, work your way around the back, while you also have players trying to hit through the front.
Heaven on the flank. Pinch is absolutely perfectly timed, and that's just not, we haven't seen anything like that from Nova. It's been, okay, you guys go, and then 20 seconds later, I'm gonna go. And it just doesn't really feel like it's all happening at once. And Almighty are just overwhelming. We had the question of, was this gonna be a pretty evident map in terms of what's been going wrong? And I think we could say, yeah, for Nova, but on the other side, Almighty
is holding down.
Rotate to garage. You hate to call
yeah, you gotta start rotating, but it looks like Nova's already there.
Now it's time. You have to have the full 60 if you want to have a chance to extend this match.
Yep.
It's so hard to be able to string so many different hard points together on a map like Raid, which is again why we're seeing the praise for Almighty through that first and
oh no, I know.
Rotation so far, but in their
He
previous
just
push, they
lost it all, so I was like, well, are we not doing this giveaway? I told my fans, let's do a giveaway. I'm like, so it's kind of his fault.
But the rest of the numbers for all of Almighty, they're coming from the Fountain side.
Neil next one in, does well. Gravity Vortex also finding value for Spy. The lock is looking pretty darn solid, but the hit's not done yet. Almighty still trying to force their way in, possibly trying to win the game here, but as the last hit is shut down, you take a look at the minimap, and turning tail and running back towards basketball goal Almighty. Nova have to pick, every kill on rotation here is a massive kill for Nova if they can find him.
The same could be said for Almighty. The more kills that you find in the middle of rotation is going to constantly keep Nova spawning out, but where player number one, where Heaven's located at, yeah, you're slaying out, but you're actually opening up spawns over by Ring.
Yeah.
If you can find that trade, it would be massive, but even calling in the Predator missile from Spy, that could be the opening to potentially get in here early.
Wait for some help here. This is a tough angle to chow by yourself. Inferno's not even here yet. He's pulled out the bow. Sparrow's going to work out for at least one. He gets the second, but he takes his own life. 1v1's in the back. It's down to Creed. Can he hold on? No, not quite. And spawns will stay good for the side of Almighty. 50-50 battle onto the interior. Saturn's looking to do something from inside the cubby. He's earned himself a straight. The Pred missile's called out desperately. It's going to find nothing at all, and that's going to be an Almighty.
Pred's a waste.
Reinforce, and they can put the game away here.
Just need 20 more seconds. They have to close spawns. They're working down Spiral. Still more isolated gunfights. Money control through that window for Almighty could be the benefactor. Creed is the only player that's pushed up closest, and he's not getting any reinforcements because he still have Jeff and Money.
Yeah, this is, Nova's just getting put into a little bit of a chokehold. Neil, Sparrow,
and Nova.
For a couple. There's the pinch. Spy finally able to get back.
Being able to hold down this point. Yeah.
There are streaks to be used here for Nova as we
if I were Almighty, I would just say forget that point. Let's start rotating. Go next.
This comes down to, can you
I know they're gonna fight for those extra points, but nah.
Operators to actually make this comeback happen. Keep in mind, you can't let this last 5 seconds go either.
No, you cannot. We'll be able to win that though. Now you gotta have
Good
to just
fight.
move it over towards
Got
rotation.
one more.
Yeah.
Have to use the streaks early. You're gonna end up having a vortex gun inside
Gotta
of
rotate
Kitchen
one
as
more.
well. Saturn's needs to go big, needs to find value to provide space for their team.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Not here, not now. It was a valiant effort for the side of Nova, but in the end, it really does feel like there were just too many moments for Nova that
wow,
you had the right setup.
They got it. Almighty with the W.
Say go together.
Early rotate looks to be a good move.
Specifically in that second set of
Yeah, they got him, and they clutched up.
That we were ended up talking about, there were moments
So
that
my
were really, really good. You know, when Spy was finding those 3 pieces, sometimes Inferno was also
you
there
call
as
it?
well, piecing together a handful of eliminations. But it was
My
all
chat's
just
not working for
isolated
YouTube
plays.
again.
Very
It keeps going
individualistic
on and off.
was the way that Nova was playing throughout the entirety of that hard point, and just to wrap it all up in a beautiful fundamental.
Alright, I'll just have to have both of them open side by side, I guess.
Heaven went absolutely AWOL. I mean, the guy was just dropping
Like,
numbers
goes in and out,
continuously,
in and
as
out,
you can see
in and
on
out.
your screen. 43 and 29, how casual is that for the kid? But regardless, it's what the rest of the team was able to do, benefiting off of all that space that was being provided.
Yeah, and Irfan's the exact next person up. 2 minutes and 42 seconds inside the hard point while also tallying 31 total eliminations. That matches the best on the opposite side, which, to your accord, you wanted to point to Inferno, say, hey, he played really well all through last year. Maybe the guy that needs to step up, he did what he could, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yep, just not enough, really. I mean, again, you're basically picking and choosing a whole bunch of different players that really just kind of struggled throughout the entirety of that. Again, it really did feel like Nova was missing that route man through the entirety of the first set of hard points. There was nobody trying to get rotations early. The only reason why they were in for the initial 10 seconds before they got broken was because they got spawned out, because that's just how Almighty was playing. They were breaking them late.
5v5 on a 4v4 map. That fifth person should be going rogue and finding something to really benefit his squad. So well done by Team Almighty to come back after a very tough 5-map series in their opening round matchup. And now we take a look at the takeoff, search, and destroy. First time we've seen it here on the broadcast today. Actually, I think it might be the first time that any of our teams have played it yet today. And I think the person that we have to continue to highlight, hate to keep singing the same song, but Inferno, if he's going to pop the SKS again, this would be a great map to have lockdown potential out of him.
There is a lot of range potential on takeoff. I mean, obviously you can find opportunities in certain avenues, basically looking at heaven that you have to deal with, but the name of the game here, from what we've been able to see from that raid hardpoint, is that Almighty are probably going to want to play very, very fast. That is what they were able to exemplify when they were playing against Skade in their previous match on the Delta stream.
Yeah.
That Nova just need to be able to keep them at a sniper or SKS reach.
Well, I mean, the SKS may be kind of the lens of defeat here for Almighty, because they did lose both the
Nova
destroys to
has
Skade,
no
who does
momentum.
love to play the SKS.
They just look defeated.
Maybe there is a problem
look at
there.
them.
When it comes down to Almighty's play style and how they want to try to counter that long-range ability, and maybe on the opposite side, you
just
take the other side of the sword
defeated.
here and say maybe that's exactly how you slay the dragon if you're Nova.
EMT won. Yeah, they won this game.
By dragon, I just been watching a lot.
I think it's still the best out of 5, so that's the first one.
I haven't been watching House of the Dragon, but I appreciate the reference.
Very good. But here we go. Search and destroy. Take off. Key, I think here, if you're Nova, you do not want to go down 0-2 to this very good Almighty squad in the face of an elimination round. Neil, first blood. Okay, how about that? Long range. But immediately countered. It's Incendio and shut up. Able to combine for 3 almost exactly in the response. Heaven also in the mix in the last play off this Creed, who could do absolutely nothing. And wow. Yeah. Wow is right.
You know, it's one thing that we were sitting there trying to highlight what Nova was going to be able to do so well and what their potential was going to look like on a map like Takeoff, but you know, what Almighty were able to do so well, even in a losing fashion, 7-5 on that Slums the search and destroy versus Skade, was the simple fact that they had snipers popping off.
Okay, we need to have a conversation here, Nova. Continue to get aggressive, continue to get picked apart right
The buffed up Fennec?
It's the second
No,
down mid, and this defense is not even coming close to getting
so
set up.
I don't know if you knew this or not, Hawaiian.
Reward of some free first bloods at the moment. Still some
but whenever
though, I will say, with the last
like
3
COD
defenders
champs
holding on to
happens,
angles that are pretty safe for the most part. But the thing is, you can't play 1-for-1 corners if you're
whenever
Nova.
the Call of Duty Mobile Champions happen, they have the old version of the game. So because the new season just came out with all the new, you know, like you said, all the new stuff, the Fennec, the UL, all these buffs and all that, you're technically still back from the season before. They're always a season behind when they do the championship, because the teams have been practicing and practicing and practicing and practicing throughout these what's it called, throughout these past couple of months or whatever you want to call it, with those guns and those, you know, perks and whatever. So
give your defense a chance.
That's what they do.
And this
But
time
because
they're
it's a
gonna
new
play the middle
season
map
and they
almost
flip
completely.
up everything, all that
Bomb
practice
carried
goes
by
to
Jeff.
waste.
Just kind of feeling things out
So
over towards
that's
the
the
A side.
only
No
that's the
real
only thing.
commitment at
So
the
if you
moment,
don't remember, but
this is
stage
Almighty
4
saying, hey, if you're gonna give us 3 kills, we're gonna
was
wait
when
here
the
until
KSP
we
was
feel
like a
we have to
3
be the one to
tap.
make the first move.
Yeah, Jeff
So,
just, again,
and
maybe
everyone was like,
expecting
why
Nova
is
to
everyone
make
using the
a very
KSPs?
aggressive
Because it
game
was meta the
past
season
the
before.
ASD
So,
side.
yeah.
This is what you need to do if you're Nova. You just wait for them to make the mistake. There's no reason for you to get aggressive. I love the angles that are being held.
Now it comes down to trying to feel things out. Shut up. Still alive through scaffold. How does he manage to stay alive there? Creed does tally first blood.
Yeah,
That
pretty much old meta.
eliminates the entire B
So
side
right
of
now
the
you're
map.
gonna see a
He
lot
may
of
not know
CBR,
that, though,
Prig
considering where
6,
the kill was and
maybe a
on top of the fact he
Bison.
had to back away. But with 60 seconds left to play, there is still a lot of doubt here for Nova as far as where is Almighty, because they haven't shown themselves really at all.
You got information on 2. You were able to deal with at least one player coming through from that north building, but you still understand that there's going to be a player all the way down towards scaffolding. So that's why you're seeing all these blue arrows on the mini-map coming through from Nova, making sure that the A-bomb site is reinforced because the entire cross is being watched by Neil.
Ah, there you go. Speaking into existence, why don't you there, friend? Shut up, able to drop. Heaven with 1 response, but this has to be an 8 commitment. And there are rifles waiting for this push. Much, much better from Nova. Yeah,
Wow,
perfect.
nice.
Very well done. And that's just a split of focus. Just don't peek mid. That had to have been the comm there for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you don't have to take an engagement within the first 10 seconds on takeoff, why try to force it? You're both going to be running double snipers. You might as well just play very steady and wait for them to work in towards your line of sight. It is defense after all, search and destroy. They are on offense. Almighty have to make the move.
Once again, everything just being felt out. Snipers looking for someone to cross. But Nova's disciplined. Not peeking anything. Literally nothing except now. As there's a push coming forward. Spy after that first blood. Look how far Spy has gotten. He's already bought
I should be in the championship next year. I'm not even good. These guys are insane.
On to shut up top. He's going to reveal his position with that kill on a Creed, but it just comes down to, does Spy feel frisky enough to make this push?
No, I think I want to go over and help out Neil.
Plus, when you play champs and all that, you have to give up your content creation to practice.
Here. This is a very forward position, egregious play potentially.
So you don't get to really.
Oh, I don't know. I think Irfan may have just seen him.
You know,
yeah,
like I said, you don't get to post anything.
Well done. Shot up there for the response. Neil with the trade. Well done. Numbers stay with Nova's defense. Still plenty of time on the clock here, and with the defense now being
if you think about it,
maybe an opportunity for Almighty to
it'd be like
something.
stream, and then I got a family to work and a baby and all that. It'd be way too much. That's why I stopped doing all that. Now I just produce content.
They know they can play just for a retake if they want to. Heaven's starting to look over towards Jens, maybe to throw some pressure to B, but the defense is pretty much fully stacked here at the A site. Inferno up top is going to be the first point of contact if there really was anyone to hit through launch. The bomb is actually snuck up pretty far. You got to be careful here if you're Neil. If he could get a sound cue, that'd be great, but really he's by himself, and the quick scope comes out. And how about it? Take the challenge on towards the spike, the site as well. And Nova's defense is looking much better.
Yeah,
and Nova trying to step up the game.
That's what it comes to at the end of the day, right? I mean, you got to play your search and destroy. If Almighty are going to be punishing you for trying to take such a forward approach, you better make sure that you're fundamentally showing that these crosses with the double snipers are at least being looked at. Big 2 rounds on the bounce here for Nova.
Oh, here we go. Little smoke push from Irfan. Oh, and he's been freed up, but tagged by a multitude of nades. I imagine that information was transmitted as Creed was able to find the first blood. Once again, back and forth goes the kill feed into a 3v3 with tons of time on the clock. Bomb is still in hand, though, for Jeff. And they have a good look at B, but the problem about this is they've lost Heaven, who was supposed to be watching that mid-cross, and the map control goes significantly over to Nova.
And Neil, what a heads-up play, just climbing up towards the ladder. Gonna have this very nice line of sight if he understands correctly. This is a great read. Almost like a chess game is what these two teams are doing in the 2v3, just making sure that there's rotation available. The only big difference is for both Shut Up and Jeff, they have so many angles to clear, they have no idea where anybody from Nova is located at.
Has Neil seen this? Yep, sure has. Shut Up will drop. Jeff, still at the moment, unknown, has not been seen by Neil. At least that would be our inference. Time to get a plant off, though, if he feels frisky enough. That it would be really the only play available to him, is to try to force in a plant and get out and try to play the 1v3 with the clock on your side. Spy looking to possibly check this. Sees the exit, but Jeff stays alive. 1v3. Now down to 37 seconds. And Spy's hopped.
Just gonna defuse it.
He's got a bodyguard with him as well, and Jeff's not gonna get here to check in time. Nova, 3 rounds in a row. So much better. Just, hey, we'll go figure. You don't lose half your team in the first 10 seconds.
Coming back now.
You know what it feels like?
Tell me.
Q9 v Tribe on firing range. Because you know,
Ames is
Q9
back.
was trying to
Welcome
beat
back,
Aggression
Brisky.
coming out from Tribe. It was the same thing in those first 2 rounds, specifically for Nova. Yeah. There's nothing wrong whatsoever with playing the retake.
Not at all. Especially with how many scopes and long-range rifles we're seeing out of Almighty. 3 scopes in the play. Jeff is essentially just sitting here waiting for an opportunity with numbers to do something. Neil just over peaks, gets punished, not able to find first blood. Creed's position known now over towards generators, but with that pick happening over towards the middle of the map, you have to feel like Almighty will continue to get the scopes involved, and boy, do they.
Yep, absolutely.
How many more games there are? So we just finished all the winning brackets. So now it's going to be the losing. These are all the losing brackets now.
Still 2v4 though.
So basically, whoever loses this is eliminated. They're officially out of the tournament.
Bomb gonna commit.
And then what's it called?
Don't know if you've seen him yet. Oh, sure has. Oh, okay.
And then after this, they're gonna go back to the winning team because they have to play. Everyone has to play 4 teams or 4 games, I should say. So it'll be the number 1 versus the number 2 team, and then whoever wins that will move on to the quarterfinals, and then we'll show one more loser bracket because it's all double elimination.
Yeah, this is again. I think Nova saying we want to play quickly. Spam is decent. And
Nova.
First blood through the smoke.
Nova
just throws the frag
got
at his feet, feeling that there
destroyed last game.
Bomb does not commit for the plant, by the way. Spy pulls off of this, and the defense
they're doing pretty good in S&D here, holding on.
Flank coming out. If Jeff trying to hit onto Creed, feels pretty confident in that challenge. You'd have to Malin, but traits allow Neil to stay safe, only for a time. Yeah, man, I don't know. Almighty's just got a really solid read on what Nova's trying to do.
Oh, absolutely, and you really got to tip it to Irfan. You were sitting there saying,
how did Nova lose that? Yeah, they just don't have good defense, but their team just looks so like defeated, you know.
Because he was never seen, he just pops up at
I mean, when you lose one round and you go into this round and you get defeated again, it's tough. But you know, that's part of the game.
Utility hits coming out of this Nova offense.
It might come back. You never know. You'll see.
Or nade out some of these scopes, because everything right now.
The guy's on his left and he doesn't even know it.
And the trend continues to favor that of Team Almighty.
We've lost the bomb.
Same situation. That time, though, that's your bomb carrier. That's one of your SMGs that's off the table now for your Nova.
Have to somehow recollect that.
Yeah.
And recollect their thoughts, really, because Nova are just spread entirely across the map. They're essentially trying to take 2 separate 2v2s.
If I had a name, I would like Saturn.
I don't know.
Saturn's.
He's not going to know, but he was real close and doesn't make much
I
of a
like
difference.
that name.
I mean...
Or Heaven. Heaven would be a good name too.
Dominating the map for the side of Almighty. They're essentially just you watch mid, I'll watch left, I'll watch right, and apparently win the round just by doing that.
Well, it was what was so successful for Almighty on their offense was because Nova was trying to make plays happen. And they were
he just got caught.
Will try to collect the bomb and try to come back over to their teammate of Neil, who tries to go for a quick scope versus Jeff, but misses wildly, and would have been insane if they ended up hitting that shot, but it's not going to be the case whatsoever. 5-3 goes the scoreline here. And again, Almighty just absolutely punishing Nova for trying just to move through the map. Yeah. They're just holding crosses.
You know what? Oh, there it is. I was like, they don't have the score up there. And now they
just
put
too
it back.
much to juggle right now for Nova. You're telling me you want to play aggressive, not working out. Then you're telling me you want to take the sniper 1v1s, that's not working out. I mean, heck, Neil's finding hit markers just to kind of give you a sense of how this map has been going.
Before you got your servers on EU, I played against Nova and ranked a couple times. Yeah, I mean, they're good. Don't get me wrong, they're a great team. But there's just these teams are just like 10 times better. It's crazy.
4v4. I mean, his understanding and reads are just so good. But you need to take this building back entirely if you're all.
Could Nova do a comeback? It's kind of tough. I think their team is just so defeated.
Or maybe that's just enough and send you in to lock things in. These are your 3 snipers. Shut up's gonna hold. Spy needs to get there.
Got 1. You got 2.
Sure does. Down to 17 seconds. Spy for the 1v1. reads it. Shots
Wow, great
Still
1v3.
stay alive, bring it back to within one.
Yeah, big moment, big round from Spy as a
Yeah,
whole.
good
Again,
job.
those reads were fantastic to get the understanding and the communication to be coming through from their teammates as well.
Yeah, it
Like,
was
hey,
really
we got
good.
inside control. You can plant the bomb at B. We are holding these snipers at bay with good damage. We'll keep this within one.
And to be fair, I like that call to Nova. Overwhelm with smoke and utility, and then just get a quick plant. Stop trying to force these long-range 1v1s where it feels like you're just kind of flipping a coin to see who's going to come out on top. Bomb stuck mid-map. Spy maybe looking to make the same play happen, but look at the defense. Oh, they're starting to come on the bottom side of Fountain. I think Spy may have read one player, but maybe not, because Incendio is already on the backside of this play, and this is just full awareness from Mighty. They know exactly what's coming their way.
Comes Incendio. Just casual stuff. Massive flank with a sniper. Misses the timing ever so slightly, but he's still behind the entire play. Now some shots will be thrown out, but it's going to make all of Novich just trapped.
Yeah, B's not an option. He's watching over the backside of it. And now with the bomb
2v2.
down, Nova have a very different problem at hand, which is how do we even get this bomb, knowing that you're being scoped at from behind. Creed, Saturns, the last two left. Looking to get us knotted up at 5. But Incendio and Irfan have no reason to move, and they are absolutely letting us know that, staying completely statuesque on the map.
Bomb dropped, needs to be recovered. 48 seconds remaining in the round. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Irfan just needs to hold this angle, just any sort of information whatsoever, which comes through an audio cue of nades. You can throw some shots, just got to stay alive, run. You know time is on your side.
Yeah, you do have time.
Full rotation out. Saturns has to clear out this high ground still. And here comes the play. Where is Irfan gone is the current question. Checking every corner. Catches him with his back turned. Oh, okay. 20 seconds, but Incendio is in a masterful position. Sees the first. Misses. Second also goes a bit wide. Okay, uncharacteristic, but finds the kill. 10 seconds on the clock for the 1v1. Creed, do you play for the kill? Do you play for the plant? He's choosing the former. Just down to the timing. Can you find him? Incendio, a dance with the devil. Gets away. Will use the clock as win condition, and it's Team Almighty on 6.
See Incendio pop off at his camera as well. He knows damn well what he did. That's such a tough read when you're thinking about in the 2v1 after you found that first kill to be able to force out the numbers advantage. Because, I mean, Incendio never moved from that window, just watching.
Should do a Mike listen in with the CDL champs. I think they do sometimes. Not a lot right now, but definitely in the finals they do. I remember they did it back then. I think you hear them all call out ACOG scopes and the snipers in this tournament. I don't know. They were just goofy.
You even got a long flank once again by Irfan that's on the way. And the timing should be pretty much a free kill on the deal. Sure is. Last hope in this second map comes down to Spy.
Wow, Mighty got it.
And maybe that face right there on the right side of your screen says it all. Frustration maybe has set in for Nova as they drop map 2, 7-4.
It's got to be frustrating to a certain degree. 7-4 versus Almighty. 7-2 Fire
Crazy.
Destroy loss versus LG. They just can't really piece it together. And it's again that Almighty
ACOG for close range, I'm guessing. Yeah, true. Alright, we got one more game. If Nova loses this, that's it. They are officially eliminated from the Call of Duty Mobile Championships.
The difference was that Almighty was hitting the trigger first.
Well, yeah, and the fact that on top of that is it's not just the double snipes. Almighty's feeling
It's,
frisky enough with the snipers to pull out 3 at times.
Let's look at the other teams. Let's see who's winning.
If you're Nova, and I think the only real response, and you were to go back and
Okay, so we got Influence against Q9.
We have to get these guys out of position, or
This is their very first game, actually.
not find as much value as they are in the first 10 seconds of these rounds.
Well, it's even
So far,
to put it
Influence is
beyond
beating
that,
Q9.
Shut has 13 kills. Yeah, the majority of those have to be first bloods, but
Looks like we
it's
got,
one of those
let's
things
see,
that when you're watching
Vitality
Almighty, you
against
go back
Strut.
and you really dissect those offensive rounds that they were
Wow.
able to win, and the defensive,
Vitality's 2-0 right
that
now.
they just
That's
put together
crazy.
for
So
us.
this
To
is
see
their last
plays
game.
that when they found those first bloods and they were able to find
So
the
if they
second
win,
where
that's
the trade
it.
was going to be
They go to the
coming
next
from,
round.
Then they started to take more of the map away rather than
And then
just waiting for the play
Stamina
to come
is
from
up
them. It's
1-0.
that proactivity that we got to see from the raid hardpoint bleed into the takeoff search and destroy.
So Stamina against Godlike.
Other updates around these elimination rounds that we've got Stamina up 1-0 on Godlike. They're currently in the search and destroy. It's 4-2 to Stamina's direction. Map 1 has started Influence versus Q9. That's a firing range hardpoint. That's very close.
This game will probably be over with.
And then a 2-0 count for Team Vitality over Strut, which we're going to be jumping gun with. Opportunity to possibly 3-0 and get India into the next round, it would send Strut home, but
looks like they started.
currently in this slums control, we're tied up 1 apiece.
They're watching it
Would that
now.
honestly be, especially for Vitality? You even go back and, yeah, you know, they're the number 2 seed coming out of India, but even in a recent tournament versus Godlike, they were able to win. So you do have that going for yourself. And here on the slums control, no less, got to be feeling pretty good about yourself after the 250 to 185 hardpoint win.
Good bit back control here from Team Vitality. Still some more gunfights to find. It's Razmo and Azoka. That's going to work out nicely. 3 straight eliminations. The only player to find is Jokos, and well, they do get the trade on him. So this is an opportunity to stop the clock early.
Yeah,
get
so
on towards
Vitality
the
wins and Strut is officially eliminated. So Vitality will have another chance to stay alive.
Good for Vitality FB.
For now, but
yeah, Strut's got a lot of men alive right now, 28 to 19.
So all of those streaks and operators will end up at least finding value. Not a whole lot of resources.
There's a guy just sitting on that left right there.
Way back in. You can also see what's starting to be put together. A little bit of a spawn trap as well. Offensive team coming through from Strut, absolutely letting Vitality have it.
Concession comes through. 2 minutes on the clock and nearly a 10-life lead starting to amount. But Vitality can lock this in. This is a very difficult zone to break through, especially if you can regain some mid-map control. That's the next big obstacle here for Team Vitality. So far, so good. They clear off the exits from the B zone. And now it's about, can you get in towards either Cemetery or, more importantly, over towards backside bricks. Afer starts things off. Strut looking to break on forward. Just comes to timing this hit.
Also got to be talked about. Bobby shouted this out earlier. We did not see Afer in the first match, but he is having a day on this slums control. 23 kills to the name. Also have a lot of players coming through from Strut that was trying to get at least in towards the junkyard. Unsuccessful. This hold so far has already shaved off 40 seconds. Vitality stabilized.
What do you use here if you're Strut to try to break through this? Do you possibly look to Rizmo to pop something here? Pop the operator, get on forward. There's the slide. Where's the follow-up? Sam's gets 2. Really, you don't expect that to happen, but at least the trades do come out. It allows Strut an angle to get through blue and maybe even play through the middle of the map. Argon's the next one kind of in line defensively, just trying to lock things down by Van. The whole focus has to be from the front. There's the gravity vortex, gets the first and the second, good double down, and Argon all of a sudden is on 5.
They have shaved so much time. That 10-life lead,
it's
still kind of there, but
it's still,
so
they're still in the game.
Find these trades, Vitality can maintain, stabilize. It's really just Argon in this position. He's watching the cross, and Strutter just sliding in one by one, allowing these kills to be gifted over for free.
And Mojito's weak. He's not going to be going through the Annihilator, so that's another streak.
It's coming back. Big comeback season.
Almost immediately. 11 plays 7, but maybe it's more of 11 plays 25 seconds because the clock is becoming an issue. Play through Cemetery.
That's a
allows Boot maybe a chance to see the
that
zone.
spot through that car is crazy.
Goodness, he is disastrous from this position, but can't quite slide away. Are his teammates there to pick up the pieces? Smoke starts to encompass the front. You have to get in, have to stop this clock.
I think that's their audio. Their audio's messing up.
Clears out the back alley. Sam's for the trade. Sure, why not? And Team Vitality look good for the hold for now, but there is still a contestant stopping this clock at 7 seconds. A 4v2. Sam's, what else can you find?
Oh,
Nothing.
man.
In the offensive round
Right, that's
you almost feel like it was inevitable with it, just how the blistering.
Very interesting. SKS Switchblade seems to be the only different weapons. Yeah.
They were just really letting them have it. I mean, every single time that it felt like that Vitality
I think it's also because it's part of Control.
They were able to find the trades and
Control map
is
very different than like Hardpoint and all that.
Main focus here, Alan, again, Nova not exactly having the day that they were looking for, and well, it's going to go to a Control on Summit. You have to reverse sweep just to stay alive in the tournament.
And for that Strut Vitality matchup, you can.
We're gonna go ahead and get ready for Team Almighty and Nova.
Focus, as you mentioned, with these
one more game and Almighty will take it.
On the Charlie stream, Stamina, I believe, is up 2-0 after a convincing search and destroy win versus Godlike. So action all across, and this is, again, the first 4 teams we have to say farewell to. Never happy to do that, considering this is a giant celebration of everyone being here for the first time, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
It's the way it's the way the news goes.
And I could have been there, man. I could have been there watching it.
It's the experience at the end of the day, I'd always like to say, and hey, representing your country is definitely something that you can always write home about here on the international stage.
Did you take off work for the entire champs? No, I don't work Thursdays. So today's nice. I will be going to work tomorrow and Saturday. Because Friday is just it's called the COD E Bowl, which is where the veterans will be playing So
that's currently what we're looking at. I mean,
there
you can
won't
see the group
there's
up of
there'll
Nova.
still be a
They
live
can't
stream,
get
but
outside
none of the
snow at
teams are
moment.
playing. You know,
Saturn's
there's no.
trying to
It's like an
force a gunfight
event
with Jeff,
for the
but
veterans and all
there's
that.
no reason for him to take this challenge.
Saturday
We
I'll
have 60
work,
seconds left, and, I mean, Nova
but
can't
Saturday will
respond.
be the semifinals. And I asked for Sunday off to like I have a paid time off day. I asked to take it so I can stream the finals. But I don't know if I'm gonna do the finals anymore. After like what happened today, we had this whole planned out and everything, and I don't even want to stream anymore on Sundays, so I might cancel it. Just go to work because I don't want to deal with this
Final attempts.
BS.
I hate to say that too because there's still like 20 seconds left, but it looks like there will be a chance to stop the clock. It's going to be Creed stepping out towards the zone.
did dirty today, man.
One step too far forward, and
All I
Almighty's going
have
to
to
punish
say.
that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So now it's down to 13 seconds, and Nova, what do you say? They're all over the place.
Twice on Sunday, and that makes it even crazy because it's Thursday. 20v9, 5 seconds is where the clock will be stalled out, but again, it's just so much map control coming through.
But I still don't know. Maybe I will do the finals. I'll just do it by myself or something.
But at what cost? You have no respawns remaining.
When we get into the second round, we're going to need to see what the operator charge is at because Almighty's probably close to a handful. Yeah. That is a 17-3 first round.
No segments captured.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really that opening break, wasn't it? I mean, Almighty, they understood the assignment quite wonderfully. They got top class control inside of control center, and they just never really gave it up.
Oh, yeah. You've got purifiers across the board here. One already charged. Another very close to coming through. Actually, another two that are close to coming through. So if you can find a way to get on towards either of these zones, those purifiers could be massive. Incendio says,
I will cast the finals with you, homie.
Create a little bit of a fire here, but no, Neil shutting it down. Great stuff from Nova. Big bounce back.
Yeah, that'd be fun to do, honestly.
Very interesting choice.
Aims.
Try to work your way in initially with the purifier rather
I
than
would be
try to
down.
win the gunfights and then set yourself up inside. With the
Yeah, I
purifier.
think I'm just a little
Maybe,
upset.
but still finding trades across the board. 24v25. You had one rogue player of shut up just or immediately he passed the ski lift trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Now Nova will deal with him and they can try to
I would like to
restabilize
do
the map, but you
a
still have
tournament
more
though. That's
Almighty
what I would
players
like to do.
And I will say, this little play here from Heaven and Irfan is actually creating a bit of a bottleneck where Nova's trying to force in the same spawn trap that they were just put in, but they can't deal with the players
he got
individually
stunned
back,
and
and now all of a sudden
destroyed.
the lives split. You've got a life fleet for Team Almighty. Problem with the clock, though, is that it's down to 38 seconds. It's being stalled with this little play over towards PC. Jeff trying to predict down towards Spy, who does well to take down two, and that will mean the clock will keep on ticking.
Yeah, Spy was actually able to get themselves an operator. It's really the only one that's doing really much anything to write home about him. You also have Saturn's yet to even get on the board with a single elimination. 16v17 clock slightly stalled here at 26 seconds, and well, really this is it for Almighty. You're able to find the kills required. Now you can get on this B zone.
First pick's going to be good. Second, quickly starting to come through as well. And you have to feel if you're Almighty, all you have to do is just keep this clock stopped. Continue to try to outfrag this Nova team. Good bait and switch coming out though. Creed able to take them off the B zone. Clock will keep on going up once more. Jeff with the gunfight window through A can once again hop on, stop the clock. 11v12. Those lives getting very, very low. But the problem is Jeff is the last one left, and he's not going to be able to do anything.
Do you know of any live free editing software that won't turn my PC into a dinosaur? There's a lot of good mobile apps out there, Ames. Like I do a lot of my stuff just through the apps.
Yeah, I
Let
think
me give you an
Tenacity is definitely
example.
one that you could use, considering the fact that Nova were able to work their way back.
Maybe I could show you something
quite
too.
often. But we're still talking, and that first segment comes through over at A. Yeah, it's 2v5, and you would really think that the defense would be able to win this unless Heaven goes absolutely massive. Can you put on a performance like map 1? Well, you can't even get to the zone, but still, the conversation does have to start to come around. 2 segments worth of progression, that could be round 5 implications.
Yep, absolutely could be. And now we have to kind of take the attention right back to Nova. With that in mind, you have to be able to match what we just saw in that last offense. In fact, you kind of have to do a little bit more than that. Gravity Vortex, Purifiers, all earned. And a lot are being called right off the rip here from Nova. And all of them are shut down by Shutup. Are you kidding? That is an unbelievable starting spree. Neil still is able to operate onto his Purifier, but he's not really in a good position
should
to
be under
with it.
maybe
He's number 2 in
thumbnail.
orange. He's just kind of between both zones, and no one's in his way. This is going to expire without him really doing
It's
much
under
with
my
it.
YouTube skill.
Killer drone at least is going to start coming all the way through for Creed, but even with a Purifier, you really have to pick and choose. Wait for the assistance to come out. We'll take down Irfan, but still, space needs to be taken. First segment will be captured over at B.
Yeah,
I love this double-pronged attack that is starting to come through.
Big double. Keeps things alive here at the A zone, looking for number 3.
I'm going to show you.
Not quite able to find
I'll show you right after this.
Regen, reset, no problem. Spy now on 4 in a row. Having a great map all of a sudden. 24 total kills.
Let me
no one's even close to
what apps I use. I'll show you.
Yeah, the only one that's probably is close is actually Incendio. And really everybody else from Almighty that was trying to put up their own effort. But hey, this is what we wanted to see. World-class affair coming through from Spy. We've been waiting all day to watch this guy absolutely pop off. And that will be the entire B zone completely captured. The second segment at A, not too far away, Alan.
This is looking good. Second tick of progress locked. Who can contest this? Jeff only for the first. Shot up is still deep in the offensive spawn, but you have to do something with this position to stop these reinforcements because the third tick of progress is on the way. Could anyone from Almighty get back to this in time? Creed's cutting down reinforcements, and A will be captured. How about that for Nova?
It's not over yet. Ready up.
I'm just very. I was also watching Shut Up down there the entire time. Just like, we need to move out from this specific area because you are letting so many reinforcements for Nova just quite literally waltz through the snow to get back in control of the A zone. Just things you absolutely cannot see. 14 and 7 for Shut Up scored, but on the other side it has been the Spy Show, 24 and 11.
Monster game.
So there's this app. I kind of like it, but I think this one you have to pay for. Do you have Android or Apple Aims?
They're looking for kills here. Front door still being locked down, trades back and forth, but you have to get in, and that's the problem because Irfan's watching from the top side of the staircase. Jeff from the side door, yeah, good help from Heaven as well. And that's going to be the first tick and likely the second quickly to follow, and Almighty is still dominating the kill feed. What a response this is.
I mean, it's a 2, now 3 to 11 ratio as far as kills are concerned in this first 45 seconds. The clock's still stalled out at 1:15. The A zone, the more difficult of the 2 zones, looking to be captured. Almighty came into this offense, and they want to make a statement.
They sure have. B-zone, last one left, 26 playing 14.
Apple, of course. Okay, so I like some of these apps. Is this game almost over? Nova's actually winning.
Send this maybe to a 5th round.
Yeah, it might go to a 5th round.
As of yet, Nova's still in a pretty solid position to stop any progress towards the B zone, really.
I'll tell you after. I don't want.
I
know there's a couple people watching. I don't want to like distract anybody.
Step on, install the clock. He's going to do just that. A little bit of help. Heaven just waiting to play bait and switch with him. Nova taking their time. First tick of progress. Works its way up. Here comes Saturn's. Just contests in the nick of time, but he's by himself. There's really no one else to follow up on this. And as Heaven gets the trade, he's also going to lock the first tick of progress.
Yep. That's going to be really good. Minute and 38. Clock will start to tick all the way down. 17 v 9. You have so much time to be able to find these kills, to be able to keep all of Nova at bay, and we'll even up this control to a piece.
Fire out for Neil. Trying to stop them at the front doors. But Almighty are kind of hitting through mid here. SMG gunfights kind of echoing across. Phil's not really doing too much with this besides just controlling space, which is fine. But the problem is, here comes Almighty from the flank. They're on the high ground. They're coming from behind. Kills are looking pretty solid. 13 v 5. Still tons of time on the clock. Almighty can choose just to play for the kills that they want to. And Nova, a little bit of pressure here. A couple of trades do come out, but it's a 10 v 2, and that's pretty much all she wrote on round number 4.
Yep, that'll be it. 9 to 2, and look again, coming into this off of the 2 seconds.
You need 8 teams.
Only allowed to come all the way through is.
I think 8 teams for $100 is kind of too much. I think 4 teams is good. And then we'll have like a double elimination type of round.
Oh man, when they want to turn up the heat, they absolutely turn it up. They
If I had 8 teams, I would have them play for more like $1,000.
Got close towards the ski lift, and Nova just struggled just to get themselves out of their own spawn.
Well, here we go. 1 round of control could be all that's left for Nova in this first ever Stage 5 International World Championship. Have to have it right here, right now. Irfan first 2. Purifier good for the double. Nova stuck at the moment, not really able to do too much. And oh boy!
Oh, the spawn trap! Wow.
For shut up with the Purifier. Irfan right behind him. Oh, it's just absolutely abusive.
There's another one. Here comes Jeff now. Yeah,
dang.
Just use everything.
That was so smart by Almighty. Wow.
Though it could be almost reciprocated on the opposite side if Creed can go big. Just needs to be able to get into a position to pop set Purifier, but now we're going back towards that round one here. Allen, just all of Nova absolutely trapped. The setup for
Yeah,
Almighty
they
on the
just lost
respawn
like
is very
10
good.
lives here because of the Purifier.
Hit all the triggers. Get the
I just met 8 teams for quarters, 4 teams semis, and then 2 finals just to get the most content out of it. Yeah, it'd be a long day though to have 8 teams. I'm looking just to do like a 3-hour stream and watching Ferg do his tournament. He only had 4 teams with the double elimination and all that. It was like 3.5 hours. So if he got more, it's gonna be a long day.
Another Purifier earned for Saturn to finally start to heat things up, but you're still down by 9 lives. You need to get this entire segment over. You need the B zone. You needed those 60 seconds now, just down to 18.
Heaven, oh, he locks everything up again.
Man.
Just too much to deal with.
Almighty is gonna get this game.
And it looks like that might just be the end of Nova.
Yeah.
Not the showing that I think anyone would have wanted to see out of one of Europe's strongest teams. I mean, you got to remember back to stage 4.
No one's even capping any of the points.
Versus that stamina team, but a convincing 3-0 win for LG. Maybe not as convincing here for Almighty, but the 3-0 will still stand. 13v1.
Wow.
Almighty, stay alive. Nova, unfortunately, time to pack it up.
Unfortunate to say, sayonara to Nova. First team will end up dropping, and EU will lose one of its, well, actual best. Because I mean, we came in here, you know,
so I'm gonna show you what I do.
Yeah.
Not what we expected at all, but Almighty just absolutely bringing the powerhouse of.
So there's an app called Mextures, MEX, and then Churn. It's only $2, but this one, it gives that nice like filter. So when I show you this image here, you see how it has like this. I mean, I don't know if you could see my mouse over this or not, but all the extra like lighting and stuff like that. Mextures is a good app for all this extra like scratching, kind of like a nice fuzzy texture thing, which is pretty cool. And another one I like to use is called Afterlight Photo Editor. That one's free. Mextures is worth it. I think it's worth the $2, but you don't have to do it. Afterlight and Lightroom. Is it on iPhone? Yes. I don't know if it's in your country though. So I don't know why my stuff's not sending. I'm having internet issues right now. Okay, let me see. Yeah, so there's Mextures. But Mextures, like I said, is $2. Afterlight is a good one. That one's free. And then Lightroom. That will change the color of your photos and stuff like that. Now, what you can do, there's another app that I like to use. It's free for like a month, so you can get some good stuff out of it. But it's called Bazzart. This one's a lot of fun because you can do a lot of cool stuff with it. And this one, you can actually find backgrounds and stuff like that. So, let me see. I'll give you some examples. Okay, so you'll start out like with a plain image like this, if you're watching, plain image. And then let's just say you want to take that photo of me or whatever that I sent you. Where's it at? Okay, so you got like a photo of me or whatever. So you just push a button. It's called Magic. I think this is where you have to pay for it though. So what that does when you do like the different stuff, you can take out the background so it's nice and transparent. You see it? Transparency. Okay, so that's me. And then what you can do is they have all these different backgrounds. So since it's Christmas, I could do like a Christmas theme. That's like a tree in the background, snowflakes. If it focuses. You can even do some crazy ones, like if I'm in outer space. Like outer space ones. There's World Cup, Christmas time. Do you have a name for the tournament? It would just be like Jake's. How about like Jake's moderator showdown or something like that? That would be cool. Jake's moderator showdown. But I like this one the most. There's even like animated ones too. Like this one's like snow falling or whatever. Gosh dang it, dude. I need a better camera. Is it not gonna zoom up? Yeah, so there's all sorts of cool stuff on this one. But definitely use that one. And you can just create, like I said, a couple slides, just like tournaments, like an empty thing, have different tournaments, team names, and then like the scores or something, like 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. Got my last final next class, and tomorrow is a minimum day, so I get out at like 1. Nice. I'm gonna start praying next class. Captain Simps, Max, Freddy, and McBig. You know, I don't know what happened to McBig, so I don't think about McBig. I'm thinking, let's see. Who else is moderator? Maybe Keaton? Keaton can't play at night, though. He usually plays in the morning. Unless we can do it in the morning. Yeah, Freddy, Smack, Simp. Yeah, I wouldn't mind McBig. Keaton. Not Anime Simp. Anime Simp's too laggy. Not Sohel. Sohel's not even around. Maybe Ghost or Ecliptic. I would do Ghost or Ecliptic, honestly. I think that'd be fun. But yeah, so that way you have an idea of what to do or what we can do. That'd be fun. Oh, I need a stretch. Doing tournament poster, teams, players, bracket, score, and then I thought of one with the names of all the team members of the community who donated towards the prize. Ooh, that'd be cool. Like a sponsorship one? I like that. That's a good idea. It would just be me and you, Ames, but that's a good idea. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, one so I could promote it on Twitter, Discord, etc. One for the teams and people that are on the teams of that captain. The bracket. And yeah, this like a scoreboard, like 2-0, 3-0. But make sure they're all blank, because what will happen is I'll need you as we're playing and I'm commentating and hosting. You know, once the game is finished, I want you to be in a Discord with me. So you can be like typing it all up and be like, oh, You know, this person's here, this person's there. Send it to me. I can download it real quick, put it on stream, be like, here's the scoreboard. This is who's playing who or whatever. And so you're going to be editing that thing. You're going to be editing it the whole time, if that makes sense, throughout the stream. That way we're not like waiting and waiting and waiting, you know. So yeah, like Jake's moderator showdown. I think that would be fun. What's up, Sean? I just missed your chat. How are you, man? All right, next up is gonna be Inco versus Wolfsies. Wolves, I think is that UE? Yeah, everything will be live. Yep. So you'll be my second in command. While this is kind of hard to like talk and go back and forth and try to edit and all that. So Selena should be a captain. I don't even think she likes playing this game. John Cena, can you allow me to message you? You sent me a message or what? Good, what about you? Good, man. I'm just chilling, trying to enjoy this new, this, or not new, it should be next game. But they're doing a commercial break right now. Choose one key encryptic. The one you don't choose will be a reserve captain. Let's do Calyptic, since he's been here longer than Keaton, and Keaton never shows up to stream and probably will never play. So I have to update Discord like every day on my laptop. Imagine. Beep, 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 beep. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Raleigh Convention Center. Degon alongside Shift and Proper back on the desk after that one-sided affair in the elimination match. Nova Esports going home, and more life for the Garena #1 squad almighty. But they're not done yet, right? So let's take a look at that group stage setup right here. Just because, again, I want to see it one more time. Who's in, who's out, and get your thoughts on it with Nova and Godlike already knocked out. Strut and Vitality currently 2-2 playing their S&D match, map number 5. And you'd imagine Q9 and Influence Kemen, Q9 probably the favorite. Get your thoughts so far here.
Yeah, I think you nailed it perfectly. The curiosity point here, though, is Stamina, who put up really good fight in their opening winners round 1. For them to cleanly take down a pretty solid Godlike team, that's inspiring for the EU team in regions that just saw one of their other favorites get knocked out pretty swiftly. Where on the other front, like, hey, if you were able to find a win from Strut out of Team Vitality, there's nothing to say that Strut can't get out of that group still.
Yeah, I honestly think that Vitality really need to continue to show their signs of life, right? I mean, especially going into a map 5 versus Strut, that would just be absolutely monumental, especially as you just saw from Group A. Godlike are no longer in the tournament, will be fully eliminated, so it's India's
That
last
is it, baby. Eliminated.
Bring up the Stamina Esports against Omega, because I think that one was a 3-0, and a lot of the time there's cliche where you're like, it was a close 3-0. That was an actual close 3-0.
Yeah.
That was an actual close 3-0. Wasn't a close 3-0. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. That was an actual close 3-0. So we're going to go ahead and dive in to the ending of this Strut and Vitality matchup.
Yeah. Game number 5.
Loser goes home. If you want to dive into all the action there, it'll be on the Bravo stream. But you can just come and catch the action here with us as we dive into it.
And how about the fact that Afer subs in after not playing in the first round of action for Strut, and now all of a sudden Strut's showing some major signs of life from Afer. Okay, talk about him, shows up in a big way with the opening double, and it's looking like it could be a pretty delayed 1v1 here, although Rasmo does find him on the backside, so okay, good quick start here from the side of Strut.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it was something that we were all questioning, right? Even when Bobby was on cast just not too long ago, when we were taking a look at Strut and we didn't see Afer originally, but now N drops almost 25 plus within a round and a half of control. Yeah, I don't know why this guy would ever be benched.
Sam's for first blood, follow up by Rasmo through the smoke, well done. Little bit map battle starting to unfold just outside of Scaffold. Back and forth they
Don't
go.
mind the
Rasmo
mess
had
in the
no
background.
idea how far pushed
All the
forward Team Vitality had
baby's
been.
toys.
Now it's about trying to recover and make sure you can isolate these players in the backside. Well done by Strut. Only one more to find. And honestly, they've got options towards both bomb sites. Just comes down to trying to avoid Argon in the middle of the map.
Oh, and he's in such an annoying position. Actually almost loses that gunfight versus Hisoka, but stabilizes for now. Bomb will be collected, losing lives down through the middle of the map if you're Jokos. You just have to hold the line here and just maybe try to isolate one of these last few players.
You just don't want to get caught, though, on that second floor, having to rotate back over towards A, which is where his focus currently is. But little does he know the bomb has actually made its way in towards B and through it. So this is going to be a lot of information for the side of Strut's offense. No sniper still upstairs. We've got lounge control. The only place that Jokos could possibly pick us from is from the cross here through mid. But delaying, finding a little bit of time and maybe some breathing space. Boot will finally drop this bomb, and it is set up on the backside for Mojito to just kind of casually watch over the top as Jokos is now tasked with a very difficult 1v2.
I'm going to have to do the majority of this with a sniper. I mean, if you honestly think that either Mojito or Boot will end up giving you a free line of sight for the pick, you are sorely mistaken, but the deagle's going to be good enough.
I wanted to do it by like Christmas time, but I don't know if people are going to be busy or not. Maybe we could do it the week after Christmas. Like right before the new year.
Oh, this is bold. You have no idea where Mojito is, but he's just gonna just run right towards the toggle.
I need to figure out what day, you know, all my moderators are available. Let me find out.
We all really wanted it to go.
See.
Sick.
How many times have we seen the second player just dance and play time there? And I think Mojito was not letting that happen.
No. Bomb acquired. Goodness, what a look. That's a bold route to be running down right there. Nothing with a pistol in hand. But a very convincing opening offense, mind you, for Strut. This map that we just saw was defensively dominated by Team Almighty. But the quick pressure starting to come out from Vitality is getting punished at every single turn. Sam's able to at least deny the initial kill, but it's still traded in favor of the side of Strut. And with numbers and, again, control over towards Lounge, this could set up for a really good look at the B site, pending they can go back and get the bomb, but no, Jokos locks things down from any further pressure, and we get to a 3v2 to Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jokos has been the only person to actually pull out a sniper from these 10 players in the lobby, and you know, that could be the difference maker, is that Strutter trying to play with a certain amount of ante comparatively to the Vitality counterpart. Middle of the map still at least being looked at. Afer, Mojito, just trying to clear away as much space as possible. Now bomb will be collected by Mojito. And Afer has essentially just cleared all of control.
Yeah.
It is more or less fully clear out of the way, but there's no telling what's on the other side of launch.
And Mojito did get tagged up heavily from the backside of Scaffold. Trophy will go down. That will keep him safe from any incoming utility while the bomb is being planted. Oh, he gets off it though, Jokos. He was taking shots at his feet, and as he stands up to force the gunfight, exposes just maybe a little bit too much of himself. So now it's just down to Afer. 30 seconds, 1v2. Goodness, the floor is shaking. Nah, not gonna work out. Okay, good response from Vitality. And you bring up a good point, though. If there's not going to be any scopes going, Jokos has got to be feeling real frisky about just taking aggressive peek.
Yeah. Oh, you have to be. I mean, especially when you do end up taking a look at how the defense is physically played, right? Is that you do have that entire top control window. You also have the opportunity to get in between both red and control and just look down past ring. And yep, Jokos again. Pulls out the boomstick, gonna be able to find first blood.
Ahsoka's got a sniper rifle this round, but he obviously does not choose the right angle to challenge.
Also, instead of the captain's choosing, I thought of doing a random name generator so we let AI decide the teams. That's a good and bad thing. The reason why is because we have to find a pool of people that want to play.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Especially out of Vitality, is that
and then the
you know, you go
I mean,
all
I
the
guess
way
you
back
could do
to
a random
even
generator.
Stage 4 in their regional finals, and Search and Destroy was a fumble back for them versus Godlike. But for them to be able to exemplify such good adaptations in completely, well,
let's just say
completely flip over the half, not yet. But win 2 rounds back to back really does say something.
How about
and
December
Ahsoka again
27th?
pulls out the boomstick. Gonna have to see if they end up choosing a better angle. Actually puts it away for this round. It's gonna be in the hands of Boot.
Okay. See if he's got any more favor with this, because at the moment Jokos is just free. First blood this time by random.
I want to do like a Tuesday.
4v4, but Strut,
either like the
quick
26th or
coming out
27th,
through
Monday or
lounge.
Tuesday.
Jay is actually able to deny this. That's the bomb that's down. He can make this calm happen, and all of a sudden here comes the defense to rotate over. This is very, very defendable for the 2v3. Joko sniping through mid. Jay-Z just kind of putting his left foot on the bomb lid, making sure no one takes it from underneath him.
It almost sounds more dangerous than a rug being ripped out from underneath you, but here comes the challenge around the corner. And Chieze will be taken down. So now it's all up to Jokos. Casual 1v3. Boot will scoop up the bomb. We'll go ahead and plant this over at B. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think that Jokos has really thrown any shots. He has no idea where anybody else is. He might be able to get a free one on a Boot. Slides underneath the bullet.
And now the help from the side. Well done. And that's just a good set of, okay, this is where he wants to set up. Let's just push right into him. You know, force him to have to hit the shot. It's risky, don't get me wrong, but hey, it works out nicely. And so a 4-2 half in favor of Strut. Again, this is a map 5, elimination round 1 matchup. Win and you continue on with your hopes to make it into the double elimination bracket. Lose and you're done. You gotta remember, it's 1.7 million. I mean, the difference between 15,000 for finishing in the top 16 versus 700,000 for winning, a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, one is a significantly bigger number.
I agree.
I will say that much. First blood trades Afer for 2. Finally will be dealt with. It's 2 pieces on 2 different sides. We'll have a 3v3 here momentarily.
How does Afer even get 2 right there? It looked like he was barely gonna get the first.
He has 11 kills, Alan.
Yeah, he's good. So now 3v3. Still plenty of time in the clock. Bomb still in hand. It's on Argent. Forward, though, is Mojito. Has some sniper help, but no real exit, and that's going to be Sam's punishing the forward play. So now 3v2. Nades are out. Focus is initially towards B, but they're trying to pull the defense and then
let's do
back.
Tuesday
big
then.
Switch here off of the macro rotation.
My Wi-Fi left the chat.
This is going to cause considerable doubt for Strut. Do you double up together, or do you just at least try to defend 2 bomb sites simultaneously? Because you don't have numbers. That's why I really like what I'm seeing on Vitality. Just completely go back through launch, flip out the map. Might be able to get behind enemy lines.
I think the thing about this, though, the longer you don't see anything at B, the more I think if you're Strut, you start to be suspicious about A.
Absolutely.
The problem about this is the bomb will be planted. Razma may not have been close enough to hear the sound cues for it. Does take down Argon on the exit. Do you get a read, though? There's a player behind you. It might be a little bit too late.
Finish it.
Sam's able to get the elimination, and it forces Boot into a 1v2. And how do you deal with Sam's up top in that position with a sniper rifle? Would have to hit the shot of your life, you think, unless he just tries to climb the ladder on him. Shows himself. How does Sam's not hear that slide? So now the 1v1. Jokos, no sniper at the moment. Has an SMG. Clock becoming a problem here for Boot. Shot call!
Oh!
Whoa!
Wow. Amazing.
Some words being talked about on stage over there from
Casual
Strut.
conversation. Very polite
Hey,
conversation.
you know what? It's funny because we were sitting here
team do
talking
you want to
about
win the championship? Like the
duality
whole
of,
thing,
the
Joker?
sniper play on
Like
2
all of
different
it, number
sides
one?
of the screen so far, and that time around on
Simp
offense,
cannot do
Vitality
Tuesday or
completely
Wednesday.
Don't bring
Okay.
a sniper to play with. You know, it's one of those things that defensively, Boot is able to find more value.
Is that the only
That
person
is a
aims?
massive advantage now. 5-2 up. from the defensive side. Pressure on towards Vitality. Afer goes rogue once again for the opening double. Traded, but it comes with a significant advantage towards Strut's defense. 3v2 very early on. Bomb down. And you have to look at either Sams or Jokos with an AR sniper combo to do anything in this position. And now it's just down to Jokos. 1v1 with Ahsoka. Tons of time in the clock. But no bomb at the moment. Jokos is going to be able to trade the pistol out for a Krig, rather.
He's got a Bison versus a double weapon setup. They have completely passed each other. I mean, Ahsoka is just trailing the same route that Jokos just took. And this could be the difference maker. This specific window, you have a minute and a 1v1, Alan.
Who has made their noble sacrifices to the COD gods, because it's all about timing.
Yeah, okay, nice. So the whole thing,
He's got a good look at B.
I would honestly like to see a North American team win. I think like Luminosity, I would like to see them win. They're just like the underdog. Like if I see Tribe go to the finals, I probably won't cheer for Tribe just because they've won it for the past like 3 times, the 3 years. But their team is so stacked though, like super stacked.
Ahsoka didn't hear a peep.
Here's the check. Oh, they see each other and Ahsoka just bails. Nah, I'm not interested, brother. I got the clock.
It's a good call.
Down low. Oh, Jokos! Little special response out of him.
Yeah, required response, I would say. I mean, the moment that you see Ahsoka just dip out through the window, you have to be able to find that counter timing, right? To be able to find them in the rotation and where they are going to be heading, keeping their heads above water. Still 2 rounds away. Our Strut sending Vitality home.
I feel like you have to have this one, though, too, if you're Team Vitality.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have to run 3 in a row to force an OT from the offensive side. Quick hit, though, over towards B. Defensively, Afer not hitting aggression initially. He's waiting for the read, and him and Boot together take down the entirety of the play. Afer is a little spinnerama, but he gets shut down. That's a quick stop.
It's going to be a double elimination,
and just
Ames.
like that, we go from a 5v3 to a 3v2.
So you have Team 1 and Team 2 played Team 3 and Team 4. Winners will go to the next round. Then the losers will go to this bracket. So they'll play against each other. Move on here. Number 1 and 2 will play against each other. And then if number 1 moves on, and then whoever loses will go down and then play each other, and then they'll play against the championship.
Did he see both, though? That's the real problem.
Yeah, Simp is the only one.
This is not where you want to be. Footsteps for sure heard right then.
The enemy has the bomb.
Bomb collected. They're going to commit to B here. This could lead to Boot. He hears everything. Quick snipe is able to land. That's the bomb carrier down. Pistol out, but no, Chiesi there for the quick response, and now we're back to within 1.
Big 2 rounds in a row. It cannot go understated. You have adaptations across the board. Vitality of their opening offensive round wanted to take a page out of Strut's book, get aggressive. Joko says, nah, I need that counter sniper back in my hands, brother.
This has been a battle of players making huge plays. All these quick scopes here for Jokos and Vitality. Honestly thought they were reeling. And then Afer's just been leading the line over and over again. And there it is. Those 2 playmakers meet. Jokos gets the win here. And Vitality starting this one off well with 5v3.
You can kind of feel the snowball, can't you?
Did you say Cliptic's going to be playing? What is you ping?
On the corner. Not going to find anyone off the exit. Maybe saw the barrel of one, but he gets tagged up from his left.
Freddy,
that just causes
Smacks,
absolute chaos on the crossfire. Rasmo, good luck,
Cliptic.
have fun, only finds 1. We're tied at 5.
Oh, we get to round 10 and we tie things up when it was a 4-2 half. Vitality on offense are coming a little diffy right now, and yeah, I mean, look, Degon, you're right to highlight just one thing in particular. Afer, albeit at 14 kills, ever since I'd highlighted them being at 10, has almost been not as influential as they were on their previous side.
Smoke will take over the middle of the map. Vitality looking to go quick towards B, not contested at all, at least not initially. Boot's able to keep the long angle safe, but the plant is still being committed to. Chiesi there to help.
The bomb has been planted.
And as the bomb is planted, the last thing you want right now if you're Strut is to not have entry in towards Lounge, and Afer may have just forced another consideration for Vitality to have to put a response to. Sam's just waiting to watch someone on the cross. Big 1v1 for Chiesi, and he gets away with his life. Oh, maybe not fully.
I already had the double elimination weapon set up. Nice.
And you still have help over the top. Jokos is watching the bomb avidly from the deep side of this. This is all on Sam's just trying to kill off time.
And honestly, Ames, you don't have to make it like fancy-smanchy.
Make sure no one's defusing.
Just like find a theme.
The corner.
Oh, nice shot.
Rasmo down.
Just find a theme
It's just up to Boot as well.
And then just copy that theme per thing, but obviously change the titles and all that. Dude, this guy's hitting shots. That's ridiculous. This man's hitting shots.
Okay, we see you. Putting on a masterful clinic over here. And that's even after losing first blood. There was so much space that Strut got in that round. But the difference maker, bomb planted for Jokos with the sniper. 1 shot, 1 kill, 2 times.
4 rounds in a row here for Vitality, going from looking at death into possibly putting Strut to the death. 1 more round can do it, or we go to overtime.
Yeah, 1 more round for Vitality, or that's
here,
it.
This makes things a little bit more problematic because Vitality was stacking for something over towards A. They have no information if anyone's crossed through B at the moment. You have to clear all of this. The only good news is that you've still got a minute and a half, but there is a lot of pressure right now on Vitality to regain some space over towards B. And about that from Jokos. Oh my goodness, 15 kills for the young man. And that's a huge component down. Mojito's not able to watch over the top of this B site, and Argon's gonna go for the plant.
15 and 6. Bomb being planted.
The bomb has been planted.
And this is the worst case scenario now for Strut, having to retake all of the space while being aware of Joko's positioning.
And Sams is forward. And look at the focus. You can see the arrows. I mean, Boot's just watching the flank. He knows that he's got his front side completely covered. Hisoka hoping, praying, looking for something to shoot at. Chieze safe at the moment. Gets tagged up, doesn't make a difference.
3v3.
3v3. But 18 seconds on the clock, and there is just nobody from Strut nearby. You've got to go. You've got to go now. Chieze's still in the corner. Breaks the camera. Finds one.
10 seconds.
It's your time, brother. Time to go. Got to get there. 7 seconds. Shots come through for Hisoka. Afer's on it, but Chieze saves the day.
Oh, he won!
And India stays alive after a match 5 win.
What a massive turnaround in Vitality.
The defuse and everything, man.
Moments ago, I mean, even before you and I hopped on and off the casting desk, we were very surprised to see the way that Vitality were able to win that Summit Hardpoint. It accumulates into a map 5 barn burner. Down by so many rounds as the sides swap. And then Joko says, hold my allergies, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and
Vitality.
With the sniper.
Yeah, that was a great clutch.
Pop-off as well. Strut thought they had it in the bag. They were yelling across the stage over at Vitality. Vitality calm, cool, collected, and say, all right, go ahead, call the ambulance. But not for me. All right, we got to go ahead and toss it over to our casters to get into our upper side of the bracket. So, Beef Mommy and Bobby, go ahead. Take it away, y'all.
Beef Mommy and Bobby.
Well, hopefully the ambulance arrived on time, but we've got a lot more action ahead of us, and it's definitely going to be knockdown, drag out, COD Mobile action. 2 of the best teams in the world, 2 #1 seeds getting ready to play. We've got Wolves going up against Inco Gaming. China's proved they've got what it takes in this competition. LATAM has done the same. 2 very, very different play styles. Beef, what are you expecting going into this one?
Well, China #1 and LATAM #1. This is going to be, honestly, I'm hoping that it's going to stretch out to the distance. But taking a look at our map picks and bans as the moment. Map #1, Takeoff Hardpoint. Map #2, Slum Search and Destroy. Map #3, Standoff Control. And if we're going to reach Summit Hardpoint, I feel like this is one of those matchups that could actually go to the distance. And especially going to a map #5, Hacienda Search and Destroy, if we do get there. Love playing this particular map in this particular game mode. But obviously we have to start things off with Takeoff Hardpoint, where I think a lot of these teams just really take advantage of the space, and you just really need to bring it down, because we already know that LATAM teams really like their close range engagements.
Well, the thing about LATAM is they've been dominating with the SKS, and Takeoff is going to be a perfect position to use that one. It talked a lot about how
so we got
much
Wolves
usage
and
we saw
Inco.
on the Chinese
the
side of things. And
elimination
to be
round,
honest,
I think.
I would say that Craig is more of like a flex AR SMG than it is a true AR. So we'll see if they make those adjustments as well. Obviously, there's some debate over whether or not the Chinese teams are going to be using SKS at all. But you got to feel like, especially with how dominant players like Lucazin are able to be with that, you got to have some sort of counter. So we'll see what they can break out right here. But looks like we're already hopping into the action. And outside of the Tribe Q9 matchup, I think this is one of the more exciting matchups that we'll have all day today. It's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, definitely, because I'm already looking at their hardpoint matchup, and it looks like You know, Inco has a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to the hard points and also respawns in general. So very exciting to see what they're going to provide here for today. But again, Inco on the right side and also going to be Wolves on the left. Don't really look at the, you know, the different Inco members that we have here because there's just scattered all across the map. But 15 already to their name, 32 seconds after the clock, an open hard point for them.
You're going to want to keep an eye on where they're positioning those SKSs because they are looking to rain terror from above. We know Wolves' strongest mode, probably not hardpoint in general. We actually saw them drop a hardpoint map to Strut, which is definitely a surprising start to our day. So yeah, you got to feel like coming into this one, probably giving an edge. And even looking at the meta, like we only have SMGs and Krigs, which once again kind of a flex AR SMG, and on the flip side, we got 2 SKSs in play for Inco. It has worked beautifully for them so far as they are sitting pretty right now, and no surprise to see Lucas in slaying out early on.
No contest whatsoever coming in from Wolves in that first hard point. Try to go in there for the early setup into P2. We've already seen it before. Tribe in Q9. Q9 went here too early of a rotation, and now looks like it's going to be the same case where Inco really good at the break here in P2. Also, really good spawns as well, because taking a look at that, everyone else coming in from Wolves are actually spawning so far away, right in Generator. This is a spot that you do not want yourself to be in.
And right now, Lucas is going on a big spree. He's got streaks for days right now. 15 kills to his name. You can actively see the Wolves players tilting as they repeatedly die to his SKS. And he's just been a one-man show so far, and a big reason why Inco now sitting up 60 points after only 2 rotations of the hard point. He's been an absolute menace on the map. I mean, I've had to play against him on when he's on 90 ping and he still obliterates me. So I can only imagine when he's on 0 ping what type of menace he is.
You know, it's really cool because every time that we have this conversation with who is the best last-time player, Lucasin's always going to be that one in your mind. When you ask the casters, it's him. When you ask everyone else, the pro players, it's going to be him. And it really just proves how well of a player he is. 18 to his name. No one from Wolves even comes close to that.
And right now, that topside control going to be crucial. Wolves going to be shut down from above. And if you let Lucasin get into that high ground, you're not going to be able to make an entry into this hard point from really anywhere. Wolves doing everything they can. Peg's going to be able to find one, and that's the first true break they've been able to find on the game so far. You got a couple players on the backside looking to push in. And one of the beauties of the way Lucasin plays, he doesn't need long angles to dominate with the SKS. He can do it in any situation possible. I'm kind of in disbelief right now. He's at 22 kills. Oh, wait. We might see a freaking 60 bomb in this one.
Without a doubt, but let's see how Wolves can actually go and retaliate to that. But the one thing that I actually noticed from this matchup is like Wolves, they look like they're in shambles. They're going in there one by one into the hardpoint. That just allows Inco to just pick them off just like berries from a bush, and that just provides them so many kills already, provides a lot of score streaks and operator skills already down for them. But here we go. So actually going to be a really good rotation from Wolves very early on. Let's see if we can try to sustain us. Neon gets a beautiful 4K, and he's going to keep on rampaging 5 times. He's going to be getting some more. Will he get another one? That's going to be the 6th for him, and that's going to be really big kills for his team.
Really big operator investment coming in for Wolves as they're trying to close this gap right now, and it's paid off so far, locking in that control on the inside of the hard point. This is a tough one to break, and especially with them establishing that spawn control. Definitely seems like it's worthwhile. Inco's going to be able to pick up the scrap time right here, but it looks like Wolves taking high ground above P1 as well, and they're going to be in a beautiful spot. Still rocking with the SMGs. I figured eventually maybe a little bit of a switch up, especially if you want to try to counter Lucasin. I would expect to see some more smokes come out as well, because you want to take away those lines of sights that he has, but Wolves keeping themselves in this one despite the dominance that we've seen from Lucasin so far.
Wolves keeping themselves afloat, especially in that P4, gathered as much points as they could, but this is where they kind of faltered up into our first half of the game, where they did not get a lot of points into P1. Looks like it's going to be the same thing, where they just want to go and scramble for that map control, which they finally do and get, and there you go. That's going to be really essential points for them. back and forth. This is going to be a contested hill, and this is what I kind of expected early on into the game, but it's a good thing we finally get to have that now. But for Inco, they're going to be spawning off all over the map as well, so Wolves is actually doing such a great job at solo holding this.
Rafa, you got to close out those gunfights a little bit earlier, missing out a little bits of scrap time here and there, but those points tend to add up. So it is Inco occupying the hard point, picking up the rest of the scrap right here, and it seems like they've got the early rotation. Spawns going to be going the way, at least for P2, the way of Inco. So they're setting up right now. They seem to be in a good spot. That battle on the top side is going to be chaotic, to say the least, and Lucas you can go ahead and back up. That's part of the beauty of his play style. He can make it work from the long range. He can do it in the close range as well. That's going to open up that
Wolves
early control, but a big flank comes through for Wolves. And an opportunity to apply some pressure on that backside.
Wolves into the more favorable spawn now, where we saw Inco was spawning off early into this hard point. That's going to be a good start. And then player number 2 coming in from Wolves as well, not winning that essential gunfight. Peg goes down. That allows Inco to go and funnel in through, even though Wolves had the more favorable spawn now. Has a very difficult time to go in there for the contest, and now we need to see some sort of movement coming in from Wolves. Either you go and contest, send half of your team going for the early rotate into P3, because so far they're just not moving at all. They're being spawn trapped right now.
And right now, you're in a position where you got to rotate early, and that's all going the way of Inco as well. We do see the shorty coming out. I honestly forgot how much the Chinese players love using that, but it's one that has basically been completely eliminated in every other region. Curious to see maybe if it comes out a little bit more, but Inco not looking like they have any need for it right now. They have completely run this map. Lucason's on 39, and we're what, maybe 60%? We may legitimately see a 60 bomb right here. This is by far the most dominant performance we've seen all day.
We haven't even reached the 200 point mark, and Lucason is already at that 40, but he's doing so well. Already down and about, but one player, really big kill. Ching is going to be on the 17 already for him. That's going to be big kills. 101 and 176 is going to be the scoreline with 26 seconds left, and Wolves are actually getting a bunch of that scrap points in control, but taking a look at what we have, very passionate about what they have today, but what actually happened here is that a player had a disconnect, so we're going to have to check out what will happen later on, but to what point we're going to be restarting the game, that is an answer later on. But Bobby, I mean, it's just a matter of Inco is dictating the pace, and for Wolves, they're just always playing catch up.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they've struggled to adapt, and obviously you want those closer range weapons to be able to force your way into a hard point, but if you're not getting map control to go along with it, then it's not going to be very sustainable, and that's what we saw out of them so far. To be honest, I'm really sad that happened because I wanted to see a 60 bomb. I've never seen a 60 bomb before. Maybe he'll do it again on the replay for the map, but if you're Wolves, you got to be breathing a sigh of relief right now, because that one was definitely slipping out of their hands, and now an opportunity to hit the reset button, maybe try to adjust those loadouts to be able to counter Lucas in a little bit more.
I'm keeping a tab on his kills right now. We stopped at 40, so once we do have that remake, let's see, and hope to the COD gods that he might actually give us a 60, but obviously that's going to be not favorable for the side of Wolves, where there are a lot of good plays on their end, but not as, dominant that we thought. Because obviously, going into this, even before we actually started, we knew that Inco had more of an upper hand in hardpoint, and obviously for Wolves, it's more of that S&D matchup that they're going to be performing. But hey, they're actually catching up just a little bit. They just need to find a way to actually stop that SKS.
Yeah, and that's traditionally been the tougher game mode for them, going up against teams that are more used to the rule set, and that makes sense because they have been playing in such a different rule set that it completely changes the way that you play the game. And they've done a good job of adjusting, but I think they still have a lot that they can work on, and definitely some pretty significant points of improvement where they might be able to have a chance at taking out some of those Western teams that have spent a lot more time playing that game mode in the same rule set.
Well, as you can see on your screen right now, Inco Stalwart actually needs 90 points to win this matchup. So, again, that's a really big deal, because for Wolves, that is a lot of catching up to do. But I feel like they're just being outclassed when it comes to the gun skills and also the rotation so far, because You can see it already. The fact that they just leave the hard points so early, the only time that really paid off was the fact that they were able to rotate early into P4, got majority of the points. That's where they kind of caught up just a tiny bit. And then it's just like the same case over and over again into that restart. But that's what they need to know, is the fact that they need to contest the hill before going into the rotate, or just like send half of your team, because most of the time they just sent the whole team into that early rotation.
Yeah, I think the Chinese teams tend to have a more like dedicated OBJ player as well, whereas a lot of the Western teams will have everybody kind of work as a flex OBJ, and people understanding, okay, if this guy's on the inside of the objective, I need to go here. If I'm playing the objective, I know that I can trust him to go to these other areas. And I think having that flexibility gives you a lot more options, especially when it comes to a game mode like Hardpoint. So we'd love to see some of those changes happen. Like you said, Inco needs 90 points to win. Hopefully we'll get on the screen how many Wolves need to win as well, because obviously they do have that opportunity to make the comeback happen, but they're in a rough spot right now and not a whole lot of time to close this gap.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, it's really important to note that for Wolves, they need to keep the momentum up, because at this point you don't want to be bumped down at a certain point. But we do have a bunch of other streams for you later on. We do have Wolves and Inco Gaming for our Alpha stream, for our Bravo, NYSL, Mayhem, and Smart Omega. And obviously later on we do have Luminosity versus Skade. But really excited to see how those matches actually pulled through. And we have a bunch of other games for you as well. And obviously Scars and Tribe. Bobby, I'm looking forward to that one, because again, this could be an easy 3-0 for Tribe, but with how Scars is still a mystery, it's really appalling to me.
I'm really excited for Luminosity versus Skade, because I think these are potentially the two most underrated teams in the tournament. And I think this is going to be a real test of different play styles that I think that one probably has the best chance of going to a Game 5. I am interested. I don't know what to expect out of Tribe versus Scars. You know, I'm probably still leaning the way of Tribe a little bit, but as you guys can see right here, Influence Kemen has been eliminated from the competition. Q9 Club getting the win there. Not too surprising. Q9 definitely a favorite coming into this, and they will go up against the loser of the Tribe Gaming Scars matchup.
EU getting the brunt of all of this, losing 2 teams already. Only one remains in Stamina Esports. They have a monumentous job to actually try and go up against Luminosity, but obviously they're just so good when it comes to all of this gameplay. Oh, rather, it's going to be another matchup later on. Let's see what's going to happen between Smart Omega and NYSL Mayhem. Whoever is going to be losing that they're going to be going up against Stamina Esports rather. So a lot of teams, a lot of points, a lot of stats to consider here, but 4 teams, that is the one fact, are saying goodbye for today. But there you go, we're finally speaking up. We need 90 points for Inco to actually go and win this, but for Wolves, they need a lot more points as we do our restart.
All right, 154 needed for Wolves to get the W in this one. It is Wolves with a pretty hot start right there. Solid map control as Zai's going to get things pushed out, but Crozen immediately pushes it. Able to trade for 2. High ground control actually going the way of Wolves, which is not something they were able to do well the first time around. So we'll see if they can maintain this momentum, but the SMGs having a lot more luck on this time through. Peg picking up the scrap time right there. Dad's going to be able to clear off 1, and the time continuing to go on over to Inco Gaming. Right now, all they got to do is play things even and they get the win.
Oh, yeah. They're absolutely great gunfights for him, having a 5-kill streak, earning him a pred. That's going to be absolutely huge for Wolves, and right now they're looking like they're having a fresh start, a better start compared to a while ago, and now they're also primed in position going into P2.
Yeah, that mental reset will work wonders for you. The Switchblade was like the one weapon that I felt like nobody should be using on this map, and now he's frying everybody that he can find. He's on 12 kills as we head into P2, and he is building streaks for days. You got to think that operator is coming into play pretty soon as well. And Wolves starting out on the right foot if they want to make this comeback happen. Not too big of a lead, but if they can continue to slay like this, get that topside hardpoint control, which King is able to do, might be able to make something happen. Noel on the flank trying to flip those spawns.
I like how Wolves is actually paying more attention to the spawn now, and that's the fact that they were able to get a lot more points here. And there you go, they're still spawning off there, still getting a lot more points. 30 seconds left on the clock. That is going to be essential scrap time for them, but the rotation needs to come through, and guess who's there? Inco's already positioned.
And at this point, any death could potentially be a lethal spawn right here. We'll see. And it's actually going to be Wolves spawning behind the opposition. They're not going to get taken down by the Hunter Killer. Lucasen on the high ground doing everything he can to hold them out right here. Inco's still got some work to do if they're going to be able to close this one out. Peg on the inside, claw in hand, does get shut down. Lucasen doing everything he can right now. I'm pretty confident he's gonna hit the 60 bomb. What'd you say, 44?
It's 52 right now. Oh my goodness, this guy's absolutely cracked, and we're only at a halfway point, and we kind of want to reiterate that it all needs 90 points for Inco and 154 for Wolves to try and go and win it. So again, Wolves is actually doing a really good job. They were able to go and break this very cleanly up against Inco, and yes, Lucasen's actually doing a great job, but everyone else in his team needs to actually go and step in. That's play number 1. Rafa having a very hard time with just 5 kills.
And now we're starting to get to the point where you got to consider the importance of the kills that you're getting, because it's nice to get kills, but if they're not helping your team get into the hard point, they're not doing a whole lot for you outside the streaks and the operators that you're building. You want to go for those impact kills, and Inco's picking up a lot, but it's not turning into hard point time for them. They just need, what, 94, 96 points in order to get up and get the win on this one, but they are getting absolutely fried on the inside of the hard point. Inco's got the better spawns for this as well, and should be able to make a push on in, but right now they're very content to let Wolves continue to stack the time. They have got to do something to make a push here.
We need around 58 points left for Wolves to try and go and win this, and for Inco, well, you only need 140,
I don't know if that,
so
did he rage quit? Like throw his fist down or what?
And that's really amazing for Wolves to make a comeback for it. Now Inco finally steps into our point, and no one else from Wolves are actually going to be really near, and that's going to be essential points for them.
Lucasen continues to fry. He actually picks up a
Inco only needs 90 points, right?
Well, and he said, all right, I'm done picking up my kills. I got my 60 bomb. It's time to play the objective and lock this one in. Only about 20 more points needed. They'll pick up the scrap time. Actually, Wolves will right here. And taking a look at the high ground control over in the top side of P2. It's all Inco players. They're going to be able to fly down from above. That's a big feat for them, and potentially opening an opportunity for them to close out this game.
Teammate left the game.
12 points are needed for Inco. That is going to be really big for them. And then take a look at that. No Wolves to be found because they're probably not there in the game anymore. Sayonara to you, but we're probably going to be doing another restart. But hey,
what?
That was
Another
a
one?
really interesting matchup where Wolves actually made a very interesting comeback. And for Lucasen, almost touching that 60. Did he reach it? I know he was like 3 away.
No, because he had 44 whenever. Right?
Oh, yeah? Oh,
and he had 17 when everybody left the lobby. I don't know. Maybe Wolves didn't know Wolves had another disconnect. So we're going to be playing to like 10.
Well, hey, I feel like Bobby and I definitely have this caster curse, and yes, it is now confirmed because every time we step on this stage, looks like we're going to be having some remakes at the very least for 2, but we're going to be hopping off into another matchup where Luminosity goes up against Skate, and take a look at that, how close the scoreline is. That is just something that we actually kind of predicted to be.
Yeah. It's, oh man, it is even across the board. Obviously, 2 very different play styles. The way that I've heard a lot of the NA teams describe Luminosity is that they're actually, like, teamwork-wise, one of the best teams, one of the most cohesive teams, which I think is what makes them so dangerous. That on top of the fact, they've got some dudes that can absolutely shoot straight, and that'll make for a lethal combo. They take the lead right here, up about 20 points. This, typically a money hill. They don't have spawns to make the push on in, but you don't want to just give away a free 20 points. At least that would be my recommendation. Now, with getting completely wiped off the board, we may see that early rotation. That is exactly what's going to happen. That P3, I would say, one of the hardest points to break from the front side in the entire game. So I don't hate that decision for them. This setup in the backside is going to be crucial, especially if you can get Blur back there to hold things down with the SKS in hand. You got Solo reigning terror with the R9 in hand. We've seen him have some crazy performances on here, but oh, Leo, he said, I only need one shot to the head to take you out just like that. Skate finds the break on in.
Hunter Gillen really just doing some magic here. The drone just does a really great job at resetting the spawns right now, and obviously with Leo Zera with a claw as well. That really just gives Luminosity a little bit of a hard time when it comes to getting a solid hold, even though that they were there so early on. Skate doing such an amazing job at doing with the break, but it's a good thing that Luminosity going in there for another response, but it's going to be Skate all over again with the spawns.
Yeah, Skate has spawns, gonna lose spawns right there, and that should lock in the rest of the scrap time for Luminosity. Right now, Skate actually still looking to contest, and wow, the one tap out of the KRM, that's gonna earn some more time for Linz right there, and that, I mean, you don't want to challenge a KRM on the inside of P4. I just don't recommend it. That's gonna be tie game as we hit the rotation back to P1 right here. In absolute chaos. We got shotguns, we got LMGs, we got marksman rifles, you name it here in COD Mobile, we've got it all.
We've got it all for you.
Oh my gosh, these guys are absolutely going at it.
Well, for Skate, I feel like it's the first time we've seen a KRM in play. I'm not quite sure if the other ones in the other streams did, but for me, I just really like to see it in a small map like Summit. We've seen the R9, and now it's time for this particular guy in the KRM to finally be in the spotlight. 196 and 198. It's just a back and forth. I wonder how close it's going to be, and for me, it's probably going to be the timing of where they use their score streaks at the very end.
Mihawk picking up some big kills in the inside of the hard point. Blur, another one of those aggressive SKS players.
I'm
he's
back.
Gonna
Welcome back, baby.
help his team push on through to pick up some more scrap time right here. You can see the teamwork live in real time right here.
Really
they are
close.
holding hands anytime somebody gets a push on in, going for the trade. And right now it's Solo hitting the early rotation. We're gonna jump out of this one, and we are gonna watch the ending of something else. Wolves and Inco, maybe? Wolves and Inco, so we'll take a look at that scoreboard whenever they wrap up later, but obviously there's only like 10 seconds left in Wolves and Inco, so we got to see what happens there.
Well, I mean, at least Wolves, they need to enter God mode. They need to play perfect hardpoint for them to just keep themselves afloat in this hardpoint matchup. As you can see on your screen, Wolves needs 58 points to win. Inco Stalwart needs 32 points. Very doable for a comeback with Wolves, as you already know that they did an amazing job when we had that restart. But that is going to be really good. For me, really interesting game from Skate and Luminosity. Such a back and forth game. I'm really excited to see what happens later on. But for now, we're taking a look at Wolves and Inco yet again. As you can see, that is going to be a really fast push coming in from the side of Wolves, taking a lot of these points. And it looks like for Inco, they're very slow when it comes to that rotation.
I believe around 50 needed for Wolves, 30 needed for Inco. And Wolves off to a hot start right here. It's off the back of both resets have been absolutely guns blazing. And Neon pulling out the SKS. I was curious if we were going to see that counter. He's got 3 kills to his name already. Inco pushes in. Every second matters at this point. This is a tight game. And Inco picking up every second of scrap that they can right here. Noel looking to clear things off. He's gonna, Neon, you gotta get him off the hard point. They only need about 10 more seconds to close this out right here. They might be able to do it over here on P1. Probably not gonna be feasible, but it looks like the early rotation up to P2 as well.
32
Inco
points.
might be able to win it here.
I don't know why they went for the early rotation in P2, really. I mean, they just left the P1 just so open, and now you get to see Inco just, they're there. I mean, it's going to be hard. It's a 5-person stack going in there, but again, there's so many chances for them to just get a lot of these points, and it's going to be 34 already, and this is going to be game because everyone else from Wolves are actually so far away. And there you go. Doesn't look like the reset changed the minds of Wolves, and the momentum still going into the favor of Inco. And even though there were signs of life in that first reset, it looks like it was dropped here in our side.
Yep, that's what we were expecting, especially with the way that Lucasen was dominating. So no surprises here. It's going to be an interesting search and destroy, though. This is a very strong Wolves team. I am not as sure what to expect out of Inco. Obviously, we saw some crazy plays from Skade, who was number 2 in the region. So you got to expect Inco has some decent reps going up against them. Not sure who to expect the actual snipers in their hands, but they're going to be looking to close this one out early on if possible, so they can lock in a spot in the playoffs.
And once we do reach that control matchup, it just is that swing mode where it's always a question mark. We don't know what's going to happen, but honestly, with the amount of performance that we saw a while ago from Inco, it just looks like they might actually have the upper hand when it comes to control. But obviously, that is for later on. We are moving on into our search and destroy matchup where we get to see the boys. Honestly, they're just trying to run through this very quickly because it has been a very long day. It's going to be really hard for a lot of these teams because especially for a team like, let's say, Almighty that have been playing back-to-back games, it's going to be the same here. So let's see, Slump, Search and Destroy. A little bit of a favorable map for Inco in my opinion, and Wolves, even though yes, they might be a little bit better when it comes to that search, this map just favors Inco a little bit more.
Yeah, I would agree with that. If I had to guess, this is probably an Inco map pick because it's just the one that plays the least like Search and Destroy. You can get crazy aggressive and try to counter some of those more passive play styles. I think especially with the sniping power that you got over on Wolves, Slums is probably the map that you want to go to. So we'll see if Inco can go up 2-0. You got to think if they do take that lead, the odds going way up for them is the Chinese teams have shown they can bring their A game in the Search and Destroy, still trying to find a grip in the hard point.
See, that's the whole thing, though. It's like, for Wolves, they kind of have a hard time giving a bit of a response up against the SKS of Inco, right? And we're playing in the next few maps where, okay, smaller map, Inco can probably go and perform. And for standoff, we've seen it already earlier today where the SKS absolutely shines here.
Oh, yeah, just the ability for one player to completely dominate that entire mid lane gives you so much control over the map.
It's been a long day.
It's going to require some adjustments. We even started to see that in the third segment of that hard point where Wolves players decide they're going to throw on the SKS and see if they can counter. Now, there's a big difference between equipping an SKS and using the SKS like Lucasen does. But that's at least a start for trying to counter that play style, and we'll see if they can make those adjustments here in the Search and Destroy as well.
It's just so interesting how all of these teams are slowly doing micro adjustments to their play as the day actually goes on. And a lot more of these teams are slowly incorporating the SKS, where regions of LATAM have been using this for the longest time. Even some players from NA, some players from EU. From Garena, we don't see it at all. From China, we don't see it that much either. And it looks like it's just a strong weapon. But now we are starting things off now. Search and Destroy Slums. And now it looks like it's going to be blue all over here in mid-map.
Yeah, that's a lot of map control for Inco right here. It's going to be tough for Wolves to sniff anybody out. Obviously, you probably got one SKS player just looking over top of the head glitch. And now all you're really left to do is spray through walls, hope that you find somebody, but Crozen says, I'll put you out of your misery. Takes one down, Dad finds another. Noel is taken out of the equation, but a 2v4 for Wolves. Not the start they were looking for in what was expected to be their marquee game mode.
Peg tries to go and shorten the distance, breaks it down, and there you go. That's, I was gonna say that was supposed to be a good push from him, but obviously he made a lot of noise, and that just allowed them to just secure this round number 1. Going in there aggressively, just trying to take a position in mid, and there you go. That is gonna be a big opener for Inco.
Now that I think about it, I played in the tournament against Crozen as well, and he absolutely fried my team with the Locust. So if you're Wolves, you got to find a way to counter him as well. He is nasty with it, and that's one way to counter. Just push all the way up in his face, and he doesn't have a chance to respond. Maybe a little body shooting. I love it. I want to see more of it.
More body shooting
right here is
Don't say that because Vig will do it.
One SKS bullet connects, but Zai able to get away with his life, and now all down to Dad. The 1v2, the bomb is down. And right now, a waiting game. I think he gets spotted out right there, and that should be all the information the Wolves need.
Okay, there you go. 2v1, and it looks like they're going to be sticking together. That's going to be a good sign. Use the numbers to your advantage just in case you do drop a life. You can just count on your teammates to go and save you from that. But we're going to be going back here. Hey, hi, how's it going, y'all? Hope you guys are having fun over here. And if you're at home, don't forget to check out our other streams as well, because there's going to be multiple streams going. We got A to D, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta just coming at you. We don't want you to miss the action, but obviously for us, we're still trying to figure things out here, but we're going to be going back there later on.
Yeah, that was a strong start for Inco. We knew they were going to bring it, but they are looking strong in search and destroy. So once we get everything situated on this matchup, well, I think it's going to take a lot of adjustments for Wolves to actually have a chance in this one. Like we said before, they're a streaky team. So if they get hot, they can probably run the board and win 3 straight, but it takes a couple of players starting to build that momentum for them to do it.
Yeah, take advantage of that momentum. And the readjustment that they did in that round number 2 was actually really good. I mean, they were able to go in and kind of going through the spawn, kind of invading the space of Inco. And that's one thing that you need to actually go and take. But before we get into that matchup, take a look at what we have. Whew, 4 teams already gone.
Nova
2
gone,
from
Strut
Europe,
gone, Godlike
1 from
gone.
India, 1 from LATAM, and now everyone else still trying to get a hold of it. But this is going to be really heartbreaking for me because it's day 1, and to see some of the names just going to be, I don't know, it's hard for me to see that.
Yep, Influence Kevin, Godlike, Strut and Nova. 2 teams already out for Europe. It is only Vitality keeping the hopes alive for India right now as they barely sneak through with a win over Strut. But they're going to have to face the loser of this one. And, I mean, you look at it, they've already gone up against... Did they go against Inco in the first round?
Yes.
Okay, well, we know that they didn't have much of a chance against Inco.
Seeding is just very unfortunate.
Wolves is another team that has looked very, very solid, and they've been able to run it close with Inco, so you got to think the odds of Vitality making it out, not super high, but they showed a lot of resiliency, especially in their matchup against Strut. I think especially if you look at the performance we saw out of Sams and Jokos, the 2 twins, those guys are bringing it today, so... If they can put the team on their back, maybe carry them to the promised land.
Dang, those 2 are so nasty. I mean, they're so good when it comes to just being in very clutch situations. But again, another team that I just wanted to say that is the only one representing their region, that's going to be Stamina, the only European team, the hope for Europe. And, well, let's see how they're going to be faring up later on into their matchup. But Stamina is just going to be waiting. They need to find a way, especially from that loss up against Omega. They were able to get that 3-0 up against Godlike.
I'm like looking on Twitter. They're giving out free jerseys on Twitter.
NYSL or Omega? Is it going to be a
dude, that's kind of fire,
Omega
bro.
and Stamina again going into the lower qualifiers, or will NYSL play Stamina for the first time here in this competition?
That's
I was
fire,
watching that
broski.
matchup a little bit on one of the side screens.
Can you do me a favor though,
Ames? Whenever that happened, I'm pretty sure Omega was up.
Can you take out the team mobility, please?
So looks like they are
that looks
off
fire,
to a strong
though. I love
start.
it.
And
just take because they're not going to be sponsoring any of this. But
Garena brothers in Almighty that got knocked down to the lower
it'd be cool
bracket,
if you can get one of my photos and like put it in the background of all that. But that's perfect. It's a great idea. And then I'm gonna need it in a different format because that's like a square format. You're gonna need to do it like a rectangle format so I can fill it up. Or the screen. Yeah, you don't have to put mobility in there. I'm trying to think, what else can we put in there for sponsorships? Oh, you know what? Don't do that.
They're definitely going to be giving us another really good qualifier. But that's going to be in Group
do the content
D. So
creator club because that's what I'm in.
Luminosity, whoever loses that, they're going to be meeting Almighty into the lower qualifier, which I still think is probably one of the hardest things to predict, honestly, in my end. That's going to be Group D.
Yep, that's, man, that's going to be a real heartbreaker for anybody down there because there's so much talent in that group. I think I maybe slept on that group because I didn't understand how good Skade was going to be. But the fact that one of those teams is automatically getting knocked out is kind of mind-boggling to me. And Ooh, that is going to be a spicy elimination game.
I'll just do this.
I mean, I feel like for every single group, we do have like a little bit of a spicy game that we have here. But speaking of Skate and Luminosity, we're going to be hopping on into their matchup where we actually saw Luminosity and Skate just have a close
Hold on, let me get it.
point in Summit. And we didn't really get to see the end of that, but you can see over there on the screen, Luminosity having that 1 point. And now for Skate, you need to go and play catch up because you don't want to give Luminosity a 2-0.
Yep. Right here, we got a 2v2. Bomb's going to go down the hands of Blur. He's got Washi at his back. One of the best snipers in North America, no question about it. And he's going to go ahead and back up right here. Waiting for the flank. Nobody really in position to do that for Skate. Linz sees him hopping, or I thought he saw him hopping right there, but I guess not. Washi has been known to have some crazy sniper angles. And it seems like they're both kind of clueless as to the other location, but Pabzera gonna come through. Washi showing why he's one of the best snipers in all of North America. Lynn's gonna be able to take down one, but Washi pulls out that shorty. I was curious if we were gonna see that a little bit more this weekend, and coming in pretty handy right there to close out the round.
I didn't even realize that he saw Pab was going to be there. I feel like it was just reflexes at that point. It's just so amazing how all these players just so good when it comes to the movement. And now, a 4-man push coming in from Skate, though, up in the back alley where they're going to be greeted by 2 other players, and that is well read, actually, by Luminosity.
Yeah, he's just so nasty with it. He knows there's one player on the inside of gas station as well. Less than 2 rounds in, and Washi already with 5 kills to his name. The bomb's gonna go down, and now the pressure on for Skate. Hit the retake right here. You got Pabzera looking down that mid lane. Doesn't realize Solo is on the inside a graveyard right here, and they're gonna make their way into the bomb site, but you still gotta deal with Envy over on those boxes. Head glitch. Solo gonna somehow get away. Envy finds 1. Mihawk's able to take down 1, make it 2, and now he's got to deal with Washi. He's been a menace all game long. He's gonna throw a nade through perfectly positioned right there. Reads it like a book. Nade is not timed properly. Mihawk goes big, clutch after clutch today.
This is the second 1v3 Mihawk actually got. Oh my goodness, not only that, enough time for him to go in there for the defuse. What a way to get your first round in Luminosity. You had the upper hand. Don't fall victim to what happened a while ago with Skate.
You know, I asked a bunch of pro players who they thought was going to be MVP for Stage 5, and I asked Mihawk, and he said himself, and now I'm starting to understand why he said that. So many big clutches for this guy right here, and he has got the ice in his veins, no question about it. Opener right there. Washi's out of the equation, which, with the way Luminosity's been playing so far, not a great sign for them. Ban gonna fly over top, but that's a deagle to the face. Envy there for the trade. It's gonna be a 3v1 right here. Leo's in backed way up, and that is a lot of missed deagle shots, and you gotta think that's likely the end of the round. Solo gets the information. He's gonna be forced back right here, but seeming to be only a matter of time. That looked like a super doable kill, but maybe just a little bit of COD timing didn't go his way. And Luminosity retakes the lead.
Okay, good shots coming in from Luminosity. They knew to pick up the pace in that particular round, and I feel like that information coming through. Mihawks actually took a lot of damage there, but Tana was able to save his life, and Leosin gets that 1, finally gets 2 kills to his name. Very rush approach here coming in from the side of Luminosity. That's going to be really big for them.
Yep, it's Solo ends up paying for that one. Leo off to a little bit of a slow start in this one, but, you know, takes a little bit of time to build momentum. Washi, 8 kills to his name already, and Envy's going to be able to get the plant down right here. Washi just continues to punish. He's on 9 already. I think he hit the weapon expect as that round finished right there, and I think we are going to hop back into Wolves versus Inco. Their S&D match getting started back up right here. So we'll see, but coming off the end of that one, Luminosity looked like they were very much in the driver's seat, very much in the hands of Washi's dominance.
So good. I mean, we already know that Skate is a really talented team, but I feel like the aggression that they have, they're just leaning more towards that momentum and just trying to figure out if they can do the 1v3 clutches, which honestly, that should be the last thing that you need to worry about is to do, and just leave yourself in a situation where you're down in numbers. But for Luminosity, they're just so good at handling what they have with such efficiency. And now we're finally stepping into Inco versus Wolves yet again, where very, very passively both of these teams, and nothing's moving so far.
Yep. And a little bit of a stalemate right now. Nobody for Wolves wants to make their way through those entryways, and Inco's got the map control, so they don't have any issue with the current situation. It is going to be Rafa finding the opener right there. Ching able to find one, or rather get the major assist. Lucas in there. He said, I can do it with anything. I'll pull out the Krieg and cook you as well. Gets the major assist here. Now all down to King. He's in a tough spot right now. He's going to be able to find one. It seems like Dad knows where he is. He knows exactly where he is. Drops him with the SKS in hand, and just like that, it is going to be Inco back into the lead.
Again, they just have no response when it comes to the SKS or even any kind of like long-range engagement. So since we did start that S&D a while ago, this actual scoreline is going to be 2-0 in favor of Inco. So that's going to be something to keep in mind. So just in case you're going to be, curious as to how the scoreline is going to be. But there you go. Oh, King goes in there for the knife kill. Very ballsy move. That's going to be okay. That's going to be impressive. But unfortunately for him, he does drop his life. And now we're going very deep into Alpha, where 3 players are going to be surrounded. Inco.
Ooh, Crows in. Maybe a little too aggressive right there. I like that he picks up the kill.
Thank you, Ames.
Zai said, okay, this is my Lucas now.
Saw your,
he's able to punish as well. Lucas in, the only one remaining. The bomb going down over on the A site. Not a whole lot for him to work with. Going to try to find somebody out of position, but they're packed in there pretty tight, and it looks like they're going to have the read on his positioning as well. I believe it is Zai that pushes through, so should be a free kill. And yep, as soon as you don't get that kill, that should be round over. They get the information, they get the player alive as well, and with only 15 seconds, there's not going to be enough time for him to pick up all of these kills. Neon shuts things down real quick, and now Wolves finds their first round of the game.
2-1 is going to be the score line for this matchup, and again, that was really good coming in from Wolves. They went in very aggressively into Alpha, and for Inco, they had no response whatsoever. It looks like playing fast is something that Wolves actually, that is going to be an advantage for them, but they are going to slow things down just a tiny bit. Also for Inco as well, they're going to be slow when it comes to that defense.
I think so too.
Yep. It's working. It worked for Wolves last round, trying to bait Inco into a big push. The thing is, not really Inco's play style, so you got to try to make some pressure somewhere on the map. And right now, they're waiting for the snipers to connect. Neon not going to be able to do that so far. Still got a minute and a half to work with, and now Wolves starting to get aggressive right there. The flashbang connects. Peg finds 2. That's the aggression that we're used to seeing out of the Chinese teams, and just like that, they're going to force their way on over toward that B bomb site. Lucason's going to be able to retaliate. Zai, Neon trades left and right, and now all down to Lucason. The bomb is down in the mid-map, but I'm not sure Lucas actually knows. And right now, he's going to go ahead and set up behind the bomb heady, but the task at hand for Wolves to retrieve that bomb and try to make a decision.
You're going to be Wolves, you better hold hands, because if you're going to go up against Lucason, you already know that he can definitely pick you out one by one, especially if he does have that SKS in hand. But for now, it's going to be the Crit 6. Information pulls through that one player coming in from Wolves are actually going to be going in through pillars. And as he knows, both of the players are probably going to be there into pillars as well. So how is he going to play this, knowing that eyes are on him?
Ooh, maybe could have used a little more trigger discipline right there. Tries to bait Neon with a second one. Beams onto Zai. Whoa, not sure where he's going with that one, but still in a position to clutch it up. Wants the 1v2, and it's his. He goes big.
Wow.
Another big round for Inco Gaming.
Great job. That's crazy, bro.
He kept on going into the same spot. I mean, it's just a matter of...
That was beautiful.
It's so simple. It's just like, you know you're going to be the only one there. If you go back to that old place where you know that Inco, that Lucason's going to be scoped in, just go back to Arches, go back into that other spot. But very beautifully played coming in from Lucas, and that's going to be really big for them. 3-1 is going to be the scoreline.
Yep. They're in a great spot right now. Big clutches on clutches, and the aggression pays off for Wolves once again, but can they find a way to finish it? That's been the question for them so far. Ching going to be able to find another one onto Dad. Now only 2 players remain, but one of them is Lucasen, so that's not a great sign. Crozen was popping off in the first entry into the game. Hasn't quite been able to find that same success so far, but he's in a position where they might be able to get a view on the cross if they can take out this one Wolves player. The thing is, no close range oriented guns, and they're going to be able to find one, but now Crozen trying to clutch up in total a 1v4.
With 25 seconds left on the clock, that seems to be very difficult as Neon seals the deal and Wolves finally gets one. 3 and 2 is the score line for now. That was a really good sign for Wolves because they wanted to rush into that Bravo flag, and that's going to be really big for them. And actually for Inco, they were pushed back very much. They were too passive in that particular round, and that just kind of gave them a hard time when it comes to going in for that retake.
Yep. Another big round for Wolves, one away from tying things up. Obviously, we do have that unseen +1 round for Inco Gaming right now, so we'll see if they can fire back, but it's a calculated aggression that we're seeing out of Wolves. It's not necessarily, hey, it's the first second of the game, we're just gonna rush into mid and see what happens. They kind of evaluate, they look at the lines of sight, they see where Inco is, and then based off that, they make those pushes. They use the stuns and flashes to check those off angles.
Yeah.
And right now, Crozen's going to be the man to make the plays. They're looking to peek mid, but I'm not sure who timing really goes in favor of. I'm going to say overall probably Wolves because Crozen has no idea they made the cross right there. And once again, that calculated aggression, the question is, when are Wolves going to make that push?
Wolves is just so good when it comes to adjusting their pace, and usually they wait for Peg to actually make that first blood. He's been so good at getting those first opening picks, and there you go, Ching. That is going to be vital information for him to actually go and get that. Gets that 1 SKS kill, and speaking of Peg himself, he's going to go down. That's going to give a hard time coming in from Wolves, but hey, they're going to be leaving that Bravo site open, looking like they want to go in for the infiltration, gets rid of the flank, but also gets traded out.
Not sure what was happening right there, but
no, me too.
You know, the winner of the gunfight is the winner. Not a whole lot of time for the defuse. Lucasen, crucial snipe with the DLQ in hand right here. You still got one player in the backside of garage that you got to deal with in Neon. He's not going down without a fight, but neither is Lucasen. He's going to go ahead and not hop the bomb right here. If Ching can play time, maybe it's possible, but just not quite enough. That's going to be back to a 2-round lead for Inco Gaming.
Wolves they just did so well when it comes to that plant, but the post-plant situation wasn't that big. They left Bravo a little bit too open, and now
disconnecting again.
Let's see what happens again. You're watching here Wolves versus Inco Gaming. I don't know what's going to happen now.
Sounds like another game
sides
issue.
To make sure that everybody gets the proper amount of offensive and defensive sides, which, especially on a map like Slums, you want to make sure that that's happening. It's a very, very difficult offensive map. So we're going to go ahead and make the switch. It does look like on one of our other broadcast matches, we've got Omega versus NYSLM resuming. Obviously, some points being distributed based off the start of that one, but still lots of COD Mobile action ahead of us today. We have yet to send anybody to the playoffs, and that's the #1 objective for each and every one of these teams. 4 teams down for the count already. Excited to see these finishers and who we're going to be watching on Saturday.
And here we go. Speaking of the 2 teams, Hardpoint in takeoff, 15 and 8 is going to be the scoreline versus NYSL Mayhem versus Smart Omega. There you go. 20 seconds left in this P1, and you're watching the Bravo stream. Hi, welcome to the Bravo stream, where we get to see amazing action as well. And now for Omega, really big opening picks as well. Just stopping the push coming in from Mayhem, and the setup for P2. Both of these teams already sending 1 person in.
Yep, it's pretty even off the start. Not a great sign for Mayhem, as I believe overall points-wise they are at a deficit, and right now Nero needs to find this kill. That's going to be a crucial one right there. Leaving his teammates on the bottom side to win the gunfights on the outside. He knows his job as the OBJ man. Risky, going to push up. big kill right there. Last bullet to connect is all that he needs. Little B trying to win one. He does that. Kendi on the backside, able to get one for himself as well. And that's a huge break for Omega. Might be enough for them to close it out right here. Is, I believe, only about 50 points needed for them to get the W on this one. The slow starting NYSL team just having a difficult time adjusting as Ravallo pushes up, is going to be able to find two. Tough to say who's going to come out on top in this one.
I think Whoopi was able to kill with a stun. That is just really good. And after that, followed up with a grenade, and Risky tries to go in there for that solo push. And now Whoopi's going to be the only one left, but is greeted by three other players. They're really trying so hard to close this out in this particular hill, but obviously they need to go in there for the respawn and also for the rotate, rather.
Looks like players for both teams trying to hop in the hard point right here. It is NYSL winning the opener right there. Pretty close to a tie game between the two. The Purifier's going to come out for Whoopi. Not the best position, but if he can get into the hard point, it will be. He does not, and that's part of the reason I was a little bit suspect of his decision to do that, because he used a couple of shots off of it. Not going to get any recharge either, and another Purifier going to get immediately shut down, and this looking like it could turn into a money hill for NYSL. Not sure how big the point gap is right now, or if it's a total restart, but NYSL looking pretty dominant here on P3.
Well, I don't know about that, because player number 3 coming in from Omega, Rage, is not going to be moving. So that's definitely going to be a really big deal for how Omega's going to be moving. A really essential player is not going to be moving for them. So it's going to be a 4v5 situation right now.
Already
rotating. As you get to see some of the points already being gathered by Smart Omega here. And the restart going into that rotate is finally pushed through here in P4.
Looks like he has reconnected right there. Now the battle over on P4. Ensuing once again. Idra shut down with claw in hand. Shots from behind. Able to connect as well. Kendi locks in spawns for his team. Omega needs 62 to win. That's only 4 more points. NYSL holding on by a thread right here. Yeah. Kendi continually re-peaking Purifier in hand, and there's nobody on the point for NYSL. You got to keep somebody in there as much as you can. Right now, they continue to pick up the time, but there is zero margin for error.
Not quite sure why the Purifier was even there in the first place. I mean, at this point, you just want to know that it's definitely going to be a claw and gravity vortex type of situation where there's 2 more points coming in from Omega. You need to just close out 2 more points, and they're just having such a hard point. But we're going to be moving away because there will be a disconnect from Smart Omega versus NYSL Mayhem, Bobby. This is too much. I'm anxious. Who's gonna be our first team to go into the playoffs? It looks like, you know, Lady Luck is not on our side because she's stalling. But Wolves and Inco stalwart, we still don't have an action.
She really
either.
freaking is. I tell you what. Oh my gosh, she is just.
She's trolling us.
It's a freaking filibuster out here with. I don't even know, but. Taking a look at some of the other matches happening right now, we do have that Luminosity versus Skade matchup. Luminosity in the lead, 2-0. They do take the win in the Search and Destroy.
Wow.
We've also got the first game of our Scars versus Tribe matchup happening right now. Tribe's not giving up a single point. It's 25-0, but it's only P1, so there's a long way to go. But if I'm looking correctly, there's a lot of streaks in play already, which not a great sign for Scars.
Well, taking a look at our Alpha stream, Inco, they're going to be leading 4-2 up against the Wolves. So that's going to be really impressive, really important 2 rounds for them to have that advantage. But obviously, there's still a chance for Wolves to make a comeback. But again, if you're just watching right now, take a look at our other streams while you're going to be waiting for our main stream of the day. Because it's going to be do or die for Skade, because it's going to be a last resort. They need to win this, make a reverse sweep if they want to stay in here. But speaking of, we're going to be headed towards this matchup here in Slums Control. 5-10. That's going to be Skade with a life advantage here.
Yep. It looks like they are actually on the offensive side. So if you can get an offensive round to win off the start of this could be a huge advantage for them. Blur just kind of ratting it out in spawn, but he's going to get taken down, and that is a huge opening round for Skade. especially when you get your backs up against a wall 2-0, to be able to win an opener on offense. That's I mean,
huge.
that just makes your life so much easier.
That is a statement, and that is a really good start coming in from Skade, because you're going to be, you know, ending things really well. But here we go. Finally, very aggressively, Skade goes in there, tries to go in there for the win. But Lin's goal opens things up, actually, with a nade to play with. And now we get to see some kind of control. Actually, I was going to say there was a really good control coming from Luminosity, but just as I said that, no control whatsoever from any of these teams when it comes to the spawns.
Yep, right now, Envy gonna stand up, drops one. Oh, clean two-piece right there. As big for Luminosity as they look to get pushed up, but the bigger issue at hand, you have no objectives captured. You want to pick up these kills anywhere that you can, but you got to pay attention to the clock, and Leo's in firing back. He's got a Pred missile to use if he wants it. Keeping an eye on those operators as well, 4 available for each team, and you got to think with this basically being a tie round right now, more than likely, those going to start to come in. So we do see Ban popping a claw. Pepzera doesn't seem to hear the footsteps from Solo pushing up on that backside of B. And that is going to open up the B site for Luminosity to make the push on in. They've got the life, or actually, they had the life advantage. It is going to be no surprise. Leo's in, eliminating some of those from the equation. He's got some streaks as well. Now sitting on a Pred missile. Oh, and he's trying to spawn trap, but the spawn protection coming in handy for Luminosity.
And that's going to be really big for Leosin, trying to go in there for the spawn trap, trying to control it, but he's going to get shut down by Bad, knowing very well that that's going to be really tricky if left unattended, and they were able to capture that Bravo flag, but this is where things get very tricky if you are going to be in the offense, where it turns into a TDM once you try and get that A. Looks like there's going to be a possibility for that. I thought it was going to be a double kill, but no, they actually got no one.
Yep, I believe hit a trophy system right there, so no kills to be found. Right now, Mihawk backed up, and if you're Skade, all you gotta do, sit on the inside of this zone and just hold your head glitches, hold your angles. Shouldn't be too very difficult. Mihawk's got an entire dumpster that he can hide behind, and Luminosity, it's all about the tactical usage. You need some smokes, you need some stuns to open up an entry into this hard point. Lin's going to be able to find one before he gets traded out, but Pepzera continues to fire away. Some of those operators coming out. Maybe a little bit of desperation as we see Luminosity trying to find a way to clutch this one up, but even here on the flip side, not able to make anything happen. Only 2 lives remaining. Looks like it's going to be a 2-0 lead for Skade off the start.
Wow.
Very good start from Skade.
Yeah.
Now that is definitely going to be something they needed, especially if they want to go and continue this and bring it into a game number 4. But they need to win this defensive or offensive side rather. That's going to be good because in the first half they did so well when it comes to the offense. They can definitely close this out here. Coming in from Luminosity, they did so well when it comes to the defensive side later on. But
8 hours.
Let's try to see what can happen here because they're having a really hard time closing it out.
Leo, big opener. 2 to his name. Washi fires back, doing everything that he can to make some pressure up towards that capture zone. But right now, Luminosity just struggling to get into their power positions. They've got a 1-man advantage right here, but Skade has been so sneaky finding those angles, getting the timings right. Right now, it's, I believe we're going to hop back into the Wolves versus Inco Gaming matchup. Is they're going to be looking to finish up that one. What mode are we in?
We're still in Search and Destroy, where Wolves and Inco Star Wars. It's still, I mean, we're still here in Slum, so technically we never left. It's just we're just changing around the teams that we have. Still trying to fix up a lot of the, you know, the little doo-doos that we have over here when it comes to our alpha stream. But hey, be entertained with our other streams as well. We have 2 going on simultaneously. As we saw NYSL, Mayhem, and Smart Omega, they're just chill. They're waiting for their next matchup. For now, though, Scars versus Tribe up next. 176 and 83 is going to be their score line. And then for Luminosity and Skade, you saw it a while ago, that's going to be a 2-0. But as we hop into the matchup, we're going to go straight in. Bang! Really big kill coming in from it. The 4v 3v3 situation with Wolves getting the numbers down.
That was a disgusting wallbang headshot. Able to connect right there. I believe that was Crozen making it happen, but even with that happening, it is still Wolves with life advantage. Beef Mommy, do you remember the score?
4-2 is the score line.
4-2, that's right.
Yeah.
Inco's winning.
Yeah, Inco is winning, so they need 3 more to win this. Yes, and for Wolves, obviously, they still have a long journey. But hey, just two rounds in between them, that's not too bad, especially knowing very well that they are very positioned well. And now, it's really good that for Inco, they're trying to gather that information, trying to get that first opening pick, and that is information for them. Shots are being fired. At least they know one person is going to be right there, but it's a matter of how many players are they going to be greeted with, and the answer is going to be 3.
Somebody's going for the wallbang right there. Not going to be able to connect, but big feed for Wolves right there. They shut that one down quickly. And definitely a much needed round. That brings us to 4-3 at the scoreboard. And the calculated aggression, once again, paying off for them big time, is waiting for the opportune moment. The utility usage, I feel like the utility usage is the one thing that differentiates these Chinese players when it comes to the search and destroy. The angles that they're putting those stuns, the spots that they've got their trophies, their smokes, everything is very intentional. You're not seeing anybody, oh, it's the start of the round, I'm just going to throw my nades and see what happens. Everything is done very intentionally, and it's paid off for them so far, as Wolves now in a position to tie things up.
That is a point that I actually really wanted to bring up, and now they're closing in the gap where Wolves is only 1 round in between them. Mind you, the score now is 4-3, and now Inco slowing things down just a tiny bit. Honestly, I didn't really like their play a while ago, because that's 3 players up against 3 players where they didn't even check alpha if it was going to be free, and it was only 1 player there. And there you go. They just went in there blind. And let's see if they're going to be creating the same mistake here. They're going to be slowing things down. No, that is one information for them. So Crozen, that's going to be one essential thing, knowing very well that's player number 5. That's going to be Nian. But again, it's still a stalemate.
And Crozen, so close to finding the right jump angle on that, but just inches away from spotting Wolves player. It is man advantage for Inco right here. Whoa, and the hit marker onto Neon. I believe actually trading hit markers. Neither player are going to be able to find the kill, and we continue the stalemate, but there's only 30 seconds left. If you're Inco, you got to make a decision. You would think, especially with a man advantage, if you got any utility left, now is the time to use it, but the waiting game is not one that they're winning right now. Crozen's going to drop. Ching able to find the kill right there. Peg finds 2, and you can see that you're just waiting too long. Wolves capitalizing in a big time, but 3 kills back the opposite direction. And just like that, there's only 1 Wolves player left. You got to get the bomb down. Does he read it properly? The drop shot.
Oh my gosh.
Lucasen dumpsters him.
We don't see that often anymore. The drop shot, it's still supreme, I guess. But hey, that won them around. And now, okay, we're back to square one coming in from Wolves. We get to see it. Inco with 5, Wolves with 3. And I feel like that worked out for them very well. It could have been a really sticky situation for Wolves to be in. But there you go. Hey, bomb's going to be going down. Zai gets really essential. Kills King with a nade shot. 3 people going in from that Bravo defense, and only 1 person from Inco is going to be in Alpha. I mean, Wolves, rather. That's going to be Ching. And now bomb's going to go down in a very tricky spot.
King says, I've got an SKS of my own. You can hear the bullets whizzing past your head right there. Lucasen's going to be able to connect, and once again down to a 3v3. Bomb is down. I believe that's over on the mid-map side. It looks like Dad's just going to kind of hold this head glitch and hope that he can get somebody to peek. And of course, as soon as he leaves, King says, okay, I'll take up residence on top of this head glitch. Nobody here to really start the engagement, and once again, it is Inco that needs to go pick up the bomb right now. So you got Crozen way on the other side of the map, trying to hit some of those jump angles, but not able to find any information really. And now King in a position where he might be able to find Dad. It seems like Dad knows. Oh my gosh, the double headshot. Just mastering the art of the SKS. You can shoot through that?
That's so good.
They know everything that I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, and Neon, you got hit
potatoes that shot. tries to go in there for 2 shots, misses both of them. 3v2 though, still very difficult for Nyan because it's just really hard going in for close range engagements. And now Crozen, speaking of, takes the Deagle out. Okay, we're going in for 6 and 3. One more round coming in for Inco for them to win this. And Wolves, they're going to be in a very hard position to be in because it's going to be control all over again, where we thought that S&D might be the game mode that they can actually pull through.
Yeah, and you can see, like, despite all the good plays that we've seen out of Wolves so far, a lot of it's just instincts that's carrying Inco through this one, and it's getting them the win. Couple kills to open up right here for Wolves, and just like that, I'm praising Inco, and Wolves is absolutely picking them apart. You know, Lucasen's right there, and he doesn't have anywhere that he can go. Should be able to get out of this position, but those pre-fires going to give away his location as well, and should be a very easy to close out round for Wolves right here. Bomb is down as well. It wouldn't even take a miracle. It would just take a lot of mistakes for Wolves if Lucasen's going to clutch this.
Well, lucky for him, Wolves is actually going to be staying put. I mean, more of like unlucky for him. They're just staying put. They're not going to be overextending. That's going to be really good for Wolves. Solid defense. The only way he could actually pull through is that he needs to find a way, probably by the 30-second mark, to try and retrieve the bomb. He's just gathering as much information as he can, going around the way through, and looks like he's going to be going through that B-bomb site, probably up through pillars, where he's going to be greeted by one player, and after that, greeted by another. So I feel like it's very doable because player number 4 is just so deep into alpha that if Lucasen actually gets that 2-piece, it's very possible for him to clutch up this 1v3.
Yep, Neon on the bottom side. He's finally going to read it, shuts down Lucasen, and keeping the hopes alive for Wolves. It is now 6-4, if my math is correct on that one. And they haven't looked bad on this side. It just hasn't been dominant enough to expect that they're going to be able to really run through this one. Lucasen continues to dominate. He's now got 7 kills on the board. Noel, please stay in the lobby. Please stay in the lobby. Please stay in the lobby.
Please stay in the lobby. We're begging you. Stay in the lobby. We're going to finish this really quick. But there you go. Peg goes in there for the kill. The first kill for Wolves. Still a 3v4 situation. I'll make that 3v3 as Inco is going to be losing a life, and Wolves even things out. Crozen, though, gets rid of Chain.
I'm finally out of work. Nice, man. I was going to say, I think I worked though. Full 8 hours. Wow.
Just knows it so fast, and Lucasen goes
Lucas
in there.
is ridiculous with the SKS.
There you go. That is going to be game 4 search and destroy, where everything was just so fast. That is just amazing way to close out the round and show everyone who's boss. I mean, valiant effort for Wolves though, because I feel like you made a really good point. When it comes to these Chinese teams, they're so good at using their util, but it's just not enough sometimes, you know?
All right, let's watch a different
game. We have a couple other games finishing up as well. I believe it is Skade taking the control over Luminosity, so that keeps their hopes of automatically advancing alive. We also have Tribe versus Scars happening right now. Tribe winning map 1 pretty convincingly, and now hopping into the search and destroy. We'll see if maybe Scars has something to counter. That is the only game mode that Tribe's lost so far.
Yeah. And for S&D, let's see if Scars can actually go and pull through. But obviously, taking a look at your screen, Wolves, they need to win this control matchup. It's going to be a possible reverse for them if they can go and perform. But again, speaking of the boys of Scars and Tribe, again, it's going to be a red and red situation here. Very
we got Tribe coming in here against Scars.
Stream, and this is my first time ever watching Scars in a major tournament. I think. Well, no, I watched them in Stage 5 last year, but it's my first time watching them in Stage 5 this year, so that's all that really matters. They actually take round 1 off of Tribe. It looks like Tribe only picking up 1 kill in the entirety of the round, so maybe somewhat of a S&D specialist region, much similar to China. We know that they've played against them pretty extensively, but for the most part, they just scrim against iPad or tablet warriors. So we'll see if maybe they've got something to pull out of their pocket here in the S&D, and obviously the control being the swing mode, and a couple openers right here for Tribe looking to fire back. The bomb is down in the mid steps. Not sure it's visible though.
Bomb's gonna go down in a very tricky spot.
Enemy has
Numbers, though, still going into the favor of Tribe, and even more so now as Vay gets that pick. But Rio was able to get Jez away from them, a very essential player. Bolu gets Mike. That's going to be a 1v4 situation, something that's not going to be pretty for Rio to go and get. And speaking of, Vay finishes the job. A 1-1. Best of 5 in this series, and so far, Tribe does have that hardpoint matchup, and now target to 7 for this S&D for possibility of Scars to try and capture that one more point.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like pretty aggressive push on over toward that A site, actually making their way up through mid steps. Bolu able to connect on the first one. Not sure if that was a wallbang. I like glanced away at the worst time possible, but Mike fires back. Mike feels wrong, but so does Mick, so I don't really know what to say. Right now, Vay spots Mike or Mick, and it looked like he had the angle to shoot back, but I guess maybe a little bit tunnel vision on top laundry, whatever it is, and not going to be able to connect on a kill that would be really big to find as an opener. We are in a 4v4, and it looks like they're just going to kind of leave the bomb down to the outside of Zigzag. Nobody wants to challenge Bolu, and Vay, he's just untouchable on the head glitch. He's going to be able to take down Mike. And just like that, Hamster left to try to clean things up once again. It looks like they're seeing him. Maybe it's an FOV thing. I don't know entirely what it is, but regardless, keeping things even. 3 players apiece.
Tribe playing for the retake. They already probably know by now that it's going to be a Bravo plant, 3v3 situation. 2 players going in through kitchen, and 1 player going in through the flank, going in through spawn garage. That's going to be a really big deal. They need to go and wait for the rest of the teammates. And that information where everyone else from Scars are actually going to be. 1 person from Scars, though, that's going to be Rio, going in for that top laundry control. But Bolu, yet again, getting rid of Fantagen. That's going to be really big for him. Tectonic gets Hamster. A 1v3 situation all of a sudden, and they're just so patient when it comes to infiltrating this Bravo site. And now for Bolu, looking to get that 4th, tries to go in for the shots, and there he goes, speaking of the man himself, gets it, and with enough time to spare to go in there for their defuse.
Yeah, perfect timing for Tribe on that one. Calculated on the retake, and that's going to give them the lead. So obviously you get Scars taking round 1, but you know, anybody can take round 1. It's all about who takes the next 13 rounds or however many more there are. It looks like Bolu's having the time of his life, sniper in hand. He's recently filled out that sniper role to perfection, rocking the double snipers right now as Jez is doing the same. Marshy just doing Marshy things. I'm not really sure what the objective was there, but you know, he's alive and maybe just trying to bait out some shots. Not going to be able to do that, but it is going to be Scars getting pushed up into the mid-map here.
Very slowly, both of these teams are playing so passively as the bomb is actually going to be through mid. Looking like there's no mid control whatsoever coming in from Tribe, but doesn't really matter. Jez gets those beautiful kills to his name, almost getting that 3rd, but Jin actually able to get the trade, but bomb's going to be going down. 1 player, though, player number 3 from Scars. That's going to be big. Rio's going to be awarded for his patience. Bolu, though, yet again, still very scary on the sniper. He's doing a fantastic job at stopping the push and just being one of the biggest obstacles coming in from Scars.
That's the thing about Bolu's snipes. Like, he's not going to be a flashy sniper, but he's going to make the right read. He's going to be patient. He's not going to ego chell anybody, and he's still going to get just as many kills as the guy that's running around, spamming his weapon swap, spinning in circles, and ego chelling everybody off of head glitches. So right now, he has played a big role in Tribe taking this lead. And Rio in a tough spot right now. Still, he's sticking with that Peacekeeper. He loves his Peacekeeper, but not really in a great spot. And picking up that bomb, going to give away crucial information. With only 16 seconds, he's just got to pray Tribe doesn't check the plant.
Well, they already know it because they checked Alpha a while ago, so it's impossible he's going to be there, and then he's going to be stopped. Marshy goes in there with the CBR kills. Nice work. Thank you for playing, and there you go. That's going to be Tribe all the way. And by the way, if my voice becomes a little bit deeper, I'm just going to be coughing just a tiny bit, but I think with Bobby, I'm going to give you a little bit of a boost here.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. I hope you feel better, and I hope that you're voice recovers, Beef Mommy.
Yeah. Hi, I'm not Beef Mommy. I'm Shift.
Oh, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Last man
All right.
standing.
Know each other.
Finish it.
Excuse me? Who are you?
We know each other.
Oh, okay, if you say so.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I do.
What are your thoughts on the matchup at hand?
You know, I'm glad that you asked because I've been watching. Here's the thing. Tribe's really good.
Yeah, I think
They're really, really good.
I think they're
like,
pretty
The thing
good.
about this entire series so far, at least from my perspective, kind of watching in the green room, is like Scars isn't playing terribly bad. It's just Tribe is better.
Yeah.
At the moment.
I would agree with that. They've made some good pushes. They've read angles, but it just seems like I think the communication is one of the biggest game changers for Tribe because it seems like at every turn, even if somebody dies, they know exactly where to find that guy, and the trades are almost instantaneous. So, and maybe some of these slightly more aggressive pushes can catch Tribe off guard, but if you're taking slow, methodical pushes every single time, Tribe's going to make you pay.
And I think the biggest problem that we're starting to see in the Search and Destroy is once the numbers start to get dwindled away, Scars look a little lost on how do we regroup and like get ourselves actually fulfilling something, whereas like you mentioned, Tribe is just so good at working off one another. Great mid-map control right here. This is a problem for Scars. You can see exactly why Bolo taking out Fishbone means that Fontage's by himself, can't get out of red.
Nice work.
Yeah, this, you know what? I'm not making any predictions. I'm done Pastor cursing myself. But Tribe looks very good, and I think that Tribe's odds in this one, I'm not sure that Scars is quite on the level of Q9 in being able to close a gap as big as this one is right now. But we do also tend to see momentum shift a little bit whenever we flip sides, just because that's the way that COD Mobile works. So it is going to be first blood for Scars right there. Marshy taken out of the equation. And now, especially with Fishbone push way up, that puts Tribe in a rough spot.
Really, it's all over the map. The only thing that Scars doesn't have intel on is what's going on towards bedroom, but with number 2 and Fontaine trying to snipe over through kitchen, you're not really going to get a chance to do too much with that. But how about the breakdown here from Tribe? Nade over the top, you isolate the corner. Fortunately, Rui was able to find 2. That will keep this play largely in favor of Scars as Bolo's last left live.
And this is kind of what we saw in Tribe's S&D versus Q9 as well, looking very, very dominant on the defensive side of things, but not quite as decisive on the offense. And it's definitely made this round, at least so far, a lot more difficult. So Bolu's been big for them so far. He's got 8 kills to his name. But that setup over on the B side, especially with them knowing that the bomb's down over there, going to make life pretty miserable.
I'm not going to lie, though. Scars is still trying to feel out where Bolo is, which is possibly going to lead to some opportunities for Bolo to pick up a snipe. Yeah, he sees one. Shot just a bit wide. And that all of a sudden kind of maybe has closed the gap in around him. 30 seconds. You've got number 3 and Rio is already deep in towards garage. And yeah, this is the only play that Bolu has. He will get a 1v1 versus Fontaine. Just comes down to will he hit the shot? Oh, just a bit tall.
Yeah, with that miss, that's basically the end of the round. Doesn't have bomb. You might get 2 players to chow you. You're not going to get 3 players to chow you with only 13 seconds left. There's no real winnable situation right here. So Fishbone can play the waiting game. Knows Bolo's going to drop onto his head, and a big round goes through for Scars.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, clean stuff. It's just one of those things that, hey, don't give away the advantage. And there were moments in there where I think we were all like holding our breath a little bit. Bolo definitely had a chance, but got multiple matches going on at once. These are all the winners qualifier matches, so even if one of these teams were to fall out, in particular looking over towards what's been going on in this Inco and Wolves matchup, which this has been surprising, I would say. Are we, I mean, we'd asked the question when we were doing all of our prep, like, are we sleeping on LATAM? We might be sleeping on LATAM a little bit too much, Bobby.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I knew they were going to be good. I didn't know they were going to be this good.
Same.
And from what I had heard, it seemed like it was going to be top-heavy toward Inco, but it seems like Skade is playing on that exact level as well. So we do have one team eliminated from the competition, but the other 2 remaining for LATAM have looked absolutely phenomenal so far. We do have
last
Inco
game,
2-0
Inco
lead.
will
We
take
talked
it.
about the importance of
2-0.
dominating that middle lane with the SKSs in hand, as Inco has done all day long. You got to think this is going to be a paradise for them, but he gets them early point control right here for Wolves.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid overall, actually, as far as an offensive attempt is concerned. 2 ticks of progress will be locked in. Wolves having a little bit of a tough time kind of working their way back in. I mean, look how split they are in the minimap at the moment. Lots of left to right spreads, lots of 1v1s all over the place. And Inco, who are really forcing a ton of sniper rifles in a respawn, by the way, are reaping the rewards of that. A's going to be locked in, 26 to 18 the lives, and the spawn trap starting to come through.
If they put him in the spawn trap, this might be a 30-second round. Right now, it's a rough spot for Wolves. They're trying to make their way on out. Inco, all you got to do is capture B, and you got a 9-life advantage. You know you got the spawn trap set up as well, so one way or another, you're either going to find the kills or you're going to hop on the objective, and Wolves finds a 3-piece just like that. Kind of tears apart the push for Inco right now, so they're going to be forced to reset. I'm pretty sure Wolves have no idea that Crozin's over here on the inside of Market. And right now, he's the player that can make the play for them to try to tear apart this defense. He's got eyes on one. If he can find another right there, he's got Rafa watching his back. The teamwork just so clean, so smooth for Inco.
Very smooth indeed, but hello, welcome back. I just had to cough a little bit, but hey, my voice is back. Thank you so much, iHoldChef, for giving me a little bit of a break. But hey, there we go, 10 to 3. Still very doable for Wolves to actually go and gain a little bit of momentum here with 1 minute on the clock. So they're on defense, but they're still struggling to actually go and defend someone like Inco.
And right now, Inco's trying to TDM it, but Wolves have done a good job of baiting them into some kills, close the life gap a little bit. Unfortunately for them, a couple in the feed, and now with only 4 players remaining, it's going to take a miracle to be able to close out this round. Is right now, Inco continues to reign terror. I mean, only 5 lives, it's doable. It's just when you've only got, what? Now you got 2 players on the map. You're trying to lock in. It's something somewhere, but it's just not meant to be. Peg doesn't have any information. He's hoping somebody runs down his iron sights, and they do exactly that. But now Inco's like, well, we're in a 5v1, so I guess we'll just play the objective.
Oh my goodness, Peg is still trying to go in there for the rampage, but Lucasin, he's going to be going down. And I mean, as much as he can try to clutch this 1v7 up, he has 30 seconds and there's multiple players right there on the hill. But there you go. That's going to be really good coming in from Inco. They played that so well, and I thought that Wolves might actually go and try to make a comeback, but unfortunately for them, the whole, okay, you come to us type of situation, Inco still wins those gunfights.
Yeah, it'd be fun to learn.
It does look like Tribe's going to close out their game versus Scars, so that's going to be a 2-0 lead for them, and now only 1 map away from heading to the playoffs. Inco's going to have a strong start here in this round as well, and I mean, especially being on the defensive side, I will say pretty definitively, Standoff is a map where it's definitely defensive-sided. So the fact that Wolves lose that opening offense, not a great sign, and Inco's got to be feeling good about their odds of now advancing to the playoffs if they can find a way to close this one out. They only got a 1-life advantage right here, so still a lot of work to do, but Rafa's going to do a lot to lock in some map control. That should secure the back alley push for them. And now the pressure is on after Wolves. You're doing your best not to get spawn trapped. Big value for Crozen with the claw in hand. Once again, life advantage going to work wonders as that affords Inco a lot of room to move around.
Speaking of the util, Wolves just absolutely does that so well. Stops Crozen in his tracks, but then still, the guy cannot be stopped. So good when it comes to that sniper and has a really good sight line of the spawn of Wolves. So that's going to be really hard. Exactly. So he's popping off. He's basically trying to open up that hill for his team. And not just that, that actually allows his teammate, that's going to be Noel, to push deep into spawn, winning a lot of these gunfights. 8 to 18, 10 seconds in between them. Not just that, 19 seconds on the clock coming in for Wolves to try and get one on the offense, but obviously it's not going to be that easy as Inco able to get through with that kill, with those points down, doing so well. But hey, it looks like we're finally getting into the points. I'm just assuming that Inco's actually going to be winning that game.
Somebody get Neon some help. He's got 17 kills. He doesn't have any teammates above 7. He's a one-man wrecking crew with the Rytech in hand, but it's just no match for the teamwork that we've seen so far out of Inco. Man, oh man, has this team impressed so far today. We got music. Oh, wait.
I know. I was just like, am I hearing this? God? Is that you?
Well, Neon's going to open things up once again. Ching with a nade, and finally, a starting feed for Wolves to try to turn things around right here. We've seen some reverse sweeps in the control so far. Definitely not outside the realm of possibility, and it is Wolves taking the life advantage. Some of the operators coming into play as well, not seeing a ton of value come through. Right now, tied up 26 to 26. Inco a chance to close this one out. Can they make it happen?
Very aggressively, they're trying to go in there. Hopefully, I get to see the minimap just so what kind of information we finally do have. But it really just seems like Inco goes in there very aggressively, going in there for that spawn trap as well. But Rafa's going to be in a really good side, but he actually brings out the Purifier at the very wrong time. I mean, that's one thing. That's probably one of my pet peeves. It's like, if you know you're going to be shot at and you're going to be in a very tricky situation, why bring out the Purifier, especially that you know the range is not going to be there. But Crow's in, gets it down, seals in blue, has a really good sight line of A.
Yep. He's just kind of bobbing and weaving in the top side right here. He's going to be able to clear one out, so that alleviates some of the pressure that Wolves apply right there. And now making his way on up into the B zone, or the A zone rather. You see the shots across, and it continues to be dominant the way of Inco. I thought Lucasson might be able to find a way to win that one. Wasn't meant to be, and now Wolves keeping the lives in their advantage. All you really got to do, keep Inco off the objective, and it should be yours, at least the round. Zai's going to go ahead and push up right there, once again looking to spawn trap, and this is most definitely Wolves' round to lose. 5 life advantage, only 10 seconds.
Yep, I mean, Wolves doing a really good job so far at being on the defense, and that's probably going to seal them their first win here in that control matchup. Stopping Inco from giving them the donut here, but then just as I said that, 9 and 5. I wish we could see the minimap so we can try to kind of track how Inco's kind of doing, but obviously not well enough as, oh, Alpha's going to be captured. That 1 and, oh, okay. I thought he was going to be able to try and get that 1
They actually got a
but
W.
obviously not.
Yeah.
Wolves win, finally. Signs of life for them. It's not over just quite yet as we're finally going in for that switcheroo.
And Wolves are definitely a solid control team. It just looks like across the board they're not getting quite as much contribution for Neon as, you got one guy lagging behind for Inco and Rafa, and basically everybody else lagging behind over on Wolves. So if they can start to heat up and we see Zai doing exactly that, we may see things turn around. Right now, this is a dominant start, and this is kind of what happened. You look at that control that Q9 was up 2-0 in. Yeah, you saw a solid start, but once the momentum swings, it swings hard. And right now, Wolves at the life advantage once again. They already got 2 ticks of progression over on B. If they can get that captured early, A should be pretty doable. Noel wins a must-win gunfight, and a few of those kills going the way of Inco. Going to be absolutely crucial for them.
Wolves, though, well, it's a good thing for them that Inco actually didn't go in there for that spawn trap, as Inco's going to be sitting pretty over there, being a little bit more patient when it comes to all those engagements on the defense. And now a 2v1 situation might actually happen here at Bravo as we see the engagement start. Ching rather, is going to be getting really big kills here. He's going to be solo capping that Bravo flag, and as the players finally funnel through into that Alpha flag, he's going to be the only one there. No kind of backup whatsoever, and that just seals the deal as he solo holds that. Alpha's going to be the only one left, and there is no response whatsoever coming in from the side of Inco. I mean, the defense is just really solid, and for Wolves, they're just winning a lot of the gunfights.
Yeah, if Ching had won that probably would have been the round, but Peg is going to be there. He's going to be able to find 2 for himself, and now continuing to apply that spawn trap pressure. Rafa reads the peak on that one. Big gunfight win, but once again, they've got to try to close the life gap, and there's 1 minute and 40 seconds for Wolves to work with right here. Just backs up against the wall is Inco, and definitely kind of feels like they're falling apart. The one thing to go their way, they've got 4 operators they can pull out if they need to. Not sure if it's worth it right now, because this game or at least this round, seems to be so far gone, but one does come out for Rafa.
I honestly think they kind of threw, because for Inco, there were 3 players up in Bakery versus that 1 player from Wolves in Bravo, and they just let that happen. And now, even though they are going to be down in the lives, Inco going to be playing very slowly, knowing that they're 1 minute to play with. That is a lot of time for Wolves to try and infiltrate.
Lost the lead.
There's not a lot of margin for error. Noel going to win a crucial gunfight. Tries to go for the Chell over top of Dumpster right there, but now the pinch coming through and seeming like a matter of time. Once again, the time being a huge factor right now. You know you got nobody left spawning in either. On the flip side, but a couple kills go through for Inco right here. Now only 1 life separating the two, and this is basically a very high stakes TDM. Peg's gonna be able to find 1. 2 life advantage, but just like that, Dad equalizes. Purifier comes out, trades left and right. 1 life advantage for Wolves right here. Still 27 seconds remaining. Zai's gonna be able to find another, and now all down to Dad. He's not gonna be able to win the gunfight. Another round goes through for Wolves, and they've got a chance at the control reverse sweep.
Just give it to us. Just give it to us, Wolves. Don't go down this way. Don't give them the donut. And now for Inco, how could you let that round go? Knowing very well you could have defended B a little bit better, but here you go. You're going to be ending things up on the offense. And let's see if they can finally get a lot of these kills. Well, they're going in there very aggressively, but Nian goes in there for a really big triple. Goes in for the multi-kills. He's getting his 5th as well. That is not going to be easy to go up against us. Peg himself getting that 3. Wolves getting a lot of these kills down.
Oh no, the confidence has completely disappeared. He said, you know what, I'll take my Purifier all the way into spawn. And just like that, it's a 15 life lead. Wolves shredding them to pieces. It's barbecue chicken out here on standoff. My, oh my, what a turnaround for Wolves. Neon leading the way. He's got 37 to his name. He's got full streaks as well. Panic has fully set in for Inco Gaming as their lead completely evaporates. Only 6 lives remaining, and Wolves have found a way to turn this one around and keep their winners bracket hopes alive.
Oh my goodness, that was just beautiful. The Purifier, what we like to call it, they used it to perfection, getting that spawn trap on, and there you go. Both sides of life, forcing it into a game 5, winning it.
That's crazy.
Reverse sweep possibility here in the future. But obviously 1 step at a time, as that control was too close for comfort. One of the biggest comebacks that we've seen here so far, and Wolves do not want to say goodbye into the lower bracket, does not want to be sent up against Vitality, giving Inco a little bit of a hard time. But now we're moving on. We're moving on into another matchup that we love to see, Summit in Hardpoint. But before we move on to that, what was your thoughts when it comes to that control matchup?
I mean, that's the Wolves team that won China Masters. That's this streaky team that once they get hot, there's not much you can do to counter. You got Neon going 38 and 21 there in the control. But you got to give big credit to his teammates as well, because you look at the assists down the board. No assist for him. That's kind of be expected. He's a sniper. But King, not a great KD, 12 assists. That's how you know the double chows were there. The teamwork was there. And the team gunfights are going to be what wins you the game in this type of a matchup. Lucasen doing everything that he can, but just not quite enough. And right now, it definitely feels like the momentum is in the hands of Wolves.
Well, if you guys are watching our other streams as well, this isn't the only fight that we're actually having. Smart Omega wins that S&D matchup, and even though Mayhem had a little bit of an upper hand into the early game, Omega just closed it out, giving them a lead of a 2-0. A possibility for a 3-0 is up in the horizon, but obviously a possibility for a reverse sweep is also in order, like what we're kind of seeing here. Signs of life coming in from Wolves. Wow, that is going to be a big comeback if they can. And for Inco, you already know that they're so good when it comes to that hardpoint matches. And so for Wolves, I feel like this is their time to shine, to bring in the basically everything that you have to get into that game number 5 in Hacienda S&D.
Yeah, I think Hacienda is going to feel a lot more comfortable for them than, what was it, Slums S&D, which is just such an unorthodox search and destroy map. You got to think they're probably hoping that they can bounce back here, and they were able to keep things pretty close in that first hard point. It wasn't like it was a blowout. Things may have gotten a little lopsided at the beginning, but they brought things back, and especially with the momentum in their hands right now, it seems like they're in a position to maybe force something beyond this. I'm not sure they can necessarily lock in a game 5 because I do think Inco is absolutely lethal in every single game. Potentially could close it out right here,
again.
But it's pretty up in the air in my mind.
And now the last time we actually saw a Summit hard point, that was in Skade versus Luminosity's game. So again, that is one really close matchup, and I'm wondering if Wolves can actually bring this really close to the teeth up against Inco as well, because obviously the one thing to kind of just deny Inco is to just have as much space, give as much space as you have, and that's why if we do have a game number 5 in Hacienda, Wolves is going to be very comfortable there because you can just rely on your snipers. But again, the SKS of Inco is going to be unmatched, but let's see what kind of guns they actually bring out here in Summit. I feel like that's the biggest question that is in my mind right now.
Yeah, no question about it. I'm looking and it says Almighty versus Skade starting soon, which I'm assuming means that Luminosity did beat Skade, which means we're going to get a rematch of that earlier matchup that did end up going to game number 5. So that's definitely going to be a spicy one as well. Excited to see the outcome, but focusing on the match at hand. Also, Tribe is up 2-0 against Scars right now, so they have an opportunity to close things out and lock in the, I guess, the second playoff spot, as it is Luminosity locking in the first.
But here we go. I mean, there's so many streams to watch, and if you just got here now, we have multiple streams up for you, and it's just time after time, we're just gonna get so much action here. And speaking of action, let's take a look at Wolves. This is their last chance to bring things down into a game number 5, and for Inco, they need to close it out here and not allow any kind of reverse sweep to happen. And Lucas in, just entering things with a beautiful double piece.
Lots of shotguns coming into play early for Wolves. It looks like that's kind of their go-to, especially when it comes to Summit. So Neon with the KRM and Peg pulling out the R9. SKS, no surprise. Lucas is never putting away the SKS. It doesn't matter if it gets nerfed. I'm pretty sure he sleeps with one by his side.
Takes a shower with it, everything, talks to it. He just, nurtures it.
I'm sure he has a name for it.
Yeah, you know what? I without a doubt, I'm going to be asking him later on, do you have a name for your SKS?
Well, Inco is off to the hot start right here. So despite the big comeback there in the control, Inco not missing a beat. Rafa dominating on the inside of P1 right here, and that's going to be a solid 40-point lead heading into P2.
Wolves looking like they're just having a hard time when it comes to the gunfights, just being outgunned every single time. And now, even when it comes to that early rotation, it's like they don't have any control whatsoever in the power positions, no presence whatsoever into F, and you already know that's going to be one of the more important places to actually go and get. Noel spots 1. It looks like there's just going to be like how many kills? Players of Wolves are going to be spawning right over there on the right side of the map, and he's been an essential player to just get rid of all of the Wolves team.
Yeah, right now it's not been a whole lot that Wolves have done to effectively break so far. You can see the shotgun chows, and once again, this has been the case for the majority of the Chinese region, just a lot of solo chows against very teamwork-oriented regions whenever it comes to the respawns. So right now, Lucas continues to tear apart. He's sitting on 14 already. He said, you know what? 160 bomb wasn't enough.
But then I kind of cooler
He's just really working hard to blank or whatever the name of his SKS is. I will definitely know that later on. But the scrap points are actually going into Wolves, but obviously Inco did that on purpose just because they know they just want to set up later on into P3, and that just pays off because they definitely have a solid hold here so far. Everyone else from Wolves are actually spawning off into the middle of the map, into control room, which is what Inco actually really wants. They don't want them to go and spawn off here in P3, and that is going to be absolutely great map control on their end.
Yeah, right now it's once again clinical teamwork from Inco. The setups on those tight angles, knowing exactly where that operator is going to be able to shine. And even with a slow start for Noel, oh my gosh, he gets insta-killed by the KRM. But once again, the trades in place for Inco, and across the board, they've just been in better spots. You get Zai off to this weird angle, and that is going to afford them the break right now. But they don't get the spawn control, and until you're able to do that, you're not going to be able to get any sizable amount of time on this hard point. It is too crucial to get that control. And you look, no surprise to see Wolves already on the rotation out toward P4.
Frozen tries to go in there for that early rotation, but it was met with the whole team of Wolves. But luckily for him, he actually just spawns right there, and that allows his teammates to have a little bit of a shortcut going into that next hard point. Nyan, though, gets a beautiful double kill with his nade. That's going to be really big. Ching gets that one, too. So slowly but surely, they're trying to get rid of all the Inco players there, having a really solid hold, and this is where the comeback can actually happen for them.
And a full 60 would work wonders for Wolves right here. They're going to be able to get back into the hard point. Right now, they've got a lot left to hold off as there's still 2 operators ready to go for Inco. And wow, what an ego chow out of Noel. He makes him pay anyway. Dad's just kind of spinning in circles. Teammate going to be able to find the kill, but still no break in. And this has been a very solid hold for Wolves so far. I would say probably the best hold that we've seen for them in hardpoint all day. And King going to be able to go big with the gravity vortex. He finds 2 as well. That is a guaranteed rest of that scrap time. And now probably only going to be about 23 points separating the 2.
That's going to be the Wolves' play of the day, having such a solid hold here in P4. And I think, you know what, out of like their map a while ago in Takeoff, they did such a good job at the P4 as well. So I feel like they have an affinity for anything that is P4 doing such a good job. That gives them just a little bit of leeway, just a tiny bit of points left in between them. But Inco was actually so good here at P1, and Wolves just every time, they're just up in scrambles. They don't have any kind of power positions whatsoever.
Yep, and there's the Pred missile landing right on the top of Noel, and Wolves get 1 foot on the point before immediately getting traded out once again, and now we're kind of back to that same old story where the teamwork, the group challenge out of Inco, just reigning supreme against the solo play style of the Chinese team. So they're going to continue to pick up this time, now up to a 60-point lead. Noel content to chill on the inside of the hard point, now up to 90 seconds for his team already, and he's doing everything that he can. Lucasen said, you know what, I'll just continue one-tapping him to the head for as long as I can. Wolves picking up a little bit of scrap, but they got to be hitting these early rotations. They are set up on the bottom side. Nobody on the inside of the hard point yet. It's about to be a battle. You got to use those shotguns to your advantage, and they have not been able to do that.
See, this is the thing where Wolves actually needs to dictate where they're going to be spawning off in this particular hill, because this is the most important hill to go, because P2, yes, you're going to be not getting a lot of points there, but your rotation going to P3 is probably one of the most important parts of the game. Player number 1 should be the person to try and flip the spawns, but no, Wolves not really trying to go and flip the spawns really quickly. They were pretty one-track minded, to be honest, here in this particular summit map, where they're trying to go in for the contest, yes, but you have to know where you want to spawn as well. But there you go, finally signs of life as player number 4 coming in from Wolves. That's going to be King. Try to dictate the pace, but he is going to be met by 3 other players. A really hard matchup to go and win.
Yeah, you got to send more than 1 player to try to flip those spawns. That was a fantastic attempt out of him, but once again, it just comes down to the teamwork for Inco, and it plays the same role in breaking hard points as it does for flipping spawns, and just like that, they've got control of the money hill over here on P3. Ching gonna get shut down on the push through mid, and now we're just continuing to see a whole lot. Like, look, every single chow is a solo chow. You're trying to push up a long angle. You have a KRM. Do you know what gun you're holding? That's not going to work.
Oh, you're going to lose that 10 out of 10. But, I mean, I guess good effort, question mark. But, hey, we're going to be a little bit loopy here. Maybe the players are a bit tired and a little bit questionable when it comes to the gunfights. Still very solid hold coming in from Inco Gaming, where they're trying to get as much points, squeezing it out. And now for Wolves, all you need to do is to go and contest, but you're just funneling through just one area of the map where you could go behind the flag, go through that catwalk, try to go and take it from behind, because right now you're being so readable, and they're finally getting a lot of the scrap points. But hey, you need to go in for the rotate. They finally go in there for the rotation, but we've seen it right before where Inco is absolutely great when it comes to the break, but hopefully they do get a full 60 here.
I don't know why Inco's trying to win gunfights. When you've got 2 seconds left of the hard point, you can get a free rotation if you just run in and die to the Wolves
Did you
players,
see the
but
new
they're going to spawn all the way in the
Pirates
opposite side
or
of the
no?
map, and that's going to make life easy, at least for a
Really?
little
You don't
bit
like
for
this
the
one?
Wolves
This one's
players that are
cool.
remaining over here at P4. Zai looking
This
to get
one
things
is
pushed
Deadman
out. He's going to get shut down by
Tails
Rospa.
pirate.
Even with some
It's the
questionable
Pirates in there,
decision
no,
making,
no.
it doesn't really seem to matter. It is all Inco in the feed. Just like that, 24 seconds in, they're going to be able to find the break, and now they have the opportunity, maybe not to get the win, but to get things pretty close to that 250-point mark.
And just like that, the retake finally comes through for Wolves. So a back and forth situation in P4, where Wolves needs to get every single one of the points. It's still not too late for them. Lucasin, though, 38 to his name, cracked, absolutely cracked, but even his teammate Rafa is at the 35 as well. No one even comes close coming in from Wolves. It's just very interesting for me to go and get it. There you go, 39 for Lucasin. Possibility for a 40 up next, 212 and 182 is the scoreline to beat.
It's been like 8 hours.
Right now, Wolves
What's up,
getting that money hill, or not really the money hill, but getting the big hard point time that they needed. Noel's going to go ahead and pop that purifier on the bottom side. Maybe not the right spot. He takes a lot of shots and doesn't manage to do any damage right there. That's when he's wishing he could have back, and oh my gosh, the claw shots from below. Right now, Wolves starting to close the gap right here, and they've been consistent across the board. They've gotten better with their holds, especially
the new
over
perk
on
gonna
P4.
get banned from comp
And if they can
instantly?
continue to hold some time
Yeah.
right here, they might be able to tie things up,
But,
or even take the lead. Noel flying in
You have to
from
understand
above.
whenever
And
a new
that's
season
the
comes
one
out
thing
is
about
the
Wolves
next
strategy. They've
stage
got,
in Call of Duty
usually
Mobile.
one
But
dedicated
they'll
OBJ
never
player. The rest of the players are on the outside,
play
so if he gets
on the
taken
new
down, you're automatically
update.
missing out
They
on
always
some of
play
that
on the
hard
old
point
one
time,
because
but
they're used to,
they continue to make the
you know,
big
practicing
plays
and
beyond.
practicing and
But
practicing,
you know
and
what?
all of
I
a sudden
gotta
it's
share
like,
also
hey,
the
new
jump
update
doesn't
came
work
out
out. That's for the
yesterday.
feed for Wolves
By
and-
the
or
way, the
rather
new
for
meta is the
Inco.
Fennec and the new meta is
And that
this.
could be exactly
So,
what they need to
and there's
close
new
this
perks
out.
and
That
new
would
whatever.
lock them in a spot in the playoffs.
So they
That
don't
is
do
14
that to
points
them.
in
So
between
that's why they
them,
play on
and
the
there
old
you
one.
go.
That's
You
why you're
need to
still
find
seeing
any kind of
CBRs.
presence here in
You're seeing
2F when it are
switchblades.
going to
You're
be
seeing
he was holding
what else is there?
something else. He
Bisons
did
and
not
stuff
have
like
any
that.
gun with him, but still, big Predator missile kill coming in from King, though.
Hey.
That shuts down any kind of points coming in from
Get
Inco.
out.
But 234 and 211, there needs to be a different kind of response. As you can see, Wolves is actually
But
going
yeah,
in
you're
there
right.
one
Usually
by one,
most of the
and
time in
finally,
comp,
King
everything's
tries to
like
go in there for
banned.
the flank. Rafa goes in there for the
And
100
they
killer
are
drone. 10
holding
seconds
it
left
down.
for Inco,
This is
and that is
the
going to
last
be
straw.
bye-bye for Wolves, sending them down into the lower
Wolves trying to
bracket
take them all
possibly.
out right now.
But the stop finally comes through, though, with 3 seconds
they get
left
this,
on the
that's
clock,
game.
and Inco
They won.
finally seals it down,
Good job. They
sending
get to go to the next round.
Wolves down into a lower bracket, trying to fight Vitality
Gonna
later
ban
on. That
new
is going
perk.
to be
Yeah, that's how
a
it usually
really
is. Always
big
ban the
kill.
new stuff.
Almost a comeback coming in
GG's
from
to
Wolves.
Inco.
Almost sort of similar
They get
to
to
what
move on to
happened
the
in
next
Control,
round.
but finally Inco seals the deal.
Now we got
If they didn't have it already, the Brazilian
see,
teams have absolutely
Mayhem.
earned our respect
Mayhem's
today.
gonna slap
That's
right
going to
now.
be the first Latin American team to lock in a
Okay, so I
playoff
take
spot
it
so
Tribe
far.
must have
We've already
won.
got 2 NA teams. We got 1 LATAM team.
Almighty.
And right
versus
now,
Skade.
it looks like we might be on the brink of adding our first Garena team
let's see
as
if they'll
well. As
pan-
right now, Smart
pan
Omega
to Mobile
up
Mayhem
2-0 in the
pretty soon.
series and 2-0 in the Control as well. It's been a spicy winners bracket so far, and you know, we still got a lot more control ahead of us. So
I think they're doing really good.
definitely make sure you don't go anywhere.
Oh yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I want to see all of these matches because even though I watch it all in 4 screens, but like what Bobby
Think
said,
about it, the hype
they're
with
waiting
the,
on Smart, Omega, and Mayhem. They are
you know,
at a
champions
brink of being
right now,
3-0
and then
for the side of
they
Mayhem.
released
and they
Warzone
are
and
trying to go in there for that control
Australia.
matchup.
So now what's going to happen is
very possible
Warzone's
for
going to get
Smart
pushed
Omega,
out
but they
even
are
farther.
going to be on the offense, and the possibility for
So it's going to
NYSL
be.
Mayhem to actually go
They got good
in
momentum
for the
right now,
reverse sweep,
Activision
but
for sure.
obviously that is a tall task to go and pursue. But take a look at the scoreboard right now,
Man,
212 and
Omega is just
250.
shredding.
As you can see over here, there were signs of life coming in from Wolves in that particular Summit matchup, but P4 was their best hill so far.
There's no question about it. They put up a really good fight both times around. I feel like that's where at least half of their hard point time even came from, because there's no question they were not pushing P3. But I'm really curious to see like the overall KD scoreboard for the day, because I would be willing to bet a significant amount of money that Lucasson is on top by like at least 0.2 or 0.3. This guy has been frying every single map. 46 and 26 to close things out, leading his team in a big way. Can't take away from Rafa's performance, as well a little bit more OBJ time for the squad. But all around, such a well-rounded team, and very deserving is this Inco team of a playoff spot.
I feel like for me, like you actually brought it up already, it was Wolves not being able to utilize that rotation from P2 to P3, which we already know, which is so important to have, because your money is going to be P3 100 times, like a 10 over 10. And for Inco, they were able to get that so well. They were able to perfect that art of rotating from P2 and P3, and eventually got most of their points there. But Wolves tried to go for the comeback, but it just fell short.
NYSL did really
I think
good.
There's a few operator misuses as well. That obviously that happens in any series, but I think for the most part, Inco did a phenomenal job across the board in every aspect of that hard point. Definitely deserving. I'm really excited to see them go up against the top seeds from the other regions, because obviously Wolves, great team. Whoever they played earlier, also a great team, but still the best is yet to come, because the playoffs are the playoffs for a reason.
Yeah, they actually played against Strut a while ago, and now Strut's got. And we are
this was the winning bracket.
Possibly another set of teams that will say goodbye. But as we had a lot to say, I know 3 people that could actually say a lot more. Degon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby, or I like to call Beef Bobby, the combo that continues to give. Y'all keep getting bangers. Very, very long bangers. You're welcome back to the desk by myself. I'm Degon here with Shift and Proper.
That's arrest me.
Wolves meets a worthy opponent in the form of
8 hours, my boy. Did you sleep?
And,
yeah, I think I slept for like 4 hours.
Really good.
Yeah, I think that it's something that was talked about even when you, I'm sorry, when Beef Mommy coughed and she somehow had a very
I
think that we're looking at this moment of time that
LATAM,
and then
this morning they just
100%. I think that we're going to see over the highlights of not just this series, but also kind of what's happened so far in the day. This block, I would say, is the first time across all 4 matches we're seeing a skill difference where it's just this team is just better. Not that there's anyone playing poorly in these winter qual matches, but the teams that qualified in this block, they're playing some really clean highlights.
And can confirm that Smart Omega did take down the Mayhem 3-0. They closed out that map 3-0, so that gap very clear.
Yeah, I mean, Garena putting themselves on the map. More question marks just around NYSL Mayhem, isn't it? Because we, had a lot of questions with even in their first match of the day. They looked good versus a weaker opponent, but when the competition started to step up ever so slightly,
they're probably taking a short break pretty soon.
Think about the differences in this matchup in particular. Like LATAM, we talked about
how
their long-range prevalence
8 hours.
was so
Usually today's the longest day,
the
and then everything else is only like 4 or 5 hours.
Right? Yeah. But on top of that, you're pulling out double snipers.
Hopefully you guys all got your rewards.
Bro. Like, that is not common. So the fact that Wolves tried to counter that by essentially just matching their opponents, I don't know, man. I think this Inco team's got something that a lot of other teams do here.
Right. You love watching as the tournament progresses, who's leading the pack, who's following it, and who masters it. I mean, Nian had a couple
these are the rewards
very,
that you can get by watching. I got all 4 of them already this morning.
Lucasson has been
you only have to watch like an hour of it, which is super nice. So tomorrow will be these ones.
He's so clearly heads and
the
shoulders
next
above
day will
everybody else
be
who's running
these
this
skin,
SKS.
or this skin, the
It
Kruger
makes you
skin.
wonder, like, why is he so much better? Like,
is
it just because he's used it more? Is it because his team
I
facilitates
wish the
the
skins
ability
were a
for him
little
to
bit
kind of be
better,
isolated
but
at long range? It's hard to pick. It's kind of everything at all at once, it feels like.
It's like an in-between of like both accuracy, timing, right place, right time. Everything that Lucasson continues to get away with the SKS is highway robbery, it seems like, because nobody's able to really shut it down. And the only place where
sounds tired,
able to finally get a leg
yeah,
up
it was fun.
here in the
we had a
control
big
And the only reason being is
Audience
just
in the
because they
morning.
really put Inco on the back burner going
Surprisingly,
in
we had,
towards
like,
round 5, just making sure that they had a resource
Close to
advantage.
like
And it was
15
because
people
in round
watching on
4,
YouTube,
there was a 5
and then
kill
like
gap.
6 people
Wolves looked
watching
like
on
they're going
Trovo.
to take the win.
So
And
we
then
had like a
Inco closed it to
20-person
3, and then
audience
they closed
this
it to 2,
morning,
and
and
they
then
used all
everyone's got to
their
go to
utility,
school and
all
work
their
and whatnot, so it's
resources,
kind
all
of
their
dwindling down. So
operators.
now we only got like
Winnable.
5 people.
And then it's like, all right, we're pretty naked for round 5.
You know, I'm not mad about it though. Like, you full send it. Like, give yourself a chance. You're up 2-0 in the series. You've got some room to play with, and that was a winnable situation that we kind of saw right through that replay in particular. Like, 1 or 2 more kills go your way. You had Wolves completely split, but this round was just punished, man. And this is where Wolves fans,
Yeah, I want to
can
know
look and say,
who's
okay,
like
we're
the
still in this.
person
We're
that
still a
does
great
all
team,
this,
because
you know,
that
like
operator
they
usage
get
to
all
put
the
him in a spawn
clips,
trap right off the rip
put
was
it into
something special.
a highlight thing, and then they just go ahead
It's
and
just insane when it actually gets
throw it in
it
here
almost
so
goes
you
back
can
to
replay,
a match that
you
you
know.
and I got to cast earlier as well. Is that when you get these teams that are okay with being aggressive, understanding that they have the resource advantage, it's very refreshing to watch a team like Wolves, a team that we know
I
is
don't
going to
see
be
any
very good at
rewards.
search and
Oh, I made a
destroy,
video on
pull
how
out
to
the
collect
brakes,
rewards
or,
if you guys
hit the
need
brakes
help
off
on doing that too.
going in through a respawn of all things.
100%.
But yeah,
this
if
last
you watch
map,
the Call of
goodness,
Duty,
how close
it's
could
like
this
5
one have
minutes you
gotten?
get
It's just,
credits,
again, just good utility usage across the backside
15
when
you
things
get something
start to get
else,
tight.
30 you get some,
man,
and then an
Latin
hour
America
it's like the
has
gun or
shown
the
up to this
skin.
tournament in a major way. That is a massive
But yeah, I made a
moment,
video on
not
it as
just
well if
for
you guys need
the
help.
Inco
I
Stalwart
made it
team,
just
but
right now
for the region
actually.
at large.
Well,
Maybe
here
like
we
a
have
couple hours
our
ago.
tournament groups brought to you by Republic
Because I was looking at it
Gamers,
too, and I was
Smart
like, dude,
Omega,
what the heck?
Inco
I was like,
Stalwart, Tribe Gaming, and
how in the
Luminosity
world
have already booked their ticket
did that
to
happen?
the
But
champ bracket, which means
you know,
our
'cause
next
they wouldn't
set
give
of
people their
matchups to
stuff.
close out
Like
the
it's Smart
day.
Omega
Those guys
2-0,
are still in
Tribe
white
2-0,
here,
Luminosity
and
2-0, and
last
Inco
point there on the
2-0.
last map that we just
All those
saw
guys are gonna
with
be
Wolves
moving
and
on.
Inco. Wolves stuck
So
around.
what's gonna
Like, they
happen
were
now is
behind.
we're gonna
They
watch
would
one
close
last
the gap,
game.
and then Inco would
We
lead
got
again by like 40 or
NYSL
50 points, and they would close the
Stamina,
gap to
so
20.
they're gonna play
Even there at
against
the
each
end, they
other
almost
again.
closed the gap to I think about 10. before that
You
final
got
spot
Scars
on
and
the outside of
Q9
the
gonna
scaffold
play
made
against
it
each other,
really
and you
tough
got
for them to get
Skeed
back
and
in.
Almighty gonna
Wolves
play, and
Vitality,
Wolves
we got
and
to see some
Vitality
life out
to
of the
play.
Indian
So
squad
once they
there,
all
Vitality,
play,
and trying to carry the region.
then
That's
we'll
gonna be an
know
interesting
who's
one
going
for
to
me.
the
What is another
qualifiers
one that catches
tomorrow.
your eye here?
Both regions are
Well,
completely on
you'll
the
know
back burner.
tonight,
Thinking
but they'll be
both,
playing not
China
tomorrow,
and
but
India.
on
But my
Saturday.
eyes are all
Tomorrow's
over
the
Group D
is the
because
Code
we got
Bowl.
ourselves
It's the
a
COD Bowl.
fashion
So
run back in
yeah.
between Skade and Team Almighty. It went the distance last time to a map number 5.
So
I'm more
yeah.
interested to see what the vetoes look like in between them going
Eat?
going in the second time.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you're
I
right,
had
that's
lunch
going to be a
already.
banger. But Mayhem
Where's
stamina,
Eric on the
how about
NYSL? I
that?
should.
Mayhem
Oh,
coming
you're
off of an
right.
0-3
I should do
loss.
this.
That's
Okay.
usually been their downfall in the past. It's like, oh, we're down bad at the moment.
This is
How do
what
we
I should do.
possibly work our way through? Because that stamina team's going to be feeling pretty
gonna
confident, I think,
go
going into that matchup.
up
Well,
here.
let's take a look at our
For the
champ
teams.
bracket to see how our top teams are seated there.
North
Smart
America.
Omega, Tribe Gaming, Inco Stalwart.
I'm gonna do
and
NYSL.
Luminosity, all
I'm gonna do this.
awaiting
This is funny.
their
Watch this.
opponents who were seeded in based off of the next set of matches there. But Smart Omega, these are the teams, all 4 of them. These are the teams that we probably thought would go through here.
In some capacity, yes. I think that was going to be pretty evident. Obviously, seeing
And I'm
things
gonna
like Luminosity, I think we were
put-
looking at that group as being Team Almighty's
I'll
group.
put this in
But
Discord
Luminosity,
real quick.
very clean today, very polished. Lots
Tag
of
'em.
opportunity, I think, for them to show up and show out against the teams that they did play up against. So I'm excited to see what they bring when we get to Saturday. And then, yeah, Smart Omega, we
Eric,
haven't
you're
really
not
seen a lot of them on
starting today?
broadcast either. So when it comes to like film on these teams for us, we're going to have to do a lot of homework tonight.
No, absolutely. I think what's most surprising for me, too, yes, I definitely had Luminosity make it to the championship bracket, but not as comfortable as they did. Skade was looking very, very comfortable, but then Luminosity just came in with a hot 3-0 versus them.
All right, well, remember, they're playing for the lion's share of the hunt. $1 million.
I haven't seen Eric in a while.
$1,700,000.
I don't know where he's at.
And this is the breakdown brought to you by HyperX. $700,000 going to that first place squad. So our teams
That's
that
funny.
did leave earlier, 13 through 16, they'll be dropping at $15,000.
Dang, look at that money. Can you
Now we're
imagine
playing at the
first
next spot,
place?
9 through 12, playing for $30,000.
$500,000.
So yes, it's nice
City.
that you get 30,000.
What is
You
that?
made the 30,000,
Any
but
help?
the next step up, 60,000. Looking pretty good, right? It's a
700,000.
big
But what
step up.
sucks
And
is that
again,
we
all
have
of these,
taxes,
the
man.
three of
So
those
whenever you
matches,
win a
they
lot
haven't
of money
played each
like
other
that, you
yet.
get taxed
We got the
on
nice
it.
rematch, but 3 of them are
So even
gonna
though
be
it's
brand
700,000,
new,
they're probably
and
only
we will
going to
get
be
to those
making like
matches after we
5,
take a
maybe even
short
just
break.
400,000.
It's been a long day, but
That's
one
it.
more round to
That
go
is it.
here in day number 1 for the group
Can you imagine
stages.
paying your
Don't go
players
anywhere.
off?
You're
Like,
watching the COD Mobile
congratulations.
World Championship.
Tribe Gaming, you won 700,000 total. You get $500,000. So then you're like, okay, I gotta pay for everybody. I gotta pay all my players. All my players will get, you know, the money. You know, they split it up. So let's just say, you know, you got 5 people, 500,000. So you if you were generous, you'd give everyone 100 grand. But they don't do that. They're not gonna give you 100 grand. These are kids. They'll probably give them like maybe 45 to 50,000 each. So what's that? 5 players, that's 250. So the actual company gets to keep 250,000. So you're gonna watch Q9 versus Scars. We already saw Q9. I want to watch like NYSL again. I think that would be cool, but that's not gonna be easy. Send me the link to that page. Jake, send me that link. I got you. Oh, I already did. I already put it in lounge chat. But it's just the Call of Duty website. Type in callofdutymobile.com or whatever, and then it's on the esports page. It has all the rules and stuff like that. Jake, I don't have the in-game menu about watch live. What do you mean you don't have the in-game menu? Yeah, Tribe is ridiculous. They thought Tribe was gonna have a hard time against Q9, but no, they just wiped Q9 right out of the competition. MVP gets $4.999999. The other gets $1. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know how they split up the money, but being taxed on that, even though it's 700, they're only gonna take home 5. Oh, the pop-ups? Oh, you don't need to click the pop-ups, Rasme. Did you watch my video, Rasme? Go watch my video, mijo. You'll figure it out. I did it on stream today in the morning, so everyone can start getting the rewards. Like I said, I had 20 people watching this morning, so everyone was able to collect my stuff. I did. No, it's not the pop-up. I strictly tell you in the video, do not click the pop-up. The pop-up takes you to YouTube. It doesn't take you to the in-game rewards. You gotta watch the whole video, my guy. Watch the video. It's only like 2 minutes and 50 seconds, bro. It's the easiest tips and tricks video I've created. But on the home screen, you're gonna click a little triangle octagon thing. And you'll be able to watch and collect your in-game rewards. But you better watch it, because this is the last round. Game number 5. So everyone's gonna be playing right now for qualifiers. Then it'll be the top 8 teams moving on. Do we need to watch my video again on stream? Yeah, this game, it'll probably be, the whole stream will be done at like 3:30. Which is funny because they say it should be at like, what's the schedule say? The schedule says something else. What's the schedule for the day? Does it not have it? What? Oh, they don't have the schedule. It was like 9 a.m. Eastern time to 3:30 Eastern time. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's like almost 6:30 Eastern time. Broken? What's broken? I searched for link. First column link I saw was blank, so I refreshed and crashed. My guy. It just type, it's not even Call of Duty Mobile, it's just the Call of Duty website. callofdutymobile.com. But don't do mobile, it's just Call of Duty. callofduty.com. And then it's under esports, or it's under mobile and then esports. There's a There's a thing that says you can click on mobile and then esports.
Call of Duty Mobile 2022.
And then it's under World Championship
in Raleigh,
2022.
North Carolina. It's been a long day, hard-fought matches. We have ourselves some qualifiers to the champs brackets. Now we got to see who are the 4 that will be joining them and which
I honestly,
4
between
teams will be
Scars and
going
Q9,
home.
I think Q9's gonna take
and
it.
Bobby, did you like my nickname for you?
I like that.
Yeah.
Q9's
it's my
not
favorite.
very
I feel
good
like
when
you
it
should-
comes to
remember it, I'm
hardpoint.
blanking.
They're very good when it
was
came
Beef
to
Bobby.
S&D, but
Bobby.
Like that.
Yeah,
we'll
beat
see how
Bobby.
Scars
These
get
guys
put
have
up. But I
just
think
been
Q9
grinding
will
out
go
these
back.
matches as we take a look at the
White
group
Tribe
stages
again.
because those are some of the matches
My
that they've been
honest
doing.
opinion.
There you go. Boom. All right. So we had to say goodbye to Godlike, Strut, Influence,
I think
Hammond,
NYSL
and Nova
will
Esports
take the
2
W
rounds ago.
and
Last round, we
beat
got to say
Stamina.
hello to the championship bracket to Smart Omega, Inco Stalwart, Tribe Gaming,
Vitality
and
was pretty
Luminosity.
good.
And now we have to say both hello and
think
goodbye
Wolves
to
will
our
probably
winners
come back
and
and
losers,
fight
respectively,
Inco, and
between
then
groups A, B,
between Almighty
C,
and
and
Skate, I
D.
think Skate
Yo,
will
when
move on
I
to
asked
the
them
next round.
earlier, it feels like we got a lot of the winners that we thought, but where are some surprises in terms of your predictions of who made it in that first round of, I guess, championship bracket?
I think for me, the only real surprise was Smart Omega. I think maybe looking a little bit too much at their most recent tournaments and not as much at their whole body of work.
Sure.
They came to play today. They absolutely were on their A game. And I don't think that they lost a map, did they? I'm pretty sure that they 3-0'd Mayhem and they 3-0'd Stamina as well. Those are not easy opponents, and that kind of leaves it up in the air for who to give the advantage to in the Mayhem versus Stamina matchup.
They're not the only team that actually came up perfect in day number 1. Luminosity as well did an amazing run when it comes to day number 1. But again, to answer your question actually for Omega, I had a little bit of chit chat when it comes to their coach. And they said that they were kind of being a little bit experimental when it comes to that CDFI run. So again, that's probably one of the reasons why they're probably not performing as much, because they did have a really strong Q1, Q2, and up to possibly even early Q3.
Yeah, well, again, they've looked pretty darn good, and this whole tournament has been great, and we have to thank our friends over at ROG for it. So, again, and the ROG Phone 6. Now, to achieve low latency and ultra-responsive input with less chance of accidental touches, the ROG Phone 6 now boasts a 165 hertz refresh rate and a 720 hertz touch sampling rate for a super smooth, seamless gaming experience. Thanks again to our friends over at ROG for the ROG Phone 6 and their support of Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Now let's dive into the group that we are watching here. It is going to be Group C, Tribe Gaming taking down Scars 3-0. Their big matchup was the first one that they had against Q9, probably a prelude to what could possibly be a World Championship Finals match. And now our first look on the alpha feed of Scars. Now Scars took care of business against Influence Chem in 3-0, but they were getting outgunned consistently, but were winning in terms of strategy. They go up against Q9, whose guns have been working, and took care of business against Influence Chem in the same way, 3-0. How do we adjudicate this, Bobby?
Yeah, well, Omega gets to move on to the next round.
And my guess is that even though Q9 did get taken down by Tribe, I think that one map advantage pretty definitively
Give me that
can
ROG
say that they are the
9999.
better S&D team in the matchup.
Omega gets to advance to the next round. So they're all done for today. Tribe's all done for today. Luminosity's all done for today. And
overall gun skill wise, you said probably a
what was Group C?
I
forgot what Group C was.
Going the way of Scars. I feel like in the swing mode.
But this is it. This is the last of it. This is where everyone gets eliminated. Four more teams will be eliminated right now.
Tribe. I feel like I got to give the edge to Q9.
Same thing over for me. I already know that S&D is definitely a little bit more favorable for them. Definitely got that one map off of Tribe, the only map that Tribe actually dropped for today. And it is that control matchup that is the biggest question mark for this team, because they just can't close it out. They do have the capability to end it when it comes to that control matchup, but when things get a little bit too fast, that's when they kind of struggle when it comes to maintaining that control.
Well, Scars again, the Japanese representatives here, the lone Japanese representatives, only one slot for them. They got themselves a series win. I think that was the big thing moving forward. It was like, hey, look, can we show that we can play at the highest level? Yes, we can. But no matter what, they were always going to have tough 2 tests in the form of either Tribe or Q9, and now they've got both. It was a tough first go at it, and they didn't really seem to ever get their footing against Tribe in that championship matchup. Now in the elimination matchup, how do they get going, right? Especially against a Q9 club who, as you guys said,
versus Red Magic. You know,
S&D, so
it's funny that you said that. They've been having a lot of disconnecting issues today, which is causing the games to be longer. So whenever a guy gets disconnected, they like stop the whole entire game.
That they were playing in their Masters tournament.
It's been pretty bad today. There's even times where like they'll get everyone resetted, and then they'll jump back in, and then you know they'll pan over and they're all right, here we go, and then they just get disconnected again. So.
And now for Q9 Club, we got D-Chan, Dam
The
Island,
site's
Tang,
image
and
code
Ole
is so
trying to
weird.
represent their country.
What
CDM.
site?
And now so far they've had a run that we did not expect, a 3-1 up against Tribe. And now for them to try and qualify yet again to the playoffs, they need to fight one more. It's not going to be easy, as Scar seems to be like they're also in a path of redemption for them.
I know, I was like, you got your new phone, but you guys have internet problems, disconnecting issues.
They need to make the biggest stops, especially in that S&D matchup.
It happened to Tectonic, and he threw like a whole fit. It was so funny.
Yeah, D-Chen has been very impressive for.
You know, he's playing like this, right? He's playing.
Maybe not the top
and he's like,
clutch player, I think.
he like throws the phone down like this, and he's like throwing his hands. He's like trying to call somebody over. I'm like, oh my god, this is just being exaggerated, man.
Hard point up on top of the mountains. Then Hacienda. Hacienda's one again. A topic of conversation here. Are people comfortable on it or not? And it's the S&D version of Hacienda. Then standoff, takeoff, and slums if it ends up there. So slums ending up map 5 S&D, a hard point and control in the middle there, Bobby.
Yeah, it's an interesting look right here. Is obviously the Hacienda going to be much more sniper friendly and typically tend to lend that to the hands of the Q9 club. So look on the flip side, we've had some weird looks as far as meta goes for Scars. They keep pulling out the Peacekeeper. They're not necessarily getting torched with it, but not really seeming to be very adjustable in what they're willing to use and what they just want to stick with because they want to stick with it. So I think maybe if they can make some of those adjustments on the fly, they'll have a chance going up against Q9, but we've seen their adaptability so far. I continue to consider that to be the case.
All right, well, it looks like the players are ready to go. So for the final round of the group stage, one team stays, one team goes home. Let's send it on over to our caster, Shift and Proper.
Beautiful breakdown there, friendos. Yeah, this is going to be an intense block. Yeah, we've got to focus here on Q9 Scars, but I would assume that we're going to have some look-ins across all the matches that are going on. Of course, if you're trying to follow any particular matchup, 4 different streams going on, as we said, throughout the day. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. The Proper for this one. I know we both love the fact that, yeah, Q9 Search and Destroy should be their biggest strength in this series, even though Scars has been great in objective game mode so far.
Yep, that one map that they did take off of Tribe Gaming earlier was, in fact, a firing range Search and Destroy. Their adaptations were absolutely sublime. Where they struggled against Tribe, though, was being outpaced and, quite frankly, outgunned in all of the respawn. So you would almost expect for those to be stark differences in between that Tribe matchup and here versus Scars.
Here we go, Summit Hardpoint, opening things up. We've seen a lot of these Eastern teams also pulling out different types of shotguns on this. The KRM has made a pretty regular appearance for some of our Chinese and Garena teams so far, and we're getting a little bit of that early. As for Q9, every point going their way, a lot of the eliminations also going their way. Finally, the Scars finding a way to fight back, but it comes at a pretty significant cost, not necessarily on the hard point, but in particular in the map positioning.
Yeah, the map positioning is going to mean everything, especially when you're thinking about the P1 to P2 rotation. Here on Summit, P1 can be a very big scrap fest, contested all over the place. 12 to 6 is almost to be expected, but it's all about getting that top class positioning.
Well done here, though, from Scars. Able to bounce back, neutralize the score. Island on a 3. Oh, okay. How about that all of a sudden? 4 in a row for Island. The KRM is really coming to life for him. 6 overall eliminations as he's already built up enough to get a 100-killer drone.
Massive stuff. Again, as you were saying, shotguns here, especially in Summit, in and around P1 can be very influential, and it'll be able to garner you a handful of automatic weaponry up on top of the catwalk. Also look at the spawns that started to come through as well. Q9 very much so on the side of the map that they want as they are looking to get into the hill.
Yeah, this almost feels like a little bit of an over-investment from Scars, already playing for the P3 side, but you know, hey, can't really discredit it. Still works out all right, especially if you can find your way back onto the second floor. Fontagen, as the Vanguard starts to make its way forward, really nicely done on the slide. And that will be enough to at least get some contested. But you see that this is actually a really great view of how Q9 wanted to re-break this hard point. Once again, focusing onto the high ground. And now with 35 seconds, you have to start looking for those blue arrows to start to flip the map around.
Yeah, and you can already see it starting to manifest itself. All of Scars essentially spawning all the way out. Just a few more members just trying to at least battle for this side of the building. And well, Mike's going to be able to get it for the time being, but you're not generating any time off of this, and you really need to be able to find these eliminations sooner rather than later as we rotate in just about 12.
Going to be a play from Catwalk pretty much all the way through Jenny's. Yeah, 3-man hit. This would be the way to try to get into the back quickly. Maybe block these spawns. You can see as the second hard point is still active. These spawns are not locked in as of yet. Pred missile called in. Here comes Scars though, all the way around the back. They're just completely avoiding the player deep over towards the ski lift, and it's going to work out okay. Block comes through. Flip now in the mix. 48-32. The claw's good to shut down things from the back though, and that'll work out. Yep, Oling for 3. That'll shut down the play. It just comes down to responding to the next hit.
And this is where things can get really scary, especially where Scars are spawning right now, Alan, because if you can hold this successfully from the front side of this hard point, then you are absolutely going to be put in the blender, and that's exactly what happens. Scars get behind enemy lines, they get the close spawns, but they don't fully break inside the hill, and they're not done trying to contest this yet. There's still 30 seconds to fight for.
Yeah, Q9 not 100% aware that they did not actually regain those spawns back, so 30 seconds to fight for, as you mentioned. And it's going to have to be Q9 now from the front tank, trying to clear out the mid lane. That will work out all right. Has a chance if he wants to pop out an operator to try to make this a little bit more mixy. With 18 seconds left, it'll just be nades and weapons. Well done by Scars. Not going to let really anything threaten the last bit of the scrap time. We've got ourselves essentially a dead even game.
This is almost going to have a reminiscent vibe of Influence Kemen versus Scars just a few hours ago, actually. I mean, if you're getting outslayed, you want to make sure you're finding those influential kills, getting those 30s, 25s where you can, while also keeping it contested as well. Operators surely going to be coming online sometime soon. A lot of purifiers on the horizon here.
Yeah, and you're going to see them all pop out right here in this fourth hard point. Tight area of effect means that these purifiers can absolutely pack a punch, but dueling fire operators are coming out at the moment, and these purifiers really are not maybe finding as much value as you would normally assume, just because all of it's out in the open at the moment. Scars able to work their way back in though, from the back front actually. They're going to get the spawns and now have an opportunity to kind of watch this cross. And how about it? Scars is going to take their first lead, pending they can hold for this next attempt. Island trying to force it forward. He's the last one left, but he might be the only one needed. KRM for 3, and Island able to help try to at least contest some time.
13 kills, and the majority of them actually going to be with the KRM. Absolute nuttiness, but it's not enough to actually fully break inside of this P4 hill. And yeah, I mean, Scars, they completely stabilized. They're going to be able to take that lead going in towards the next set of rotations.
This is a great look from Scars. I love the way they're moving around the map right now. Q9's trying to meet them, and there have been some great contested moments, but for the most part, Scars have showcased the ability to kind of manipulate Summit just a touch better. Just a touch better. Tight game still. Kali sticks out. Ryu used those no problem. As we get into P1 once again, blue arrows surrounding. And this is where, again, we take a look towards Island. Is he going to have another just reaping moment with this KRM? Because it was a menace throughout the first set.
Just 8 points is the difference here. And you can see where Scars are located on the map as well. This is very reminiscent of what we saw towards the end of the first set of hard points. But there's still ample time here on P1. And when you're going in towards the second set here, Alan, this is where you can really start stacking up a lot of time on P1. You got to be careful if you are Scars. Now, you do have a coordinated pinch that's starting to formulate itself. Mike is up top. He will be snuffed out. And the positioning is that much better for Q9.
But I'm not, dude, the SMG gunplay on Q9 has looked really, really solid at the moment. Allowing a chance to grow their lead just to 10. Scars, good on the scrap time. Great eliminations actually coming through as we take a tally at the scoreboard. Oling at 22 and 12, Tang 21 and 16. On the other side, everyone's pretty much about the same, but you kind of look towards D-Chen and Fishbone not really having the greatest start. Maybe those are the X factors to who's actually going to get an advantage in this map.
And again, when it comes down to the Scars team, you, me, and Degon actually got the chance to talk about this. They don't always need to have the outslaying factor. Their positional advantage and the way that they win most of their respawns is just because they're finding the right kills and getting the spawns when it matters the most. That is how they still are holding on to this very small lead. Even going 3 for 1 inside the kill feed. P2 very much so active. You still have 45 seconds to fight for, and it's currently Scars in the better position.
Red Missile can be called in. We've got operators starting to come online as well once again. But Scars find themselves on favor of the initial trades. Q9 scrambling to get on back. It's going to be a 50-50 battle here, but the high ground does certainly hold with Scars. Yeah, Nick's able to get through, find no problems really whatsoever, clearing out in front. And now, again, 20 seconds left. Here comes Scars on the move. Claude to try to assist this as they make their way through Jenny, and now he can turn back over to try to clear out the point, but not really going to fully work out. And my goodness, Island just spawned in the middle of 5 different Scars members.
Yeah, and then you ended up having 2 Q9 members actually spawn right behind Fanta. So it's very confusing, especially nobody being inside P2 at the time. The game had no idea where to put some people, but at the end of the day, the rotational battles were won by Scars. That's what matters the most. They're going to be inside of P3, at least for the time being, but you damn well know that Q9's knocking on the door.
Operator advantage for Q9. You got to get close to these front doors before you can really pop anything, and they're just empty. Set of exchange goes the way of Scars. Now the snowpath locked down as well. This is a full reset for Q9. Ruan, Purifier in hand, trying to find something along the back, but he's shut down. That's going to lock down the spawns once again for Scars. Most significantly we've seen for the Japanese representatives thus far. Fishbone, though, cannot stay alive. Q9 forcing their way in from the front, and the operator shut down. Q9's break attempt looking good. A tight game. Scars still spawning, have a chance to try to flood. Nades all over the place. No trophies were able to survive through all this. And how about that little delay nade for Ting at the front door? That'll work out. And with 18 seconds left, looks like Q9 say, job well done, let's rotate.
This is a job well done for Q9. That is exactly what you wanted to do. Yes, you are currently down. You are not generating time, but you're going to be able to hold on to the respawns going in towards the next hard point. At least I thought so. You actually have a lot of mid lane control coming through for Scars. So 2 players actually spawn all the way out over by Old. And Scars are currently reading this while they're maneuvering past P1, trying to knock on the door here at P4.
Have to get an anchor here if you're Q9. Otherwise, Scars may just blow the lid right off of this. Ruan only for 1. Kills good for Scars. Look at the minimap. Yeah, number 2, and Orange is going to spawn right up into place. 172 to 150. Q9, they have to start feeling the pressure, I think, at this point, because Scars are all over the middle of the map. And they've got a really good read on where Q9's trying to hit from. This playthrough, Snowpath is finding absolutely nothing, and Scars dominate the kill feed on their way to 200 points.
Under Killer Drone utilized in that exact moment. Grav Cannon also being invested here for Fanta Jin, and it is all gone completely awry. Q9, nowhere to be found. Every single attempt for a pinch is coming absolutely dry, and you have everybody teeing off for Scars at this moment in time, over 200 points.
You have to start hitting all this scrap time now if you're Q9. You can't just let it go away freely. Not with this gap, not with how Scars have looked, especially playing around the first hard point. So here comes last attempt, and it's shut down from the backside. Again, the spawners coming up from Scars just too good. Getting the guns up, it's going to be 220 to 151. Q9 starting to feel a little down bad. Need to put something together here as we rotate back to P1.
And certain people ended up turning up again through that second set of hard points. I mean, Cashmaster was definitely nowhere closer to 31 kills, but that's exactly where they find themselves. You also have resources. Mike calling in the Predator missile, only gets information, can't find the kills inside, but it does mean that they can still commit towards the Snowpath flank and try to help out their comrades here at P1.
You have to stay calm here if you're Scars. If things start to get out of hand, you are at such a steep advantage. You don't necessarily have to win right here. Just keep it to your name. Scars looking good from the high ground. Fathagen, 32 kills for him. And it's up to 230, but Q9 once more. Purifiers, shotguns, SMGs, all keeping them in this game as they get to 170.
2 streaks in the back pocket for Mike. And that's exactly what you were talking about, Alan. You don't have to win it here. 232 to 176. It's going to get them closer to 200 points with Q9. Not exactly in a good position to try to get closer towards P2. You can see how they're manipulating the map as well, making sure that they're keeping Glass and the Catwalk in their favor, but you still have players like Mike, who's trying to be a nuisance in the backline.
4 seconds of scrap. Island, KRM out, trying to chase down some Scars members, finds one into the corner. If you can get this thing up top, this would be huge for the side of Q9, and yeah, the kills come through quickly. Hard point just about to open. Island, he's trying to put the style points on, but Scars denies as Fishbone gets the trade, but he's the only one standing. Just trying to force Q9 to come to him. But the numbers just are not all that great. Look at the kill feed. Q9 find themselves in a very favorable position. Hamster's going to force the play forward only only gets one, and Q9 will stabilize.
Oh, good pick up there from D-Chen to make sure that the flank was fully secure, because you ended up getting Fishbone that actually spawned in on the backside of Blue. So now the hard point is contested. Numbers are here for Scars. They're trying to overwhelm Q9 at the front door. They can close it out here. 5 seconds required.
This is tough scenes right now for Q9. Have to find a way to break, cut down the rotation, and then also get to do. Can they even touch in time? No, no contest. And it's Scars, the sole Japanese representative, that strike first. Maybe we slept on them a little bit too hard too, because that was pretty clean.
You know, it's funny because this is, for me personally, this is what I did expect. Because I hate to sound like a broken record here, Alan, but you got to go back and you have to look at their very close matchup versus Influence Kemen. The biggest difference in between that matchup and here is that Influence Kemen completely outslayed them. You almost had 2 individuals on that matchup alone, not on Scars, drop in almost 40-50 bomb at certain points in time. It's very reminiscent here. You can see Uling, 37 and 31, 37 and 33 for Tang. But the difference maker going through the second set of hard points were certain individuals absolutely popping off. And it set up Mike continuously to find value on the flanks and get behind enemy lines. It felt like that Q9 really didn't have their feet underneath them through the second set.
4 players on Scars, over a minute worth of hard point time.
Dang, sorry.
Some selfless COD Mobile gameplay right there.
I was looking at your media posts, and you said Scars filthy. Thank you. Yeah, that was funny, bro.
We said that about a team. We said it about Tribe.
Eric's profile
pic. Do we
pic.
dare draw that comparison?
Take it easy.
The millimeter defeater. Dude, I haven't seen Eric in forever. I wonder if he's all right.
How about this? Skate 250-190 over Team Almighty in map number 1 in their series. And I'll tell you, dude, if they
Scars, yeah. Q9 had good rotations, but just couldn't play defense. They couldn't hold it, you know?
I mean, that rematch, like, honestly, just keeping my head on a swivel, trying to look at it continuously. But yeah, I mean, you have immediate turnaround to maybe try to learn what you did wrong if you're Almighty, to try to maybe win that map 5 one more time around. And
yeah,
look, the same thing could be said about
Q9. But Q9 is really good at S&D.
Throughout the entirety of the day. This Search and Destroy as a game
they
mode.
Destroyed
I know it was a long time
Tribe.
ago watching at home. Thank you for staying with us.
So let's see what they can
do.
do.
The firing range was very good for Q9. Why? Is because their adaptations were at an all-time high. This is what we expect out of the Chinese region.
Yeah, 100%. We had actually a really good moment to kind of break down some of the interactions that they were starting to find and how they were reading Tribe really nicely in that opening winners round 1 matchup. So for Scars, hey, you're going to be feeling good. That's a really great win for you in the opening hardpoint. But
I'm going to need a pillow
how
too.
do you bounce into a search and destroy against a squad that has
What's up,
dominant
Wiggles?
they have in the mode?
I know, all these guys that like bring a pillow for them to play on is so funny. Because they play on their elbows. They don't play on their forearms. You know, when they hold their phone, they play on their elbows, so their elbows start to hurt.
Some of these places that are in the interiors of Hacienda.
You know, if you didn't end up watching BO4,
you know, I would sweat. Wait, did Tribe lose already? No, Tribe won both games. Tribe's all done for today. They won all their games, so they're going to the next round.
Do need to be on point. You can really catch a lot
Team
of people
G,
off guard.
Jake Champs
Typically,
2023.
Hold
my iPad.
Could be a couple snipers and shutting down at least one sniper on the map.
Imagine?
Either one of these teams could
yeah,
be
no, I'm good. I'm not trying to enter the comp scene. If I enter the comp scene, there will be no more content for me.
Just because of how good
There'll just be streams from here on out.
Those retakes.
Yeah.
And to be fair, like
I play cross leg with my elbows resting on my knees. So you're like hunched over. No wonder why you're not good at this game, midget. I'm just kidding. Been using my phone for 7 years.
So here we go. Hacienda search and destroy. What are we going to get this
time?
Out of potentially Scars, who are again kind of peeling our eyes wide open. Scars going to mostly focus over the middle of the map. This is usually something we see if you're trying to get into office. And
waiting for Power to actually trial. Yeah, that man's everywhere.
A huge threat is in the middle of the map that Q9 need to deal with.
Ooh, the Peacekeeper will be traded out.
I like Power. He's a good guy and all, but man, he's so funny though. Like anything I say, I'm like, oh, I think this person's playing this person. Well, no, I know that person. I don't talk to that person because of this. And like everything I say, he's like, he knows everything. He knows everyone and everything. Anytime I talk to Power, I'm like, oh yeah, you talked to them? Yeah, I played with them when I played with Ferg back in the day. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? That's just how he is, though. No, I'm not good at this game because my aim sucks. Jake will be pro. That's power though. That's power for you. It's hilarious.
Yeah, this is
I love the guy
time.
though.
This is making
Don't get me wrong. I love the guy. I love the guy. But yeah. He said, yo, for real power. Yeah, that's how power is, man.
He's shut down. Okay.
If I have any type of question, he knows everyone, knows everything. He got the hookups. He's gonna talk to everybody.
It's all about that top hallway control. Once you immediately find out which player is starting to instigate that first blood in the middle of the map, you shut them down, you make numbers yours, and then you just hold the line expecting the offense to make the move going forward. So another offensive round here coming through from Scars. Looking like, again, just trying to jostle for position over by that rock face is the majority where their numbers are.
Island's playing really far
you know
forward
what?
with this stroke. He's gonna get pushed off. He's
I need to
the
do my
only defender
Trovo.
here at B, by the way.
I'm streaming for like 10 hours and I don't even do a Trovo thing.
Timing. Whoa. Shots going awry for both players. The longest 1v1 in COD Mobile history right here. How? Somebody hit a shot, please. There it is. Finally, Mick's able to get involved. Island was feeling really frisky about that challenge, but this causes a huge problem for the defense, who now are empty of any sort of defense.
I hear like water. Or like bubbling. Is that from one of the guns? Can you guys hear that?
Comfortably get over towards B. They do have two players over here, but you got to be worried about D-Chen. Now to highlight them.
Hey, what's up, King B?
Very good
what's going
on as far as adaptations
How
are
are you?
concerned. And Fishbone has not moved. Almost expecting maybe someone to push through arches, but not going to be getting anything.
I play kinda hunch, but that's just because my posture's horrible.
Yeah, Fontage's trying to feel things out.
You got a hunchback?
This is with the scope.
It's just the hunchback of Notre Dame.
That's beaut. You would love this. Bomb's starting to
An
rotate.
audio glitch, yeah. It sounds like there's
just right below.
like a gun or
Not
something
gonna have an eye on any of this.
with the legendary and it's
So
underwater.
It should be a free
Sounds
plan.
all bubbly.
So Scars' setup is going to be mostly point of contact off of Fonagen, and then you've got a flank watcher and Mick. Everything else is just responding to wherever the reactions have to come from.
To one player inside of the boathouse.
You got Tribe winning the whole thing. Yeah, dude, they're so stacked, bro. Just watching the way they play, it's ridiculous.
Watch, especially by yourself. Now the information's going to be mutual. Bomb is complaining.
Moving just gets tagged back. Fishbone's still just holding right on top of the bomb site.
Yo, Splinter, my boy.
Good. Shut down another. Here comes the play off the flank. Mick ready for it. Yeah, well done.
Let's go, baby. Splinter with the subscription.
Executed to perfection out of Scars. Love the setup.
Dang, and the $5, broski. Let's go, big W. He said supporting the go. Aw, thank you, my guy. I appreciate it, man.
Coming through from Wuling.
Good to see you, Splinter. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully the family's doing well. Good to see you, man. I should be seeing, you should be watching Splinter play this game right now.
Yeah, I agree fully.
Splinter would be in this right now, dominating everybody.
The entire map just come to a standstill, and even when Q9
I wish I went to the event, honestly. It's just so expensive to do stuff like this.
To find more information. That's exactly what ended up happening, and numbers continue to stay in their favor.
Q9 actually put a good fight against them.
Yeah. Sound like super deep and analytical, but Scars
got you,
learned
homie.
a lot about
Yeah.
what Q9 is
Thank you,
not
man.
doing
Appreciate
on
it.
defense.
Yeah.
Fonagen pulled a sniper rifle into deep
He
balls.
said, "Psych."
You don't normally expect that. Right, you down low.
I wanted to really go to this thing, but I can't because one, my wife's pregnant and she's hitting her third trimester, so she can't fly. So I was gonna make it into like a little vacation.
Yeah, 2v4 down towards that mid arch.
And I got free tickets. They gave me free tickets to go, but ooh, almost got a double right there. And then because it's right before, wow, that was a nice double. But because it's right before Christmas, dude, all the flights that I was looking at to go to North Carolina were like almost $1,000 each, there and back. So I was like, man, just for myself, it's gonna be $2,000. Now, if I want my wife to go, it's gonna be $4,000. So I was trying to, nice shot. I was trying to get some scrap money, you know. I'm like, where can I get this? Where can I? Should we just not do Christmas this year? No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, that's where we're at, but it's all good.
But was not the case at all. Wonderfully done there for Mick.
You don't need to pay when you're playing.
Throughout the entirety of this.
Yeah, if you're a player, yeah, you get everything paid for. Forza Mobile is what I'm playing. Can't afford it. Nah, yeah, me either, man. Like I said, if it was like somewhere in October or September, yeah, because nothing happens there. But it's a weekend.
We didn't see that. One of these days, there
it's right the week before Christmas. It's like, nah, everyone's traveling, so everything's expensive.
Tank falling is actually pretty problematic here. Q9 doesn't
the
really have the
baby's
ability,
messing up my plans. Nah, not at all.
Forward. You kind of have to split this.
If I really wanted to go, I could go by myself.
Keeps his life,
it's still. Where do you find $2,000 to just, you know, cough up to go? You don't. It's so expensive.
A sneeze worth of health, and now it's a 5v3.
5v3, and look at how Scars have all grouped back up as a 5-player squad. They are about to bull rush over towards the A-bomb.
And Scars is really putting up a run for Q9.
Find some value. They're actually going to get forward. Ruan could blow this play wide open. A lot of players on the run. Gets
one in a second, nice.
And Scars just gets stuck. So much utility was saved for Q9. And in a 3v5, they push back Scars,
right, buddy.
Who now are turning tail and running.
They're running.
Trying to at least reposition themselves. It looks like that they might want to try to go through the bottom side of the map entirely, but Ron has actually taken
in your bank account. You have every mythic. What do you mean?
They do go
There's a difference between COD points and real money.
Scars trying to get behind enemy lines, and I don't think Q9
yeah, I might be in the creator club and I get free COD points, but I don't get money. You know what I'm saying?
Q9's gonna push through the
They're not like, hey, here's $300 just for being in the club.
And there's not gonna be a response here. Look at what this setup is. They're gonna set this up for watch it through Office. This is some old school optic stuff where you flip the map around, plan on the backside of B and just clutch it up based on Rio's position.
Yep.
Q9, they're taking so much time looking for a lurker, they're never gonna read this player up top in Office.
No, they're not. That means that Fishbone can continuously just be a nuisance just around the water side. Uling has some help here as well from Ruan. They're going to chow through this door, and they have no idea where anybody is. Fishbone's just in the back, exhausting time.
Ryu has been seen, though. Fishbone comes back to make sure no one's on the defuse. Ryu now just has to keep his life for a couple extra seconds. Turns, finds Island.
Man.
What a play from Scars.
Yeah, if you didn't turn around.
Deep cut for how long? That specific play has honestly been
what gun do you want to get buffed next season?
Came out years ago. And it's just, again, very, very refreshing to be able to see that slight adaptation come all the way through as Scars really putting Q9
I wish the Kilo was a little bit better than what it is.
That mode combination we thought they'd be better at.
I wish the Kilo was as strong as the Craig. I don't like the Craig.
Q9's defense, they need to find a default right now.
That's what I would like the most.
Sniper battle, not going to result into too much, but Fonagen does get some good intel that, yes, they
I wish the CBR would get nerfed. It's just too good of a gun again. And then they buffed the Fennec, so I know we're going to be complaining about the Fennec a lot this season. But yeah. Roy's, Jake, you know that place? No, I don't. What is that place? It's a restaurant, but I don't know what. Intense game? Yeah, that's how all these S&D games are.
Isolated from one another. I mean, if you Rio, essentially,
Peacekeeper is good. I had it. That skin too. Yeah, this is all last year's, not last year, last update, last game update. So, you know, Switchblade, CBR,
that Rio's been able to pull. If he could just
Peacekeeper, all the meta weapons.
Alas,
Break 6.
Not come through. Could it be our first 1v5 at World Champs?
I'm gonna start using the Kilo so they buff it. I don't think they're gonna buff it, but I'm saying hopefully they will.
Finally, you know, it's one of those things again. You know, the opening 10-15 seconds.
I want to try the BK. The BK-57 got a massive buff. They buffed a lot of random guns this season. I'm like, what kind of gun is this?
Hallways, they're not splitting it. They're making sure that at least 2 players try to chow the same hallway, so in case they need the trade.
Okay, final offensive round. Trophy system will go down towards A. If there's any advanced utility thrown from Q9, they're not going to be able to get any intel reads off of this. And Ryu has been down at fire almost every single round, but this time he's not cutting back towards B. He's trying to get up to Office. And he gets caught. Uling, perfect timing. Good first blood. On top of that island, able to follow up behind that. Great numbers here for Q9 as the defense is really starting to come to life, and I like this. It's a 5v3. Let's just wolf pack it, play for trades.
Yep. That's all you really need to do. These adaptations for Q9 is what put them on the board versus Tribe, and it's looking like they're clawing their way back here versus Scars. 2 players left alive here, Fishbone Nashmaster just very, very isolated from one another, and it's the smart reason for Fishbone to, you know, have the Spidey sense tingling continuously, making sure that you're constantly checking your back because Q9 are on your heels.
Cash is pretty far forward, though. If you could find this player lurking in 10, maybe there's a chance to full swing this. But once again, you still have to get a kill somewhere if you're Fishbone in that situation if you wanted to have a hope of pulling off this.
Every time I main a gun, they buff it next season.
Q9, that's great kind of responses to Scars, what they were trying to put together. Say, hey, if they want to try to threaten us through mid-map,
I wish it was like that. I use this gun a lot.
They're going to buff it. And it worked out great for him, tying up the half as we swept the sides.
Hey, reminiscent of that firing range versus Tribe, isn't it? Where they were unable to find the aggressive route, so you just hold the angles and you just wait for the challenges to come your way, and you just overwhelm them with numbers. Now side swap, Q9 on offense. A lot of numbers on that north hallway trying to go over towards A.
Look at this play coming out of the side of Scars' defense. Double checking to make sure no one's coming through B, then you can just take over halls and re-wrap back over to A. This is essentially an offer saying we will have to play retake though at A. So they lose their solo defender. And now the question must be answered. Gets to a 4v4 though, trade in the mix. Ryu clearing secret, no one home. And the setup for Q9 is all individual 1v1s. The only player that can flex right now is Island. Ruan throwing
just
shoulders.
Teasing him.
Avoiding the pre-fire from Cash. Nade cooked up. Well timed. But no one's there. So okay, now it's on towards Scars. Can you find a way to get this
that's
going?
a spot, bro. That's a spot. Oh my gosh. That's a spot.
This retake has to come by way largely of this play through mid-cut. Cash falls,
Ooh,
make
right
up top,
behind.
just too far away.
1v3,
It just was that simple, wasn't it? When you're just planning it
been
over
playing
towards
with Nick Big last season, using the Fennec, and what's it get?
I think that
Fennec?
maybe there could have been a lot more focus, maybe through upper halls, if not over towards the B, S, and D. But you get that bomb planted, it's planted
I
both
don't
for
know
10
if that's
and
how it
over
goes,
by 12.
legit.
Both wonderfully executed and held down.
The past 7 seasons, every time I mained a gun, it receives some kind of buff.
This time it's going to
I
be
don't
met
know.
by Scars' opening defensive setup. Trophy systems are down. Island for first blood. Ruan looking to follow up. Nothing there. Trades go the way
I thought
of
you don't
Scars.
like this game anymore, legit.
But is ultimately empty in his efforts, leaving it all down to D-Chen in the first 10 seconds.
1v4. All right, we're gonna. I was gonna say, let's watch a miracle happen.
Out there in the map. So Scars again, you know, just
this game's gonna go into
kind of take a
overtime.
page out of Q9 book. You don't have to get wily and too expressive through the middle of the map. You just have to be able to hold these longer lines of sight. Try to learn the tendencies of what Q9 are trying to throw at you offensively.
The thing that I enjoy, though, about Scars kind of committing to trying to run this heavy stack towards B is that it does eventually allow you a chance to make a decision of, do we play through Lambo? Do we play through up top halls? And Q9 have put together the response for that exact same setup. Try to control this side staircase, although Ryu for first blood will actually have to push Q9 back in towards their spawn overall, and that's full B control now for Scars. Q9 is always going to have to be thinking about what's playing over through Lambo. They have no idea what's coming through Tile or what's coming through Lambo right now.
Oh, that hard scope.
Got to have some really good timing, but Uling
they're rotating
ready for that challenge. And look at Q9 again. They know that they have so much time to maybe try to make this play happen, so they're just going to be feeling quite comfortable with themselves with this hallway control, expecting Scars to flank around. Saw him cross.
Yeah, I think so. But which direction did he go after you saw him cross? Small advantage here for Q9 as they're already up top, trying to threaten over towards Patio, and Ryu is very aware that this could be happening. He's got help with him. It's Fishbone. Dob and Cash. Unfortunately, on the backside, not able to find anything. A 1-for-1 would have been great for the cause. Nick picks up the trade, though. That will do all right.
3-3.
And you kind of have Q9 stuck here over towards office. Double chow comes out, Island falls.
Wow.
And you've got to look over the top.
This
They
is a
can't block
walked
this
up
at B. And just like that, Scars kind of find themselves in the advantage.
Oh, this is really dangerous for Ron. Keep in mind, this is your bomb carrier for Q9, and you had your other teammate there, Kang, just completely clearing the A side. I love this call, Ron. Don't try to push out from bottom fire. You just want to try to get this bomb down and extend the round. But as Tang tries to pick up from Ruan's scraps, will end up going down. And now a nice little 1v3 for the post plant.
And he catches Ryu now with his gun up. Regen should come through. 1v1 with Mick. Does he guess correctly? Has he seen him? I sure has. The turn comes out, but Nick finishes him off through the wall bang.
You saw him too.
And Scars back up on top, 5-4. A tight search.
Yeah, 5-4.
I mean, this is an aggressive game of chess. We're trading power pieces right now with how these guys are playing each other.
Yeah, it's seeing how fast we can rush a rook or a queen across the board over here. It's, hey, look, if you're going to try to set the pace here, if you're Scars, you have to be ready for it if you are Q9. And it just seems that there's always that one extra player that wants to get a little bit too over eccentric with their challenges, and they keep getting caught back out as Scars win 2 in a row and take that 1-round lead.
Same defensive setup once again for Scars. This 3-man stack towards B, but look at the difference here for Q9. Not giving away any information, and then waiting for the push to come out. Ryu should be caught here. Have they seen him? Oh, how are they eluding one another? You go up, I go down. You come in, I go out. Ray was able to find the kill, not quite able to get away though, but cue the Benny Hill music there for a moment because Ryu was breaking ankles, and now all of a sudden Cash up top through Office also sniffs out a couple of extra Q9 offensive players trying to get underneath.
You also have D-Chen just being an absolute nuisance, bottom fire. Just waiting to see if anybody tries to reach out forward. And like, you can't blame Cash, has to go check the A bomb site. Not all the information in the world, because all those kills that happen over at Lambeau, it could be expected. But the biggest issue is that Cash and Fontajin, they are isolated, but finding an isolated engagement and even thinking 2-piece, that's a great start.
I like this idea. Fontajin can watch your angle, get in, take away screens. Look at the long play out of Tang. Yeah, he's got this in perfect timing. Just down to Cash, has to go. First one over the top of the heady. Tough gunfight, wins it. Second one nearby, stamps over. Yes! The 1v2 for Cash.
Wow.
Put Scars on map points.
Wow.
I'm very confused as to why Tang wanted to slide chow that at the very end. All you had to do in that position through the stairs to the upper halls was just check the bomb. You had time on your side. There's absolutely no reason why you should try to slide chow that and just take the engagement, especially with the weaponry that was utilized there from Cash at the very end. Now map point here for Scars to potentially go up 2-0 in the series.
There we go. This is a little bit of a different setup this time. No defenders over towards A, but still the extra focus. It's technically a 4-man feed, trying to play over towards B. First blood though, good. That opens up the complete side of A.
I know.
Look
What
at
a
the long
clutch.
wrap coming just above. Olin, does he hear any of this? Pistols out, as if to say, yeah, I think someone's nearby. Oh, he misses him in the corner.
He missed him.
And Scars get the benefit of 2.
And 2-0 for Scars.
Oh, caught with a nade, evening things up. Bomb planted over at
3-3.
A. Fishbone, he's gonna try to chow out through 10, trying to coordinate this pinch on 2 different fronts.
Goes to the prone angle, free kill. Can Q9 hold from on top of the site? Ruan denied, just down to Island. Need a 1v3. No, shut down by Mick.
Wow, you won
Scars?
the game.
Take down Q9 in what we said was going to be China's best overall
Mike
game
shooting
mode.
bodies, it looks like.
They looked far superior in this one. 7-4 the tally, and now Scars, believe it or not, one map away from making it to the playoffs.
I didn't have this on my bingo card for this best of 5, Alan. I'll tell you
let's
that
see
much.
the other
I don't
teams
even
are
have an
doing.
actual bingo card, but regardless of all
Okay,
of
so
that, it's just
we got Wolves and
every single
Vitality.
thing that I was saying about Q9, their adaptations to understand the enemy's
Wolves are up
tendencies
by
of what we
1.
saw from Tribe was exemplified that much better from Scar.
Yeah, I agree.
It kind of feels shades of that Summit hardpoint.
we're
Q9 were
watching
setting a blistering pace. They were in the lead
What's
for
the
such
score?
a long time, and all it took was just Scar's understanding of
Okay,
where these
Skade
players are
versus
located at, how they're
AMT.
using their
Skade is
utility,
up.
and how
Yeah,
I counter
I
that,
predicted
and it
Skade
works
would be
just
winning,
ever so
and they're
flawlessly.
about to win this
14 kills from Mick, 12 from Ryu, and they were
second game here.
I mean, the playmakers, not just in finding
meant
eliminations,
just
but
spamming.
creating the play in the first place.
Yeah.
That's just great
for some
efficiency
type
on
of
the Scars,
information.
and it kept feeling like every single time we saw them on this defensive side,
Scars
it
OP,
was
yeah.
one-dimensional. They had the same defensive play the entire way through that back half. But Q9, try as they did, could not find the response to it. And the thing about it is even though it's a very predictable default setup where you're doing this 3-man stack through B, because of how that side of the map functions, your ability to say, we're not actually going anywhere, that's option 1. Option 2 is to take over side halls. Option 3 is to push into Lambeau.
Yep.
And they flexed on all 3 of those ideas. That's brilliant game planning from Scars.
Yeah, even Fontajin just being very proactive. No, it didn't have the sexiest KD ratio there at the end, but just the overall pressure of that second sniper all the way back in the water for that very final round just about means everything. And then they set themselves up for a standoff control. And another respawn. It does not look too good for Q9 Club.
Other updates really quickly. Stamina up 2-0 on NYSL. I think it was a 7-3 search and destroy. Right now, Skade is in a 6-5 search on Charlie. They are up.
Oh,
but
nice
it looks like
pick.
it is going to go to OT just as they finish up those final kills.
Almost
Dude,
got it.
These matches are
he got the guy defusing,
tighter than I
and
think
this
any of us
guy.
would have expected it to be. Just based on how we kind of came into this event, what the community, you guys out there were saying about where the power rankings kind of lied for some of these teams and some of these regions in particular. I don't think anyone was sitting there saying Scars was going to have a chance to make it to playoffs, but we take a look over towards that game in progress, as I was just previously mentioning. Skate up 1-0 after, I think it was a pretty tight hard point win, but we've got OT here on Fire Range Search.
Oh, they're watching it now. They got Almighty and Skate.
Still needing to work its way towards one of these bomb sites, but I mean, in this 2v4, the lay of the land is really
6-6, so the team will definitely go into overtime.
Almighty, just waiting for the challenges, and Sindo just waiting for the challenge. They're inside of 10. Has one more if they want it. Yeah, playing the head glitch of the bomb. Why not?
Need to be waiting for Pop Zero right there, but on the backside, Leo able to isolate. Incendio forces the gunfight shut down. An OT advantage to Skate. Is this about to happen?
Hey, you got to remember, Alan, that when Almighty and Skate ended up facing off against each other, Skate did take both of the search and destroys. Incendio just trying their
Skate
heart
wins.
19 eliminations, but it could also be talked about with
Mihawk.
Yeah, Mihawk has 17.
Couple of superstars.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, Incendio has got 19 kills for Almighty.
Some free fire, some smoke coming through. Incendio is shaking hands with Mihawk. They passed each other, and Mihawk gets the kill.
Wow.
Now towards tires.
Wow,
Somebody
Mihawk is crazy.
Finally, Heaven does.
3-3.
But a little bit of disconcerting effort from Skade. This was supposed to be a fake, but because Mihawk got two, the bomb started to rotate.
Whoa.
And Shut Up can actually stall out this play. He gets a double of his own. That's going to bite Skade right in the rear. A little bit of mistiming on the decision
Gonna go back into overtime.
Yeah, definitely got to be feeling that one. Don't want to count anybody out. 1v3s we have seen, but typically the bomb needs to be down for such a retake. SKS in the hand here for Leo Zera, and needs to be able to find a nice cheeky angle. Needs some more information. He does get that information on towards the second. Finds 2, 1v1.
That's crazy.
45 seconds.
1v3.
Wink on the hunt is Heaven. Just a pistol in hand. Does Leo Zera get caught? He doesn't see him. He didn't look.
Heaven didn't see him.
But Heaven's going to get into trailer. And they're going to meet just on the outside of the door. Leo Zera, that's the only location he hasn't checked yet. I'm going down. Heaven off the shoulder.
Oh,
yeah. That'll work
nice
out.
shot.
Good on Heaven, I would say. I mean, yeah, there are a couple of mistimings here and there, but to sneak into trailer.
Yep.
Dang, he just like peeked two corners and was like, okay, I'm going to get this one first and then get that one.
Due to some very unfortunate timing, then you know that they're not going to end up going all the way back through Banana over towards B. Gets the sound cue over towards the AES and D. And we got ourselves an offensive round coming through from Almighty.
It's crazy how smart. Oh my gosh. Just took out the whole team.
Littered with bodies.
2v2 now. Wow.
Quick exchange now down to a 2v2. Yeah. Almighty still feeling like, wait a second, do we have the ability of actually moving forward right here? I mean, that was pretty much the entire Skate army. But Incendio sneaks up towards barrels. Checks over towards the left. Catches Leo Zera out. Trying to get a trophy down. And Mihawk's behind this play. But he will not know for sure that Almighty are making this rotation. All the way through container over to B. Now he's seen it.
Now he saw him.
In time?
Oh, Shut Up. He's not looking this way. The timing needs to be there for them. Comes the slide shot with the Deagle, and they have completely escaped.
Wait. Do it. Oh. I thought he was going to hop for the ninja.
Imagine doing the ninja.
Yeah. It very well may have been. Mihawk now stuck topside 10. Oh, this is difficult with a pistol sniper combo. And Almighty are just killing time. Although, hello. Oh, never mind. Pistol back out, Shut Up. Trying to get over to Jeep. Yeah, good help. Incendio from behind. Dude, I thought for sure with him watching
going back on top.
Gonna hop.
Hey, we've seen it plenty of times, especially with how much you and I watch 4v4. But you know, it's sometimes when it comes down to COD Mobile, you just really want to get those eliminations. Advantage now for Almighty on the defense. And the way that Skate have just rolled out offensively, they are 100% playing for point of contact.
Almighty
they want
needs
a pick
to win
or two
this
first before they fully commit towards one of these bomb sites. As they are slowly working through Banana, they are going to run into a Holger 26 in the hands of Jeff.
Yeah, this is the right weapon for it. Gets the informational read, tries to take the challenge, but
just got that nasty headshot.
well dissected by Skate. And they get across, too. I mean, you got Heaven with the scope. Trying to watch this. Nades are now going his direction. This could lead towards the bomb getting on towards site. And Senyo's made his way through container, though, and very well could deny in his own right. And how about this? Skater getting cold feet, and this is actually the right read.
But you also have players on the opposite side here for Almighty that are also reading this, and it's going to be Shutoff, who's all the way on the south side of America. That's a very tight angle to watch, and you have to clear this if you're Skate.
You need 2 from Shutoff right here. How about 1?
Wow.
Okay. Well, Leosin still keeps the play over towards Be Alive. That's still an option that you have to consider if you're Team Almighty. Linz back on for the plant. Irfan not able to deny. Has not seen the exit as of yet. How do you retake this if you're Almighty? Heaven will give us an option. Pistol from behind, but they lose Shutoff from the front side. Irfan, can you follow up behind this? Yeah, trade is good.
Nice, 2v2.
2v2 situation. Mihawk Leo playing deep. The full retake coming from the front. Heaven off the reload off the pistol. Works out. Now it's just down to 1. Mihawk deep. Sniper rifle. First one connects. How about the second?
Oh!
Mihawk.
Yo!
Every single time that there is a certain distinct advantage, it always gets answered back in kind. Remember, that is going on in our broadcast. If you want to watch the conclusion of the rematch of Skate and Almighty, make sure you go over towards Charlie as we hop back into our main focus here, Alan. And it's going to end up being here for Q9 versus Scars. Really, quite literally, I know we said it quite often, do or die time for Q9. You know, the Chinese representation really needs to be able to come out in full here for the standoff control after losing what should have been a bread and butter map mode combination of Hacienda Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. So here we go. I mean, have
to
pull up the reverse sweep to keep yourself in it. And we swap over again just while everything's getting set up. Again, there's so many matches going on right now. All of them look really nasty. Controls a 1-1 tie right now. In the stamina NYSL game. Wolves up 1-0 in their series versus Vitality are also up 6-2 in the search. We jump into this one. Overtime affair between Skate and Almighty. Skate 1 round away from going 2-0 up on what a lot of people would have said was going to be the tournament favorite from the Eastern region.
Mihawk and
Inco that they're currently putting together. All 5 players essentially trying to push over towards a pistol in hand.
That's bold, to say the least. Where is the rest of the automatic support? Shutoff gets a double. Counter nades come through, and I don't know what that was supposed to be. Why our pistol carrier was the first one forward. Was that a late setup call? Did we just not get the right classes put together? Very strange, and Shutoff says thank you very much for the easy kills.
It's absolutely absurd.
Back into overtime
Every
again.
single time that there's a 1-round advantage, there's always some type of wonkiness to come all the way through.
Back into overtime.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe the 50 cal is just the new SMG. It's not, but it's yeah, very, very strange. It's important to know Mihawk through these rounds are up to 22. And it's finally past Incendio, who is just at 21. Big shot to start things off.
That's a mid cross play. Look at this. Look at the follow from Skate.
Nice shot with
right through mid. They have trailer control. They can also block the exit. Mihawk's going to find an easy one for free. No, Shutoff will be able to turn this one on the side, but there's no exit still. Skate locking things down from the back. And great isolation and containment comes through for the Brazilians. Irfan can do nothing. And all that starts because you get the opening pick with the scope. And how about the quick decision-making for Skate to say, all right,
hopefully Skate can do it now.
No, that's exactly what we want to see.
Switching sides.
Even more refreshing through 19 rounds worth of play that Skate are still willing to hit the gas that effectively, cover through the middle of the map, and then follow up with it soon after, making sure that everybody from Almighty were trapped on their side of 10. Back to this point of contact, trying to play for a pick offense. But Incendio has found his way towards Wood.
He doesn't have to do anything but stay here. A is a lock. He's feeling greedy. Makes the play in towards Wood. This is bold. That is very bold. I don't know. I mean, you take away the entire middle of the map by sitting there. You could move your defense around just because of that forward position, but the greedy play looking for timing on the kills works against them, and now Skate have numbers advantage.
5-4.
And they want more. They're going nowhere. They're trying to see if maybe they can catch another player from Almighty out, guessing to where some of these plays are coming from. But the way that Almighty have the map spread, they have pretty much every single bomb site plus mid-map covered.
Someone has to hit a shot, and I think it's going to have to be Heaven on this cross. Smoke comes through, though. Well placed. Nade's also connecting. Shutoff is actually have to give up the angle, but they still capitalize on a couple of kills. And how about Shutoff? Oh, my goodness. Little jump peek to reach out over towards
Oh
the
my
backside
gosh, he got a
trailer.
2-piece.
And he ends up walking away with 2 key eliminations.
Go back into
Almighty
another
It's just
overtime
what
here.
they've been able to do through search and destroy continuously through the entirety of the day. 17 eliminations, the majority of that coming through with the sniper rifle. Leo's in. Casual 1v4 does scoop the bomb, but they're starting to be swarmed.
NY. Oh wow, NY is getting slapped. 2-0 right now.
Flanks coming through, but Heaven, yeah, clean from him.
Wow.
We stay knotted up. My goodness, this search and destroy. Target becomes 12 now. And we could be here for a minute. I'm here for it.
And me as well. The slight adaptations coming through continuously. This was not one of the
Start
search and
watching
destroy
this
matches these
Gate
two
one.
teams did play earlier when they did face each other during the group stage, but it's going to be something to behold for itself the longer we go and the more adaptations we see.
Well, this is interesting because Shut-Up's opening first blood would seem good, but look at the defensive stack. 2 forward on B and 2 in trailer. And now that you've gotten a counter, this is still a very winnable round considering the opening first blood. As Skate is going to get a player deep in towards the jungle path, that will free up Leo Zero to come back towards mid, and he can help out his players that are currently just high-low stacked inside a trailer.
Still need more information before you commit. That's what's going through the minds right now of Almighty, and there it is. Incendio is going to be able to take down Lin. You did not need a chow. You just needed to be able to hold it. You have eyes on 2 bomb sites.
Yeah, and the thing about it was you didn't even need to look for intel. I mean, you're double stacked in trailer. First time we've seen them even try to pull that defensive setup. So now, once more, Almighty in this tug-of-war game find themselves in the advantage, making their way on towards A. Bomb will be planted. Watching the flank. Incendio may just do it all himself right here. Last player up is Leo. Able to at least get 1 response, but it's an SKS against the last 3 members of Almighty. Right over the top. First point of contact comes out, but it's Jeff who wins the gunfight in Almighty. Looking to get us even up in the series. Need 1 more round.
Yeah, again, it's just almost gifted, wasn't it? There, you lose first blood. You even things up. It's 4v4. You have mid-map, you have B-bomb, and 2 inside of 10. They're going to challenge you if they're trying to go over towards A. And I love this call coming through from Skate. Go for broke.
Everyone's going B.
Oh,
the wall bangs.
He's doing so much damage, just can't quite finish off an elimination. He gets his teammate, though, Jeff, a lot of intel. And they exchange 1 for 1. Help has also arrived in the form of Heaven with the scope. And yeah, Skate, I think, are very quickly realizing that this is not an option, but Incendio finds them on the exit. Irfan's also blocking things over in towards Wood, although he does drop rapidly. So a very mixy start to this GOT round. Mihawk tagged but stays alive. Leo's in. Big 1v1. How about Incendio?
He choked that.
Shuts him down off the delayed reaction. And now it's Mihawk. A required 1v3. Heaven. Long range. Sniper rifles. True. And Almighty will tie up the series.
It took us 22 rounds. And the 3rd search and destroy between these 2 teams for Almighty to finally take a search off of Skade. They'll even themselves up 1 apiece going in towards the control. This is absolutely a bonfire of a match. It is insane to really think about how close those 2 teams are.
All right, we got to watch NY.
Round 5 in control.
Round 5.
Bonking people on the top of the head. Life advantage for NYSLM, who's going to have to reverse sweep in this series, down 0-2. Looking good for them at the moment, but how much Ferrari still forcing the issue forward. That's going to leave Stamina a chance to get on towards this B site to stop the first tick of progress. And maybe still a chance here. You know, there's a lot of time on the clock, but you've got operators to come through. You're starting to neutralize this kill lead very rapidly, and NYSLM are kind of stuck in their spawn.
And you need more, though, if you are Stamina, when you're thinking about it. You're still down by 4 lives. That got diminished away from where it was about 9 just not even a few moments ago. And look at how far back NYSL Mayhem are playing all the way inside of P3. The biggest difference, though, and who could be a real thorn in the side is where nearest position on the map.
These are all 1v1s, though, and look at the kill feed. Stamina still coming up on top. This was a 9 life lead, now down to 4. 30 seconds off the clock. Dark's good information, but the team shot's better for Mayhem. Still, though, Marvel holding a key position with the Krieg just inside of Art. Wants the 1v1 with Ravallo. Bold challenge, it works out for him. Predicts the trade, but has guessed incorrectly. May not make much of a difference, though, because now Mayhem are kind of forced to have to play through mid, and Marvel's read the play.
Just about all majority here of Stamina, just around ring, making sure that they can defend this B zone. Now down by 5 lives again. NYSL Mayhem are starting to get forward positioning as well. You got so many players inside a kitchen.
You have to bail out your teammates that are spawning right now. Oh, maybe not. Gothilla and Narcs come off spawn and each find an elimination. Marvel does come back to help things out. All of a sudden, it's a 5v6. Mayhem trying to stave off elimination, extend this series. Claws out for Gothilla. 38 seconds on the clock, and Mayhem are going to try to play through mid-map. Marvel's here to read this. Drari also there to assist. The kills come out, and now a 3v4. Gothilla still able to assist up top. Secures the trade, 2v3. Norix on the back has got a read onto Space. It's no Space with the SKS. It's just down to Gothilla. No more claw. 1v3 in 15 seconds. Trigger discipline. Doesn't read the player at Laundry, though. Comes in, finds Rabalo, tries to turn, has the second in front of him, but it's Space who saves the day. And maybe a little extra breath of life for Mayhem.
Oh, well, it's a breath of something, I'll tell you that much, considering that it was a must-needed control win there for NYSL Mayhem, being down 0-2. Not where you want to be, not even in the slightest, but still, nonetheless, NYSL Mayhem will stay alive, and it got scary, to say the least. That trigger discipline I have seen way too many times on Raid Control through many different titles of Call of Duty, and I've seen it go so many different ways, but nonetheless, you held on to the life lead all the way until the end. Yeah, it got hairy. Yes, we had a 9 life lead. It got diminished down to 2, but still, nonetheless, NYSL Mayhem keeping their tournament alive.
How can you not love COD Mobile with this going on right now?
Are you not entertained?
Dude, 16 teams from all across the world, and everyone at this moment is giving it every last drop of gas to make it to Saturday. I mean, the prestigiousness that comes with being a playoff team in the first ever Stage 5 on LAN would say a ton, let alone the regional implications that would come with wins and losses on top of that.
That's right.
But Mayhem's still a long and arduous path in front of them. I mean, this Stamina team's looking real nasty right now, and they would have to still pull off 2 straight maps to get North America a second team in the playoffs, third team in the playoffs.
It would definitely be something to see all North America representations being able to make it in towards the championship bracket, but I mean, easier said than done when you're going up against a roster like Stamina. They lost the control. Again, it's very tough to fully gauge and analyze what ended up happening. Will put themselves in such a weird position after losing at least one zone and being down horrendously for so many lives. Yeah. But regardless of the matter, I think you have to be looking towards the future. If you are NYSL Mayhem, you really have to be relying on your core fundamentals to be able to put yourself in a position to be able to take that map 4 and potentially, hey, take that map 5 as well.
True story. There's the current status of Group A. And it kind of hit me by surprise. I mean, we haven't really seen a lot of Smart Omega on stream, but I mean, Beef Mommy called it out perfectly. 2 3-0s. And yeah, some of those maps were tremendously close in that matchup versus Stamina. Not so much against Mayhem, though. Smart Omega looking like a team to not be trifled with as they exit out of this what we said was going to be a very even Group A with convincing results. Yeah, that's definitely a team to keep our eye on once we get to Saturday.
Still a lot of question marks around just how strong, you know, a lot of these teams are. Maybe that's just how convincing it honestly is for Smart Omega, not dropping a single map on the day, as you were saying, just as close as possible as we were taking a look at these groups as well. Wolves have a 2-0 lead over Team Vitality. That's a matchup obviously happening on Bravo. And then our main focus, of course, Scars and Q9 Club, still waiting to be able to get ourselves inside of that matchup. But here's Group B for us, Alan. Inco Stalwart just really coming out of the gates, absolutely swinging and really just making sure that they're keeping the region on the map. Something that we didn't expect is how well they held off Wolves.
Yeah, it was an impressive display across the entirety of the team.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be hard to not just sit here and talk about Lucas in, but we have to, because Dad looked great today. He was playing unbelievably hot.
Yep.
And this is a Wolves team that is really solid. I mean, Strut kind of surprised them. That was our first kind of shell-shocking moment of the entire event. But Wolves picked up no problem. Still have to fight their way towards qualification. Meanwhile, you take a look at Luminosity, and there may be something in the facet that Luminosity was able to deal with Skade in 4, because this Skade team is disgusting, as we're currently learning against Almighty, because that has been, I would say, the biggest buster of everyone's bracket so far was Skade taking down Almighty in the first round.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody really saw that coming, especially with how close that entire 5-map set really was. I mean, the respawns were not as competitive because Almighty would look pretty darn comfortable in that first map of the Search and Destroy prowess coming through from Skade, albeit losing that firing range in 24 rounds is the biggest difference maker. But yeah, Luminosity do look very good.
How about this round, though? I mean, we kind of talked about how this group may be very lopsided, but maybe not in the way that we expected. Scars, a clean and very convincing opening 3-0 versus Influence Kevin. And now an opportunity to possibly close the door on Q9 up 2-0 in our current main focused match here on the Alpha stream. Whereas for Tribe Gaming, yep, kind of another day at the office for those boys. handled it really no problem.
Came in, turned the homework in, they're back out. See you at dinner. Look, it's almost what you would expect from Tribe. You know, I mean, the #1 NA team, they did get pushed back a little bit in the search and destroy, but that's really where a lot of the question marks at least exist. Their cohesion, their teamwork, everything does look great. The Q9 Club, that team that did take that map off of Tribe on a firing range search and destroy, absolutely reeling right now. They desperately need to stay alive here, but how cool would it honestly be? Just think about it from a Scars perspective. You're the only Japanese representation here at Worlds, and you have a massive chance to beat one of the better Eastern teams in Q9 Club
100%.
and make the championship bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really, there's something kind of like oddly poetic about it, because the Fall Invitational, which I think a lot of people in the community are looking at as like, oh, this is the actual test of who's the best in the East. Scars wasn't there because it was just Korea and China.
Yep.
So you've got a team that went flawless, didn't drop a single map in their individual region. We kind of came out like, oh, is Japan even all that competitive? Is Scars that good, or is the region that bad? Maybe both at this point, because Scars is looking nice with it today.
They're going to have to be able to continue on with all that as well. You know, there's obviously a lot of individuals that we could sit there and talk about with Scars, but they can go hand in hand, specifically with LATAM, two different sides of the world, two different hemispheres, excuse me. But it's just one of those things that Scars are really making sure that we have to keep Japan in our minds.
Yep.
You know, when you and I were even watching it back in 2021, we were sitting there really over-analytically, like, breaking it down, because some of these players were getting away with highway robbery.
Yeah.
Sometimes
that's
things were a little
true.
bit more competitive.
And who knows? I mean, Scars, if they were to go on a little bit of a run here, people in the comp ops department are probably saying, do we need to give more spots to Japan next year? Because, my goodness. All right. Control coming up. Scars up 2-0. Standoff is the location, the venue. And how about this? The other thing we got to keep in mind is these Eastern teams, they love holding on to sniper rifles throughout standoff control. So are we going to get more of that? Or is it going to be mostly rifles and SKSs in the mix? Opening approach. Already very quickly through the A site goes Scars. B is under threat. That'll be the premise of stopping the clock here for Q9, but it is just two members that are here. And you can see Scars are saying, all right, you guys can sit there for a minute. We're just going to go take map control first.
Yep. That's the right idea when you're thinking about it. The biggest issue with this SKS in Island's hand, where they're positioned at, you can see a lot of players ended up crossing. It just comes down to timing to try to make it back over towards that side of the map.
Well, Q9 are going to essentially freely capture B. And if you can't take by the candor of my voice, I'm a little surprised, because the only person to challenge was just a single member of Scars. They have let this go freely. And the kills are not convincing for what it's worth, by the way, for Scars. This is already a little problematic, because Q9 have some good control here at Bakery, and if Ruan can just hold his life, that's going to do wonders towards reducing this life lead.
Yeah, I mean, a 9 to now 11 start with just sub 2 minutes on the board. You want to talk about a lay of the land for Q9 to potentially take this in a blistering pace? Well, it is happening right here and now. There you have the map split quite wonderfully.
Island now, the next player up over towards Bakery, and Q9 are winning on all fronts. And once more, again, with Island now in a position on, I believe, 4 in a row, by the way, he just has to kill off time. His teammates are already on towards the A zone. First tick of progress is looking good. Long route from Scars, trying to get over towards Deli. This is bold, and it has to work. That's the thing. If this fails, this might just be the round right here. D-Chen, good read, but can't win the gunfight. And now Scars, an opportunity to kind of overwhelm on towards A. Second tick of progress is on the way, though. Oleg, 1v1, trying to possibly lock it in himself, but turned aside. Ryu trying to get out, not going to be able to, though, as Tang is now the next one in, and progress should be good here for the second tick.
And what's even more alarming is how much time is left on that clock as it's being stalled out. 9v6, you can either play for the kills or get the segment progression, whichever is more convenient as well. Trades need to be online here. It's a 2 for 3 so far. Now just down to a 5v3. This should all be wrapped up for Q9.
Yeah, looking good. Predator is going to be phoned in just to make sure they can steal away the opening offense, and there are going to be questions, I think, about why would you let the B zone just freely go over? Yeah. Ryu's going to give it the good old college try, but gets shut down. And I mean, I won't say that Q9 were gifted that round. They were making some special plays happen to make sure that they were able to lock in that B zone, but it did feel a little bit too easy.
No, they weren't gifted the round, but they were surely gifted the B zone. Again, there were players in position. You were finding trades. I just don't understand why you weren't going to put yourself in a further position to try to get these players off the B zone. More questions, but we have an offensive round now coming back in. A lot of big scuffles actually happening in and around of Brown, but it's all coming up in Q9's favor.
Operators coming through now. Again, you can feel it. Q9, they want to get spawn trap in play. Gunfights all around Delhi. Back and forth we go, back and forth we go. But at the end of it, it's Q9 with a 4-life lead. Have not given away an instance of progress really anywhere. Finally, that will change as Fontage's going to pull out the clock. Maybe just try to do it himself. Not a lot of help on the zone. He's just stopping the clock while his teammates are essentially winning the backside of gas station. This is working out beautifully. Hold on a second. Shoots on the other foot. Fontage all of a sudden has a look in towards the defensive spawn. Clock, good for one. Not quite able to get the second, but damage has been done as the first tick of progress is locked.
First segment, and you were able to mitigate that, what was it, somewhere near of a 1 to 5 start. And the spawn trap started to ensue. Just need to be able to get yourself on this zone. You need more time. You are Scars to work your way back in towards this round, down by 3 lives.
This is just a game of who can get the spawn trap in first. I mean, it's like,
actually,
we're in your spawn, now I'm in your spawn. It's a whole thing right now. 14 plays 12, only 1 tick of progress locked in, 35 seconds on the clock. Lots of operators on both sides. Does anyone feel the need to possibly pull any of these out, maybe to get an advantage towards going up 2-0, or maybe stealing away an offensive round here for your Scars? Still progress on A. A little bit of help on the way, but Q9 largely not in a position to fully recontest as of yet. Finally, the clearance comes out. Nick mid-map trying to respond. Good trade. One more to grab. On the corner, the Purifier gets pulled out. And Mick may have just saved this round as the second tick of progress is good. And we got a 5v8.
Scalding them with water. 5v7. Mitigating lives. Need to stay on one of these zones. If you get 60 seconds in as you have the Purifier, just waiting for them to chow you. Yeah, you're going to be able to do just that. 4v4 almost feels like a search round.
Q9, how do you set yourself up here? You're not going to be able to contest. An extra minutes on the clock. This is just a TDM 4v4. Fontaine in a little bit of trouble. Taken down. Not able to get anything off of his line.
Alright, sorry, I'm back. The Catalyst, thanks man for the Catalyst, my guy. Appreciate it. I'm like trying to see. I want to watch this game, and then I want to watch Q9 because this is all elimination, you know?
Players bunkered up in towards Grandma's. The clock now. Stop. Progress being made. Mixed through the middle of the map works out well.
I'm going to leave it like this so we can pan back and forth.
Nades expended. Can you get into this? Doesn't predict the right core, but keeps his life. Second tick of progress is on the way. Chipping away at it. D-Chen has to make a move, and he's stuck. Wow. How about the heroics from Mick?
You know, you will end up trading offense for offense, not to completely dissuade everything that Mick just put together, because it was absolutely massive. But the way that round had just concluded, Scars only got 4 segments. So that's why I was sitting here just like, you need to go. You needed to die before that second segment came through. Luckily enough, it did. Q9 will have a 1-segment lead, but trading offense for offense here on standoff, very unheard of.
Very unheard of indeed. Rare occurrences here. Hash.
1-1.
Good start for him. Scars deal with the opening play from Q9 flawlessly, by the way. First 3 kills go their way. D-Chen keeping his life, finds some space to work with inside of Hotel, but I mean, look at the blue arrows already trying to put together another spawn trap situation. Tang saying anything you can do, I can probably also do. Maybe not better necessarily. D-Chen working with him. Purifier on Purifier action, and Scars come out the victors of the exchange.
Man, this is such a close game for NY.
First segment of the day just has a
holding on for dear life. I'm gonna watch NY since this is it.
Finally, Q9 find the space available for themselves to move their way past middle of the map, get themselves on A. Just a single player here, and I love this call coming through from Q9. Get 1 player inside of Brown, get the other 2 players to wrap around on the backside of the alleyway.
Second tick of progress is going to be given up for free. Kills would probably determine if there's going to be any sort of a challenge here at A at all. And well, as Q9 continues to kind of pop up in the kill feed, it will just be Rayo to give it 1 good try. Not going to work out. That costs a very valuable life, mind you. And so now 22 plays 15. Huge advantages for Q9 in their second offensive attempt. Just comes down to, can you get on towards B? And yeah, how about it? Oling already on. Operator, score streaks. What do you want to use here, brother?
He still have Ron to deal with him towards the back. Finally, Cash will end up finding that elimination, but you can see just how spread thin the resources are right now for Scars. Just players just trying to get themselves back in towards Bakery, but coming up, not necessarily totally unsuccessful, finally working their way back in. But the life deficit after trying to get that A zone back in their favor will be down by 5 lives with over a minute 30.
Would love to see Olin pull out. Yeah, here we go. Predator missile coming through. This will hopefully get a number of kills. Yeah, it gets double. So now 15 plays 8, and win condition has been established by way of just the lives here for Q9. Cash up top. Players around the back of him. He has no ability to fight back from that position. Just hoping he gets a couple of gunfights to go his way. Off spawn, Scars do deal with the threat deep. But where is the last one? Ah, there he is.
They are coming back.
Going on with Island as he gets his 19th elimination. A 10v3 and Q9 look like they're going to keep this an all-offensive affair here on standoff control.
Very rare that you're going to be watching a control and asking, well, I guess whoever wins the first defense is going to end up walking away with it. But hey, that's exactly what we have right here. Lives will be exhausted. That first segment did end up coming through at the very least for Q9, who are looking very, very comfortable here on standoff for a control. And keep in mind, it's very much so required. They are down 0-2 as far as the series is concerned. Bounce back after taking an extended break is what is required for Q9 to stay alive in the tournament.
NY is coming back. This is a huge W.
We stay all attacks. Sure kind of feels that way. Q9, great start. Utilizing Island on the clock, trying to get things started for him. Works out beautifully. 3 in a row. How about off spawn now? The focus goes back. Yeah, and off the little bounce pass from the wall. That'll work. Someone's done their homework in geometry lately. Scars do keep the lives even though all that's said and done. Tight stop, 23 plays 24. And for what it's worth, there is a barn burner going on Bravo right now. Mayhem fighting for their life. It's a 233 to 232. Hacienda hardpoint on rotation. Don't want to miss that one.
Nope. If you don't have 2 tabs open, if you don't have 4 tabs open,
yeah, what are you doing?
All these streams, yeah, honestly, what have you been doing all day? But even that, much so said, as lives were even, as we were just talking about that 24v24, Scars were able to get themselves
and Neon, 3-piece.
Still off the clock ever so slightly, and now they're starting to run away with a life lead. Fishbone also pulling out a purifier.
Oh, Grizz took out 3 of them. Wow.
For the rest of their team, but no more segment progression coming through. Just a 2
life lead now. Gotta set up. Gotta set up. Gotta set
40
up.
seconds still on the clock. Once again, Scars having a tough time getting this clock to stall. Sure, the kills have stayed pretty good for you, but you've got to make progress on the objective itself. Q9 in a pretty solid spot to contest. Vonagin, tough gunfight. Not able to come out the victor. And now it's 13v11. But more importantly, it's all about can Mick find a way to try to stop this clock, because now all of a sudden the defense is all up in your spawn. Not a lot of time here. Pred missile called in. Fishbone will at least avoid it for the time being, but it's not going to work out. The kills come through and towards the spawn in Q9.
Wow, they won.
To get themselves on the board.
Stamina 1.
Oh man, that is honestly just very weird that it came down to the first defense to be able to win a control in the first place. But Q9, yes, absolutely will be able to do all of that, plus some more, stay alive inside the tournament here versus a very white-hot Japanese representation here of Scars. Set ourselves up later for a map 4, and honestly speaking, I mean, coming out of the gates swinging every single time, even for the defense, you saw the game plan coming through continuously for Q9 to make sure that they were going to win out the initial gunfights and then continue to put the pressure on, making the spawn trap really feel suffocated for Scars to really try to work their way out of it.
It was a game of total flips though. At certain points, it was like, yeah, we've got 3 members in your spawn.
NY is,
we've all died, and now you're in our
out.
spawn. It was just like literally shoes on the other foot type thing.
So who won this one?
Have also update-wise defeated NYSLM 250, 233, I believe was the final score.
That's really close.
For Hacienda hardpoint. That will eliminate the Urix subliners. Mayhem squad. Sending Stamina the only EU representation to make it forward.
Hey, it's a lot of pressure, but it's almost what you want to end up seeing out from those Stamina boys. Uling, by the way, going on.
Q9 was able to get that W.
16, I saw. Just absolutely absurd stuff. But hey, that's the step in the right direction, you would think, for Q9, right? If you want to be able to continue on here with the tournament, make the championship bracket, then you have to put yourself in a position to be able to win this takeoff hardpoint. You go back towards that summit, a map mode combination that can't necessarily say that something plays too similar with one another, but the way that Scars were allowed to work their way back into that map number 1 is something that Q9 cannot allow to have happen again. You just can't let off the gas versus Scars roster.
And here's the thing, Q9 have only won a single hard point so far today, and that was a 250-245 on firing range against Influence Kemen, the number 3 Latin American team. So
as they were getting out.
All right, game number 4.
Exactly. And now that we start to consider takeoff, look, here's the thing. I mean, we talk about the same kind of things when we talk about Raid, even Hacienda. It's a game of having, like, you have to rotate. This map values early rotations and good setups more so than anything else, just due to the nature of how it's laid out. And then, you know, the ability to kind of stay mixy around the fountain opening hardpoint. You can zone that if you get good high ground control. And I will say, Scars have had a better mindset when it comes to how they want to try to build a little bit of a perimeter around these hardpoints.
Yeah, again, this is something that we noted continuously, even off of that one hardpoint win that they did have versus Kemen, rather than just even the one with Summit, where I resurfaced the same idea is that, hey, this Scars roster, albeit they will end up finding at least one player to go completely AWOL and be able to find those slays when required. It's where they're finding the slays, when they're finding the slays. They are making sure that they're in the right place at the right time to be able to put themselves in a position to be able to generate an abundance of time off of any hill.
Other matches that are going on, still looking in towards the Skate Almighty game, but our first look at what's going on here with Wolves and Team Vitality. India's last chance to possibly make it in towards playoffs as we get into a Slums Control, and we're seeing sniper rifles out for Neon on a Slums Control, and it's working.
And it's working, yeah. I mean, he's currently just slaying out right now, has 3 kills in her name. We're just getting started into this, but I mean, hey, you're already down to 40 seconds remaining, even to the pistol. Someone shoot at this guy, please.
Boy, you got a 6.
What's up, Hans?
Okay.
Oh, no.
6 straight kills for Neon. Random looking to finally put him to rest, but I don't know, you sleep easy after that first life with the scope. Peg also moving forward, cutting down Vitality from behind. The pinch is very effective, very successful. Peg not even done, one more in the corner. His teammate will get him by way of the Hunter-Killer drone, and we have a 17 playing 6 in this opening round of Control.
Almost felt like the moment that we hopped into this this look in here on the Delta stream, it was so over. I mean, that blistering pace just off rip there. Neon, as you were saying, that sniper, 7 kills for them, and even Zai as well. Like, it's just the continuous amount of pressure that was being exemplified and really just put on. Vitality just seemingly had no answer. No trades were coming through.
So a dominating opening round from Wolves. We'll swap the sides. They'll have their go at the offense. Neon's still sniping. Okay. That's why. Cole hat right through Cemetery. I mean, take me to school. You kidding me?
I mean, I'm taking notes right now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay.
And how about a 1-7 start defensively? And again, you know, we're looking like here for Wolves is that you win through the middle of the map just so quickly. You get inside Garage, you're stopping the clock on the A zone, and you have players inside of the B zone. Where do you go, Vitality? You have to stop it somewhere.
Yeah, not good.
Vitality.
Good. Third tick of progress is getting locked in at B. The second's simultaneously locked at A. And Vitality can't get out of spawn. This Wolves team, do we say that they've woken up? Because the 2 times that we've kind of watched into their matches, they've been pretty contested and pretty tight. This one, at the moment, is anything but.
Yeah, it really does feel like that. That Wolves are playing with that certain amount of tenacity that they needed all day long. And maybe it's just the entire day of frustration not already being qualified that they're taking out on Vitality. 23v5. You can't make it up.
No.
You just can't make it up. 21 kills required for these last 3 players, and the segment progressions could potentially also come through as well. It is being worked up, but I mean, Wolves are just having their way here. 2 rounds in a row, convincing at that.
Wow.
Yeah, that is, that's a beat down, brother.
Yep.
I feel like I sounded like Randy Savage right then.
Not really.
Zai and Peg both got 18 kills.
All right.
Vitality, they don't even have 10 kills broken into. That's crazy.
Hey, more power to you.
Here we go. Vitality. Last chance saloon for you. And Neon is still finding just outrageous eliminations with this sniper rifle. Jig now with the Purifier. Cleans out both sets of dumpsters. Oh, luckily, Chia's able to find one. There is a little bit of a post-martyrdom kill still coming through. And Joko says, you want to dance, buddy? Let's dance.
Well,
I don't understand why this man's trying to snipe on slums.
There's really not much else that you can ask for. I mean, the lives were at least even, but yeah. Hey, if you want to continue to watch that, don't forget to go over towards the Delta stream, because it very much so might be the last time that we see Team Vitality in this tournament as a whole. Skade and Almighty are currently working through their map number 4. It's a Hacienda hardpoint with Almighty having a 2-1 lead. But we'll go back in towards our main focus here. Q9 able to win an abundance of offenses and the one defense there on the standoff control. Now find themselves alive in this series versus Scars.
Trying to force the reverse sweep if they can get to a map number 5. How about Ryo? He has been so good for Scars today. Collecting not just a ton of kills, but he has, again, been that guy on route more often than not. A mixy first hard point. Even kills pretty much throughout. Also leads to a pretty even scoreboard. The biggest toggle, though, is you have to keep your eye on Scars. Every time they make a play across the map, they need to go further than the hard point. You're trying to flip these spawns around, and the play is coming through Silo. D-Chen shut down. Maybe a chance to get around the back and try to block these spawns up while there's the last 20 seconds to fight for here in the first hill.
You got to be able to get that top hallway control. How potent of a position that honestly can be, and you can already see Scars just really thinking about it, but also trying to get themselves inside of scaffolding. And well, the way that Q9 are currently playing, you do have one player that's completely giving it up. That's D-Chen, making sure that they get these exits for any lurking players that are going to try to work their way back in.
They push too far. Q9 pushed too far. It's one of those situations where they're doing too good.
Yep.
And they get a little bit too far past the hard point, and Scars get blessed with some spawns on the backside. So a pretty much dead even game, but Scars come out the victors as they look to set up for P2. Numbers, though, for Q9. Trying to battle back. A quick recovery, hopefully. As Tang locks down one side, stun connects. That would be good for elimination. Still no, not in control of the hard point nor the spawns themselves. More quills required. Tang, next one to get onto the hard point itself. Fantinjin, though, he's able to take down a double. And with that, Scars are able to stabilize.
It's completely all gone wrong just off of that one overextension that ended up coming through from D-Chen. It just allows, again, Scars to find themselves an opportunity not only to get inside, get gifted the spawns, but then also stabilize as well. One player on the massive flank is that of D-Gen, but it looks like it's actually being read. Yeah, wonderfully met there by Mick, who does have themselves a one streak to be able to utilize. And yeah, 41-19, you're going to chalk this back 15 seconds, barring any sort of heroics, and try to set yourself up with the rotation for 3.
Man, put a pin in that hard point, because that very well may be the difference maker in this map, just due to the fact that Q9 was killing a little bit too well.
Oh, wow.
Update from the Delta stream. Team Vitality have been eliminated. Wolves will move on. Q9 looking again, force this reverse sweep and possibly get full representation from China in towards playoffs. Whereas Scars, the only team from Japan, looking to just put them to bed right here. Early specialist starting to get called in, and the kill feed lights up orange. How about Scars on rotation?
Oh, man. They got themselves set up. As you were talking about, early specialists utilized. Mix still has their operator. Still has 2 streaks to be utilized, and they will end up calling in themselves in a claw.
Dang,
if you're looking at this from the spectation of Q9, you really need to try to dig deep and work your way back in. Ron ends up pulling themselves out of Purifier, but it gets met
almost
by
at 100 points already. This is like the second point?
They were able to
third point, I think?
swiftly move their way from P2 into P3 as they're building their lead more.
Reads are successful, though. Scars have just the highest level of awareness on where these hits are coming from. Tang with the opening double, though. Key scrap time here to let this game not get out of hand. And they're really not going to be able to do too much with this. So now we take our attention over towards the top left-hand side of the map. Currently, Q9 in a
I like all these animated avatars that they have. The profile picture.
Look at this route coming out of Scars.
I don't even know if I own any of those.
Rotation, try to set up a bit of a pitch. D-Chen shut down. What does this do towards Q9 spawns? Doesn't make a difference. They clean up the pressure from the flank, and now they can reinforce.
In the middle of the map is also being picked up. This is where Q9 need to be a little bit further proactive. The cross is also being watched. It's a big elimination to find Fatijin, but it's Island inside the window. Has some assistance from their teammates. Finally stabilizing here on a single hardpoint or Q9.
Island, good double from the front doors. That will help his teammates just focus on the nitty-gritty fights inside the hardpoint itself. 30 seconds to fight for. Split spawn situation. The Scars are looking to hit this one more time. Kills are coming through cleanly. Island is stuck. He's got absolutely nowhere to go, and there is not a trade anywhere to be found for Q9. That's just a little bit too easy.
Q9 got a nice hold on this last point.
Side? Scars very aware of what's going on with the minimap, whereas Q9 are a bit lost on these spawns.
be lost so long as you continuously try to fight and break for 20 seconds. That is what that early leader's advantage will get you so long as we're continuing to keeping a pin back in P2 for that first set. Going in towards the second, damn near the double score, just a little bit beyond that for Scars. A couple players really showing up in a big way. Fishbone at 17. Ryo, as we were talking about, has just been absolutely lights out at 16, 15, 16 respectively for Cash and Fontaine. You need that plus some more going forward. Now you really need someone from Q9 to be able to meet that pressure that Scars delivers.
You need someone to get into the hard point too. I mean, that would help with 40 seconds. Everyone else, look at the time across Scars. Everyone's at over half a minute already. Unbelievable stuff. Just selfish game, selfless gameplay, I should say. As it's a 116 to 60 game. Q9 trying to claw their way back in. Have to have this second hill. They need it badly.
Just need more zoning. I mean, you already have just Juling just trying to zone away at least the north side, but there's not a whole lot of scaffolding control. This is exactly where Scars are setting themselves up at, making sure that Q9 cannot get inside this hard point for free.
Please don't do the same. Okay, that was
close.
Tight.
It was close. Yeah, you're looking at Uling.
Literally, Uling's just starting to push super far forward, and you think, hold on there, friend. Scars still need to spawn. But they've learned from their previous mistakes, and now we've got ourselves a really tight game hard point coming through. Pred missile out. Good information on where exactly Scars' hits trying to come from. Second hill about to open up. Q9 in a good position to control. But look at all of the pretty little light up dots on the right-hand side of the minimap, because Scars, they've got operators galore, and they're absolutely prone to use them right when they earn them. And that's going to lead to a spawn flip. Now you can turn your attention back to the hard point itself, and the kills are there as well. Great stuff coming through from Scars as they look to really establish some control here on
Q9 is catching up. Holding down these points now.
Able to get the position, and now Ryo also digging deep, pulls out their own claws well, completely clears away the staircase. There's one more player just outside of the scaffolding. That was Island, as you have more players just spawning all the way out. There's also an isolated play that Uling's trying to put together for themselves. They'll get a teammate actually have ruined the spawn in on that side of the staircase, but before this play actually finds any sort of success, Alan, there's only 15 seconds left inside the hard point. Q9 recognize that. They're trying to rotate over towards New.
This is still great time, though, I think, if you're Scars. You valued into it, you threw a lot of operators, but you came out technical victors of the second hard point. And now you can just focus purely on trying to beat your opponents on rotation. This would be the time that Q9 would have to consider using operators of their own, trying to put this rotation to bed and have a chance to actually set up a really good look at this third hill.
Got to set it up. And who's that one player that you got to really be looking out for? And that's actually player number 2 in blue, watching those long crosses. Uling's also trying to at least pick that up off of the spawn. This is a very easy one-dimensional read here if you are Q9. Everybody from Scars essentially spawning in for the hard point.
Chen, not great utility usage, doesn't get anything to stop this play from Scars. Now they've got numbers. Able to neutralize the hard point for now. Ruan gives it the high ground, trying to walk this front door. Kill still back and forth. Q9 currently possessing the hard point, but here comes the flood from the front. Oh, and everyone's on the way in. Caught during reload was Ruan. And all of a sudden, Scars, the timing and the coordination of the hit, flawless. 20 seconds of scrap time to fight for. And it's just Tame that can really contest, but he may be enough. The double comes through, and a pistol! Triple for Ruan. And Tame to get involved, but the rotation, 10 seconds left. Q9, still more to do.
D10 stayed alive over there for a good while, and that was more than enough work to matter that Scars ended up spawning on the bottom right side of the mini-map. However, with D10 going down, that means that reinforcements were able to work their way through the middle of the map. Now Scars are setting themselves up ahead of this rotation, but it's not like Q9 are far out.
Big win from Scars, trying to control some of this high ground. Q9 fighting back, and it's Tame with the
Purifier, yeah.
Burns everything in his way. Cash, double of his own, nearly steps above where Uling was trying to pre-fire, but not quite able to manage. Reinforcements on the way, 43 seconds at the hard point. Still a hefty margin and a cushion here for Scars as the numbers start to flood on forward. Uling trying to respond, turns but cannot find elimination. Island the next one in. And Q9 are going to get the numbers here first. Just comes down to can they find the follow-up eliminations. Yeah, good for it initially. It's just Fontaine they need to be able to pick apart. He's in the corner, well received, but Fontaine gets 4 in the process. That'll be good for Hunter-Killer Joner.
Still,
man, this is still like a close game.
It's just been contested here, Alan. Don bringing it back up. That P2 hard point is that still 40 to 50 point lead that Scars have been able to build for themselves. Also look at the operators, the streaks, everything that is being built up for Scars ahead of this rotation. You really do need that Vortex gun or just the gunplay alone to show up here for Q9 in this third set.
Absolutely. And there is yet to be one full-on lockdown hard point yet for Q9. Mick, this is bold. Claw's going to get called out on one of the more open hard points in the game at the moment. But he's zoning off this high ground position, and the seconds are ticking up. Scars over 210. Q9 are essentially forced to hit through these tight choke points down low, but they do make it work out. SMGs come to life for 4 straight kills, and Q9 will break forward.
Yeah, required break at that, because if you just completely get thrown into the blunder, that blunder brought to you by Claw of Mick, then you're probably going to be staring down the barrel of the end of your tournament hopes. But again, same thing ends up happening. You had Q9. They were all the way on the west side of the map now, and they overextend. They try to break inside P1, unsuccessful at those 2 different fronts, and they allowed Scars to actually spawn a whole lot closer and recontest the hill.
Yeah, great focus here from Scars. They deal with the lurkers on the backside. Now you can just focus on what's to come, which is this rotation over towards P2.
Yeah.
Bottled up.
One more rotation.
And these kills are looking good from Scars. Tane gets a double, which at least anchors up the spawns one more time, but Scars' lead is massive. And there's still streaks and operators to potentially use.
This is it.
Pathogen, Claw out. Gravity Vortex gun will still lock him in, though, and Q9 will get a little bit of breathing room here early.
One player spawning in. Maybe Fishbone. It's behind enemy lines. Nobody's going to be fully aware that this is end up happening, and yeah, that's the break required. 230 to 165. And the way that it's all kind of working out right now is that Q9, I believe, ended up having at least a disconnect, so yeah, we'll see what ends up happening there.
All right. That's a key hard point right there. Scars looked good for the break, but hard to say that with any kind of certainty. Meanwhile, you heard the eruptions behind us. Skade has forced a map 5.
Ooh, Skade.
Holy cannoli. Was it 250 to like 140 or something like that? I missed it. I didn't see it.
It was close all the way through that from what I was able to see. Yes, I was going cross-eyed watching this Q9 in Scars as well with the Skade in Almighty. I promised you I would. Keep a magnifying glass on that matchup, and hey, it's delivering twice in one day. Skade versus Almighty 2 Electric Boogaloo here for the championship bracket slot. It is going to be quite telling. I don't know what that map number 5 is, but when it comes down to
or just refresh it all.
finally at least won that first one on firing range.
Crazy.
It's gonna feel familiar though.
I bet.
Game 5 between those
The last 2 games.
And of course, we'll wait to see exactly what kind of goes on with this takeoff hard point. And look, here's the thing, man. Like, outside of this series, how impressive has Scars been? They are playing some fundamental. Like, we didn't really get a chance. The time zones were a little bit weird. We only watched a little bit of it, and it just felt like, okay, like Scars are just better than the rest of the region. Felt like they were just completely outgunning everybody. But to see them be able to outsmart, out-rotate, and just play a better fundamental game of hardpoint, search, and even control at times, that's inspiring stuff for Scars. Not possibly just for this series, but maybe in the future as well.
Oh, absolutely. It just really does show just where the skill ceiling potentially could be for Scars in the Japanese region. Yeah. If they have a deep understanding of fundamental hardpoint, then getting all the slays, it doesn't matter. There are some teams, Tribe, when they were going up against Q9 earlier, and specifically in the hardpoints, were absolutely laying waste to Q9, just outslaying them on every single turn. But Scars, again, to pull up that influence Kemen game, they got handed a very swift demise when it came down to the overall gun skill, but it's their understanding of where to be at the right time was also being exemplified quite wonderfully there in that takeoff hardpoint.
Yep. Looks like information started to be transmitted over to our players as map 5 has started between Skade and Almighty. My goodness. I mean, Skade they played spoiler in the Western 21 finals. During the group stage, they shut down Nova quickly, had a number of tight games versus North American squads, but this is different if they were to do this.
It really would be. It's something that we as commentators, analysts, we were talking about coming in towards Worlds, and this weekend specifically was that, hey, LATAM, last time during finals, they really put themselves as a region on the map. Now it's just about proving why you are one of the stronger regions, and Skate are living up to it.
Well, the thing, too, that's really kind of, curious about this Latin American region was a lot of people were excited about Zygnus, and they got shut down. So really there were 4 teams out of LATAM that continually saw themselves beating each other up and largely going to map 5 in almost every single series. So, man, a lot of exciting things on the horizon. But of course, the focus stays with those that are locked in the bottom left-hand side, because, I mean, that would be, no one had that. I don't think anyone would have had Almighty losing to Skate twice.
No. No, I didn't. Even the first one, as competitive as it was, it's just how good Skade looked in the Search and Destroys in that specific moment of time. Their currently still playing through their first round. It's on a raid search and destroy, which, want to go back to it, it was a 7-3 win. That was map 2.
Yeah, it was.
In the first best of 5 that they played on the Delta stream some time ago.
7-3 to Skate, just to be clear on that.
7-3 to Skate, yep.
Hard points identified.
Okay, so the update here as we jump on in, Scars only need 22 points. Whereas Q9, a lot loftier of a goal, but I will say everything's reset here. So there is a chance where Q9 could just keep this first hardpoint mixy, rotate back to P2, and maybe pull off the 80+ points that they need.
Potentially almost maybe hope that there's an overextension to potentially come through. But the way that Q9 are actually playing this from the north side, just out of control and loud, is actually quite good. You need to be able to fish out more eliminations and then potentially get past Ring with the trades. Ryo showing up twice, Fishbone there for the third. Will keep that hardpoint in the favor of Scars.
Look, that is just exquisite patience from Scars. You don't quite come out on top of the opening engagement. Nobody forces gunfights. You get a full surround, you hit from multiple angles, and you at least are able to contest some of the middle app. But now we focus on this rotation. Q9, I think it was 86 they need to get to Scars 22 after the reset. Scars currently owning the possession of the high ground around this second hill. But Q9 have done exactly what you could ever ask for them to do here in this first hard point. 35 is what they get off the opener. Now it's down to can you find a break? It all comes down pretty much right here to this. Ruan opens up space from the south. Trying to set up a bit of a pinch. His teammates spawning to the north side. Scars all flooding in from the front. Do they focus on this? Do they read the flank that's coming through? Island can pull this play wide up. He gets on the backside. Q9 get the break.
Spawned out. Scars only able to allot 8 points, and then you also have players just currently zoning through the middle of the map. Cooling is being an absolute pest in the middle of the map, not allowing Scars to get close towards his hard point.
Reed not there. Q9 just trying to stay alive in the hard point. Nades on the way in.
Q9's got a
Scars
really good hold on
some
this
of the
one.
gunfights. It gets to 60 for Q9. Nick on the entry. Shut down by Ruan. Scars still trying to get as many members forward as possible. Q9 spawning tight. An opportunity for them to possibly expend this to another hard point. As Scars are going to at least be able to see another one, which is the good news here just due to the time that's left.
Q9 just need 86 points. If they are able to get themselves in towards the next hard point, then they're going to be absolutely swimming. Somewhere near 20 are all that Scars need, and they have the rotation, but they have 2 players spawning out.
They get the read on this. Here comes the flood from the front. Q9, they've hit the brakes. They're not quite able to get off the initial. 77 to 11. Again, 86 to 22 would be what we need for either of these two teams. Scars collect every single kill. Q9.
Wow. Q9 coming in.
It has to be his heroics. The purifier's out. You've got to touch. You've got to get there. And they're not quite able to do it. They get to 22. Scars not fully realizing it yet, but everyone starts to look up. A couple of smiles starting to come through, and there's the thumbs up.
Dang.
It was tight because it's 25-86 right now. Oh my God.
That's crazy.
Right the break almost ended up coming through from Q9, the purifier in hand. That was just about to be it. Yeah, they're actually still going yet. Finally recognizing it, Scars have won. They have eliminated Q9 here in the group stage, and Scars, the only Japanese representation, will make their way into the championship bracket.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
We're not even done yet, friends. We got another map 5 going on with Almighty and Skade.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, for those that are at home, no one has moved in their seats. I think everyone's waiting to see that one come up.
There's a lot on the line. I mean, there's just so much riding on this, right? The strength of 2 different regions, of 4 different regions in between these 2 very close series. I mean, you really got to think that Q9 had an opportunity to potentially make this into a map 5 affair, but they found themselves getting a little bit too antsy during that summit hardpoint, overextending at some points in time, allowing Scars to work their way back in to be able to get closer spawns for hardpoints and get those closer spawns. But I gotta tell you, man, Scars, they really proved themselves why Japanese representation needs to be here.
You know, I will say, I mean, Scars look like, yeah, okay, they qualified. Job's not done. Like, no pop off at all from Scars.
All business.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Round 5.
Map 5. Team Almighty looking to stave off the upset for the second time against Skate. A 2-2 affair here on the Raid Search and Destroy.
Oh
And Almighty have the numbers, at least in this particular moment. Long route. You can see it. It's number 3 in blue of Heaven, who's taking away so much of this map. And Skade need to go, and they need to go now before they get trapped.
Yeah. I mean, this slight hesitation, the lack of information that's over inside of the basketball closet, and honestly over by the staircase is just all question marks so far for Skade. They're going to find themselves to be rather trapped as well. They might be working their way back inside of Kitchen. Actually end up having your bomb carrier there of Leozera trying to work their way back underneath the bedroom, but I love the patience that's being exemplified from Heaven.
He's just waiting to see if he's going to push through glass. Oh, he does too. He's not going to read it. Does he road trek this again? Neither player aware of one another, and there it is. Heaven a key pick. The bomb carrier down, and you can see Skater stuck. They're a Kitchen right now with, I mean, this is the definition of COD Mobile's up creep without a paddle.
2v5. Good luck, have fun. Eozin and Mihawk are just trapped inside a Kitchen, and I mean, Heaven knows exactly what they did. Look at their arrow on the map. They're just staring at the bomb. Their job is more than well done. It's very rare to see discipline like that. 25 seconds remaining, and yeah, Mihawk, you might be able to find at least the trade, but look at all the blue arrows swarming through the middle of the map over here inside of rocks to get the final kill required. Massive round coming through from the Almighty after finding that first blood and keeping all of Skade trapped.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, you got to go back to, you know, the firing range that we saw. Skade was all over the map and really kind of over the Hacienda. They were kind of manipulating every now and again when we had them on stream earlier today. That one, not so much. It's kind of stuck over towards Pool. Not quite able to move the defense the way they want to, but how about that opening engagement? Popzera taking down Incendio. Little snipe off who could get there first through mid. And now his smokes could completely take over any line of sight over towards the A zone. You can see the defense are hard scoped in, but wow, they've baited out Heaven. They can't quite find the kill though, and Almighty will realize that no, this is not a full commit to A.
Yeah, Heaven just dropping down to about half HP. Now it's a 3-2 split coming through at least for Skade with this numbers advantage, but you take a look at least player number 5, Mihawk, trying to maybe challenge inside of the B-ball court. It is a blunder and a half if you try to get yourself over in that AS&D.
They know they have shut up completely isolated though in this right corner.
Yeah.
Because if so, maybe some nades can land. This is bold. Mihawk, oh, lucky to be alive. Shots just missed. Oh, but Leozera actually does catch shut up on the rotation. So again, numbers start to go the way of Skade. The focus still towards B. It's on to Heaven. He has to hit one.
You gotta respect that. Leozera just hanging on over by Tiki, seeing if anybody tries to cross all the way through. They have taken down Heaven. Now you can start running through ring, get over towards the PSE site. You got trophies down, gotta keep them safe. Here comes the plant.
And you should be post-planting this for the backside of ring. Because you've got Leozera in the middle of the map. You know they're not hitting through pillars. Oh, great awareness. Lands his 6th elimination. One more to grab. It's Irfan. Stuck kind of in laundry at the moment. May get an isolated 1v1, but Lamb catches him with the right timing.
Good
and
job.
Skade
3-3.
Bring us right back to a 3-3 half.
Oh, we wouldn't have it any other way here, would we, Alan? Considering the fact that in their map number 2 on firing range, if you missed it, ended in 22 rounds, 12-10 in Almighty's favor. Earlier today, it was a 7-3, that in favor of Skade. Now on the offense, coming through for Almighty. A lot of focus over towards the pool side of things. You got one player just lurking through Zig, but a lot of forward position being taken by Skade.
Once again, I mean, this is, I love this to see on a defensive setup, because that A bomb site being pushed in towards basketball to where we're usually used to seeing it in the Cold War days, it's difficult to get into offensively. You have to spend a lot of utility just to open the door. So win the middle of the map, take over Art, force Almighty to have to play through that choke point. And so far, they've done that. The question is, do they know that they've achieved this? Because it's been dead silent for the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, we haven't heard a peep. Just waiting for the tumbleweed to come brisking across the mansion pool side, but need to be able to find some information. I wonder how much utility is still in the back pocket for some of these players.
Oh, gosh, Heaven's going to try to sniff things out over towards B. Mihawk is prone right above him. Just comes down to, does he see him before Leozera gets exposed?
Oh, hit marker.
Okay, that'll be information. Mihawk has not tried to confirm the kill yet. He's just holding his position. 45 seconds on the clock, and Almighty have to now commit. Does this defense still trust the setup, or will they try to move around and maybe try to deal with this play that's coming over towards A? You have to think it's all in the Popzera. Can he get a read on this?
You haven't seen anything much through the middle of the map. Finally, some shots will come through. Incendio will go down over by the water stairs, and there comes the reposition. It is a solo player by Popzera over here. He was playing in the wheelbarrow. Here comes the Chow. Running out of time, is able to line up 2.
It's just absolute perfection on the setup.
Oh my gosh, man. This guy got a 3-piece.
Such good trust from Skate. You have to feel like any other team in that situation. Game 5. To stave off elimination, you haven't heard or seen anything. For them to have the gall to sit there and say, no, our setup is good. That's next level discipline from Skate.
As it was. You had pillars control, driveway control, you had a sniper inside the wheelbarrow as well, and oh man, great opening defensive round coming through from Skate, but this time they all go for broke. You take a look at the rotation, immediately off the spawn, they're all in for the pool side. They lose Leo Zero in the process. Very quick bomb play coming down for Almighty.
Nobody over
Almighty's
here.
aware of this. 3 members still holding back through driveway just in case this flank comes through, which it will. First one to make contact is going to be Shut Up. Heaven clears out Zig. Shut Up does his job backside through driveway. So now the only opportunity would be Pop Zero trying to force something through pillars, you have to think, but instead they are going to try to isolate these players in the back.
Oh, he missed his shot.
Back and forth we go with these scopes. Pop Zero
Nice.
able to find the kill from a 2v5 to a 2v3. 18 seconds, you've got to go. And Sendio just prone underneath the window. Good information from Jeff. Pop Zero tries to force out the kill. It's not as clean as you'd like, and it's taking a lot of time, more importantly.
Wow, 4-4.
Will still skate away with the round.
If it wasn't the numbers, it was more than likely going to just be the overall pressure of the clock. Yeah, I mean, you really got to tip the understanding. When you try to go all the way across the driveway, you clear through the middle of the map, and you immediately take a look at, hey, there's nobody inside a laundry, and we're not being gunned through the middle of the map, so let's just commit over towards B. Now you have yourself a little bit more of a poke setup coming through for Almighty, seeing how in their head of Skate they are currently resting at.
Yeah, look at the focus off that opening pick from Shut Up, plus also taking away the money window. Defense has to stay heavy-handed over towards A, but a key gunfight for Leo Zera. He essentially has made B completely safe, leaving a little bit of space for Skate to feel okay about having this many members on the A site.
4v4.
Oh my.
And I love this call that's coming through. You leave one more player to try to come reinforce the B zone. This is almost looking like we just swapped to complete sides entirely. You have one player lurking inside garage. Hit comes through.
Wow, Mihawk with a double. Wow.
And then Leo's in behind him. They have no business
Great
coming
job.
away with not dropping a member there. That's a 1-for-1 position. If you walk away, 2 kills for 2 kills, you're happy if you're Skade. But Mihawk says, I'll do you one better.
Defend the objective.
And now 5-4. And how about this for a curveball? Defensive nades overwhelming through driveway. It's a full flood right into Heaven's lap. And he responds to it, gets one and gets away, and look at the help Almighty's already on rotation.
The bomb's already rotating back over, finding that first pick. The biggest question is how many players were you able to read are over here? Leozin's going to be able to take down Jeff Pro. It's going to force out the 3v4. Numbers that in favor of the Almighty. Heaven under pressure, still throwing some shots, but that bomb. Bomb's down over in Zig.
Yeah, but Mihawk's cleared the way. He's all the way through in Kitchen. He can find a gunfight here versus Earthfun. The timing is good. Mihawk with his 8 elimination. And Heaven, who started the play for Almighty, now has to finish it. A 1v3. Doesn't check the staircase. Sees one down low, but it doesn't make a difference. It's Leosin who just holds the angle. And
wow, one round.
From making it into the playoffs and defeating Almighty twice on the day.
Twice on the day, indeed. Losing the fire range, search and destroy. Taking both of them in the first time that they met each other earlier today. Now it comes down to this. What are you going to throw? Almighty, the snipe through the middle of the map. Heaven's good for first blood.
Oh, but look at Mihawk through the smoke. Mihawk's through, but he does get turned away. An opportunity to possibly just end it right there. But the trade comes through in the numbers now. Stay with Almighty. Leo Zera on the way in. Tries to force the defense over the B site. Only good for one, and then Shut Up able to get a read with Incendio to put this all now on to Leozin. A deep play from the back. And it's being watched. Well done from Almighty.
Staying alive.
Gotta keep this going.
Staying alive.
One more if you want to try to at least force overtime.
One more round.
But
yeah, if they get one more, they go into overtime.
Very aggressive adaptation. Keep in mind you through Zig for that first blood. That goes awry. That opens up the floodgates for the flank inside of red.
It's like they're all rushing A.
Defensively. More than obliged to get aggressive through the mid-map.
Yeah, this is, again, just instant map control. This is almost a repeat of what we had seen from a couple of rounds previously, where Skate can control B, they can control mid, and you can just watch for crosses here towards A. But Almighty taking their time. And how well are they conditioned off of Skate's aggression in the last couple of rounds?
I love the discipline
Skate
that is
is
still being
really
exemplified
well
from the
set up
Almighty.
right now.
Whether they found information off the utility or not, they haven't really seen a peep, much less heard much, if any at all, information. Just almost expecting for maybe Skate to
This
throw
is
a shoulder,
intense.
maybe capitalize off an unforced error.
Someone's gonna have to peek or do
The
something.
A setup defensively is once
Like they're
again
gonna be pushing
Mihawk prone, but he's got Linz with him with an SKS watching this front door. And here comes the hit. No one's watching from mid-map right here. Maybe
Here
a late
comes the
play from
grenades.
Layup. There's the flashes. Linz begins one.
Pushing.
Mihawk again from the
Mihawk
interior.
got him
Can't
after
slide away
being
this time.
stunned.
The trades come through. Now to the middle of the map. It's Leo's and off the flank.
Oh,
but
nice
shot from Shut.
shot.
And it's down now to a 2v2. A site completely vacant, but the re-wrap from Almighty.
Leo Zera has not budged. He's just going to move his way over towards driveway, join with his teammate of Leo's, and you have the idea, but now they are going to completely flip out the map, thinking that it's going to be going
they're
towards
gonna
A.
just flip the whole
The
thing.
offense now of both Jeff and Shut Up have moved their way towards Laundry.
Almighty do not feel confident at the moment to get this bomb instantly planted, and rightfully so, mind you. But they've got all the space in the world to get this
they
off
got
freely.
20.
How do you set up your post
20
plant?
seconds.
Shot Up wants to play outer ring. Jeff Pro's going to join him. They're going to stay on the B site. A couple of nades are available. Shot Up, I believe, was not seen by Leo Zera, but that information, I have to imagine, was seen by Shut Up. There we go. Now the top of the head's been scouted out. And Leo Zera wants the gunfight. This is bold. Shut Up holds the angle. Here comes Leo's in. They get forward. 20 seconds on the clock. Shut Up needs to hit one. Backs away. They're trying to play the clock. 13 seconds. Here comes Skate. Leo's there for the first. Shut Up to the pistol. That's all he's got left. It's the first. 1v1.
This is it.
Shut Up to stay alive. And he's killed off enough of the clock.
Oh my gosh, great clutch. Overtime. Oh my gosh. They played that really well.
And yeah, I love that call again. You know, it wasn't an immediate. We got ourselves some numbers. Let's just try to fly and quickly rotate all the way over towards the B site. Clear it out. You don't know if anybody's still lurking over inside of red. And now an offensive round coming through here for Skate.
Opening first blood for Pops here. That's over.
Man,
Actually,
this is
that's
tough.
through the cutout. Through the top side of A.
Wow, already got 2.
And it's from Mihawk of all players. Incendio feeling frisky, takes away an angle, but look at the re-wrap again from Skade. All focused on heading over towards B. The defense is not here in any form. They're going to have to play retake.
That's the right call, and they're actually going to be splitting their odds in numbers. One player of Incendio is going to be watching through open staircase through pillars. The other 2 players, both Jeff and Ifrin, are trying to get back over through Laundry. There's not a whole lot of coverage in that position yet. They could get some good timing.
These 1v1s are everything. First shot's able to come out, but no, Pops there doesn't finish the kill. It's Jeff who saves a life. Irfan lucky to still be alive. Lynn's trying to come back to assist. Good long-range shots. One more close.
Oh, nice.
How about that from Lenz? All 3 kills come through in consecutive fashion, and once again it's Skade on series point.
And
just
this is going to be
recognizing
crazy.
what is most
Now,
opportunistic
Skade
for
just
them
needs
in
to
the
win
time.
1 game and
Get
then
themselves
that's
the
it.
numbers.
It's over
They
with.
start clearing away through ring and making sure that they zone away the one position that could blow up that play, and that's inside of Laundry. And look at how they're still getting aggressive through the middle of the map.
Yeah.
All the days that are coming out to the offensive side, you have to respond to this through pillars. Leo's in, not able to get the opening first blood. Back and forth, both teams still feeling each other out. And how about Mihawk? Aggression shut down by J-Pro. Incendio behind it.
Almighty.
Pantera still on the angle, can watch this cross.
5v3.
But Jeff has made his way on. He can stick this for the plant. There's good help behind him.
You're gonna have
Plants, 5v3.
Lens trying to rotate all the way back over by driveway. It's going to be watched. Pabzera needs to land a shot.
Yeah, he couldn't. He got the hit flinch on
To
him.
get somebody in. Lens has been red. Flank is very well watched. Lens has to find a beautiful double against the opener. Oh, but Leo's in. Oh. I'm not sure how he just fell off the map, but it doesn't make much of a difference. It's a response from Almighty. And once again, we reset to see who can take it by 2.
Honestly, how can you even be surprised? I mean, last time there had to have been some time there where you had some VOD to go look at if you are Almighty. You did lose this, what was it, 7 to something abysmal. But yeah, now tied up 7 apiece here. Skate, another offense here going
hard
for
A push here.
quick hit towards that.
Trophies are down. Shut Up. He's the only one that could respond to this, and he gets completely flashed out. Not a lot of support there. Jeff Pro fortunate to be able to at least secure a trade from that angle. The defense scrambling to come over, but the bomb's going to be planted here today. Whoa.
Heaven. He's going to be able to fish out some timing to be able to come down through open staircase. And the nade that did come through over through the basketball court is going to keep the offense of Skade rather honest.
That nade took down the bomb carrier, actually. So
yeah,
there was no plan.
The bomb.
Pabzera takes the mantle, gets it planted. Long route from Heaven. He is not here. This is the best chance for Skade to possibly find a kill and make this a true 3v3. But no aggression at all from Almighty. They are waiting, looking for the team shots over the top. Pabzera, Leo's in, nearby. B-Hawk deep in towards Tiki. Heaven is still not here yet. This is taking a ton of time. Nade's now coming through. Pabzera avoids the majority of it. Opening shots come through. Leo's in for 2. Maybe a chance. Mihawk staying prone. Has Heaven on the flank, swimming around. 15 seconds. Smoke comes through. The shot's through the smoke, but no Incendio responds with some of his own. And now it's Almighty to the advantage.
Almighty will take that advantage here in the overtime. And hey, say what you will, just taking your time, making sure that you clear away all of top bedroom. That's exactly what Heaven needed to do. Albeit taking a certain amount of time. It was just bait all through the upper spiral staircase and throwing shots, trying to make sure that it was all focused on towards the front. Spidey senses aside. Almighty here on offense. The potential to knock Skade out.
Quick route from
looks like they're going to be
a
little bit more passive now.
This has not been seen, but take a look at the defensive setup. This is going to feel very familiar. It's Linz and Leozen who initially were stacked up here over towards A, but with 2 trophies down, the call is made that Linz is saying, I can hold this myself. Go find mid. And Almighty are going to respect that there could be some very tricky setups here over towards the state side. They're going to take their time to feel things out.
No reason to get over aggressive here. Not a whole lot of information to speak of, but we have seen this before with a friend just playing in that position inside of Tiki, seeing if anybody chows out through basketball court, but they're going to rewrap this through mid.
This is going to be a kitchen hit. Smoke to block pillars. Pabzera, he's aware of it. Comes over and finds a key pick that's on the bomb carrier. This is going to take time, and Leozera from pillars. Not allowing Incendio to recover. Gets another on top of it. And Skade looking comfortable in this defense, but it's not done just as of yet. Last one to get is Shut Up, who has been so good for his team thus far. But this would take the cake.
Hey, remember what I was saying earlier? The Deagle, it might just be the best sub in the game, especially in the hands of Shut Up. We'll find one. You got 36 seconds left to go. The biggest issue, you have to work your way across mid, and there's so many angles you have to be worried about. The one saving grace, though, 3 players stacked up together. I thought that they were just going to go through laundry, but nobody sees anybody. Bomb's going to be recovered. You would assume that Shut Up's going to go back through open staircase to try to get over towards A, but they're on his heels.
He's just so slow.
Not exactly moving through radar.
Not quite. Yeah, easy follow-up there. Good reaction out of Skade.
Run it back.
Do it again. Why not?
Can't necessarily say that you're going to be too surprised. I mean, there's going to be so many different strategies and so many different opportunities that are going to be fallen and yet finding success. Here comes more aggression coming through from Skade. 3 players going through P5, but 3 players defensively from Almighty going through ring.
Yeah, this is bold again. Heaven with a sniper rifle is the furthest defensive player forward. Nades had come through. Mid-map control for Skade. Almighty, who took a gamble to not throw anybody over towards A, are going to get away with it for now, but look at the full flood. Here it comes through pillars. Incendio good for the opener. Still more to find, though. Trades back and forth. Pinshot goes to kill feed. Heaven still involved. How is Heaven still alive, for crying out loud? It's just a sniper pistol combo, and he gets away with the kill and his life. Leozera, though, for the 1v2. First option. Heaven makes his position known. Long range. Finds Shut Up!
Oh! Dang.
Showing up when it matters the most there, when it was a very losable situation. Leozera absolutely delivers the goods. Going to be able to put themselves in a position now, 1 round away for Skade.
Yeah, 1 round away.
Knock out Almighty. And how about another facet? It worked out pretty well last time.
Oh, but this time Almighty, they get the isolation on the Pabzera. The defense rapidly making their way over. Flashes, trophies, nades, all of it being thrown. Almighty want to get this bomb down. Heaven follows up with a second. That's Limbs trying to hit off the flank. Everything now for Skid has to come from the front. Mihawk on the way in. No one's seen Mihawk, but he only gets away with the first. Leozen, can he find a way to get in bounds here? All of Almighty is stacked up towards the outside. Do they have an angle at this bomb? Do they trust the shoulders? And it looks like at the moment they do have a pretty solid angle at it. Yeah, shot up deep. Sure, why not? The double from him. 9-9.
Run it back
at it again.
Why not? Just adaptation after adaptation, digging deep into the bag of tricks. Making sure that you understand, hey, did we win the round that we just 5-player hit basketball? Well, absolutely, and now it is Skate's turn again offensively. We saw this legitimately the last offensive round. 3 players strong through mid.
It's almost the exact same setup for both teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, this time though, Heaven's not going to get away with it. Irfan up top needs to find a trade. Shut down, Incendio can do nothing. Irfan still finessing his life, but it's only for a small time. Kills come out convincingly for Skate. Last player left alive is Jeff Bro. He's quick, trying to contest the exit. Gets Leosin over the top, but maybe not. Maybe Leosin got the better of him over the top. Clean shots come through. Once again, Skade to the advantage.
Map number 2, it took us to reach round 20 before one team ended up running away with 2 rounds in a row. Who's honestly say that it might not be the same. Lil Zera, 15 eliminations. Mihawk, 18. You would think that it's going to be 5 players strong. The biggest difference, though, Heaven is lurking in mid.
Oh, Lens is committed to the bomb site here. This is tough. You're going to have sniper rifles looking down your throat, essentially. Flashes do connect, but the help over mid is looking good for Skate. They create a little bit of space. Help is on the way as well. Mihawk will join his compatriot. Pamzera, big snipe through mid. And Almighty, they're trying to get out of here. They're trying to get back through mid, but there's numbers here for Skate. The 2 kills come through. It's down to a 2v5. Irfan is stuck too. He's got nowhere to go. He's got to force a play somewhere. Mid's not an option.
Needs to wait. Bomb gets collected by Jeff. Trying to work their way through Zig. There is no information whatsoever, Alan. These shoulders might just mean death. As you can see player number 4 on the minimap, a friend is trying to work his way up through the open staircase, and Skade more than aware of the advantage they have.
Pamzera tagged up. Slide shell onto Jeff that doesn't quite work out. Could have been the dagger. But Almighty's still alive. Pamzera nades come out. Irfan sidesteps. Leosin nearby. You have to be very careful here. If you're Almighty, you really want to come into here. Yeah, they sure do. Forcing the play forward. Jeff, last one left. Gets the second. Can he get the reset? He's got the boxing gloves out. He's Mike Tyson in the flesh. And he's not able to get through. And Skade, upset not once, but twice. To send the second team from Latin America to the World Championship playoffs.
The pop-off on stage, absolutely
GG's.
Our casting booth is going buck-wow crazy. Insane scenes when you think about it. I really did feel that the way that we saw that firing range develop itself, Alan, that it might have ended up being the same, that the VOD and the quick turnover and Almighty had to be able to learn from their mistakes in previous past was going to be good enough, but not against the tenacity of this Skate roster, the passion, everything just being exemplified to such a high degree. Good job today, gentlemen, but you have a long night's rest ahead of you because it only gets more difficult from here.
Unbelievable. And you know, the thing about it is, when we were setting everything up, the one thing we really gave credit to LATAM was if they got to game 5s, out of every other region, they had the most experience playing in game 5s to have to clutch up to make it into the.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. That was a good stage for sure. They did really good. So.
No words for it, as Brazil now has 2 teams in the playoffs. Golly.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, I'm out of here. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys next time. GG's to everybody out there. You guys did good. That was awesome. And we'll see you guys on hopefully Sunday. All right, guys. Peace out.